This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 452. A mediocre character? Can a mediocre character be considered a character now? The fish monster crunched the flesh of the abyssal creature, crunching the bones along with it, its tone slightly puzzled. Let's go, it's just a piece of cake. It brushed the dirt off its hands, and made a move to set off. Lin Qian scratched his eyebrows. Brother Yu, it's about meeting, not killing. He felt a little helpless. This fish monster was like a warmongerer, always shouting for war and killing, yet he always claimed to be one of the better-tempered ones in Giant City. But considering the other supervisors in Giant City, the fish monster was indeed considered to be quite stable. Huh? Why did you meet that thing? The fish monster looked puzzled. I'd like to make a few more allies, so we can look after each other once we're out of the protection period. Lin Qian shrugged. No need. The fish monster waved his hand. With us here, no one can touch you, Boss Lin. Lin Qian smiled faintly. I know that, but after all, our human race is so large, and I can't take care of them all by myself. Having an ally would be a little better. By the way, Brother Yu, do you know the Star Clan? He was curious about when the fish monster became a supervisor. Star Clan? Never heard of them. The fish monster thought for a moment, and shook his head. What about the Demon Clan? Lin Qian pressed on. Never heard of them. The fish monster shook his head again. Okay. Lin Qian gave up. It seems the fish monster is indeed quite experienced. Or rather, to become a level 3 overseer, one must have spent a considerable amount of time and effort to achieve that level. In other words, someone like me, a cheater, can proactively create an environment for advancement. I call the Puppet Man and Brother Snake later. You two will protect me in the hound space. Upon hearing Brother Snake, the fish monster immediately retreated and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I let it go. It's just a level 2 overseer. That snake can handle it all by itself. I accidentally broke its statue's tail. I have to stay away from it for now. Everyone in the City of Chaos doesn't know that Snake is a mean-spirited person. Its voice trailed off, and it glanced around warily. Lin Qian was speechless. Brother Fish, we're just transmitting messages. Are you afraid of being heard? The fish monster waved his hand. Anyway, I'm not going. It was truly afraid of being petrified. You don't have to look for the Puppet Man. He's hiding in the unruly land. It'd probably take 2 days for him to come back. Lin Qian sighed. Forget it. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. But about the fish bird. Before he finished his words, the fish monster flashed in front of him and gently grasped Lin Qian's hand. Boss Lin, what are you talking about? You ordered me to do it, so how could I refuse? He gritted his teeth and decided to be petrified. He'd be relieved when he got to work anyway. Lin Qian deliberately frowned. Is it convenient? The fish monster patted his chest. It's incredibly convenient. Lin Qian sighed again. That Puppet Man. Before he finished his words, the fish monster vanished with a whoosh. 5 seconds later, when it reappeared, the Puppet Man, a bewildered man, was being held in the fish monster's hand and gently set down. The cursed black energy spread along the fish monster's arms, causing its avocado-like skin to swell and deform rapidly as if fried in high heat, but it quickly returned to normal. Boss Lin? The puppet figure staggered, looking up at Lin Qian in confusion. At the mention of sharing a room with Snake Brother, its head shook like a rattle. No, no. I'm not going. Lin Qian sighed again. The puppet castle I prepared for you. Before he finished speaking, the puppet figure's attitude took a 180-degree turn. When do we leave? Lin Qian laughed. You're kidding. I can't deal with you. Let's go now. Let's go! The wooden door opened, and the fish monster, clutching the puppet figure, slipped inside, finding a corner to hide. Next to it was the cursed armor that Lin Qian had forgotten in the hound's space. The fish monster tugged at it, trying to dismantle it. Unexpectedly, the armor suddenly came to life, spreading a vast array of pitch-black tentacles, and slowly rose to its feet. Huh? Seeing this, the puppet man perked up. Why does this thing look familiar to me? The fish monster scratched his head. Nonsense, you've been in here a few times. The puppet man shook his head. No. I've seen similar abilities. The one-eyed monkey in the wooden nest is also a level 3 overseer. Do you remember him? The fish monster pondered. There weren't many level 3 overseers in the City of Chaos, so it quickly recalled him. It seems so. I went on a mission with him a long time ago, and his ability was these pitch-black vines. This thing must have been left by its clan. You can introduce it to Boss Lin someday. It might be helpful. The two chatted animatedly beside the armor, unaware that it was trembling with fear from their aura. After just a dozen seconds, it fell back into sleep, not daring to show its head. Brother Snake, you must control yourself. Don't petrify anyone. Inside the Snake Palace, Lin Qian was earnestly admonishing Brother Snake, fearing he might petrify the two unfortunate creatures again. Seemingly annoyed by his nagging, Brother Snake transformed into a dark shadow and scurried inside before the wooden door could fully open. Glancing at the piano before him, Lin Qian's eyes lit up. By the way, Sister Min, take this thing in too. Brother Snake has a distraction, so he won't notice those two guys. His suggestion was accepted, and pitch-black chains flew out from the door, wrapped around the piano, and pulled it into the storage space. The wooden door closed, and a smug smile spread across Lin Qian's face. As expected of me, I'm so clever. This way, not only would Snake Brother have something to do, but everyone else would have something to do too. He let out a gloating grin, his figure quickly vanishing from the spot. Inside the hound space, the puppet man and the fish monster in the corner cautiously watched Snake Brother's movements. Seeing it merely glanced at them, without any further plans, they both breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to have calmed down. Hush. If it says something wrong, we'd be in trouble again. Are you addicted to being a statue? Even as the two whispered, Snake Brother had already rearranged the chair and sat down gracefully. He raised his hand and gently pressed the piano keys. Thump, thump, thump. The fish monster's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Has it mastered a new curse? I feel like my soul is being whipped. The puppet was also frozen. I can't figure it out. I don't even have a mouth, so why do I have ears? As the piano music grew more passionate, the two of them suddenly lost hope in life. After a long moment, the puppet couldn't help but sigh. How about we just provoke it and get petrified? The fish monster glanced at it. Even if you're petrified, you can still hear. It's even more torturous. Just bear with it. It pass if you grit your teeth. Chapter 453. Boss Lin. Boss Lin? Lin Qian stood in a daze before the enormous and luxurious Crystal Palace. He had originally thought the Snake Palace was impressive enough, but now, having seen the residence of the Star Clan leader, Lin Qian finally realized what luxury truly meant. Boss Lin, please follow me. Led by Novi, Lin Qian entered the Crystal Palace. The air was filled with luminous creatures resembling jellyfish, creating a dreamlike scene. Curious, Lin Qian poked a jellyfish in front of him, and the startled creature spurted out a puff of air and quickly retreated. Oh my! Lin Qian smiled, finding it quite amusing. I'm sorry, Boss Lin, our leader has just replenished his life force and hasn't fully recovered yet. Otherwise, he would have come out to greet us. Lin Qian waved his hand, his expression nonchalant. He didn't care for these false courtesies. Climbing the stairs, the crystal door opened, revealing a massive shell bed. Long silver-white hair cascaded down the edge of the shell bed to the floor. A colorful Star Tribe woman lay on her side, eyes closed, breathing slowly. As if sensing someone approaching, she slowly awoke, opened her eyes, and looked toward Lin Qian at the door. Then, she reached out to support herself, sitting up somewhat weakly. I'm sorry, I can't greet you in person. A disembodied voice echoed in Lin Qian's mind, and he was stunned. This Star Tribe leader could actually use soul sound. But judging by his condition, his worries seemed unnecessary. Judging from the leader's current state, it seemed he wouldn't even need the snake, fish, or puppet to intervene. He felt he could defeat the leader himself. Of course, the specifics of who this person was, based on the other party's outward appearance, were uncertain. Novi respectfully led Lin Qian to a seat next to the shell bed, so close to the Star Clan leader that he could even smell the bitter medicinal scent on him. From this point of view, the other party seemed to have no defenses against him, at least showing sincerity. Otherwise, having him sit there would have felt like meeting an important figure. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Athena, and I specialize in spiritual skills. Lin Qian replied with a smile. My name is Li Zhen. People in the underworld, please give me face and address me as Boss Lin. Then he looked curiously at Athena, the Star Clan leader. Does spiritual skills mean that my spiritual attributes have broken through the second limit? Athena nodded. Yes, besides spiritual skills, my other 3 attributes have all broken through the first level. Lin Qian rubbed his hands. Excuse me, but what path are you pursuing? He had learned from the demon that there were 3 development paths for spiritual mastery. Athena seemed to have no intention of hiding this. With a wave of her hand, the air suddenly turned cold. A flash of white light flashed, and as if frozen, a crystal-clear ice sword condensed from the air. The blade was slender, with a graceful curve. It looked fragile, but Lin Qian could sense a strong sense of danger from it. Horcrux? Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he looked at Athena. Yes. Athena smiled and nodded. She exuded a gentle aura, like an elderly woman, which involuntarily lowered Lin Qian's guard. It's said that when a survivor possessing a Horcrux dies, their Horcrux becomes a reward for a quest, a precious piece of equipment. Athena suddenly spoke softly, sighing softly as she gazed at her ice sword. Is there such a thing? Lin Qian was startled, suddenly remembering what the demon had mentioned, that his beastly soul seemed to possess the properties of a Horcrux. What if I die? What are you thinking? How could I possibly die? He shook his head vigorously, trying to clear the sinister thoughts from his mind. Let's talk business. Lin Qian composed himself and got straight to the point. Business, okay? Athena looked at Lin Qian and blinked. You understand the value of the life egg, so you know I want more than just a few heads. I always speak my mind. We humans are new here, without any foundation. Once we leave our protected period, we undoubtedly become a target. If you, the Star Clan, are willing to become my vassal and help us weather this initial wave of hardship, then you won't have to endure this squeezed existence. Lin Qian puffed out his chest slightly, a confident smile on his face. Athena, the leader of the Star Clan, looked at Lin Qian with some surprise. She noticed that Lin Qian wasn't talking about becoming a vassal of the human race, but rather his vassal. The difference was significant. What kind of confidence could allow this fellow to believe he's the equal of an entire race? A glint flickered in her eyes, and she grew even more curious about Lin Qian, but it was more than curiosity, there was no sign of attraction. Althea was still focused on agreeing on the price, and completing the transaction with Lin Qian for the life egg. Creaky. Just then, the sound of an old door hinge suddenly echoed from his chest. Lin Qian's face changed, and he quickly reached out to push the door shut. What's going on? Don't make trouble. This is a critical moment. Althea also noticed the fleeting old wooden door. Novi mentioned to me that you seem to have a group of, well, very peculiar friends. She smiled slightly. If possible, I'd love to meet them. Hearing this, Lin Qian looked at her with a serious expression. Trust me, you wouldn't think so. Althea froze, a look of confusion on her face. Huh? Before she could ask, the door opened again behind Lin Qian, this time very quickly. Boom! The piano, bound by pitch-black chains, roared out of the door and slammed heavily onto the ground, sending parts flying everywhere. Axia was startled, a look of bewilderment on her face, while Lin Qian turned his head slowly and silently. A shadowy figure appeared before the shattered piano. Snake Brothers' figure slowly emerged, looking at the scattered pieces on the ground with a sigh of helplessness. With a rustling sound, the fish monster emerged from the hound's space. Before it could even stand, it bent over and vomited a large amount of indescribable matter, leaning against the ground. Ugh! The puppet staggered, seemingly unable to find its way, and finally fell to the ground with a clatter. Snake Brother, with a look of sadness on his face, picked up a piece of piano shard, his back seeming even more forlorn. Just then, Sister Min suddenly appeared in front of the door, snatched the piano shard from Snake Brother's hand, and threw it hard to the ground. Pa! Then, she swung her black skirt, and with a flood of foul force, she covered the piano fragments on the ground. With a hissing sound, the piano was instantly destroyed. Chapter 454. Lin Qian was stunned by the scene before him. What had happened inside? Not only did Brother Fish and the puppet react so violently, but even Sister Min had lost control, a rare occurrence. Though, Sister Min held a very high position in Brother Snake's heart. Even when her beloved piano was destroyed, she didn't even utter a word. You're almost as good as me. Lin Qian shook his head in admiration. Sorry, Boss Lin, we just couldn't help it. The fish monster wiped the dirt from its mouth and looked at Lin Qian with a bitter expression. No, it's not that exaggerated. Lin Qian was speechless. It's just a little unpleasant to the ear. How could it be so serious? The puppet cried weakly. It's not about the unpleasantness. The main thing is that this snake actually used mental vibrations to accompany the music. It's more torturous than petrification. I really can't stand it. Lin Qian was stunned. Mental vibrations? The fish monster seemed to have recovered a little and continued to explain. Shadow Snake's ability to break mental limits. Lin Qian blinked. I always thought Brother Snake's ability to break mental limits was petrification. The puppet figure also recovered and stood up. Petrification is just one of its powerful cursed abilities. Originally, this ability could only be activated through contact. Later, it spent a great deal of time to perfectly fuse the curse and mental fluctuations, achieving the effect of long-range attacks, even area attacks. This is somewhat similar to mine. My ability to break mental limits is soul-splitting. Originally, it was a useless ability that focused on detection, but because the curse I carry is too overpowering, every soul now carries the curse. Most of the supervisors in the City of Chaos possess unique abilities they developed themselves. After all, before Boss Lin arrived, our lives were so boring that we always had to find something to do. After hearing the puppet's explanation, Lin Qian suddenly understood. He turned to look at Brother Snake, only to find him engaged in a heated conversation with Sister Min, his face filled with frustration. Finally, Sister Min turned around, cast Shadow Walk, and came directly behind Lin Qian. With a creak, she opened the door, entered the hound space, and slammed it shut. Lin Qian rubbed his nose and glanced at Brother Snake. Snake noticed his gaze and immediately pretended to be calm, straightening his clothes, holding his head high, and returning to his usual arrogant demeanor. By the way, do you know the exact relationship between Brother Snake and Sister Min? Lin Qian quietly communicated with the puppet mermaid. I don't know. They seem to have a unique racial language that I can't intercept. The mermaid shook her head. How about asking? At this, the puppet and the fish monster both took a step back. I won't ask. It's fuming right now, so who dares to provoke it? I won't ask either. Lin Qian was speechless. I'm telling you, you're level 3 supervisors after all. Why are you two so cowardly? The fish monster and the puppet looked indifferent. We can't beat it anyway, so what? We couldn't beat it before, and now that all 4 of its abilities have broken through the first limit, we're even more vulnerable. I'm okay. If I can't beat it, I can run. But the puppet is even more screwed. He can't even run away. The two men's self-righteous attitude left Lin Qian speechless. He was whispering with his colleagues, completely unaware that nearby, the Star Clan leader, Asya, was utterly terrified. Filth, shadow power, what kind of terrifying beings are these? Just then, the fish monster suddenly caught sight of the sword she was clutching. Wait! What's going on? How dare this woman draw her sword against you, Boss Lin? How dare you? Before she finished her words, it vanished from the spot, leaving Lin Qian unable to stop it. Hey! Brother Fish. Calm down. The next moment, Asya vanished from the spot. With a loud bang, she reappeared, having been pinned into the Crystal Palace wall by the fish monster. For a moment, the Crystal Palace shook violently. Brother Fish. Ouch. Lin Qian slapped his thigh in anxiety, and quickly used Shadow Walk to catch up. You're too impulsive. She showed it to me because she wanted to see a soul breakthrough level 2 Horcrux, not out of ill will. He tugged and pulled, finally getting the fish monster to release its grip. With a thud, the Star Clan leader fell heavily to the ground, the light condensed on the ice sword in his hand slowly dissipating. Is that so? The fish monster looked down at Asia on the ground, doubtful. Ahem. Ahem coughed weakly twice, before slowly raising her head, her eyes filled with fear. Yes, that's right. She was a little stunned. What level of monsters were these that Lin Qian had summoned? Just now, he had been completely powerless to resist, and was pinned down. Lin Qian was also a little surprised. Why did this Soul Breakthrough Level 2 leader seem so terribly weak, even worse than those of the Beast Clan Soul Breakthrough Level 1 warriors? What kind of power does a Level 2 breakthrough possess? He wanted to see it, but not now. Brother you, don't worry about that. If you're not careful, you might actually get killed by this weak leader. If that were the case, they have a new mortal enemy race before they even left their protective period. While they pose no threat, annihilating them would still require some effort, unless they could just let the demonic ghosts do it for them. Boss Lin, why are you trying to win over such a weak level 2 breakthrough? Brother you looked at Lin Qian, his tone slightly puzzled. Lin Qian noticed the light beneath Asia's skin suddenly flush, a clear emotional reaction, and realized Brother Yu was deliberately playing it off. He rolled his eyes, took Brother Yu's hand, and, while earnestly explaining, walked away from Asia. Ah, the Star Clan and I are destined to meet. Any help I can give them is a plus. They had it tough too. Their numbers are so small, and they only have one level 2 cultivator. They always been surviving in the cracks. They're definitely no match for us. Brother Yu, don't you know me? Kindness. The two of them walked arm in arm, their voices just loud enough for Asya to hear. The Star Clan had survived in the Infinity Tower for so long, the idiots would have died long ago. Without strength, everything is empty talk. Even if Lin Qian had immense potential, Asya wouldn't risk the fate of her entire clan with him. Back then, the Beast clan also boasted many talented leaders, but what happened to them? The Infinity Tower has never lacked for astonishing talents. But Brother Yu's seemingly reckless move immediately changed Asya's mind. Everything else was empty talk, but the three terrifying auras before her were real. And judging by Lin Qian's expression, he showed no signs of servility in front of the three monsters. Instead, two of them treated him with respect, creating a harmonious atmosphere like a family. This was different. If that's the case, then perhaps our Star Clan could really take a gamble. Looking at Lin Qian, who was laughing simultaneously with the fish monster, a strange light flashed in Asya's eyes, and her thoughts began to change. Chapter 455. Does our Star Clan possess any stat-enhancing items? With the help of the fish monster, the conversation with the Star Clan leader, Asya, went surprisingly smoothly. Now, she finally stopped thinking about paying enough to close the life egg deal. Lin Qian didn't hold back on his new partner, and immediately began to inquire about the Star Clan's background. However, Asya's reaction gave him a vague glimpse of something. Sorry, Boss Lin, our Star Clan. Lin Qian waved his hand, expressing his understanding. The fish monster's voice echoed in his mind. Let's go, Boss Lin. This is a poor race. TSK. Lin Qian glanced at the fish monster, who immediately turned his head and focused on playing in the sand. When I make friends, I never care about their wealth. He turned his head and looked at Asya seriously, then casually pulled out another life egg from his storage space. Seeing Althea's weakened state, Lin Qian was truly worried she might accidentally drop it. He decided to give her another life egg to consolidate the healing process. Althea was stunned to see Lin Qian so casually pull out another life egg. Don't take it for nothing. Gather me some stat-enhancing items. Also, assign 2 assistants to Novi. Help me gather as many alien survivors as possible. Althea took the life egg in a daze, nodding dazedly, as if everything before her seemed a little unreal. Besides, the demonic tribe is now considered my ally. If there's any problem you can't solve, and you can't contact me, ask them for help. For my sake, they won't stand idly by. After all this sacrifice, I only ask one thing of you. When our human race emerges from its protective period, no matter how formidable the enemy, you must stand firmly by our side. Lin Qian's gaze grew serious, and a hint of threat crept into his tone. If you're afraid, if you retreat? He smiled faintly. Trust me, even if humanity is exterminated, I will still be myself. I will make those who challenge and betray me regret it. Axia recovered from her brief shock and looked at Lin Qian calmly. In some ways, we are somewhat similar. Lin Qian frowned slightly. Axia smiled, her body shimmering with a dazzling array of light. From the day I became the sole leader of the Star Clan, I no longer live solely for myself. Don't worry, I understand the implications of my choices. Even if I fail, I'm willing to bear the consequences. It was this moment, my life essence nearly exhausted and on the brink of death, that made me realize something. Compromise is only a slow death. We, the Star Clan, have been kneeling for too long. Now I want a chance to stand up with honor. Her eyes were sincere, her voice brimming with hope. Lin Qian smiled slightly, raised a finger, and corrected her. Not stand up. Follow me, I can make you fly. Axia blinked, a little stunned. But Lin Qian was already preparing to leave. Don't forget to prepare some stat-enhancing items. Have Novi bring them to me later. Taking the 3 supervisors with him, Lin Qian cast Shadow Walk and left the Crystal Palace. He found the door and teleported away. After a long pause, Novi hurried into the Crystal Palace. She was stunned by the devastation. Master Leader, what happened here? She asked hesitantly. Facing Novi, Asya finally revealed the aura of a clan leader. Novi, I assign you a team to go to the traders and buy up all the low-level items on the market. Also, continue to recruit alien survivors for Boss Lin. Use all your savings. Our Star Clan is showing weakness. We must strive to perform at our best. Novi was stunned by Asya's words, but she didn't dare question them. After a few seconds of pause, she quickly bowed. Yes. Returning to his room from the City of Chaos, Lin Qian looked helpless. I really regret this. Jiang Jinshan too. Why did he hire a designer? He had to build pianos. Opening the chat interface, he found the logistics officer in the Black Army Reserve, responsible for collecting supplies. This was a position Qin Liang had created specifically for Lin Qian, worried that he wouldn't be able to find someone when he needed them. Lin Qian, Give me a few pianos, quick. In less than a second, the reply came from the other end. Logistics officer. Yes. Lin Qian closed the panel and was about to take a shower. Before he could even remove his dragon skin coat, the message popped up again. Logistics officer. Reporting, Brother Qian. 7 pianos are ready. The models are. In addition, a total of 130 musical instruments have been collected. If you have any other needs, please let me know. Lin Qian's hands froze as he unbuttoned his clothes. A glance at the timer revealed that less than 20 seconds had passed since he made the request. Holy crap! So efficient? He was shocked. I assumed the Black Army was incredibly efficient, but I hadn't expected there were even experts among the reserves. Glancing at the man's number, he realized he was actually from the mountain floor. That saved him some trouble. Lin Qian went straight out, using Shadow Walk to pick up the goods. Under the excited and nervous gaze of the logistics department, Lin Qian collected a large number of musical instruments. Returning to his room, he opened the door to the City of Chaos and headed straight for the Snake Palace piano room. Inside the room, Brother Snake sat in a chair, pressing the keys into the air, his head swaying slightly, a look of enjoyment on his face. To be honest, seeing him like this, Lin Qian felt a little like Sister Min was being too much. It was like a beloved toy from childhood, ruthlessly torn apart by a parent. But recalling Brother Snake's earth-shattering and soul-stirring music, Lin Qian suddenly came to his senses. Calling him a toy wasn't quite the right metaphor. After all, whose child's toys carry nuclear radiation? Snake played a tune, then opened his eyes, and looked at Lin Qian with some confusion. After all, Lin Qian had just left a few minutes ago. His return must be a matter of fact. Until he saw Lin Qian pull out a brand new piano from his storage space, he suddenly stood up, his pupils instantly becoming round, and his tail rustled. What's that sound? Lin Qian listened intently, puzzled. Snake immediately tilted his head back, regaining his aloof demeanor, and dissolving his rattlesnake form. After placing the piano, Snake was eager to play. Seeing this, Lin Qian's expression changed, and he quickly extended his hand, as cautiously as if appeasing a terrorist. Wait! Snake! I have other instruments here. Then he pulled out a whole bunch of miscellaneous instruments from his storage space. Pianos, wind instruments, and percussion instruments, everything was there. Chapter 456. Snake Brother initially looked at these unidentified objects in confusion, but when Lin Qian casually demonstrated a few things and produced some movement, he was immediately captivated. Happiness came so suddenly that Snake Brother was caught off guard. However, Lin Qian took the opportunity to escape, not wanting to be forced to stay as an audience by Snake Brother. Returning to the room, Lin Qian gently stroked his chest, feeling like he had survived a disaster. From now on, Snake Brother's piano room will be the most terrifying forbidden zone in Chaos City. I guess no one will dare approach. But what is the relationship between Snake Brother and Sister Min? I'm really curious. Lin Qian pulled out a notebook, opened the second page, and drew a wave pattern on it with a pen, resembling an electrocardiogram. He then added the following annotation, most likely a curse word. It can detect the wave frequency of shadow energy, but it doesn't know what the corresponding wave frequency means. However, having eavesdropped on Snake Brother and Sister Min's conversations recently, it can more or less guess what the wave frequency means. This was what Sister Min said when she smashed the piano. Lin Qian closed his eyes, manipulated the power of shadow, and mimed it several times, chuckling. Next time I see the bird bone mask, I use this sentence to test its reaction. If it gets enraged, it definitely used some terrible curse words. Having made up his mind, Lin Qian glanced at the timer. The safe exploration time was about to end. He felt a surge of excitement inside, because in a few hours, he would receive his first level 3 supervisor salary. 100 free attributes, direct credit to his account without any effort. What could be more exciting than this? For this reason, he even postponed his power leveling session, unfocused on work, and waited for his salary to arrive. But waiting was too boring. Oh right. I haven't harvested incense power in a while. Through Asia's Horcrux, Lin Qian thought of his own ferocious beast soul, and then he remembered that, aside from the strange dungeon, he hadn't visited the other dungeons in a while. He found Wusheng, who was sparring with the dummy. Upon hearing that Lin Qian was going to Qingzhou City, he immediately became interested and prepared to join him. He took the Lin Yuan long sword and opened the permanent gate to Qingzhou City. As soon as he took half a step, a golden torrent descended from the sky. Swish! A vast amount of incense power converged from all directions and poured into Lin Qian's body. Lin Qian immediately activated his soul refining ability, gradually expanding the area of his golden body. It took about 20 minutes, but the entire right arm of the ferocious beast's soul was transformed into a golden body, which surprised Lin Qian. Judging from the distribution of the incense just now, it's not just Qingzhou City, it seems other places have faith as well. Lin Qian shielded his eyes from the sun and gazed at the sky. Just as he was wondering, the courtyard gate suddenly opened. A tall, thin figure wearing a silver mask came into view. He was startled upon seeing Lin Qian, then quickly knelt. Greetings. Greetings, Father Qian. Lin Qian opened his mouth, a look of embarrassment on his face. Hurry up. Judging from his reaction, he was probably a newcomer from the reserve force, wearing a silver mask. He didn't even know how to address him. What's the current situation in Qingzhou City? Lin Qian pulled up a chair and sat down, following the thought in his mind of Wu Sheng. The Imperial Court has sent a new general from the Demon Suppression Division. He's been trying to eradicate our Thousand Gods sect for a while now. Persuasion proved fruitless, so the Archbishop personally eliminated the new general and found someone using a transmogrified body to take over the position. With the help of Captain Gu Xuezhen, we essentially taken full control of Qingzhou City. Occasionally, some of our reserve troops are sent to the Demon Suppression Division's training grounds for training, and the results are quite positive. Lin Qian raised a brow in surprise. Brother Wu, your disciple is truly remarkable. He's willing to help my people. Wu Sheng's chuckle reached his mind. Xuezhen's thinking is a bit unconventional, and his martial arts talent is truly lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached the rank of captain. Lin Qian smiled faintly. What do you think, Brother Wu? Would you like to meet this disciple? Wu Sheng remained silent, seemingly hesitant. However, after spending so much time together, Lin Qian had already gained a good understanding of Wu Sheng's character. Is Gu Xuezhen in the Demon Suppression Division? He looked up at the silver mask before him. No, Master Gu was injured on a mission a while ago and is now recuperating at home. Upon hearing that Gu Xuezhen was injured, Wu Sheng suddenly became restless. Oh, don't worry, Brother Wu. I'm your brother. As long as he's still breathing, I can save him. Lin Qian assured Wu Sheng, patting his chest. Then, he used Shadow Walk to follow the silver mask's instructions to find Gu Xuezhen's residence. A pond, a pavilion, a beautiful day. Gu Xuezhen lay on a rattan chair, his arms folded across his chest, his face covered by a martial arts book. Clatter. Clatter. A burst of noise filled his ears, and he couldn't help but turn over, causing the book to fall. Clatter. Plop. Ouch. Gulp. Help. Gulp. Gu Xuezhen stood up angrily, leaped lightly to the edge of the pond, and with a casual scoop, he pulled a little girl covered in mud from inside and tossed her to the ground. Ouch. The little girl cried out in pain, rubbing her knee and breathing in and out. If you can't swim, then don't play in the water, okay? Gu Xuezhen took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and forcing a kind smile at the little girl. The little girl wiped the mud off her face, and the dark stains spread, covering a larger area. Brother Gu, I want to eat fish. Gu Xuezhen's eyelids twitched. Those are koi in there, you can't eat them. Besides, I'm not your brother-in-law. You should call me uncle-in-law. Hearing this, the little girl immediately became unhappy, and put her hands on her hips. That fellow Legion isn't worthy of being my master. He promised me that if he had the chance, he'd recommend me to General Wu as his disciple. That way, I'd be his junior sister. So, it's perfectly reasonable for me to call you senior brother. Gu Xuezhen didn't bother arguing with the little girl. He simply returned to his rattan chair and lay down, covering his face with a book from the floor. Master is dead. You won't have the chance to call me senior brother anymore. His voice was flat, without a trace of sadness or even a hint of emotion. The bright sunlight streamed down, but was blocked by the heavy books, not allowing a single ray of light to reach his eyes. The little girl, Agui, quietly stepped forward and carefully placed her small, black muddy hand on Gu Xuezhen's white brocade robe, pushing it. Hey, Gu Xuezhen, can you tell me the story of General Wu? Legion won't tell me. Gu Xuezhen pressed the book against his face, turned over, and waved his hand dismissively. Go, go, go. Continue playing your game and don't disturb my sleep. Chapter 457. Gu Xuezhen had a dream. In his dream, he was transported back to a day several years ago. The master's wife had prepared a large meal, and Li Jin, still a young boy, devoured it all. After being severely reprimanded by him, he felt unconvinced and wanted to fight him. The master watched them from the side with a smile, but did not intervene. He sniffed, turned over in the rattan chair, and suddenly smelled a fragrance. Gu Xuezhen opened his eyes in confusion and looked towards the pond not far away. He saw a familiar figure sitting in front of the little girl, Ajin, fiddling with a simple fishing rod. Ajin seemed to be tearing something in her hands, and that was where the fragrance came from. "Uncle Lin, what is this? It's so delicious," Ajin asked, her mouth full of food, her words unclear. "This is Western food, KFC," Lin Qian replied casually. Suddenly, the fishing rod sank. A fish took the bait. "Hey!" He swung it hard, but the branch-made fishing rod couldn't withstand the immense force and snapped. Lin Qian moved swiftly, flicking his finger. A stream of blood shot out, piercing the koi and forcibly pulling it aloft. "Ha ha ha!" Holding the koi, Lin Qian laughed impudently, turning to look at the stunned Gu Xuezhen. "Your fish is destined for me. Take it away." Gu Xuezhen blinked, then cried out in surprise after a long moment. "Lin! Senior Lin!" He hadn't seen Lin Qian since the monster attack, and seeing him now was like seeing a ghost. I thought. Lin Qian smiled faintly and pointed at the Lin Yuan long sword, quietly leaning against the pavilion. "Your master has something to tell you." At first, Gu Xuezhen was startled by Lin Qian's words, then turned to look. The moment he saw the Lin Yuan long sword, his eyes instantly turned red. "Master!" He took 2 steps forward, wanting to reach out and touch it, but his mind stopped him. As Wu Sheng's disciple, he naturally knew the dangers of this sword. Lin Qian strode forward, grabbed his hand, and pressed it forcefully against the hilt. "Lin! Senior Lin! What are you doing?" Gu Xuezhen was shocked and tried to resist, but his action seemed ridiculous against Lin Qian's 1,000 points of strength. But the moment his palm touched the hilt, Gu Xuezhen's pupils suddenly lost focus, and he felt as if struck by lightning. His mouth opened wide, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. "Uncle Lin, what's wrong with this guy?" Agui, clutching the family bucket, looked at Gu Xuezhen curiously and asked Lin Qian. Lin Qian sighed and dragged Agui out of the courtyard. "Let the master and apprentice chat. Let's go somewhere else." Agui turned back to Gu Xuezhen in the pavilion, puzzled. "Uncle Lin, he looks like he's crying. When Li Jun and I rushed over, Li Jun started crying when he saw him, but he didn't cry. He even tried to comfort him. Why is he crying now?" Lin Qian didn't answer Agui's question. Instead, he continued his tour, as the stunned Gu family servants stared. "Does Li Jun live here too?" He had learned from Agui that Li Jun had been transferred back to the Qingzhou Demon Suppression Division by Gu Xuezhen and was now a centurion. "No, Li Jun will stay at the general's mansion. He'd be keeping vigil for General Wu for 3 years. Hearing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but roll his eyes. "General Wu is chopping dummies every day in front of me. So what kind of vigil are you keeping?" He pulled out his communicator and contacted the silver mask from before. "Send Li Jun to the Gu mansion and tell him Senior Lin wants to see him." After giving his instructions, Lin Qian and Agui squatted at the doorway, waiting for Li Jun. Not long after, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly rang out from the corner of the street. Li Jun didn't even wait for his horse to stop before dismounting and standing before Lin Qian. "Senior Lin." He looked delighted and bowed. Seeing his trumpet appear before him, alive and well, Lin Qian was also very pleased. "It's been a while since we last met. Your strength has improved a lot." He gently patted the other shoulder, causing Li Jun to stumble. "Lin. Senior Lin, your power is truly becoming increasingly terrifying." Lin Qian smiled faintly and pointed toward the courtyard. "Your senior brother wants to talk to you." "We talk later." Li Jun paused. After exchanging a few pleasantries and politely bidding Lin Qian adieu, he quickly entered the courtyard. After a long moment, a howl erupted, and the 2 men in the courtyard began to cry, hugging each other. The Gu family servant was so frightened that he couldn't even hold his broom, and kept glancing around the courtyard. Not long after, the 2 brothers emerged from the courtyard, their eyes red. Gu Xuezhen held the Lin Yuan longsword and respectfully handed it back to Lin Qian. "What, are you done talking?" Lin Qian took the Lin Yuan longsword and glanced at the 2 men. "Thank you, Senior Lin." The 2 men bowed simultaneously. The servant, seeing this, dropped his broom with another clatter, nearly dropping his jaw. Lin Qian didn't stop the 2 men, but accepted the gift with a clear conscience. If it weren't for him, Qingzhou City would have long since disappeared, and Wu Sheng wouldn't have had the chance to become a sword spirit. He deserves his respect. A moment later, at the dinner table, Lin Qian stared in amazement at the little girl Agui, who was wolfing down her food, a bit bewildered. No, didn't you just show off a whole family bucket? How can you still eat so much? Could it be that you have a digestive abnormality? It was hard to imagine a little girl that young eating more than an adult. This child is a prodigy in body cultivation. With the right teacher, she have a bright future. Wu Xing's voice echoed in his mind, and it was clear that he was also very interested in the little girl. What? Are you really going to take me in? Wu Xing smiled faintly. I don't know how to refine my body, so I probably waste materials. It would be great if the demon-subduing temple accepted female disciples. This girl would definitely be a prime candidate for training. Unfortunately, my relationship with the demon-subduing temple isn't very good. Speaking of the demon-subduing temple, Lin Qian suddenly thought of Luo Quan. I might try to arrange something. I don't know how successful Luo Quan is now. Logically, a top-tier survivor should be able to thrive in this dungeon. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, at the demon-subduing temple. Dong! 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 3 bells echoed, startling birds in the mountains. Beneath the towering pagoda, thousands of monks gazed at the not-so-tall figure with reverence, chanting Buddhist scriptures. A plain, jet-black cassock was removed, and an old monk with a white beard stepped forward, holding another black gold cassock, and slowly draped it over the figure. The future of Fumo Temple is in your hands. After carefully arranging his robes, the old monk gently patted his broad shoulders and stepped back relieved. Rest assured, master. I won't let you down. Then, the figure slowly turned, a pair of swirling, fleshy eyebrows strikingly striking. Chapter 458. Call some reserves and thoroughly investigate this dungeon world to identify any hidden threats. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, Lin Qian returned to the mansion where the Eternal Gate stood, summoned Silver Mask again, and issued his orders. Yes! The dungeon world wasn't born in the Infinity Tower along with Lin Qian and his human race. For example, Black Dog of the demonic clan had already lived in the technological world for many years, while the human race had only been in the Infinity Tower for about a month. Zane was similarly unaware. He had seen demons in dreams as a child. Besides, during the previous Qingzhou City defense mission, including the disqualified Fox Fairy Lady, Lin Qian had only killed 3 Beast Tribe survivors. But where did those monsters come from? It's easy to guess that they had infiltrated this world long ago and had been developing in secret. Through Wu Xing, Lin Qian also learned what Mr. Liu of Qinghe County was guarding against. Beyond the human settlements, deep in the mountains and forests, there are numerous demonic beast tribes. Fox demons, wolf demons, and dog demons, their numbers are enormous. Powerful warriors have guarded the borders for generations, precisely to prevent a large-scale demonic beast invasion. But these aren't issues now. If it weren't for the concern about disrupting the missions of the other human survivors, Lin Qian would have sent Brother Yu and the others over to conduct a thorough cleanup. He's more concerned about those unusual intruders who have infiltrated human society. When the 3 powerful beast men sniped him earlier, they clearly knew about his situation in Qingzhou, which means there must be spies hidden in the shadows. But he's busy right now, and neither the Black Army nor anyone else has time to attend to these matters. He could only ask the reserve troops to conduct a preliminary investigation, and then clean up the mess later when he has time. Back in his room, Wu Xing once again sought out the dummy to refine his swordsmanship. However, Lin Qian could clearly sense that Wu Xing was in a good mood. Lin Qian himself was in a good mood too. Li Jin and Gu Xuezhen were both acquaintances, and an occasional visit felt like visiting relatives or friends, allowing him to feel more alive. After collecting the first wave of incense power, Lin Qian turned and entered the zombie instance. Even greater amounts of incense power converged from the horizon. After half an hour of soul refining, the beast's shoulders, neck, and a small portion of its right chest were transformed into a golden body. It seems it will take quite some time to fully transform the soul. He then went to the city-state producing armor cores. This time, the amount of incense power was significantly reduced, and the golden body's range only increased slightly, which was practically the same for the giant beast's soul. Back in his room, it was time for payroll. Seeing the sudden increase of 100 free attribute points on the dashboard, Lin Qian, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed to the dragon throne and plopped down on it. Add more, add more. Opening the control panel, Lin Qian rubbed his palms, feeling that these 100 points were even more valuable than the huge amount of attribute points he gained from sting operations. After all, this was his daily salary. He went all in on his constitution for 100 points, bringing it to 621, and then quickly closed the control panel. Until a single attribute reached level 2, he didn't want to hear the system's mocking comments. After adding points, Lin Qian resumed his daily leveling routine. However, with the help of the attribute items brought by the bald monster, the remaining captain-level players were not far from breaking level 1. After today's wave, almost all 13 captains had broken through to level 1, and he had to start laying the groundwork for a breakthrough. Grab the Lin Yuan longsword and head out. When he returned, covered in dirt, there were still 40 minutes left before safe exploration. Pah! Disgusting. First he showered, then cleaned his dragon skin coat. He put it on, and dried it directly at high heat, quick and convenient. Just then, Yin Sheng sent a message saying the second custom-made dragon skin coat was finished. Oh! Brother Snake's dragon skin coat is ready too. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked Yin Sheng to summon him to pick it up. Unlike the one Lin Qian was wearing, Brother Snake's dragon skin coat was pure elegance and splendor, completely captivating. Get me one of the same style. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Yin Sheng couldn't help but smile and nodded. This was the best possible affirmation of his skill. Don't worry, Brother Qian. Making these 2 dragon skin coats has significantly improved my tailoring skills. I'm much faster now, and I'd be done in about a day. Lin Qian gave Yin Sheng a thumbs up. Keep up the good work. I'm counting on you. By the way, make me a smaller cape, about this height. He wanted to give the puppet figure a piece of clothing as well. Looking at the measurements Lin Qian indicated, Yin Sheng was slightly taken aback, then suddenly smiled. Brother Qian, I didn't realize you like figurines too. Lin Qian blinked and smiled awkwardly. Haha, I guess so. The puppet figure was indeed not much larger than the figurine, and the small windbreaker was a breeze to make. In less than 5 minutes, Yin Sheng had finished it, and handed it to Lin Qian. Just then, Jiang Jinshan sent a message announcing the completion of the puppet paradise and the fish castle. Great! Snake Brothers puppet and the fish monster both had surprises waiting for him after get-off work. Lin Qian was already anticipating their expressions when they saw their gifts. Checking the timer, Lin Qian entered the City of Chaos early and hung Snake Brothers' dragon skin coat in a prominent spot in the piano room. He then brought in a floor-length mirror from another room and waited for Snake Brother to try it on himself. Then he arrived at the park and dismantled the Puppet Man's original room, preserving the equipment inside. Then, like building blocks, he began to piece together the new puppet paradise. Soon, a new landmark building appeared in the park, standing out from the crowd and making a striking impression. The Puppet Man's small size made the house easy to piece together, but the fish monster's new house was much more challenging. Lin Qian could only retrieve the materials and wait for the fish monster to come online before seeking help from the other supervisors in the giant city. After finishing all this, it was safe exploration time, and the supervisors were off duty. Inside the Snake Palace piano room, a teleportation light flashed, and Snake Brother appeared in front of the piano. Ever since acquiring this device, he stopped sleeping in. But just as he sat down and raised his hands to play, he suddenly caught sight of the dragon skin coat hanging across from him. Caught by it, Snake Brother slowly stood up, walked over, and stroked the dragon skin fabric with his palm, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. At the same time, a commotion erupted in the direction of the paradise, the voices of the puppets spreading indiscriminately. Ha ha ha! My new home! I have my own puppet palace now. Chapter 459. Boss Lin. This. In Giant City, the fish monster, looking at its towering and majestic new home, was so excited that he almost knelt before Lin Qian. Lin Qian was also a little dumbfounded. He had instructed Jiang Jinshan to make the fish castle bigger, but he had never expected it to be this large. The fish castle was truly a castle. It had 2 floors, each 10 meters high, 16 rooms, and a massive main hall. Although the architectural style was somewhat crude, in the eyes of the giant city's overseers, it was already exquisite and impeccable. Patting the fish monster's avocado-like belly, Lin Qian smiled slightly. You're welcome, bro. If it weren't so large, Lin Qian would have given it a dragon skin coat. But judging by its appearance, it probably didn't care about these external decorations. Whoosh! Whoosh! Slamming the permanent door of the City of Chaos shut, Lin Qian still looked terrified. I planned to see Snake's reaction to his new clothes, but I almost been forced to stay and enjoy the music. He realized that Snake had become obsessed with music. Should I find Snake a few teachers to teach him some songs? After a moment's thought, he shook his head. Forget it, Snake can play however he likes. A supervisor has an infinite lifespan. Some things don't require any purpose, just enjoy them. And I have my own things to do. Sighing, Lin Qian opened his dashboard and found Su Mian online. Just as he was about to send a message, A message from Nuawei popped up. Nuawei, Boss Lin, I got the attribute items you requested ready. Could you please send them when it's convenient for you? Perhaps influenced by Asya, her attitude was noticeably more respectful than before. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow and immediately replied. It's convenient now, come on. With that, he consumed a summoning card and summoned Novi. A flash of white light appeared. Novi, still clad in her silver armor, her expression less solemn than before, and her demeanor more lively. Boss Lin, we meet again. She bowed slightly, her tone respectful. Lin Qian nodded and gestured. Just put the things on the coffee table. Thank you for your hard work. He spoke casually, but Novi glanced at the coffee table, smiled, and shook her head. Boss Lin, let's find a spacious place. Hearing this, Lin Qian was stunned and frowned. A spacious place? How many special items can there be? Why do we need a spacious place? He glanced at Novi with suspicion, then led her to the large facility area. This should be spacious enough. Novi nodded. It's enough. Then, she waved her hand, and a flash of white light appeared. Clatter. Then, a flood of special items gushed out like a flood, and Lin Qian's eyes froze in silence. It took a full minute just to retrieve them. After a minute, even Lin Qian's feet were piled high with items that looked like glass beads. He was truly shocked. Aren't you Star Clan very poor? Lin Qian looked at Novi and spoke bluntly. We are indeed poor, but Lady Asya asked me to exchange all my savings for low-level special potions. These are the entire wealth of our Star Clan. Novi wasn't shy about it. Even Lady Asya's own collection was put up for trade. She said, since it's a gamble, the bet must be resolute. As she spoke, Novi's eyes seemed to gleam, and it was clear she admired Asya. By the way, Boss Lin, since I'm buying these low-level items in bulk from those established races, I need to explain a few things up front. The stat gains of these items are very low, mostly around 1 or 2 points, and they generally have side effects. But because they're low-level items, as long as your constitution is over 20, the side effects are basically negligible. Although it looks like there are a lot, there are only about 20 or 30 different items, and since these are just piled up in the warehouse, they haven't been sorted. Boss Lin, you know, our tribe is small. In response, Lin Qian simply waved his hand. That's okay. Our human race is, among other things, large in scale. We can do it ourselves. He was genuinely surprised. I hadn't expected that despite appearing so delicate, Asia could actually act with such determination. To be honest, Lin Qian had always felt that the Star Clan's weakness was directly linked to the strength of its leader. As the saying goes, a weak soldier can bring a weak general to the pack. Even after their meeting, his opinion of Asia hadn't changed. But after this incident, he had come to recognize Asia's courage. To dare to gamble with the clan's wealth was no simple person. Perhaps it was precisely because of the Star Clan's constraints that she was hesitant to take action, forcing her to survive in the cracks for so long. Boss Lin, my mission is complete. I take my leave now. Novi bowed and said goodbye. Lin Qian nodded gently, saying nothing more. Instead, he flung out another life egg. Novi was startled and quickly reached out to catch it. Not to mention, after her last experience, she was prepared for the life egg's weight and caught it with a steady hand. Boss Lin, this... Novi was a little shocked and hesitated to speak, but Lin Qian raised a hand to interrupt her. Do you need me to convey a message to Lady Asya? Novi's voice trembled, and her body began to flush, indicating her intense emotion. No need. Like Asya, Lin Qian liked to prove his point with actions. Any promises were just empty talk. He knew Asya wasn't doing this to obtain more life eggs, but since Lin Qian considered her one of his own, he had plenty of life eggs. Crystal Palace? The life egg slowly floated into Asya's hands. Her complexion had recovered considerably, and the light emanating from her body now surpassed Novi's. Boss Lin didn't say anything? Novi nodded. Nothing. After a brief pause, she spoke hesitantly. Are you asking us to take this life egg to the trading city in exchange for more special items? Hearing this, Asya glanced at Novi with resignation. If other races learn that we possess the life egg and are so generous as to sell it, what do you think would be the fate of our Star Clan? Not to mention us, besides those ancient races, even the Demon Clan, who are also collaborating with Boss Lin, ask them if they would dare to do such a thing? You will be the primary liaison between our Star Clan and Boss Lin from now on, so use your mind when speaking and acting. Novi blushed and quickly responded. Yes. Chapter 460. Old Su, thanks to you this time. That thing's defenses were too strong, like a tortoise shell. I really couldn't pry it open. A bonfire burned in the wasteland at night, and the corpses of armored beasts were scattered all around. Amid the crackling sound of grease, the aroma of barbecue grew stronger. Lu Zhanqing pulled out a small cloth bag and sprinkled it on the barbecue. Hey, this is my secret seasoning. It smells amazing. He gained a lot of weight recently, his cheeks slightly fuller, and his sinister aura slightly less sinister. It tastes really good. Su Mian sniffed the spice wafting through the air, raised his eyebrows, and nodded in approval. I got it from a martial arts dungeon. It's slightly toxic, but those with a constitution of 10 or above can ignore it. I don't think anyone in our group has a constitution of less than 10. He glanced around and jokingly said. Su Mian chuckled and continued polishing the snake-shaped great sword in his hand. Lu Zhanqing glanced at Su Mian's sword with envy. What's the name of this sword? I saw you split that thing in half with one strike. It's quite powerful. Su Mian fondly stroked the hilt. It's called Thunder Disaster. Brother Qian gave it to me. Hearing this, Lu Zhanqing couldn't help but sigh. Ah. It's so good to have a big boss protecting you. I wanted to join the Black Army, but Brother Qian wouldn't let me. He insisted I help him recruit talent from outside. Even though I'm working for Brother Qian, the difference between us is like the difference between a biological son and a godson. There's still a level of difference. By the way, has your second attribute reached its limit? Su Mian nodded. My agility has already reached its limit, but my constitution is still 60 points short. What about you? Lu Zhanqing shook his head slightly. I haven't reached it yet, but I have enough attribute points. I break through when I get back. Su Mian frowned. Why wait until I get back to break through? Lu Zhanqing was stunned. It's safer in the room, and there's no outside interference. Su Mian looked at him. Brother Qian said that dungeons are very dangerous these days, with alien killers everywhere. Don't hesitate or hold back on opportunities to improve yourself. Lu Zhanqing nodded. Since it's Brother Qian's words, I have to listen. He took out a yellow diamond-shaped crystal. Old Su, help me keep an eye on the fire. Su Mian took the bag of ingredients and switched places with Lu Zhanqing, taking charge of grilling the meat. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhanqing swallowed the diamond-shaped crystal in one gulp. A moment later, his face suddenly flushed red, and his whole body convulsed, crying and laughing at the same time, immediately attracting curious glances from those around him. Su Mian's mouth twitched slightly, a look of triumph on his face. He casually pulled out his camera and began filming Lu Zhanqing. Come on, old Lu, look at the camera. Lu Zhanqing was about to cry, but tears were in his eyes. He reached out to stop the attack, but his control was completely lost. Just then, a bell rang in the distance. Attention! Unidentified creature approaching from the 8 o'clock direction. Aching, the sniper on guard, warned, observing the approaching person through his sniper scope. It's a camel, carrying a person and a lot of goods. It looks like a merchant. As he observed, a sudden roar came from behind him. Swish! A flash of blue light pierced the night sky. A team of snipers opened fire. Aching frowned and turned back, looking at the sniper team with a puzzled look. It could just be a desert merchant. What if they accidentally hit someone innocent? He was halfway through his sentence, when he was stunned by the cold gaze of the sniper team. If they accidentally hit someone innocent, so what? Before the sniper team finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically, and he adjusted his rifle to aim at the sky. It's an alien killer. After an anxious shout, the sniper fired continuously. Aching also reacted and joined the sniper team in attacking the flying enemy. But the figure was too agile, and the bullets repeatedly missed it, failing to hit it. 1.5 seconds later, the figure landed with a loud bang, and a green shockwave rippled, sending those nearby flying mercilessly. Before they could steady themselves, a system prompt suddenly popped up in everyone's mind. Ding! Under the ban, unable to use any cards. Countdown, 5 minutes. Looking at the figure again, a pitch-black card in his hand was slowly disappearing. Today is truly a harvest season. The man stood up. His neck was slender, his eyes bulging, his belly chubby, and beneath his arms were structures resembling bat wings. At first glance, he looked like an ostrich. With so many promising champions, there must be quite a few broken artifacts in the storage space. He let out an eerie laugh, extending his bamboo-like fingers to count them one by one, his gaze finally settling on Lu Zhanqing. The ostrich man's eyes lit up, and the next moment, his figure instantly transformed into a green flash of light and vanished. Boss! Everyone exclaimed in shock. Ah Chung quickly turned his gun, but it was too late. Just as the sharp claws, covered in green light, were about to descend upon Lu Zhongqing's head, a snake-shaped sword, covered in yellow lightning, slashed diagonally, blocking it just in time. Bang! With a loud explosion, Su Mian took 3 steps back. The ostrich man somersaulted to the ground, his expression slightly surprised. A newcomer in his protection period can actually block my attack? What kind of sword is this? He flicked his claws, looking at the thunder sword. The sword that kills you. With a furious roar, Su Mian's body enveloped in a layer of bone armor. He stomped forward, and thunder sword slashed out with a sharp, grinding sound. Zzz. However, the ostrich man was too agile, and with a slight sneer, he easily dodged the blow. He sneered and aimed his claws at Su Mian's throat, only to be struck by a blue beam of light on his arm. Swish! Bang! He turned back in surprise, only to see a team of snipers aiming at his head, and pulling the trigger again. This time, he was prepared, his figure vanishing in a flash of green light. However, just as he emerged, a hand suddenly emerged from the sand beneath his feet, gripping his ankle tightly. Huh? Startled, he looked down, only to see the man beneath him pull out a faded clock and squeeze it. With a thud, the sound of the hand spinning echoed out. What? His horrified expression seemed to be slowed down, a stark contrast to the grinning figure emerging from the ground below. The next moment, the sniper rifle fired, and a blue beam descended. But the ostrich man's movements suddenly sped up, evidently activating his extreme speed ability. Narrowly dodging the sniper's attack, he barely managed to breathe a sigh of relief when the roar of thunder roared again behind him. Swish! Puff! A slash of blade sliced through his body without hindrance, and a raging yellow electric current spread throughout his body, devouring his last shred of hope. At the same time, the fading clock's effect dissipated. Su Mian didn't dare to relax, wielding thunder disaster and slashing relentlessly until a system notification chimed in his mind. The survivor had been killed and their storage space had been merged. Only then did he stop. Turning around, he took the handkerchief given to him by his teammates, wiped the blood from his face, and breathed a sigh of relief. We've been researching strategies for dealing with powerful enemies for so long, and this guy couldn't even make it past the second element. Who gave him the courage to attack a piece of trash whose agility was already at its limit? The team members next to him shook off the dust, also feeling somewhat disappointed. Brother Qian said the alien killer wouldn't be any weaker than him. When I heard that, I wanted to hang myself. Now it seems Brother Qian was exaggerating. Who can compare to him? Chapter 461. Cough! 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 A violent cough erupted, blood gushing from old Wu's mouth like it was free. A massive wound stretched from his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen, flesh peeling and internal organs damaged. An arm was broken, half his face a bloody mess. Beside him, Duan Feng was in even more miserable condition, a gaping hole in his chest, his limbs twisted and twisted. Dashan lay unconscious on the ground, his armor shattered. Tree shattered. Not far away, in a deep pit, a burly alien survivor had his head pierced by a dragon-patterned spear. His body was covered in burns and ulcers, and a faint foul odor emanated from his body. A bitter battle. Like Su Mian, Old Wu's elite team also encountered an alien killer, but this one was much more powerful. The four relied on tacit coordination to barely defeat it. After a shot of rapid healing potion, Old Wu lay flat on the ground, his breathing finally becoming smoother. At the same moment, a flash of white light passed, and Xia Qing tumbled to the ground in a hectic tumble. She struggled to her feet, discarding the blood-stained black arrow and limping towards Duan Feng. After injecting Duan Feng and Dashan with the rapid healing potion, it was her turn. Compared to Old Wu and the other two, her injuries, as an archer, were relatively minor, with penetrating wounds to her abdomen and thigh non-fatal. After a long while, the potion took effect, and Duan Feng and Dashan awoke almost simultaneously, their faces covered in blood, staring blankly around. "We're still alive?" Duan Feng asked, somewhat bewildered. "Don't worry, we're all alive." Old Wu pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a greedy drag. "Thanks to you for desperately poisoning it and blowing out its eyes just now, otherwise we all be dead." As the team's agile assassin, Duan Feng had previously fused the poison mist ability crystallization of Lin Qian's elimination, and further fused it with the disease ability of the strange prisoner during the previous quarantine mission, further enhancing his poisoning abilities. "Oh, Brother Wu, don't say that. Without any of you, we all be in trouble today." Tank Dashan, warrior Lao Wu, assassin Duan Feng, and ranged Xia Qing each played a crucial role in this battle. Thanks to Brother Qian's previous training, we're prepared for this kind of cross-stage enemy. Otherwise, Duan Feng sighed, a hint of dread in his heart. Dashan casually ripped off his armor to breathe more easily. I want to join your training too. I always heard you mention it, and it's been itching to join. Hearing this, Xia Qing and the other three looked at Dashan speechlessly. Ignorance is truly fearless. The training was useful, but the thought of another training camp in about 2 weeks filled them with worry. I can only hope that Lin Qian will be gentler this time. Brother Wu, you killed that guy. Did you merge the storage space? Are there any goodies? Take them out and see. Duan Feng looked at old Wu. I haven't had time to look yet. Wait a minute. Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, old Wu immediately opened the storage space to check. Then, his expression shifted from dazed to delighted. Holy crap! I made a fortune. 2 days later. Room 609. Sitting on the dragon throne, Lin Qian gazed at the mountain of spoils before him, his brow furrowed. He leaned forward, his fingers crossed, lost in thought. You mean to say, these are all the gains from killing alien survivors and merging storage spaces? He glanced at the 13 captains, and old Wu beside him. Indeed. Everyone responded in unison. What were the casualties? Lin Qian wasn't concerned with the harvest, he was more concerned with whether the Black Army had suffered any casualties. Because of the plentiful supply of rapid healing potions, the Black Army suffered no casualties. Qin Liang spoke, handing over a data sheet. But the reserve suffered heavy losses, with over a dozen dead. Lin Qian frowned as he flipped through the list, letting out a soft breath. The sudden increase in alien killers was likely related to the evil Ghost Tribe's propaganda, and the Star Tribe's large-scale procurement. Some realized that the human race's fruit tree had grown to the point where it could be harvested, and they began to get restless. Report, Brother Qian. We captured an alien killer earlier and extracted some information from him. Just then, at Qin Liang's signal, the captain of Team 5, Flathead Brothers, suddenly stood up and began to report. Oh my god, you scared me. Lin Qian glanced at him speechlessly. Sit down and talk. The flat-headed man immediately sat down, with a serious expression. The reason these guys are almost all above level 1 in a single skill level is probably because they're so strong, they'd be spotted by the supervisors, preventing them from moving freely. Lin Qian knew this, the puppet had mentioned it to him once before. Just like the 3 powerful beast men who had ambushed him earlier, they had remained hidden on the ship from beginning to end, refusing to reveal themselves. Lin Qian was curious. Since it wasn't an instantaneous detection lock, it meant the system wasn't involved in identifying unusual intruders. So how did it detect them? Judging from their response, it was like fugitives deliberately avoiding surveillance cameras. As long as they hid, they wouldn't be discovered. Lacking information, I couldn't figure it out, so I didn't bother to think about it. At least I could proactively target unusual intruders without the system issuing a mission. In any case, you should be more cautious in your future actions. Qin Liang handed over another document. Brother Qian, I already developed a preliminary response plan. Next, I will quickly establish multiple liaison offices in all currently unlocked dungeon worlds. Most of the staff can be native residents, but each liaison office must be staffed by at least 2 survivors. That way, if a team encounters a problem and is restricted by a ban card, the liaison office will be immediately aware of it and relay the information to the Infinity Building. At that time, the corresponding team safety line will begin to summon them continuously using the summon card. If their lives are in danger, they can choose to escape at any time. Block cards only restrict the card usage of survivors in a certain area. They don't restrict their ability to be summoned. A level 3 supervisor's lock authority is a comprehensive blockade, preventing even summons. Alright, go for it. I trust you. Qin Liang was much more adept at handling this sort of thing than he was. As long as the Black Army's safety was guaranteed, that was all that mattered. He glanced at the vast amount of loot on the table and slowly stood up. Take the stuff and divide it up. I don't need it. There were many cross-stage weapons and equipment inside, perfect for strengthening the Black Army. Brother Qian, you might not be interested in the others, but you definitely like this. Su Mian smiled mysteriously and lifted a square box from under the table. Chapter 462. When the technologically advanced square box slowly opened, a brilliant golden light shone upon Lin Qian's face, leaving him feeling a bit dazed. Neatly stacked, strange gold coins lay one upon the other. Brother Qian, here are 3,500 strange gold coins. In addition to what the brothers have recently harvested, I also acquired a small amount. Lin Qian's eyes twitched, and he feigned composure as he took the box. Very good, you guys go ahead and get busy. The 13 captains left one after another, leaving Lin Qian standing there, stunned. 3,500? Awesome. Putting the box away, Lin Qian was about to grab the remaining delicious worm pudding as he headed for room 777. Ding-ling-ling. The familiar sound of the copper bell. There was no one behind the counter. Lin Qian casually pulled a chair from his storage space and sat down, waiting silently. Soon, with a puff of stardust, the bald monster stood directly on the counter, hands on hips, examining Lin Qian. What are you doing now? Bald monster. No, it couldn't be called a bald monster anymore. Lin Qian looked the bald boss up and down in amazement. He saw that white hair, about a centimeter long, had sprouted from his wrinkled skin, instantly elevating his appearance several notches. Only the hoarse, dry voice, still typical of the old monster, was a bit of a downer. Bald boss, the egg of life is working well. Your hair loss has been cured. The bald monster stared at him, arms folded across his chest. Do you still have it? Lin Qian smiled faintly, and nodded without hesitation. Indeed. The bald monster slowly closed his eyes, a look of resignation on his face. Just name your price. What do you want? Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. I'm not selling it. Hearing this, the bald monster was stunned, staring blankly at Lin Qian. As the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable. I'm going to package the remaining life eggs into gifts, and only give them to my friends from now on. At this, the bald monster was stunned for a few seconds, then his attitude suddenly changed. TSK. We've been friends for so long, can't we still be friends? In my heart, I already considered you a friend. I wonder if you... Lin Qian waved his hand. Don't try to be so rude. Where's my pudding? The corners of the bald monster's mouth twitched, angry, but he still managed to smile. It's ready. I get it for you right away. With a puff, he vanished. When he reappeared, the bald monster held a large stack of delicious worm puddings. Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he swept all the delicious worm puddings into his storage space. Wait a minute, aren't you going to save some for this friend of mine? The bald monster practically gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. After some thought, Lin Qian finally pulled out a can of delicious worm pudding and slapped it on the counter. Consider it your hard work. Looking at the solitary can of pudding, the bald monster's eyelids twitched. Okay. After saying okay several times, the bald monster accepted the puddings with a forced smile. At this point, Lin Qian became displeased and pointed a finger at the bald monster's face. I really don't like that expression of yours. That's not an expression you should show between friends. I almost thought you wanted to eat me alive. The bald monster took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and struggled to regain his previous expression. So, my friend, what else do you need? Lin Qian smiled softly, took out the gold coin box from his storage space, and placed it on the counter. Dang! A dull sound made the bald monster's eyelids jump. Then Lin Qian opened the box, slowly leaned back, raised his feet, and placed them on the counter, looking like a frivolous nouveau riche. I need high-quality biological materials, preferably with both strength and functionality. As he spoke, he activated his armor-transforming ability, covering his right arm with steel armor. The bald monster had access to the panel, and was fully aware of Lin Qian's abilities. After a moment's thought, it vanished in a flash. When it reappeared, a thick, massive stack of scales slammed onto the counter with a thud. Lin Qian was startled and quickly retracted his foot. What is this? Looking at the shield-sized scale, Lin Qian's eyes were filled with shock. Psychedelic dragon scales. They can mimic invisibility, and are also incredibly tough. The bald monster lifted a scale, and handed it to Lin Qian. Lin Qian reached out to take it, finding it incredibly thin, with sharp edges and a multicolored, translucent sheen. It resembled some kind of shellfish. He tapped it with his hand, a muffled sound. He swung it, and slashed at his arm armor. A mark appeared, but the scale remained intact. He nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I take it. What's the price? The bald monster smiled faintly, and held up a finger. 100. Lin Qian frowned, watching the bald monster's mouth shape-shift, and suddenly a strong sense of foreboding seized him. 1. As expected, as the second half of the sentence came out, Lin Qian's expression instantly fell. He glanced at the pile of dragon scales. There were about 30 of them. You did this on purpose. Lin Qian was displeased, and snatched the gold coin box from the counter. The bald monster shook his head helplessly. I told you many times. The rules here aren't something I can change at will. Lin Qian was speechless, his expression filled with disbelief. Can you trade it for the egg of life? To his surprise, the bald monster still shook his head. This is something from the store. I can't control it freely. I can only trade it for gold coins. But if you'd like to exchange it, our tribe has other types of dragon scales in its warehouse. Lin Qian waved his hand. He still really liked the psychedelic dragon scale. There are also types of armored beasts that can become invisible, but Lin Qian had tried them before. Those invisible insect armors are both thick and weak. If he didn't want to give up his original armor structure, a full set would greatly hinder his movements. These thin scales would be just the right size. Besides, what's the point of making money? Isn't it just for painting? Bye. He slammed the counter. Give me 20 scales first. He spent 2,000 gold. He estimated that 20 dragon scales would be more than enough to cover the entire armor, and the rest would be used for repairs. The bald monster nodded and waved his hand. A large amount of gold coins began to float into the air, falling behind the counter. Then it counted out 20 psychedelic dragon scales and handed them to Lin Qian. Holding the dragon scales in one hand and the box, now significantly lighter than before, in the other, Lin Qian felt a sense of uncertainty. He had originally considered spending all the money at once, but the bald monster didn't have anything particularly suitable for him at the moment. He had to keep them for now, and come back another time. Goodbye, my friend. Come often. The bald monster's voice called out enthusiastically from behind, and Lin Qian slammed the door, cursing. You wicked scoundrel. Chapter 463. Dragon scales are indeed dragon scales. Even with their unusual digestive properties, Lin Qian's absorption rate was frighteningly slow. After over an hour, the psychedelic dragon scale in his hand had only lost a small hole the size of a soup bowl, which made Lin Qian fall into deep thought. Just then, the sound of fierce fighting suddenly rang out from downstairs. With a loud bang, a huge figure was flung away, vanishing into thin air as a black dot. What are you arguing about? He hurried downstairs impatiently, only to see a group of gigantic supervisors gathered around the bar, eagerly waiting. Inside, a fish monster was violently shaking an oversized cocktail shaker. Sorry, Boss Lin, for disturbing you. The fish monster gave him an apologetic look. Although those dead eyes couldn't express any apology, after this period of interaction and understanding, Lin Qian's ability to judge the fish monster's behavior had greatly improved. As for why he didn't live in the Snake Palace, but instead stayed at the Fish Burger, I believe most of the students can guess the answer. Lin Qian rubbed his eyes and walked to the bar. Seeing him approach, the other supervisors voluntarily made way, leaving the large stone bench in the middle for Lin Qian to sit on. Just now, someone who wanted to sit without a reservation was knocked away by Discus. The fish monster explained the situation to Lin Qian, while shaking his cocktail glass frantically. Following his gaze, Lin Qian looked at a giant, flat-headed supervisor nearby. It was even larger than the fish monster, its body covered in terrifying muscles, like steel bars. It had 2 enormous claws, a raised butt, and a tail covered in barbs. Its body resembled a gorilla. This is another level 3 overseer from Giant City. Lin Qian bestowed this title on him because his head resembles a discus, and he's said to be quite fond of it. Like most overseers in Giant City, his intelligence is low, making communication difficult. However, after Lin Qian's punch, imbued with the power of a giant, he now shows such respect to Lin Qian that even the fish monsters would retreat. Before Lin Qian could even take a seat, the discus reached out and grabbed Lin Qian's shoulders, forcing him down onto the stone bench. With a loud crack, Lin Qian's face paled, and by the time he settled, his shoulder had been crushed. Discus. Be gentle. Boss Lin has delicate arms and legs. You crush him to death if you continue. Being scolded by the fish monster, the discus immediately shrank back, clasping his hands together in his thighs, looking aggrieved. Oh, the kid's clueless. Why are you always telling him what to do? After an injection of high-level healing potion, Lin Qian stretched his healed shoulder and looked curiously at the cocktail shaker in the fish monster's hand. What's that? Why are you shaking it for so long? The fish monster smiled mysteriously. This is my special drink. These guys love it. Go! Go! Don't worry, let Boss Lin taste it first. Knocking away the eagerly offered glasses, the fish monster came over to Lin Qian, set the heavy stone glass aside, and opened the cocktail shaker. Shoo! A pungent smell rose, followed by a burst of dark purple foam. Splash! The thick purple liquid poured into the glass, gurgling and bubbling. Lin Qian's face wrinkled, and he covered his nose. What the hell is this? The fish monster puffed out his chest. Abyssal moss, a little blood from the abyssal beast, 2 drops of dream spring water, cola, soy sauce, white vinegar. Lin Qian couldn't bear to listen any longer. Stop, stop, stop! I can't handle it. You guys can go ahead. Jumping off the nearly 2-meter-high chair, Lin Qian used Shadow Walk to return to the skeleton city. Ah! Boss Lin. Try it before you leave. Delicious. The fish monster kept calling out from behind, but unfortunately, Lin Qian had already run away. This day, Brother Snake's doing death music, and Brother Fish is researching dark cuisine. In this vast city of chaos, there's almost no place for me. In the paradise, Lin Qian strolled around, nodding in response to his colleagues' enthusiastic greetings. Brother Lizard, picking leaks in the abyss again? Seeing old acquaintances, he would even initiate conversation. Without a translator, Brother Lizard could only make random gestures, leaving Lin Qian completely bewildered. It said it's discovered new signs of abyss worm activity. Just then, the puppet man's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. That's great. Search carefully and find more. I'd buy them at a high price. Brother Lizard's face lit up, and he gave an okay sign. After spending so much time with Lin Qian, they had learned some basic body language. Boss Lin, how come you have time to come to the park today? The puppet man's voice often echoed in his mind, but he was nowhere to be found. Boss Lin, I'm at the door of the puppet house. The puppet man guessed Lin Qian's thoughts and offered guidance. However, when Lin Qian arrived at the door of the puppet house, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Catfish and Stitcher were posing in strange poses under a tree, while the puppet man stood on a high stool, a canvas before him, paint splattered all over him, intently painting. No! Senior Puppet Man. Why you too? Seeing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but rub his temples. Wow, now that they have abundant resources, these guys have all started developing hobbies. Boss Lin, what do you mean by that? The puppet man tilted his head, looking at Lin Qian in confusion. Don't jump to conclusions. Lin Qian suddenly closed his eyes, trying to comfort himself. Maybe Senior Puppet Man's painting skills are quite impressive. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Qian forced a smile. Senior Puppet, can I admire your painting? The puppet man was stunned at first, then began to stammer. This. Lin Qian rolled his eyes and stepped forward. Ah! Boss Lin. The puppet man tried to stop him, but Lin Qian ignored him. However, when he saw the painting, he practically froze. Distorted, chaotic, outrageous, violent. He couldn't even find the right words to describe the unidentified mass before him. It wasn't until a chill ran through his mind that Lin Qian finally awoke. Reaching out, he discovered tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Lin Qian was stunned. He stared blankly at the puppet man. Even Snake Brothers' music hadn't caused him any real harm, but the puppet man's painting had. Sorry, Boss Lin, I forgot to tell you that I incorporated some curses into my painting. The puppet scratched its head sheepishly, letting the paint stain its head. Chapter 464. Die! A sharp wind howled as the broadsword, glowing red, slashed down with furious force. Clang! But with a clang of metal clashing, the sword suddenly froze in midair. The alien survivor, his body covered in spikes, gritted his teeth and strained, but ultimately could not withstand the unreasonably powerful force. The next moment, the air twisted, and a hand covered in iridescent scales emerged, clutching the crimson-hued sword with a firm grip, motionless. Puff! Then, a clear tearing sound was heard, and a large hole suddenly appeared in the spiked figure's chest. Lin Qian's figure finally emerged, one hand grasping the sword, the other piercing the opponent's chest. After spending considerable time in the City of Chaos, he had finally successfully refined 3 dragon scales, allowing him to cover his entire body and enter mimicry mode. However, this covering the entire body meant that he didn't utilize other armor abilities, simply covering his flesh. Even so, the power of the psychedelic dragon scales far exceeded Lin Qian's expectations. The sharp dragon claws were comparable to divine weapons. He didn't even need to use the Ring of Power or the giant strength to easily shred and pierce the alien survivor's armor effortlessly. Ding! Kill the abnormal invader and receive a reward. Free attribute points *21. Listening to the system notification in his mind, Lin Qian sighed helplessly. After being promoted to a level 3 overseer, the reward for killing abnormal invaders plummeted. That's normal. Back then, you handled level 3 overseer incidents as a level 2 overseer, so there must have been extra rewards. Now, if you want a more generous reward, you have to skip to level 4 Overseer missions. The puppet figure beside him saw his thoughts and explained. Level 4 Supervisor mission? Forget it. Lin Qian shook his head, he wasn't ready to die yet. Around him were 13 corpses. Not far away, the two brothers, Black Dog and Black Bear, stood quietly, not daring to disturb them. Black Bear kept approaching the fish monster, trying to get close, but was slapped back against the cliff by the fish monster. Stay away from me. After Lin Qian absorbed all the flesh and blood, he wiped the blood from his hands and walked towards the brothers. Next time, I won't limit my strength like this. Because of the declining benefits, simply breaking the limit on a single attribute was no longer enough to satisfy him. Black Dog shrugged helplessly. There's no way around it. Not many dare to take such a risk. After all, you're about to leave your protection period. By then, even if you take action, you won't risk becoming a disqualified person. So, most races are taking a wait-and-see approach. Those who invade your dungeon world are basically abandoned pawns sent by smaller races. They know that once they leave their safety period, they won't even have a chance to get a piece of the action, so they're forced to take such a risk. Lin Qian nodded, as if suddenly realizing something. That's why they're generally quite weak. Black Dog changed the subject. However, I heard that some races seem to have mastered methods to avoid becoming a disqualified person. So, among these individuals, there might be experts with single attributes exceeding 500. Boss Lin, it's best for your tribe to be on the lookout. Anything stronger, and they be targeted by the supervisor. Lin Qian still had great confidence in his men's combat prowess. While their attributes might be a little weak, they were compensated by various equipment and items. With the team's tacit cooperation, as long as they weren't instantly killed, they have no problem surviving. 20 heads now. I hope you bring more next time. Lin Qian pulled out a cheap little notebook and scribbled a few words on it with a pen. Don't worry, Boss Lin. My other brothers have been concentrating on this task lately, and we be done soon. Black Dog patted his chest confidently. That's good. After watching the two evil ghost brothers leave, Lin Qian returned to his room alone. The fish monster said he was going to search for some cocktail ingredients, while the puppet man took the digital camera Lin Qian had given him to search for inspiration for his paintings. Flinging his dragon skin coat, Lin Qian sat down on the dragon throne. Opening the panel, in less than half a minute, all his accumulated free attribute points were consumed. The attributes were updated again. Name, Lin Qian, Level 3 Supervisor 1392/10,000, Strength, 1,000. Agility, 632.1. Const, 1,000. Spirit, 1,000. Traits, Stone Heart, Abnormal Digestion, Resurrection, Incombustibility, Abyssal Adaptation. Abilities, Pure Fire, Flame Breath, Flame Afterimage, Filth, 2%, Alien Blood, Bloodline/Ghost Blood/Blood Mist/Pure Yang Blood, Shadow, Shadow Walk/Shadow Lightning Spear, Armor, Bone Armor/Crystal Armor/Steel Armor/Dragon Scale Armor, Giant Strength, 97.2%. Limited Attack, Ring of Power, First Limit, Hardening, First Limit, Soul Refining, First Limit, Extreme Speed, First Limit, Ghost Eyes, Clairvoyance, Steel Teeth, Soul Scream. Rating, a showpiece with all attributes but no combat power. While possessing a source ability, he's unable to fully unleash its true power. Is that all? Is he worthy of being a level 3 supervisor? Damn. Lin Qian looked away speechlessly. I'm sorry. I thought that with all 3 attributes reaching 1,000, the system's evaluation would improve, but I still looked weak in the eyes of the system. It seems the system's evaluation of combat effectiveness is more based on ability. If we compare attributes, most of the other level 3 supervisors, with the exception of Snake Brother, weren't as good as him. The only thing missing was ability. I wonder when I can get high-level fire abilities from the bald monster. A sigh. The system said he couldn't unleash the true power of his source ability, something he had long since realized. Although pure fire was powerful, its current offensive branch consisted of only one fire breath, which was somewhat weak and crude. He needed a more powerful offensive ability. The same ability could produce vastly different results in different people. For example, a relatively low-level alien blood ability, enhanced by Lin Qian's abnormal digestion trait, became a rare, rapidly growing ability. The werewolf, who possessed the same abilities, also ate relentlessly, gaining few attribute points and instead developing a beer belly. I heard it's affecting his agility in combat, so he's been actively trying to lose weight. Abilities also need to be cultivated. He glanced at the timer. There was only 1 hour left for safe exploration. He clicked on the trial interface, which displayed a countdown. 3rd Regional Survival Trial, 28 days. 28 days left. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian leaned back and slowly closed his eyes. Then, his agility exceeding 500 began to take effect, and he began a silent breakdance on the dragon throne. Chapter 465. Squeak! Squeak! In the corridor, Lin Qian paced forward, raising his hand to retract the blood mist. 3 battered human survivors huddled together at the doorway, insect shells scattered around them. Since the surveillance area had expanded to 100 floors, Lin Qian's missions had increased significantly. Lately, he'd been clearing out the monsters escaping from the doorway, but the payout was too low to muster his enthusiasm. Lin Qian walked in front of the 3, paused, and casually glanced at them. The stand-up collar of his dragon-hide coat obscured half of Lin Qian's face. His glowing red eyes seemed to hold an extremely violent aura. A single glance frightened the 3, leaving them breathless. They felt cold all over, shaking like sieves. Really? Am I that terrifying? Lin Qian turned away speechlessly, his figure transforming into a shadow that quickly vanished from the spot. The 3 of them were left staring at each other, unable to believe they had actually survived the Overseer's clutches. Lin Qian had encountered similar situations many times. Because the alien survivors were well aware of the Overseer's fear, even when cornered in a dungeon world, they wouldn't risk opening a door and escaping during lights out. Only the newly arrived humans were prone to taking chances and making frequent mistakes. Luckily, they encountered Lin Qian. If it had been any of the other colleagues, they would have been killed. Back in the room, just in time, my 100-point salary had arrived. I added it all to my agility, bringing it to 732. Less than 300 points to reach 1,000 across all attributes. Lin Qian pulled the Death Restaurant ticket from his storage space. According to the item description, after using this ticket, he still had to wait for the right number of diners to arrive. However, Lin Qian didn't want to gamble. After all, it was only less than 300 free attributes. With diligent dungeon runs, he could get it in less than 2 days. He had previously considered saving free attribute points and adding them later after determining the limit-breaking attributes corresponding to the hidden menu. But the restaurant wasn't just the rules that were dangerous, the other diners were also. Only those with sufficient strength could survive until the last course. He was a little worried about encountering a breaking level 2 leader at the table. And because the restaurant's entry times were irregular, he most likely wouldn't be able to bring his fellow supervisors with him. But this was a rare opportunity to break through level 2, so Lin Qian had to take the gamble. Until then, I better improve my strength as much as possible. Opening the door and entering the City of Chaos, Lin Qian, taking advantage of the difference in the speed of time, once again began to digest the remaining psychedelic dragon scales, striving to complete them before all 4 attributes reached 1,000. It's worth noting that the retrospective hourglass finally cooled down after being in Snake Brothers' piano room for nearly 4 days. This gave Lin Qian another trump card, and also allowed him to roughly calculate the hourglass's cooldown time. If it took nearly 4 days in the City of Chaos, then in the outside world, it would take at least 10 days. Lin Qian felt that his experience in exploiting this bug was growing. The process of absorbing dragon scales was a bit boring, so Lin Qian simply found a few videos to watch. Just as he was trying to do 2 things at once, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Unusual intrusion detected. Teleportation begins in 5 seconds. Countdown. 5, 4, Lin Qian was stunned. He looked around at the empty space. His colleagues were still working. Huh? Wait a minute. Don't you want to ask if I agree? He was caught off guard. Snake had mentioned that level 3 supervisor missions were accepted in the City of Chaos, but he hadn't explained the specific process, and Lin Qian hadn't asked. He assumed he could choose to accept or reject them, but he hadn't expected a tyrannical system to force him to work. Is this right? He angrily threw the remaining half of the dragon scale to the ground, seething. However, as the countdown ended, Lin Qian's figure vanished with a flash of teleporting white light, leaving only the television, which hadn't been turned off in time, to continue its dull drama. He turned and left, as if he made some kind of resolution. Only the dialogue seemed strangely fitting. Boom! As the golden figure beside him crashed into the mountain, a drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down Fang Qinu's forehead. He didn't dare relax, his eyes fixed on the green-robed figure across from him. It was a handsome young man with deer antlers. At first sight, seeing his appearance, he almost thought he stumbled upon the prince of the Dragon Palace. It wasn't until the fluttering of his green robe during the fight, and his eyes caught sight of the deer's hooves, that he confirmed his identity. But to him, the difference between a dragon and a deer wasn't huge. He couldn't defeat either. He. The antlered young man, holding a folding fan, swung it away with a swift movement, one hand clasped behind his back, and chuckled softly, the demeanor of a refined gentleman. You two are quite interesting. How about this? Hand me all the broken artifacts in your storage space, and I mercifully spare one of your lives. With a swish, the folding fan was folded, and a playful smile played on the young man's lips. Note, there's only one person. As for how to choose that person, it depends on which of you wants to live the most. He spoke as he strolled leisurely. Just then, there was a crash of gravel. The ragged Luo Quan struggled to free himself from the mountainside, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and a hook-shaped purple-black bruise on his chest. Brother Quan, are you okay? Fong Qinhu didn't dare turn back, so he could only ask in a low voice. I'm fine. My physical fitness has improved significantly, and my resistance to blows has increased significantly. Despite this, Luo Quan's expression indicated that his injuries were still severe. However, thanks to the rapid healing potion, his internal organs were slowly recovering, and the hoofprints on his chest were gradually fading. Don't resist. Hold out until the ban card wears off. Luo Quan lowered his voice to the minimum, and gave Fong Qinhu a look. After the brief exchange, he had already determined that the opponent was no match for the two of them. Run? Fong Qinhu whispered. I can't. This guy is probably an agility limit breaker. I didn't even see his movements clearly before I was knocked away. Get behind me. Don't take his attacks head-on. Fong Qinhu was a strength and agility limit breaker, and without any physical training skills, Luo Quan could only protect him as best he could. However, the antler-bearing youth heard every word of their whispers. Oh! Want to hold out until the ban card's effect wears off. He flicked his hand lightly, and 5 pitch-black cards opened like a fan. Then you have to work hard. Hold on, don't die so easily. Chapter 466. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and a shimmering green wave swept through the air. Fong Qinhu clearly heard the crack of his sternum, and then he flew backwards. Not far away, Luo Quan's limbs were broken, and a tube of rapid healing potion rolled down beside him, close at hand yet out of reach. The young man with deer horns glanced impatiently at the timer on his wrist. Why hasn't it arrived yet? A being of his level naturally wouldn't risk becoming disqualified by killing a survivor within the protection period. However, other races have long devised various ways to circumvent this. The simplest one is to find someone else to kill for them. Although the Beast tribe lacks a leader, they still have a huge advantage over the Star tribe. That's their population. This is also a resource, and the most difficult to obtain. Are you waiting for it? At this moment, a calm voice suddenly sounded behind the young man with deer horns. Who is it? The antlered youth, startled, soared several meters into the air. He turned midair and landed, looking at the tall, slender figure that had silently appeared out of nowhere. The platinum dragon hide coat shone brilliantly in the sunlight, a few drops of scarlet slowly sliding down, revealing that its owner had just been through a relatively mild fight. Of course, it was more likely a one-sided massacre. Lin Qian casually tossed the blood-stained brown deerskin in front of him, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from his palms. Can orcs also transform into human form? What props did you use? Lin Qian asked the antlered youth, as if chatting casually, his tone calm and unperturbed. But the young man with deer horns was startled by the aura emanating from Lin Qian, leaving him uneasy. Who are you? The young man asked coldly. Although Lin Qian looked like a human, he didn't believe that a human who hadn't yet emerged from the protective period could produce such a powerful individual who could make him tremble. The two he had just dealt with alone were already considered top-tier talents. He had also come through the protective period, so he naturally understood the limits of each stage. Brother Qian. But the next moment, the voice behind him was that of the young man with deer horns, leaving him stunned. They know each other? Lin Qian waved at Fong Qinhu. Take a look at Luo Quan. I think he looks a little dead. Fong Qinhu nodded. Brother Qian, be careful. This guy's abilities are a bit uncanny. He was about to offer Lin Qian some advice, but Lin Qian interrupted him with a raised hand. Go do your thing. Oh! Okay. Fong Qinhu tactfully shut up, limping over to Luo Quan and beginning to help with the treatment. You are Lin Qian? The Lin Qian from Qingzhou City? The horned young man stared at Lin Qian doubtfully. He had clearly heard of the name. Indeed. Lin Qian nodded slightly. Impossible. The horned young man smiled and shook his head. Even if every task from start to finish was completed in excess, it wouldn't be possible to achieve this level. Lin Qian scratched his nose and chuckled. Are you stalling? Are you waiting for the effects of the ban card to wear off? His thoughts were exposed, and the horned young man's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively stepped back. Brother Qian. 20 seconds left. Fang Qinhu shouted again. Humph. The young man with deer horn snorted coldly, his chest puffed out again. You heard it too, 20 seconds left. Even if you're strong, can you kill me in 20 seconds? Lin Qian shook his head. The young man's lips curled up slightly. But Lin Qian's next words left him dumbfounded. It won't take that long. But there's no need. How about this? Take something valuable from your storage space and trade it for your life, and I let you go. Lin Qian said, raising his hand to check the timer. 16 seconds left. The young man's eyes lit up. Are you serious? This guy seemed to have lived hidden in this dungeon world for a long time, and his speech was strangely elegant. Of course, I'm a man of integrity. Lin Qian smiled and nodded. Okay. The antler-haired young man's face lit up with delight, his eyes rolling as he deliberately pulled items out of his storage space one by one, introducing them as he went, stalling for time. This meteorite armor is a rare treasure. It's invulnerable to swords and spears, and impervious to water and fire. I believe you're an expert. This is fire Ganoderma. Consuming it prolongs life and replenishes qi and blood. This is... Suddenly, Lin Qian raised his hand impatiently, interrupting the antler-haired young man. These are just items from a dungeon. You don't seem sincere. The antler-haired young man feigned a moment of distraction, glancing at the countdown on the control panel. There were only 3 seconds left. Brother Lin, what do you mean by that? Seeing he couldn't get anything else out of him, Lin Qian simply activated his lock-on ability with a single thought. The antler-bearing young man's expression suddenly changed, causing Fang Qinhu and Luo Quan behind him to exclaim in surprise. Brother Qian, be careful. This guy has a strange streak. Lin Qian was speechless. Shut up. This is your brother Qian's strangeness. Oh. The two of them immediately shut up. The antler-bearing young man trembled all over, looking at Lin Qian in disbelief. You're a supervisor. Lin Qian smiled. Oh, you're quite knowledgeable. You even know about the lock-on ability? But then he thought again and frowned. This means someone has successfully escaped a level 3 supervisor. It's hard to imagine how someone could escape while being locked in. Unable to access storage space or cards, unable to be summoned, yet they could still escape. While he was pondering this, the antler-bearing young man across from him nearly peed himself. He was shaking as if he had been electrocuted, his body stiff and unresponsive. His previous arrogance was gone. It's the supervisor. It's over, dead. Lin Qian came to his senses and glanced at the other person. Do you want to live? The antlered youth was stunned, then a fierce desire to survive flared in his eyes, and he slowly knelt on the ground. Yes. Lin Qian smiled faintly. There should be other orc survivors hiding in this dungeon world. Tell me their location, and I spare your life. The antlered youth shuddered at these words. Then, under Lin Qian's astonished gaze, he slowly stood up and stood straight again. Sorry, no comment. His voice trembled slightly, but his body stopped shaking. Then, the antlered youth's appearance began to change. His nose protruded, and a thicket of gray hair grew on his cheeks, returning to his original appearance. Have you already started preparing for his death? Not bad, you have guts. Lin Qian showed an admiring expression, then raised his hand and swung it down. Buzz! A burst of golden light erupted, and the ferocious beast's golden claws roared out with terrifying force. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Boom! A resounding explosion shook the earth and mountains. Even Luo Quan and Fang Qinhu, who were not far away, were startled by the commotion. The golden claws retracted, leaving only a puddle of fleshy flesh, its shapeless form unrecognizable. Ding! Kill the unusual intruder, and receive a reward, 31 free attribute points. Chapter 467. To be honest, before the teleportation, Lin Qian was a bit nervous, wondering how a level 3 supervisor like him, a fake, would react if he encountered a powerful anomalous invader. However, upon discovering he was in a martial arts world, he immediately relaxed. Things unfolded just as he expected. The opponent was pitifully weak. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lin Qian finished off the venison paste and looked at Fang Qinhu and Luo Quan. You two, have you teamed up? Luo Quan draped his tattered cassock around him, and casually swung it around. Yes, Brother Qian. Thank you for your help again. The two of them saluted simultaneously, in perfect sync. Go away! Stop it! Lin Qian waved his hand impatiently, removing the lock on the two men. The lock was limited to a range, but the fish monster said it could be controlled. Lin Qian had used it sparingly, and hadn't mastered the technique yet, so he only managed to cover large areas. He pulled out two watch-shaped communicators, and handed them to the two men. This is our Black Army's internal communication device. When you return, contact the higher-ups, and have your numbers entered. This way, someone can rescue you if you're in danger. Qin Liang had expanded the safety ropes, specifically for those outside the Black Army who were considered top talents. Thank you, Brother Qian. The two were stunned for a moment, then gratefully accepted the communicators. There's going to be a lot of similar things happening these days, so be prepared. Patting the two men on the shoulders, Lin Qian didn't intend to linger and immediately chose to return. With a swish, his gaze darted back to the City of Chaos. The film hadn't finished yet. Calculating the time, only about 10 minutes had passed, a remarkable efficiency. Picking up the dragon scales from the ground, Lin Qian continued to digest them with great difficulty. Ding! Hunter points gained *311. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Qian had already begun to absorb with his eyes closed, bored, when suddenly, a notification chimed. He opened his eyes, knowing that it was the start of a new day of safe exploration. He clicked on the dashboard to check his hunter experience progress. Level 3 Hunter 1703/10,000. Luckily, 10,000 points isn't that easy to earn, otherwise I have to control my points. He didn't want to advance to level 4 Hunter too soon. Looking up at the stairs, Lin Qian gathered his things and stood up. Brother Snake is about to start playing again. We shouldn't stay here for long. He had come to paradise as if seeking refuge, and happened to see Discus from Giant City passing by, carrying a large, twisting mass of purple-black vines. Hey! Discus, what goodies did you find in the abyss again? Lin Qian casually greeted him. That stupid fish sent it here, saying it wants to use the juice of the abyss vine to concoct something. The puppet man's voice echoed in his mind. Although the fish monster and the puppet man could both communicate spiritually, there were significant differences between them. The puppet man could transmit sound over large distances, while the fish monster could only communicate face-to-face, seemingly due to different principles of communication. Hearing that the fish monster wanted to extract juice from this thing, Lin Qian felt a headache. Lin Qian found a secluded corner in the paradise, and spent a considerable amount of time absorbing the 5th dragon scale, before leaving the City of Chaos and returning to the building. As usual, he opened the chat interface, and discovered that Novi had left him a message not long ago. Novi, Boss Lin, the fish have been caught, 12 in total. When will they be delivered? Is the Star Tribe so efficient these days? Lin Qian raised a brow, somewhat surprised. He was only one tick away from reaching 1,000 agility points. 12 heads would be more than enough. He glanced at the timer. There was still an hour and a half left before the safe exploration period ended. Still in time, he replied immediately. You can accept it now. He returned to the City of Chaos, took the puppet with him, and after some thought, decided to bring Discus, who hadn't left Skeleton City yet. With 2 level 3 supervisors on duty, it was more than enough. Unexpectedly, Brother Catfish noticed the commotion and insisted on joining them. Lin Qian was in a hurry, and didn't bother to talk to him, so he simply tossed him into the hound's space and took him away. An hour later, Lin Qian waded to the beach, rinsed the blood-stained towel in the sea, wrung it out, and wiped the remaining blood from his hair. Then, he summoned the pure fire, and a burst of heat rose. The seawater beneath his feet gurgled and bubbled, and the water on his body quickly evaporated. Just then, a stream of water suddenly surged from the distant sea. Lin Qian looked up, and was immediately drenched by the torrent of water. Splash! Splash! Amid the sound of paddling, Brother Catfish swam leisurely on the surface of the sea. He gestured to Lin Qian, as if to say, "You're welcome." Looking back at the shore, aside from the Discus, who sat obediently on the cliff like an 8-ton child, the puppet man had long since disappeared. Who knew where he'd gone to find inspiration again? These guys are becoming increasingly unprofessional. Although with his current strength, and the help of the lock-on effect, it wouldn't be difficult for him to single-handedly defeat 15 individuals who had broken through the first level. You should at least be more professional and take a look. Are you so confident in me? Lin Qian was powerless to complain. He called out, but Catfish Brother ignored him completely, swimming further and further away. Finally, only Discus stood up and prepared to return to the City of Chaos, presumably because the fish monster hadn't completed its mission. Back in his room, Lin Qian sat on the dragon throne again and opened his dashboard. Name, Lin Qian, Level 3 Supervisor 1703/10,000, Strength, 1000. Agility, 763.1. Constitution, 1000. Spirit, 1000. The 31 points from killing the antlered youth were already added to agility. Remaining free attribute points *237. Novi brought a total of 15 alien survivors today, but when Lin Qian killed the 11th, he only received 2 attribute bonuses. The next 2 killed gave him no bonus at all. As the puppet said, once your attributes are maxed out, you can no longer gain free attribute points. 237 points, a perfect fit, just enough to bring agility to 1000. It seems like trying to fix this bug won't work. Sigh. With a sigh, Lin Qian casually added all his free attribute points to agility. Soon, the dashboard data received its final update for the breakthrough level 1 stage. Strength, 1000. Agility, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Spirit, 1000. All 4 maxed out. After closing his eyes, and waiting for his body to adjust to the new attributes, Lin Qian didn't step down from the dragon throne. Instead, he pulled out a translucent card from his storage space. Death Restaurant Admission Ticket. With a thought, a system prompt popped up. Do you want to use it? Yes. Lin Qian's eyes remained calm. Ding! Death Restaurant Admission Ticket successfully used. Chapter 468. With a flash of white light, the translucent card in Lin Qian's hand instantly vanished. Immediately afterwards, a square appeared on Lin Qian's dashboard. Death Restaurant Reservations, 21/24. Huh? Lin Qian was stunned. 24 people? So many. The bald monster's version of the rules only mentioned 10 dishes, but didn't specify how many people would be at each meal. He wasn't worried about the increased number of people, which meant too much uncertainty and a higher risk factor. He was worried about having to eat all the uneaten food on the table. If it was a food with a bonus attribute, it wouldn't be his turn. If it was leftover, it must be a food with a negative attribute. Looks like I need to find a time to finish off some diners. Lin Qian's fingers rubbed the faucet handle, his brow furrowed. He pulled out his long-prepared backpack from his storage space. It was filled with a large number of rapid healing potions and some advanced detoxification items. He also brought a few life eggs, intending to try out the effects of gifting them. After all, the Jianghu isn't about fighting and killing, but about the ways of the world. In a matter of moments, the number of reservations jumped by another unit, bringing the progress to 22/24. That's pretty fast. Lin Qian was a little surprised. He had expected a long wait, but he hadn't expected such a rapid pace. His timing was also fortuitous. There were only 3 slots left when he made his reservation. Soon after, the number of reservations jumped by another unit, bringing the total to 23/24. One more, ready to teleport. He glanced at the timer. The safe exploration time had just expired. What a shame! If I had been earlier, I could have brought Snake and the others in. Sigh. With a helpless sigh, Lin Qian loaded his backpack and prepared to depart at any moment. This preparation took him over half an hour. Lin Qian's nervousness and anticipation were nearly extinguished. He clicked on the interface countless times, but the number of reservations remained fixed at 23/24. Forget it, let's just absorb the dragon scale. Lin Qian worried that entering the City of Chaos would affect his teleportation. While the possibility was slim, this was a precious opportunity to break through to level 2, so he had to be cautious. However, just as he pulled out the 6th dragon scale, and had just made a small dent, a notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding! The death restaurant is fully booked. Teleportation will begin in 5 seconds. Countdown. 5, 4, 3. Lin Qian wordlessly flicked the scales in his hand. You've been waiting for so long without teleporting, and now you're here as soon as you do something. Some things are hard to explain scientifically, like waiting for a bus. When it doesn't come, all you have to do is light a cigarette, and it triggers a mysterious summoning ritual. This principle has a wide range of applications. Before the countdown ended, Lin Qian casually took out his cloak of invisibility and threw it over himself, activating his invisibility. 2, 1, begin teleportation. The next moment, the world spun, and a white light filled his vision. Ah! Ouch! Help! Let me out! It's hot! It's hot! The feeling of weightlessness faded, And before Lin Qian could even open his eyes, he heard a shrill scream from above. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a massive, heavy black stone table. The surface was rough, dirty, and uneven, covered in lingering blood and the hair of an unidentified creature. Each person had a corresponding number in front of them. Lin Qian's position was 21st, apparently related to the order of appointments. His nostrils twitched slightly. A burnt smell lingered in the air. Looking down, Lin Qian found himself sitting on a black stone chair made of the same material as the table. The armrests were coated in a layer of purple, unidentified mucus, with a pungent smell. The environment was dim, the only red light coming from overhead. He looked up, his eyes slowly narrowing. On the transparent ceiling, a group of bloody, unidentified creatures were suffering from the burning of crimson flames. They huddled together, screaming miserably, the flames spreading across their flesh. They struggled in agony, plunging their fingers into their eyes, as if trying to end their suffering, but to no avail. They could only writhe and twitch in despair, a scene reminiscent of hell. Gulp! Lin Qian caught the faint sound of swallowing saliva. He turned his head and saw a blond, blue-eyed young man at seat 6 near the front of the long table, staring blankly at the tragic scene above him. His face was pale, clearly terrified. Human? He was somewhat surprised to find another human present besides himself. At the same time, the young man's behavior caught the attention of several nearby diners. He. A majestic wild boar, its bristles standing on end, let out a muffled laugh. Little chicken, not yet out of its protective period, did you pee your pants after seeing this? The wild boar sat opposite the young man at seat 5. It wasn't wearing a cloak of concealment and sat slouched, clearly confident in its own strength. The young man looked at it tremblingly, his mouth opening but daring not to speak. Seeing his cowardice, the wild boar's greed grew even more pronounced. Your delicate skin and flesh will surely be delicious as a dish. I'm already looking forward to it. As it spoke, a disgusting slobber flowed from its mouth. I. The young man's expression darkened even further. He glanced around, as if seeking help, but all he was greeted with was a stream of even more greedy gazes. Lin Qian paid no attention to this weak fellow. Since it was his choice, he had to bear the consequences. He would only show kindness within his means. Given the uncertain situation, Lin Qian naturally wouldn't act rashly. Taking this opportunity, Lin Qian began to survey the other diners. No, not 24, but 23. Seat 11 was vacant, for some unknown reason. 23 in total, including Lin Qian himself, and only 7 wearing concealment cloaks, a number far below his expectations. Lin Qian assumed that everyone at such events would tacitly conceal their identities to avoid revealing their race. Of course, it might also be that Lin Qian had overestimated the popularity of the cloak of concealment. However, he considered the 100 levels of the infinite boxing tournament to be relatively easy. With a bit of luck, breaking a single limit and then acquiring 1 or 2 advanced abilities would be more than enough. A dangerous aura hung in the air, indicating that among the diners there was someone who could pose a threat to Lin Qian. With Lin Qian's current strength, there weren't many who could threaten him. He could confirm. At least one of the diners has broken through to level 2. Lin Qian's eyes flickered, and his gaze grew serious. Chapter 469. He held his breath, concentrating, trying to sense the location of the person who had broken through level 2, but he couldn't confirm it. Maybe he's among the black-robed men. Lin Qian opened his eyes, giving up searching for the source of danger. He placed his bulging backpack at his feet, a move that caught the attention of the 23rd seat to his right. Goodness, bringing so much stuff. Are you packing? The 23rd seat was a sallow-skinned, eyelidless, bulging-eyed, large-mouthed alien. He was ugly, self-indulgent, and had a deafening voice. Lin Qian frowned as he stood too close. As soon as the large-mouthed creature spoke, the movement here attracted everyone's attention. Except for the human, who trembled under the wild boar's greedy gaze, almost everyone else cast their gazes in his direction. Are you well prepared? It seems you're also someone who knows the rules. Diagonally across from him was the 18th seat, a skinny lizard with eyes about the size of pomegranates, a long, thin neck, and a funny hat. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his tone was arrogant. At the mention of rules, many people's gazes toward Lin Qian changed. Lin Qian cursed inwardly, wishing he could slap the loudmouth next to him to death. He simply left a backpack there, and yet, for no apparent reason, he attracted the entire table's attention. It was truly an undeserved disaster. However, among the diners at the table, his preparations were indeed a bit too extensive. Most of the others didn't appear to be carrying anything. Only the black-robed man at table number 1 clutched a gray cloth bag, which didn't appear to be bulging. Thankfully, the diners merely examined Lin Qian briefly, not paying him much attention for long. Soon, the conversation shifted to Lizard Brother at table number 18. You beast men are truly resilient. Even after the leader was killed, you're still everywhere. It taunted the goat at table 9 across from it with a sardonic tone. Hee hee hee, maybe it's a blessing from heaven. The goat, holding a wooden staff, let out a hoary laugh, but remained unmoved. But the wild boar at table 5 was not pleased. It shifted its gaze from the human youth across from it, and glared unkindly at the lizard. Who was it I thought it was? It turns out to be one of the noble sub-dragons. Come to think of it, I haven't even tasted dragon meat yet. The lizard slowly turned its head and sneered. You? Are you worthy? I'm right here, you come. The wild boar imitated the lizard, folding its arms over its chest and feigning surprise. What do you mean? I said I wanted to eat dragon meat, and you shamelessly dragged yourself into this? What kind of dragon are you? You shamelessly flatter yourselves. What are you doing, sub-dragons? You're truly laughable. To me, you're nothing but a bunch of fire-breathing lizards. Ha ha ha. The boar's laughter was deafening, its sarcasm undisguised. You're courting death. The lizard was visibly enraged, its scales turning red, and a heat permeated the air. The two people sitting next to them moved away, fearing they would be affected. But just then, the goat across from them spoke. Friends of the sub-dragons. You taunted our beasts for no reason, and my own kin taunted back, yet you got angry. What I'm trying to say is, this isn't the outside world. Your 7 leaders have no right to interfere. If a fight really breaks out, with 3 of us and 1 of you, even if you're strong, your chances of winning aren't great. The goat's words gradually calmed the lizard's anger, though its glare remained unfriendly. However, seeing the lizard give up, the wild boar snorted in dissatisfaction. Old man, you talk too much. The goat smiled at it. I think our meeting is fate. There's no need to fight and kill, right? The goat then looked at the white wolf at table 13, the third of the orcs, who hadn't concealed his identity. The white wolf closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and said nothing, as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Novi had said before that the orcs' greatest weakness was their lack of unity, and that different races would even fight each other. Lin Qian, through his own experience, could roughly deduce the situation. During the Qingzhou City raid, the disqualified Fox Fairy and Leopard plotted a plot, only to be disrupted by him. The Leopard summoned Black Panther, a powerful member of his own species, for help. After Black Panther was defeated, the Lion, Tiger, and Wolf trio plotted to surround and kill him, avenging Black Panther. Including the demonic tribes that attacked Qingzhou City, wolves, dogs, foxes, and hounds, they were all carnivorous members of the Kennedy family. However, none of the hidden individuals, like the young man with deer horns, appeared. From this, it can be inferred that carnivorous species can be roughly divided into factions. As for omnivores and herbivores, Lin Qian was less familiar with them. However, judging from the scene before him, White Wolf clearly showed little interest in the other two, seemingly looking down on them. The wild boar, observing White Wolf's reaction, also sneered disdainfully. Even so, just as the lizard was about to attack, Lin Qian could sense that White Wolf was ready to strike at any moment. It seems that even when they're at odds, the beast tribe will unite when faced with an external enemy. 3 of them, a bit of a problem. I wonder if that sub-dragon lizard will help me if I take action. To avoid eating too many of the dishes, Lin Qian would definitely find an opportunity to reduce the number of diners as soon as possible. Coincidentally, the beast tribe already had a grudge against him, making it the perfect place to start. Brother, you know the rules? How about we switch? As he was pondering, Big Mouth suddenly sidled up and whispered to Lin Qian in what he thought was a discreet voice. Everyone's gaze shifted again. Lin Qian's ears were ringing, and he slowly clenched his fists. Are you crazy? He gritted his teeth and turned his head, unable to hold back any longer. He thought to himself, why not just start with this guy? No, brother, don't get me wrong. This is my first time at the Death Restaurant. I spent all my money buying up a ton of intel about it in the trading city. If you're interested in exchanging information, I share everything I have, no matter how many, no matter if they overlap with what I know. As long as you give me some healing items. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed, rubbing his hands awkwardly. Like I said, I spent all my money buying intel and forgot to keep the potions I brought in. His eyes were full of pleading, and he reached out to grab Lin Qian's arm. Can you, brother? Speak, brother. The whole room was silent, all watching the action. Crunch! Crunch! Lin Qian's forehead veins bulged, and his teeth clenched. What a terrible misfortune it was to have such a psychopath sitting next to him. He didn't want to attract attention too soon. I don't have any healing potions. He had no choice but to make up a lie to deal with the idiot. You're kidding. You do? And lots of them. I saw it all. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I have clairvoyance. Chapter 470. The air fell into a deathly silence. Everyone watched Lin Qian's movements with a spectator's heart. Under the influence of the 100% power of the giant, Lin Qian's fists creaked, and a faint crimson lightning began to flow. But the next moment, a coolness spread through his mind, and Lin Qian felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head, instantly calming down. Boom! Boom! He heard his own heartbeat slowing. His eyes moved, and every detail of the face within his field of vision became crystal clear. What's going on? Extreme speed has been triggered? No. It's agility calling the shots. Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned to look at Big Mouth, a face sulking with drowsiness. Saliva, yellow teeth, and unwiped bits of unknown food around his mouth. Tear troughs were prominent above his oval nostrils, and a pair of bulging eyes stared straight at him. Their eyes met. Perhaps due to his long experience with the fish monster, Lin Qian inexplicably sensed a hint of surprise and greed in those stick-on eyes. It was a hard-to-describe feeling, like seeing words on a blank page. Let's call it intuition. It just said it has clairvoyance. In other words, if it can see the healing potion, it can also see the life egg at the bottom. It recognizes the life egg. Is it deliberately provoking me? It's playing dumb. Being able to enter the death restaurant meant that they had exceeded their mission targets at least once. Consumables like the rapid healing potions shouldn't inspire greed. Besides, most of the diners here likely had various potions on them, so there was no need to keep their eyes fixed on him. Of course, it's possible the opponent is just a complete idiot. But Lin Qian didn't want to gamble on such a thing, nor did he dare. Agility wouldn't go off without warning. Although it was a bit far-fetched, this guy might be the broken level 2 he'd been trying to find. At this moment, Lin Qian finally realized the importance of agility. A crucial moment could mean the difference between life and death. At the same time, the automatically activated extreme speed effect disappeared, and everything in his field of vision returned to normal. Hey! Brother, can you please say something? Big Mouth's voice was still deafening. But just as it was about to continue its persistent pursuit, Lin Qian reached out and placed a hand on its arm. Perhaps because he had spent so much time with his fellow supervisors, Lin Qian no longer broke into cold sweats when facing a strong enemy. Not to mention, it wasn't 100% certain at this point. Friend, the things in your backpack are gifts someone asked me to bring to the restaurant chef. Lin Qian's tone was very calm, but the content of his words startled all the diners. A gift for the restaurant owner, or a commission? This sentence carries a lot of information. Big Mouth was stunned, looking Lin Qian up and down for a few seconds, as if mentally weighing the pros and cons. Finally, it slowly loosened its grip and retreated to its seat. Seeing this, Lin Qian's lips curled up slightly. It wouldn't dare gamble. Judging from Big Mouth's reaction, Lin Qian's guess was likely correct. This guy is playing dumb. The other diners also averted their gaze, though occasionally they would steal a glance in Lin Qian's direction, curious about his identity. There was no murmur, as all the diners stood on guard against one another. Suddenly, the flames overhead began to grow, the light grew brighter, and the screams intensified. Boom! The ground trembled, and an irregular crack appeared in the wall at the end of the long table, revealing a glimmer of red light. Everyone looked in that direction, breathless. Is it about to begin? Lin Qian took a deep breath, suppressing his inner nervousness. As the crack in the wall widened, the temperature in the room rose, especially at the first 5 seats, where some were already wiping their sweat. Lin Qian observed the scene within the crack intently. Possessing the incombustibility, he completely ignored the intense heat. What kind of fire is that? He noticed something strange about the red flames. The flames didn't bounce like ordinary flames, but instead rippled up and down like the tides. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard, startling everyone. A massive claw poked out from the crack, clawing heavily against the door. The claw was yellow-brown, covered in irregular, thick layers of crystal. Its 3 fingers resembled swollen chicken claws. Burp! Followed by a deafening burp, a puff of white air erupted from the door, and a foul odor quickly filled the room. The next second, a massive head emerged from the crack, its 4 eyes flashing red. Its massive mouth was filled with layers of sharp teeth, and a vine-like beard drooped from its chin, dripping with yellow mucus. It looked disgusting. Gudong. This time, the sounds of swallowing were noticeably more frequent. It seemed many present were attending for the first time. Although Lin Qian was also attending for the first time, he remained quite calm. For some reason, his tolerance for ugliness had grown stronger. But the monster before him, besides its ugliness, was also terrifyingly intimidating. The mere presence of its head was enough to make many people's hearts race. Visually, this chef from the death restaurant was even scarier than the demonic one. Bang! Amidst a series of crashing sounds, 5 more claws clawed at the edge of the crack, and then a massive, round belly pushed out. The belly had no crystal layer, but 3 claws on each side, and 2 claws below it fluttered around, but were of no use. Clearly, something had gone wrong with the entrance. The belly had been squeezed and deformed, yet it refused to move forward even a fraction. Chi! Chi! The chef of the death restaurant busied himself, puffing out white air. A rumbling sound echoed from within the crack, clearly indicating that his body was more than just this small. Ah! Suddenly, it relaxed its strength as if in a state of discouragement, looking up at the crowd. Someone give me a hand. I'm stuck. Its voice was gruff and impatient, revealing a bad temper. Everyone looked at each other, no one moving. You're kidding. Who dares to go? Humph, a bunch of wimps. The chef could only bow his head in resignation at this, taking a deep breath. Just as he was about to activate some ability, he froze and looked up at the figure standing at the end of the long table. Under everyone's astonishment, Lin Qian casually picked up his backpack and walked steadily towards the chef. When he reached the crack, he casually tossed his backpack aside, ignoring the intense heat, and reached out to grasp the 2 claws the chef offered. Come on, pull harder. Just a little more will do. Chapter 471. At the chef's prompting, Lin Qian began to pull vigorously. Ah! The chef gritted his teeth, following suit. Lin Qian simply lifted his leg and slammed it against the rock wall, the sole of his shoe instantly charring and smoking. Guess I have to ask Yin Sheng to make me a pair of dragon skin boots when I get back. After a few tugs, the chef remained motionless, and he grew impatient. No, you can't do it? You don't have any strength at all. Being questioned, Lin Qian immediately became unhappy and took action again, directly unleashing his giant power. Zzz. Red lightning flashed, and the chef's 4 eyes showed a moment of obvious surprise. The next moment, a tremendous force tugged, pulling out a large portion of his belly. Ouch! It's out! Alright, you're doing great. The chef felt his body relax, his breathing immediately became smoother, and his attitude towards Lin Qian changed dramatically. It twisted its waist, and its rear body emerged. Only then did Lin Qian get a clear look at the creature's full form. From its appearance, it resembled a giant caterpillar, only its belly had swelled and deformed. Its back was covered in a thick crystal carapace, and beyond its abdomen, it had numerous pairs of claws beneath it. It was at least 10 meters long, a behemoth. The chef, his belly swaying, approached the head seat at the long table, his 4 eyes surveying the diners. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Lin Qian, standing still behind him, hadn't moved. There's nothing for you to do now. Go back, it said, waving its 3 claws in a gesture. But Lin Qian remained unmoved. The chef, now somewhat displeased, turned and looked at Lin Qian. What? You don't think you get any special privileges just by doing me a favor, do you? Lin Qian shook his head and raised the backpack in his hand. This is a gift from an elder. His voice was calm, but he was deeply troubled. I don't know if using Brother Evil's name will help. What if these 2 have a grudge? That would be a disaster. Forget it. Don't hit someone who smiles. I don't believe it wouldn't like the life egg that's been delivered to its doorstep. Hearing Lin Qian's words, the chef was surprised. Elder? Gift? What nonsense! He shook his head, seemingly refusing to continue talking to Lin Qian. However, as Lin Qian pulled out a life egg, the chef's body suddenly stiffened. Huh? He suddenly rushed in front of Lin Qian, his terrifying head only a dozen centimeters from Lin Qian's palm. Who is your elder? Unexpectedly, the chef didn't accept the life egg outright. Instead, he curiously inquired of Lin Qian. Lin Qian licked his dry lips, his heart aching. Give this to the fat guy, he'd figure out what to do with it. This single sentence instantly widened the chef's 4 eyes. These are the elder's exact words, and he told me to convey them word for word. Lin Qian quickly added. The air suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The chef's 4 eyes darted around, as if in deep thought. The other diners, too, barely dared to breathe, staring nervously at Lin Qian. Some recognized the egg of life and became agitated. But under the chef's intimidation, all their agitation was suppressed. I understand. After a long pause, the chef spoke. I take the gift. Go back and take your seat. The chef extended a claw and took the life egg. Then, Lin Qian pulled another identical life egg from his backpack. After a pause of 2 seconds, the chef silently took it again. Another life egg. Finally, 6 life eggs were grasped by the chef's 6 claws. After presenting the gift, Lin Qian politely bowed slightly in farewell and returned to his seat, backpack in hand. No one dared to stare at him now. After taking a seat, Lin Qian deliberately glanced at the big mouth at table 23, only to find that the guy had begun to feign indifference and avoid his gaze. Finally, facing Lin Qian's relentless pressure, he raised his head and pretended to admire the infernal scene above him, a look of admiration on his face. It's so beautiful. Lin Qian snorted coldly and looked away. He had won the bet. It seems Brother Evil's tiger skin is still effective. He didn't expect the chef to take care of him, just to ensure he was happy. After all, Brother Evil had said that the effectiveness of hidden dishes depended on the chef's mood. This time, Lin Qian was determined to seize the opportunity to break the second mark. After hiding the egg of life in the folds of his body, the chef turned back to the crowd. It pondered for a moment, as if forgetting its words. Finally, it shook its head and pulled out a copper bell from somewhere. It shook it, and it rang crisply. Ding-ling-ling. First dish. With a loud shout, all the diners instinctively straightened their backs, their nerves tense. The next moment, a buzzing sound came from the crack behind the chef, and then a round, ugly creature flapped its wings and flew out. In its claws, it held a palm-sized leaf. On the leaf, a red cube the size of a mahjong tile, trembling slightly with the creature's wings. 1, 2, 23. Everyone looked up as the group flew overhead, finally landing above each seat, slowly descending, and meticulously placing their food in its corresponding position. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, as if programmed. Lin Qian noticed that these flying creatures had the same crystal layer as the chef's, and also had 4 eyes. However, these creatures only had a head and wings, not the chef's caterpillar-like body, and their size was also significantly different. Same species? He wondered, but his attention was still focused on the dish before him. The waiter flew back to the rift, and the chef lowered the bell and glanced at the group. Enjoy, you guys. They had expected to wait for an introduction to the dish, but to no avail. Some people began to fret, observing the reactions of those around them, hesitant to take a bite. Lin Qian, however, had no hesitation. He reached out, picked up the leaf, rolled up the bright red clot, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The leaf fiber shattered, making a series of friction sounds. Lin Qian's brow furrowed, then instantly relaxed. A rich aroma filled his nostrils, and a tingling electric current spread throughout his body. He gradually slowed his chewing, savoring the delicious meal with meticulous care, as if reluctant to part with it. Delicious. So delicious. He opened his eyes, and gave the chef a thumbs up, overcome with excitement. The dish was indeed delicious, but it wasn't enough to excite Lin Qian. He was doing this purely to please the chef. Sure enough, upon seeing Lin Qian's reaction, the chef clasped his 6 paws together, glanced sideways at the crowd, and snorted disdainfully. Look at him, then look at you. Chapter 472. In reality, Lin Qian's hand speed was simply faster. Furthermore, due to his previous actions, the other diners were now paying extra attention to him, so when Lin Qian enjoyed his meal, they subconsciously stared at him. After the chef spoke, the group regained their composure and immediately began eating. 3 of the beast men, like Lin Qian, wrapped the blood clot in leaves and stuffed it into their mouths, while most of the others ate it separately. Not bad. 6 stack gains from the first dish. The dragon lizard at table 10 chewed the blood clot, holding the leaves in its hand, observing the other diners vaguely. The rule of the death restaurant was that food and its container were eaten together. The blood clot was the food, the leaves the container. However, following Lin Qian's example, many people mistook the leaves for food. They only realized the taste was off after taking a bite, but they still swallowed it despite the pain in their throats. Soon, the first appetizer was over, and not a single piece was left on the table. Lin Qian also used this opportunity to identify the few people in the room who clearly understood the rules. The black-robed man at seat number 1, the 3 beast men, the lizard man, and the big mouth beside him were all included. He was somewhat surprised that more than half of the people knew the rules. It seemed that the diners at this table were no ordinary people. Hee, what do you think, little chicken? Do you think this banquet is just SOSO? The wild boar at seat number 5 saw the young man across from him, looking unsatisfied, and immediately laughed at him. The young man was startled and quickly lowered his head, not wanting to meet the wild boar's gaze. The chef glanced around, seemingly confirming that there was nothing left on the table. He nodded with satisfaction, then raised the bell and rang it gently. Ding-ling-ling. Second dish. A familiar flapping sound was heard, and waiters flew out from the crack, their claws holding a cold white ice tray. In the center, a piece of dark meat dotted with a colorful sauce didn't look particularly appetizing. Oh my god! What a smell! As the waiters approached, an indescribable fishy odor assaulted their nostrils. Many people quickly covered their noses with their hands and leaned back to avoid it. When the ice trays were neatly placed before everyone, some pinched their noses as they scrutinized them, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Corpse fish sashimi. Even a relatively unremarkable ingredient, when prepared with elaborate techniques, can become a delicacy. This time, the chef finally felt like introducing the dish, but there wasn't a single useful bit of information. It seemed more like a recognition of his own skills. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qian reached out and grabbed the jet black fish, shoving it savagely into his mouth. Unseen by the others, the blood streaking down his palm had already devoured most of the small piece. By the time Lin Qian chewed vigorously, only a tiny piece remained. But even this tiny piece made Lin Qian so nauseous that he nearly cried. Finally, with no other options, he could only quietly cast his pure fire to render the fish in his mouth harmless. Delicious. Delicious. He praised it, giving a thumbs up and looking at the chef with admiration. The chef nodded gently, his gaze towards Lin Qian, seeming to show even greater appreciation. After finishing the fish, Lin Qian, seemingly unsatisfied, lifted the ice tray again. By this point, the remaining sauce had turned to ice, but the lingering fishy smell still lingered. Lin Qian bit directly from the edge of the ice tray. His first bite didn't move, surprising him. It seemed this wasn't just any ice. His steel teeth activated, his cheeks trembling uncontrollably. He bit again, easily nibbling off a large chunk. Lin Qian chewed with a crunching, his expression relishing. This scene stunned many, almost believing the fishy stench they smelled was fake. Some people retched, their attempt failing. In the end, the experienced few managed to swallow the carcass fish sashimi without batting an eyelid, but the rest of the ice tray presented a challenge. The subdragon lizard lifted the ice tray with both hands, its scales beginning to glow red. The next moment, the ice tray melted visibly. It opened its mouth, tilted its head back, and drank every drop. As if to avoid missing anything, it deliberately controlled the temperature to prevent the ice tray from melting too quickly. Buzz! With a resounding roar, the wild boar pulled out a piece of gray cloth and completely wrapped the ice plate. Then, activating the ring of power, it struck down with a single punch. With a crack, the ice plate shattered into pieces. Then, the creature actually wet up the gray cloth and stuffed it directly into its mouth, swallowing it whole. Lin Qian's eyelids twitched slightly. What a ruthless person! He turned to look at the big mouth at table 23 and saw that the creature had actually stuffed the entire ice plate directly into his mouth, stretching his cheeks wide as he tilted his head back to hold it, as if trying to dissolve it. Noticing Lin Qian's gaze, the big mouth returned a friendly glance, but Lin Qian ignored it. The second course became increasingly difficult to eat. Several diners were clearly stumped and at a loss. The human youth at table 6 had a grim expression on his face. He forced himself to swallow the corpse fish sashimi, but he couldn't even bite the ice plate in front of him. He had no idea of the rules of the death restaurant, but seeing everyone else nibbling on the ice tray, he naturally guessed a few things. But guessing is one thing, and being able to pull it off is another. He picked up the ice tray and tried again, but even with all his might, he only left a faint tooth mark. The young man put the ice tray down in despair and looked at the wild boar across from him, only to find it glaring at him with gloating satisfaction. He gritted his teeth, stripped off his clothes, and, imitating the wild boar's method, wrapped the ice tray around it. He lifted it high and slammed it down with all his might. Bang! A muffled thud, but the ice tray remained intact. Not enough force. Then, the young man's complexion suddenly flushed, and veins bulged on his forehead, as if he had activated some powerful skill. Ah! With a roar, he slammed the plate down. Crack! The ice tray finally shattered. His face lit up, and with a gasp, he lifted his clothes, only to find the shattering was far less than he expected. There were many palm-sized fragments, and he still couldn't swallow them. He stuffed some of the smaller pieces into his mouth and swallowed them with gritted teeth, but he could only continue smashing the rest. His strength was too weak. Even with his skill activated, it should have been less than 20. Lin Qian couldn't understand how such a weak fellow had managed to exceed the mission and secure a ticket to the death restaurant. Finally, his hard work paid off. The human youth forcibly swallowed all the ice cubes, then tore his clothes into strips, rolled them into a ball, and swallowed them bit by bit. Haha, little chicken, quite clever, huh? But since you learned this from Grandpa Pig, shouldn't you say thank you? Faced with the wild boar's mockery, a sense of indomitable spirit gradually grew within the young man. His face was pale, his whole body shivering with cold. He lowered his head, slowly clenching his hands. Chapter 473. Seeing the wild boar deliberately teasing the human youth, the diners either watched the show or ignored it, with no one attempting to intervene. Even Lin Qian, a fellow diners, didn't take the matter seriously. All they could think about were the next few dishes. Sitting at this table, one moment you're a diner, the next you could be a food item. Who has the time to sympathize with someone unrelated? In the Infinity Building, compassion is an extremely expensive luxury. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've seen a new species of survivor in person. I think it's called the human race, right? They're so limp, without any offensive organs or protective tissues. They're so weak and pathetic. The lizard at seat 10 rested his cheek on one hand, tilting his head to look at the human youth, his tone languid. I heard that this new race, still in its protection period, has produced a truly astonishing leader. Rumors are flying all over the place about him breaking through 1 in 4 categories, and possessing a profound ability. There are always hunting teams organized in the trading city against him, but they've been defeated time and again. I don't know if you heard of this. The lizard looked at the others, its gaze deliberately lingering on the 3 beastmen for a moment. Clearly, it was aware of the heavy losses the beastmen had suffered. The white wolf's gaze gradually grew colder, and a chill gathered in the air. I strongly doubt the veracity of this news. The lizard's lips curled up, still talking to itself. It glanced at the silent human youth and smiled softly. For such a weak race, surviving a mission is already a feat, and you're still thinking of standing out? Ha ha ha. Listening to the lizard's disdainful words, Lin Qian simply scratched his cheek, his heart unmoved, as if what he was saying had nothing to do with him at all. Why does the next dish have to wait so long? He glanced behind the crack and faintly heard a tinkling sound. Are they preparing? Just then, the chef, who had been motionless, finally raised his hand and rang a copper bell. Ding-ling-ling. The 3rd dish. Everyone immediately sat up straight, nervously and expectantly awaiting the dishes. The familiar buzzing sound continued as 23 dishes were placed before everyone, held in shells half the size of a palm. Oh! When the lizard saw the dishes, it suddenly exclaimed in delight. I think I've seen this in the trading city. Products of the abyss are incredibly expensive. Ha! I never thought I'd have such a treat. With that, it lifted the contents of the plate and tossed them into its mouth, beginning to chew with a crunching sound. The others, upon hearing this, immediately joined in. Lin Qian, alone, stared blankly at the contents of the plate, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Damn! He truly wanted to curse. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this 3rd dish was made with the eye of the abyss. Besides the sauce, it was garnished with 2 purple leaves. While it looked a bit bizarre, it was surprisingly palatable. After finishing their meal, the others all shared expressions of surprise, likely due to the significant increase in stats. But for him, this thing was simply too terrifying. Eye of the Abyss, a living plant that grows in the abyss. After ingestion and digestion, it increases strength by 10, agility by 10, constitution by 10, and spirit by 10. There is no upper limit on the amount of this item, but the side effects double with each additional tablet. The Eye of the Abyss on the plate had no item description, but Lin Qian memorized its effects. When he ate the 5th eye, eyes began to sprout all over his body. If he ate another, there was no telling what would happen. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian reached out and grabbed the Eye of the Abyss, his bloodstream rapidly devouring it. He had no choice now, he had to eat. The only thing he could be thankful for was that his attributes were now far stronger than before, allowing him to withstand the doubled side effects with even greater resistance. With a hissing sound, the Eye of the Abyss was completely absorbed. Lin Qian closed his eyes, waiting for the horror to descend. The next moment, a buzzing sound shook the air, startling all the diners. Crack! Crack! Lin Qian's head tilted strangely, and a spherical swelling on his neck grew larger. "It's you? You again? Ha ha ha. This time, you can't get away. I eat you slowly. Little by little." A chilling wind suddenly blew through the restaurant, and even the chef cast a surprised look at Lin Qian. With a whoosh, Lin Qian's body erupted in blazing white flames, a terrifying heat sweeping across the area, causing the diners at several nearby tables to jump and avoid him. Pure fire. The sub-dragon lizard recognized the flame's origin and exclaimed in surprise. The big mouth beside him also showed a look of shock, secretly wishing he hadn't acted rashly. Ho, ho! With a thud, Lin Qian's arm slammed heavily onto the long black stone table. He hunched his back and let out a low, inhuman growl. Those unfamiliar with the Eye of the Abyss might have mistaken this for the poison in the food, and their faces turned pale with fear. The sound of flesh being torn was endless, and Lin Qian's painful roar echoed throughout the restaurant. Buzz! A cool feeling spread through his mind. The Stoneheart's trait triggered a second time, but surprisingly, it only blurred the voice for a few seconds, unable to fully remove it. He. We're too close now. Give up. I become one with you. Your fire can't harm you. The voice, mocking and bewitching, echoed over and over in Lin Qian's mind. Under the intense heat of the pure fire, the cloak of invisibility gradually succumbed and began to burn. The invisibility effect faded, and a hint of gold shimmered faintly within the blazing white flames. Hiss. On the table, Lin Qian's arm began to twist, and one tumor-like eye after another bulged out of the flesh, burning and growing again, unstoppable. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the ears of the diners. The palm of Lin Qian's hand suddenly cracked, and a mouth eventually grew, followed by several more bulging eyes. What a bustling scene! So many people. Those pearl-sized eyes, unaffected by the pure fire, swiveled around, observing the surroundings. At this moment, Lin Qian was concentrating on fighting the consciousness in his mind, completely unaware of the abnormality in his palm. It's been so long since I've seen the scenery outside the abyss. Where is this? Lin Qian's palm, completely controlled by this creature, spun around in a very human-like manner. Why does this scene feel familiar to me? It muttered to itself, turning its head to look at the chef in the head position, then suddenly froze. The chef's 4 eyes also turned towards it, a cruel smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Long time no see, old man. Chapter 474. The 6 claws on the chef's belly clasped together, a buzzing sound etched with undisguised disdain and mockery. Oh! A sudden realization. I never thought this restaurant would fall into the hands of a maggot like you. He, that's fitting. After all, your kind loves to pick up other people's leftovers, don't they? The voice was a little surprised, but not angry. Instead, it retorted with sharper words. The diners exchanged glances, feeling that these few words contained too much information. He. With a light laugh, the chef swung his portly body, straightened his back, and climbed onto the long black stone table. Old creatures like these, who had lived for countless years, naturally wouldn't get angry over a few sarcastic remarks. All you can do now is just talk. Get your head back into your abyss. You can't touch this man under my nose. The chef's words shocked the diners even more. What does he mean? Undisguised protection? Who the hell is this guy? After-sales service for food-related problems? Why haven't I heard of this before? Heh. The voice let out a shrill laugh. You want to protect him? He ate 6 of my eyes. 6, you understand what that means. He's definitely dead today. The chef was slightly startled, then his brows slowly furrowed. 6? Can he hold on this long? It keenly noticed the key point, then its brows slowly furrowed as it looked at Lin Qian. It saw Lin Qian's entire body enveloped in blazing white flames, his body constantly twisting and swelling, yet he never gave up resistance, still struggling to hold on. Is this why the guy chose you? The chef's eyes flickered, and then he sighed. What a hassle. You should have just let me know so I could change the dish. It shook its head, and its enormous, fat body began to crawl across the long black stone table. Its round belly scraped against the surface, making a clattering sound. The diners left their seats and fled, fearing they would be caught. The chef slowly crawled towards Lin Qian, his massive frame making movement difficult, and he was panting after every few steps. It was only then that the diners got a clear, unobstructed look at the chef's insect-like form, and their scalps tingled. Seeing the chef approach, the owner of the Eye of the Abyss immediately grew more anxious, intensifying his attack. However, Lin Qian's consciousness was as solid as a wall, impenetrable. His flesh was constantly scorched by pure fire, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the defenses. "How did you progress so quickly, kid?" It realized something was amiss and exclaimed. At the same time, the chef finally reached Lin Qian. Its hideous head leaned close to Lin Qian, who was struggling and screaming in the chair. It opened its bloody mouth and, to the stunned diners, swallowed Lin Qian whole in one gulp. After devouring Lin Qian, the chef tilted his head back and shook his body, as if trying to get Lin Qian into his stomach faster. Then, a large number of mysterious and profound inscriptions suddenly appeared on its body. These inscriptions swirled around, emitting a calming light green light that lasted for more than 10 seconds before fading. Swish. By the time Lin Qian was vomited out by the chef, he had returned to normal. Aside from the disgusting smell of gastric fluid, even his wounds had completely healed. Cough cough. Lin Qian propped himself up on the table, coughing violently, while also trying to hold back a dry heave. He looked up at the chef with lingering fear. He had been fighting off the intrusion of consciousness in his mind, and had no idea what had happened. When he came to his senses, he was already in the chef's stomach. If he hadn't been vomited out in time, he would have nearly forced his way out. It was only then that Lin Qian realized he had been saved by the chef. "Thank you, Senior." He quickly thanked him, his manner humble, though his tone tinged with fatigue. It was a strange feeling. His body was brimming with strength, yet his spirit was utterly exhausted. "I'm glad you're okay. Be careful not to touch the eye of the abyss again." The chef glanced at Lin Qian, then turned and climbed back, his movements clumsily. After the chef returned to his seat, everyone trembled and returned to their seats. Lin Qian used the heat of the pure fire to cleanse the impurities from his body. His dragon skin coat shimmered with gold, drawing a particularly eye-catching glance. The other diners were secretly observing Lin Qian, but afraid of being discovered, they dared not look directly. Only the young human's eyes lit up, his whole body trembling with excitement. "How about this? How about a break? I can delay the serving of the dishes." The chef's voice echoed, and everyone turned in surprise, then all looked at Lin Qian. Everyone knew he was addressing Lin Qian. Lin Qian waved his hand. "No need. I'm fine." He smiled faintly, indicating that he was fine. Looking down at the table, Lin Qian noticed that the shell container containing the eye of the abyss was missing. He searched everywhere, but couldn't find it. "That's fine." Just as he was wondering, he saw the chef had picked up the copper bell again. Ding-ling-ling. "Fourth dish." The buzzing sound echoed again, and red dots floated over the diners' heads. With a thud, the heavy container dropped, its blazing red glow illuminating the horrified faces. The temperature in the room, which had just dropped, soared again. Atop the 5-centimeter thick black stone container sat a fist-sized dish. It looked like a red-hot lump of iron, radiating intense heat and covered in cracks. Just getting close to it would make a person's hair curl. The heat was astonishing. "Lava cake, my favorite. I'm afraid you won't enjoy it, so I divided it into smaller portions." The chef introduced it lazily, seemingly having overextended himself a bit, not even bothering to open his mouth. The death restaurant finally revealed its true form at this moment. The first 3 dishes were merely appetizers. This was the main course. While everyone's faces were grim, Lin Qian, despite his hesitation over the previous dish, simply scooped up the lava cake and shoved it into his mouth. He took a bite, and the warm liquid flowed out. Lin Qian tilted his head slightly, afraid of any drips, and slowly sipped it across his tongue. He widened his eyes, and nodded in surprise. "Delicious." Lin Qian wasn't pretending, he genuinely thought it was delicious. It wasn't as good as the delicious worm pudding, but it was almost as good. Having finally stumbled upon a delicacy, he was reluctant to devour it all in one gulp, instead savoring it in small bites. This scene, however, once again stunned the entire audience. Even the lizard in Sea Tim was stunned. "No! Which of us is a sub-dragon?" Chapter 475. After finishing the lava cake, Lin Qian began chewing the black stone plate. With his steel teeth, the black stone plate looked just like the cake, leaving a tooth mark with every bite. It was incredibly easy. However, the other diners weren't so relaxed. The wild boar picked up the stone plate and poured the lava cake directly into its mouth. With a slurp, a burnt smell emanated. Its entire body tensed, it forcefully swallowed the cake, pounding its fists against the stone table, enduring the excruciating pain. Hee. The lizard glanced disdainfully at the wild boar, then thrust its head forward, picked up the lava cake, raised its head, and swallowed it easily. However, Lin Qian noticed a small puff of green smoke emanating from this creature's mouth. Clearly, While this subdragon could breathe fire, he didn't possess the incombustibility trait. To Lin Qian's surprise, half of the diners had devoured the lava cake in a matter of moments, while the remaining half had displeased expressions. Take the human youth, for example. His palm was severely burned, the result of a previous attempt. Hee, little chicken, accept your fate. Even if you can handle this dish, what about the next one, and the one after that? Just become a good ingredient, enter Grandpa Pig's stomach, and become my nutrients. At first, the young man hesitated, but upon hearing the wild boar's taunt, he steeled himself and, imitating the lizard, took a direct bite. Swish. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, green smoke billowed. He stood up from the burn, but he didn't let go. Ignoring the burn, he reached out and stuffed the remaining lava cake into his mouth. Although he jumped up in pain and howled in agony, he never stopped. By the time he desperately swallowed the liquid, his lips had turned black. However, the lava cake's lingering effects lingered, and he writhed and wails, his voice shrill, for 2 minutes before he finally recovered. He collapsed to the ground, sweat dripping from his body, but without a healing potion, he could only silently wait for death. Because he still had the black stone container uneaten. Ha ha ha. The wild boar across from him let out a wild laugh, tears streaming down his face, slapping the stone table with its hands. But just then, a vial of potion suddenly flew over and landed right next to the young man. The wild boar's laughter abruptly stopped, and it turned to look at Lin Qian, who had thrown the potion. As a fellow human, I'm helping you, but whether you survive depends on you. His voice was flat, but to the young man's ears, it sounded like heavenly music. He trembled as he picked up the potion, pulled it out, and injected it. The drug took effect quickly, and the charred black skin peeled off, and his lips returned to their tender red. Thank you, big shot, he shouted hoarsely, without any further acknowledgement. Instead, he immediately began to crack the black stone slab, devouring the fragments piece by piece. Throughout, Lin Qian hadn't even glanced at the young man. This man's devotion earned Lin Qian's approval, and helping him was simply a matter of convenience. After all, his identity had been exposed, and he had ample resources at hand, so it didn't matter. If I'm not mistaken, you're 412-6609, the genius leader of the human race. The pig-headed man's voice echoed, even accurately reciting Lin Qian's number. Clearly, their beast tribe hated Lin Qian to the core. But at this moment, its tone was unusually non-hostile. Of course, Lin Qian could guess why the other party wasn't hostile. After all, the chef's previous act of favoritism had been so obvious, and no one wanted to run into trouble at this moment. However, its lack of hostility didn't mean Lin Qian wasn't hostile. Haha, so-called genius champion? He's just a chick that hasn't left its protective period. Lin Qian's lips curled up, repeating what the wild boar had said to the human youth. At these words, not only the wild boar, but even the goat and the white wolf's expressions changed. He wasn't coming with good intentions. Of course, Lin Qian wasn't trying to defend the young man, he was just looking for an excuse to attack. After all, he needed to eat all the leftovers, and every person at the table who could be spared was a good one. The beast's men were the biggest targets, and they could easily take down 3 of them. Ha ha ha. The wild boar suddenly burst into laughter. That was just a joke between me and this little brother. Why did you take it so seriously? A drop of cold sweat fell, and the wild boar now felt like slapping himself twice. It regretted it even more when it noticed the chef's eyes flickering towards it. Why had he been so rude for no reason? Now the leader of his race has shown up. What should he do? Ha! The lizard chuckled, suddenly interested. Brother, let me remind you, the beast tribe is very united. If you start a fight, the other 2 will follow. But don't worry, I've always been a man of justice. If you start a fight, I follow. He patted his chest loudly, acting like a man of honor, seemingly forgetting the disdain he had expressed in his earlier words towards humans. Lin Qian smiled but said nothing. While tensions flared here, the remaining diners were still worried about how they were going to finish their lava cakes. Suddenly Lin Qian moved, with terrifying speed. The wild boar's pupil shrank, and almost instantly, Lin Qian was in front of him. Buzz! A ring of power emerged, and a punch carrying the force of a giant slammed down. Bang! The air trembled, and the wild boar, crossing its arms over its chest, was sent tumbling backwards. A clear crack of bone cracked rang out. What a powerful force! It was horrified, its fat body tumbling flexibly in the air, landing safely on the ground. When it looked up at Lin Qian again, its eyes were bloodshot. Humph! The wild boar snorted softly, a mocking smile playing at the corner of its mouth. Good strength, but still too. Puff. Before he could finish his words, a clear, flesh-piercing sound echoed, and his expression suddenly froze. At the same time, the white wolf, which had just been hiding, suddenly pounced from behind Lin Qian, its bloody maw swooping down to bite Lin Qian's neck. However, the moment it made contact with Lin Qian's figure, it realized something was amiss. No! Boom! As expected, the next moment, a blinding white light erupted, and Lin Qian's standing figure instantly transformed into a blazing white flame, impacting not only the white wolf, but also the two nearby diners, who were sent flying. The remaining diners stared in horror, their gazes frantically searching the area before finally locking onto the rigid wild boar. The boar lay motionless, its mouth open, its eyes filled with terror. Swish! The knife was drawn, blood spurting out, and the boar's corpse collapsed, losing its support. Lin Qian wielded a long sword, draped in a thin, psychedelic dragon-scale armor. His hair fluttered slightly, his expression impassive, as if he had merely slaughtered an ordinary wild boar. Turning, he pointed the tip of his sword at the goat, which was about to unleash its power. Next, your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of light emanated from the psychedelic dragon-scale armor, and then, like a dissolving water droplet, Lin Qian vanished from everyone's sight. Chapter 476. Swish! A flash of black blades slashed down from above. Yang took 2 steps back, his robes billowing as he spun his staff and struck the ground. Bang! The shockwave spread, forcing the now revealed Lin Qian to retreat. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had initially assumed Yang was a mage, considering his attire, but he never imagined he was actually a power-oriented warrior. Lin Qian's movements were nimble and light. As he flipped and landed, he activated his emoing swimming technique, transforming into a pitch-black shadow and darting towards Yang. But at that moment, a black-robed figure not far away suddenly attacked, lunging forward and launching a half-meter-long transparent spike straight at Lin Qian's head. Lin Qian's gaze froze, and he quickly turned to block the blow, only to find Yang charging forward as well, striking Lin Yuan's long sword with the tip of his staff. Bang! A massive impact erupted, numbing Lin Qian's entire arm, sending the Lin Yuan longsword careening through his grasp. Humph! Do you really think there are only 3 of us in the beast tribe? After so many lessons, we long since learned to hide our backs. The goat's lips curled in a sneer, his voice smug. Having broken his defense, Lin Qian lost his balance. The black-robed figure seized this precious opportunity, stabbing the transparent spike between his brows. This battle, they must win. Even the sub-dragon lizard, ready to attack, sat back silently upon seeing this. However, just as the spike pierced Lin Qian's forehead, a blinding golden light suddenly erupted. With a clang, a resounding sound like the sound of a bell ringing resonated in everyone's ears, and the spike paused, unable to advance even an inch. What? The black-robed beastman cried out in a hoarse voice. Humph. With a cold snort, Lin Qian advanced instead of retreating, pressing his forehead against the spike. Crack. With a crisp sound, the half-meter-long transparent spike shattered into several pieces, dissipating in wisps of white smoke. Then, the black-robed beastman shuddered as if struck by electricity, then collapsed, unconscious. Incense-burning golden body. The goat's eyes shrieked in shock. Impossible. Even an incense-burning golden body can't withstand the attack of a soul spike. It shook its head, denying its suspicions, and quickly retreated. Soul spike? Is it some kind of Horcrux? In truth, Lin Qian hadn't fully understood what had just happened. It was only after hearing the goat's exclamation that he began to speculate. Looking at the black-robed orc lying before him, the cloak's effects had worn off, revealing a silent, emaciated dog head beneath his hood. The Horcrux had shattered, its owner instantly dead. Lin Qian scratched his brow. He only felt a toothpick poke, no pain, but he hadn't expected the creature to die so casually. Naughty. Turning around, he saw the burned white wolf had reunited with the goat, still clutching the Lin Yuan long sword. Friend, let's call it a day. You only have one chance for a surprise attack. Now that your weapon is in our hands, 2 against 1, you're not sure you can win. Besides, the others are watching closely. If we keep fighting, no matter who wins, it won't end well. The goat began to persuade him, his tone sincere. The murderous intent in the white wolf's eyes was as solid as a substance, but knowing the current situation, he could only lower his head to conceal it. Hee. After 2 seconds of silence, Lin Qian suddenly laughed. He looked up at the 2 beastmen and spoke slowly. You? As if pondering, perhaps even formulating his words, all the diners subconsciously pricked up their ears, waiting for the next words. Only the goat, sensing something was amiss, suddenly swung its staff. "Be careful." Buzz! Another shockwave swept across, and Lin Qian, standing still, exploded once again in blazing white flames. His true form was already within striking distance of the goat, only an inch away from achieving his goal. But this goat was no ordinary creature. It had noticed the anomaly and reacted. Seeing this, the white wolf held back no longer, wielding its long sword, slashing at Lin Qian with the same brutality as if chopping wood. It intended to use Lin Qian's weapon to decapitate him. However, he didn't expect that his blade, which had been aimed straight down, would strangely turn mid-swing, switching its target to the goat's neck. Puff! The goat was caught off guard. A large gash in the side of its neck slashed open, blood gushing out instantly. It quickly covered its mouth with its hands, turning back in disbelief. "You?" The white wolf looked innocent. "Not me." But the next moment, a strange voice suddenly entered its mind. "It was me." As soon as the words were spoken, the hilt of the blade trembled, and a strange, dark energy surged out, quickly converging into a humanoid figure. "What?" The white wolf was startled, and the goat's attention was also drawn, but it didn't dare to look back. Before Wu Sheng could even fully transform, he slashed with his sword. The white wolf nimbly dodged, but he didn't realize the blow was just a feint. The strike missed, but Wu Sheng didn't hesitate, turning back and joining Lin Qian in attacking the goat. With a slash of his sword, a flash of black light appeared. With a crackling sound, something in the goat's body shattered, and its body was propelled forward by the force of the strike, its center of gravity shifting. Lin Qian seized this precious opportunity, striding forward, and the long simmering red light in his eyes suddenly released. Ghost eyes. Swish. The red light invaded the goat's consciousness, causing it to freeze in its swing of the staff. Under its horrified gaze, Lin Qian's face shone with a sinister grin. He raised his hand and swung his fist. With a humming sound, a ring of power emerged, accompanied by crimson arcs of electricity. It slowly contracted and condensed. Roar! At that moment, the werewolf nearby suddenly lunged at him with a roar. Wu Sheng quickly swung his sword to intercept. With a swish, a black blade slashed through the air. However, the werewolf didn't dodge, surviving the wound and striking out with a claw. Bang! Ling Yuan's long sword was mercilessly sent flying, spinning rapidly in the air. After all, Wu Sheng was just a sword spirit. While sharp, he couldn't currently handle a powerful being with multiple attributes surpassing the first level alone. In an instant, the white wolf, having broken through Wu Sheng's blockade, was already in front of Lin Qian. Its bloody maw opened wide, its claws coated in an invisible air current, twisting the air as if it could tear Lin Qian apart in an instant. But, buzz! A flash of golden light erupted. Lin Qian's body remained motionless, not even raising his eyelids. Suddenly, a terrifying golden claw sprouted from his back, whistling down towards the white wolf like a fly swatter. Boom! Puff! With a loud bang, blood splattered everywhere, and the world shook. At the same time, Lin Qian had also finished gathering his strength and immediately swung his fist down. Bang! Puff! A second muffled thud, the air trembling, blasted a massive bloody hole through the goat's chest. Only a thin layer of skin remained between its neck and head, swaying in the aftermath, like a kite before finally drooping limply. Chapter 477. As the goat's corpse fell heavily to the ground, the Lin Yuan long sword, suspended in midair, also fell. Lin Qian grasped the hilt with precision, executing a dashing sword move. Then, his body erupted in blazing white flames, incinerating all the blood it touched. The movements flowed like flowing water, their force full of energy, leaving the diner stunned. However, in Lin Qian's mind, Wu Sheng's calm voice echoed. "Can you please let me go? It's so hot." Lin Qian's expression remained calm, yet inwardly, he nearly knelt before Wu Sheng. "Please, Brother Wu, bear with me for just 2 more seconds. I rehearsed this move in my head several times." Wu Sheng sighed silently, and said nothing more. The flames dissipated, revealing Lin Qian's dragon skin coat shimmering with golden light, its hem fluttering. He raised his hand, and calmly sheathed the sword. The scabbard was also made of psychedelic dragon scales, specially crafted by Lin Qian for the Lin Yuan long sword. Glancing around, Lin Qian slowly returned to his seat and took a seat. Seeing he finished, the chef, who had been playing dead and watching the fun, finally spoke. "Alright, time's running out. The next dish will be on soon." At these words, a few who hadn't finished their lava cakes panicked. They thought they could use Lin Qian's actions to cool the cakes down, but not only did they fail, But the stone slab they were holding the cakes on became scorching, making it even harder to handle. What should I do? What should I do? 3 people, enduring the burning pain, managed to swallow the lava cakes. They were frantically preparing to smash the stone slab when the chef's voice suddenly rang out. Time's up. As the words fell, the panicked diners suddenly shuddered, their vision blurring. With a series of thuds, they collapsed simultaneously, breathless. Immediately, a rustling sound emanated from the crack behind the chef, and several plump, 3-segmented insects slowly crawled out. Like the waiter, they resembled the chef, but lacked wings, instead possessing 3 pairs of sturdy, powerful claws. They approached the dead eater, placed the body on their backs with their claws, and effortlessly lifted the corpse, heading toward the crack. The 4 dead beast men were also carried away, but their belongings were stripped off. The skinny dog's cloak of concealment, the goat's staff, the white wolf's wrist guards, and a pile of consumables, all placed beneath the chef. Lin Qian noticed that the chef and the insects seemed to have no communication at all, yet the insects seemed to understand his thoughts, and acted completely according to the chef's instructions. Could it be that all of this was its own doing? A bold hypothesis suddenly occurred to Lin Qian. Bald-haired monster and demon brother were both alone guarding the leopard room, so why did this guy have a team of subordinates? Could it be that just because he was called head chef, he actually had a kitchen team? He found that unlikely. The only explanation was that everything he saw, including the flying waiter, was part of the head chef's job. Watching the bodies being dragged away, while the remaining food on the table remained untouched, Lin Qian knew the critical moment had arrived. He stood up, immediately attracting the attention of the remaining diners. With a slight bow to the chef, Lin Qian strode over to the first portion of leftovers. He gathered the shattered slate together with his hands, shook off the bloody threads, and placed them one by one into his mouth, chewing with a beaming, utterly blissful enjoyment. Then, the second, the third, and the remaining 6 portions were devoured. A satisfied expression crossed Lin Qian's face. He once again expressed his respect to the chef and returned to his seat. This action stunned the entire audience, completely bewildered by Lin Qian's actions. 3 of them seemed to have sensed something, their expressions thoughtful. The black-robed figure at seat 1, the lizard at seat 10, and the large mouth beside Lin Qian. The chef quietly watched as Lin Qian devoured the entire dish, a flicker of admiration in his eyes, but no surprise. Only a few knew of this hidden rule. Add to that the nickname Fathead, and the chef already knew the answer. Haha. Those impolite fellows are actually changing their ways for a newcomer, even willing to sacrifice their precious life eggs. How rare. In that case, I can't be too stingy. It closed its eyes, as if falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Qian took the opportunity to count the remaining diners. 4 beast men were slain by him, and 6 diners died due to the rules. Almost half the seats in the arena were immediately vacant. Including Lin Qian himself, there were 13 people left. That's still a bit too many. Lin Qian rubbed his chin and began to discreetly survey the diners, searching for his next target. At his glance, all the diners felt a chill run down their spines. Even the lizards involuntarily avoided Lin Qian's gaze, not daring to look him in the face. Only when they felt Lin Qian staring intently did they return a stiff, unappealing smile. Hee, I'm really curious about the extra meal. Lin Qian looked disappointed. TSK. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly so polite? Looks like you're just looking for trouble. He stared at the lizard with a cold gaze. You just said you helped me. Why are you backing off again? The lizard's expression suddenly changed as he spoke, thinking something was amiss. It had just witnessed Lin Qian's fighting prowess firsthand. Even with 2 more of them, it wouldn't be a match. What should it do? Under the pressure of death, the lizard's underdeveloped brain raced to its fastest pace in its life. Brother. It abruptly stood up, staring at Lin Qian with a sincere gaze. I broke my promise, and I deserve the punishment. But even if you took my life, at most, it would just be adding a dish of dragon meat to the table. It wouldn't help you in any way. Even with his life hanging by a thread, this guy wouldn't miss the opportunity to flatter himself, insisting that sub-dragon meat was actually dragon meat. I noticed that you possess powerful source-level fire abilities, but rarely use them against the enemy. The lizard's address to Lin Qian quietly shifted to a respectful one, its demeanor becoming increasingly humble. Considering the fact that you haven't yet left your protective period, I suspect your fire abilities haven't been fully developed, lacking in their specific ramifications. We, the sub-dragons, possess a natural talent for fire, and are recognized as the experts in the Infinity Building. We treasure countless advanced fire-related abilities. I'm willing to pay you this price to apologize. After we're released, I can even take you to our clan to personally choose whichever you like. I take it without hesitation. I wonder. What do you think? Chapter 478. This lizard is a talent. He was clearly begging for mercy, but his words were righteous, even a touch of pride. Lin Qian was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. After the lizard finished speaking, he waited quietly for Lin Qian's response. He seemed calm, but inside, his heart was in turmoil. Suddenly Lin Qian raised his hand, startling the lizard, who quickly dodged and dodged. When he regained his balance and looked up, he saw Lin Qian staring at him in bewilderment, his fingers rubbing against his nose. Ahem. The lizard coughed awkwardly and returned to his seat. The corner of Lin Qian's mouth curled up slightly. Pretending? Why aren't you pretending anymore? But after hearing what the other party said, Lin Qian was indeed moved. The system mocked him, saying he had a source-level skill but couldn't use it. He had an extremely powerful skill, but he could only use it as a physical skill. He really needed to develop it. He wasn't worried about the lizard going back on its word. A race with 7 top-level leaders should have some reputation. He could ask the demonic tribe to help find them later, and there was no need to worry about not getting the money back. If they won't give, I take it. If they won't obey, I fight. Then, whatever's yours, his, will be mine. Thinking of this, the lizard in Lin Qian's eyes suddenly became handsome, and he couldn't help but give it a gentle smile. The lizard felt a chill down its spine, its heart pounding, and it deeply regretted attending this banquet. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the chef, who had been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, suddenly moved, and a familiar bell rang out. 5th dish extra? As the voice fell, a buzzing sound echoed, and waiters flew out from the cracks one after another, in an orderly manner. Amidst the dull thuds, dishes were placed before the group. A meatball sat on a boat-shaped wooden tray, a thick amber sauce at the bottom. The combination of color, aroma, and flavor whetted everyone's appetite. However, after examining the dishes before them, all the diners in unison turned to look at Lin Qian. The meatballs before them were roughly the size of ping-pong balls, while the meatballs before this guy were the size of soccer balls. Even the trays were different. That's not right. Someone glanced quietly at the chef. Such obvious favoritism, was it really okay? But with the chef's unfriendly glance, everyone immediately quieted down. Anyone with opinions could raise them. No one would stop them. Lin Qian was stunned. He looked at the enormous meatball before him, then at the chef, who nodded slightly, signaling him to start. Lin Qian blinked, somewhat flattered. Looking at the meatball in front of him, he felt a pang of unease, not knowing where to start. Reluctantly, he reached out and touched it. As soon as he touched it, Lin Qian sensed something was amiss. There's something inside. He glanced calmly at the diners around him, then began to nibble. The meatball contained a green fruit, rather firm, its flesh somewhat resembling jade. But with his steel teeth, Lin Qian devoured it all with ease. Soon, a chill spread through his chest and body, and Lin Qian couldn't help but shudder. Then, something unexpected happened. Ding! Gaining power. Purification. Lin Qian blinked, stopped chewing, and looked at the chef. The chef, seemingly unaware of Lin Qian's gaze, closed his eyes, and dozed off again. He quickly devoured the remaining meatballs, chewing the wooden tray until it crumbled in a few bites. Lin Qian then opened the panel to examine it carefully. Purification. Consumes an equal amount of life essence to remove all contamination and cursed states. The ability description was extremely brief. But Lin Qian's heart skipped a beat. This ability. The feeling of being invaded by that unknown abyssal life form flashed through his mind. It seemed like a form of contamination. The chef, recognizing Lin Qian's weakness, prepared this dish specifically for him. Lin Qian felt tears welling up in his eyes. If he had known the chef was so kind, he would have brought more life eggs. 6. To give to beggars? Meanwhile, the other diners had also devoured the meatballs, and were now chewing on the wood, while exclaiming at the deliciousness and benefits of this dish. A full 20 points of strength. What a surprise! Alas, what a shame. My strength attribute has reached its limit, and there's no growth at all. If only I could take the dish out with me. It would surely be worth a fortune. The atmosphere at the table relaxed slightly, and many people looked at Lin Qian curiously, wondering how much he had gained. A meatball that size, wouldn't it have to have 50 points of strength? But they could only guess, not ask. This guy has a bad temper. He gets physical at the drop of a hat. And it's obvious he's a close friend. Who dares to mess with him? Ding-ling-ling. Soon, the next dish arrived. As the waiter flew out of the crack, the temperature around them plummeted. The translucent ice fruit, the size of an egg, was served on a vibrant crystal plate. Even reaching out to touch it would instantly leave your fingers covered in frost. It was a stark contrast to the lava cake. But for Lin Qian, it made little difference. The heat of the pure fire melted the ice fruit with ease, and the crystal plate was like a potato chip, chewing it with relish. But the others weren't so relaxed. Lin Qian quietly glanced at the others and noticed that, besides the big mouth next to him, the black-robed man at table number 1 also devoured the fruit with ease. Judging from this, the two seemed to have similar strengths. Couldn't both of them break through to level 2? He suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. If that were the case, then he'd be incredibly lucky. Such a rare level 2 break, and he actually come across 2 in one go. Lin Qian was lost in thought, while the other diners teetered on the brink of death. Soon, the timer ran out, and 2 more diners perished. Unexpectedly, the human youth had managed to survive again. Although his lips were purple from the cold and he looked miserable, he was still more courageous than the 2 diners who perished. "Friend, drink this, it help." Just then, the lizard man approached the young man and handed him a bottle of red liquid. The young man took it tremblingly, and drank it without hesitation. Soon, his face regained color, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He first thanked the lizard man, then bowed to Lin Qian. He knew the lizard man was only helping him to gain Lin Qian's favor. Lin Qian smiled slightly. This guy was quite clear-headed. Seeing him smile, the lizard man felt relieved. It worked. Looks like I don't have to die. The next dish was another extra meal. Perhaps because so few people had died, the portion was surprisingly small, just 2 slices of meat. However, after eating it, everyone's expressions changed immediately. The rich flavor was almost tearing at their taste buds, and even after swallowing, the taste was unpleasant. Even Lin Qian's brow furrowed, but he forced himself to give a thumbs up despite the discomfort. It's delicious. It's really delicious. Chapter 479. Ding Ling Ling. The 7th dish, made with hard-swallowing vine and paired with a secret sauce, promises the most thrilling dining experience. Before the chef could finish his introduction, a mournful wail echoed from the room. One diner collapsed from his seat, twitching violently on the ground, his hands clawing at his chest. Lin Qian, who had also devoured his meal at top speed, remained expressionless, unresponsive. The moment he took his first bite, he used pure fire to incinerate the dish to ash, then slowly chewed it in a container with the sauce, seemingly enjoying it. Ding Ling Ling. The 13th dish, made with crushed mad mushrooms, made into a rich soup. At this moment, only 8 people remained at the table. Lin Qian, Big Mouth, the human youth, the lizard, and the 4 black-robed figures, including the one at seat number 1. Judging from this, being able to clear the 100th level of the infinite boxing tournament does have some real value. However, what's somewhat surprising is that the human youth has survived to this day. Although he devoured every dish, and the lizard offered his help for Lin Qian's sake, his ability to hold out until now wasn't simply due to luck and sheer determination. This guy definitely has some special ability. Retracting his gaze, Lin Qian didn't pay much attention to him, but continued to mechanically eat and praise him. The soup tasted delicious. He drank it all in one gulp, smacking his lips. Then, his vision suddenly began to distort, but only for a moment. A burst of coolness immediately erupted in his mind, and Stoneheart exerted his strength again, dispelling the effects of the madness. Surprisingly, in this round, the human youth's reaction was even less pronounced than the lizard's. His out-of-control state lasted only 2 minutes before slowly returning to normal. This surprised Lin Qian. Are you primarily focusing on mental attributes? The young man, nibbling on the container, was startled at first, then quickly spat out the crumbs in his mouth and replied, flattered. Yes, sir. Lin Qian nodded, not asking any more questions. The young man waited a moment, seeing that Lin Qian was no longer paying attention, and then continued to devour the container. Somewhat unexpectedly, the illusion created by the mad mushrooms actually caused the 2 black-robed men and the lizard to engage in a fierce battle. Ultimately, the 2 black-robed men died, while the lizard survived, seriously injured. Another chance for a meal, and the 14th dish arrived. Another 20-point attribute bonus, but unfortunately, Lin Qian couldn't enjoy it. He was now completely relaxed. The meal had come to an end, but he hadn't touched a single one of his cards. However, Lin Qian discovered that he had indeed overestimated the dangers of the death restaurant. Besides anything else, those 4 beastmen, including the lizard, were clearly not new to the death restaurant, and through their battles, Lin Qian could roughly gauge their strength. Their main attributes were above 500 points, and at most, 2 attributes had broken through level 1. If a competitor of this caliber could survive the death restaurant, then Lin Qian, who had broken through the limit of 4 attributes, would naturally be no problem either. The only threat was the hidden level 2 breaker, but since he had proactively exposed his connections, they would most likely not have the temerity to risk offending the chef and cause trouble for him. It seems the shadow left by Brother Evil is too great, causing me to harbor a fear of any unknown leopard house. Ding-ling-ling. Thinking, the chef rang the bell again. The 16th dish, and the final one of this banquet. Hearing it was the final dish, everyone perked up. Even Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. With a humming sound, 6 identical dishes were slowly set down. A scarlet flower of flesh and blood blossomed on the pitch-black plate. A strange aura rose from its center, swirling above everyone's heads. You're lucky. This dish is called the flower of life and death. It's supposed to be half poisonous and half non-toxic. However, since the death toll this round exceeded expectations, we're making an exception and serving only the non-toxic portion. As he spoke, the chef gave Lin Qian a subtle glance. Everyone understood and, in turn, turned their gazes. The lizardman's envy was written all over their faces, and then they sighed. Never mind, I can't envy you. Soon, everyone carefully devoured the last dish and sat quietly in their chairs, waiting for it to end. Swish, swish, swish. 5 flashes of white light flashed in quick succession, startling Lin Qian as he was about to raise his hand. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he realized he hadn't been teleported away. Normally, the hidden menu should be served before the other diners. Unfortunately, you're unlucky. There are 2 level 2 diners among the diners. If that were the case, your hidden menu would most likely be snatched away. Hearing the chef's words, Lin Qian couldn't help but be moved. Thank you, senior. He stood up solemnly and bowed, his thanks sincere and unfeigned. He had never imagined that a sudden idea of his would lead to so many convenient opportunities. Hee. The chef grinned, his appearance still frighteningly ugly. There's no one else here. Sit closer. He reached out and knocked on seat number 1. Lin Qian immediately ran over and sat down next to the chef. Strength, agility, constitution, which of these 3 attributes are you going to choose to break through the second limit? But the chef's next words stunned Lin Qian. Wait a minute. Didn't you say it was random? Why are you asking for my opinion? He blinked, his brain faltering. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qian made his choice. Strength. The chef nodded. Okay. Wait a moment. This kind of dish takes longer to prepare. Seeing the chef agree so readily, Lin Qian was even more bewildered. No, you really want me to choose? Then what's the point of all the hard work I put into maxing out all the attributes? If I'd known this would happen, I would have come sooner. I didn't expect Brother Xiaoma's intelligence to be wrong. What a waste of time. Sigh. A glance at the timer showed it had taken 2.5 hours, much faster than he expected. A furtive glance at the nearby chef revealed he had closed his eyes again, further convincing Lin Qian that the contents of the crack were part of it. With the chance to break level 2 within reach, Lin Qian felt a wave of excitement, fidgeting uncomfortably. He would occasionally peer into the crack, listening to the faint sounds coming from within and speculating on the next dish. After a full half hour, the chef finally opened his eyes. All right. Ding-ling-ling. The familiar serving bell rang. Chapter 480. At the dinner table, Lin Qian frowned, staring at the contents, seeming to be hesitant to speak. In front of him, a plate about a meter in diameter held a large, dark mass of an unidentified substance. Bubbles occasionally rose, and the pungent odor permeated his nose, making him retreat in fear. Is this a dish? Lin Qian scratched his cheek and looked at the chef with some suspicion. From its appearance, it looked a bit like heated asphalt. The chef nodded. Eat it quickly. If it solidifies, it might affect its effectiveness. At this, Lin Qian didn't hesitate and immediately slurped it up. But after just the first bite, his face wrinkled like an eggplant. Gulp. Forcing himself to swallow, he bared his teeth like a monkey, his teeth black. Ah! Delicious. Tears welled in his eyes as he uttered these forced compliments, pinching his nose and swallowing mouthful after mouthful. As he swallowed more and more of the black substance, Lin Qian began to feel changes within him. A burning sensation began to invade his limbs, the energy surging through him like red-hot wire. He writhed in agony, yet he dared not stop swallowing. When all the black liquid was gone, Lin Qian reached out a trembling hand, intending to follow the rules and eat the entire plate, but the chef held him down with a claw. Just focus on your breakthrough. I take care of this. Lin Qian nodded, not even bothering to thank him. He leaned back and collapsed to the ground. It felt like snakes were burrowing beneath his skin, the pain piercing his bones and ripping his lungs. Even Lin Qian, accustomed to most pain, couldn't help but bang the back of his head against the ground, his teeth grinding. Although I have a way to block out the pain, breaking through the second limit is a crucial transformation. You should focus on feeling the changes in your body. The chef's voice came, but it sounded a bit vague to Lin Qian. After a long while, the transformation entered the next stage. Lin Qian felt like a volcano within him, ready to erupt, desperate for release. He rolled over and stood up, his forehead veins bulging, his face flushed, his eyes darting around, as if searching for a target. The chef immediately guessed Lin Qian's thoughts. Want to release your energy? With a sigh, the chef awkwardly shifted his body, tilting his round belly towards Lin Qian. The facilities here are indestructible, and malicious acts of vandalism are easily triggered by the rules. You better come at me. Paw paw paw. 6 paws patted their bellies, making a hollow sound like drumming. Come on, hit here. Lin Qian trembled all over, but remained rational, shaking his head and gritting his teeth in refusal. No, I'm afraid of hurting you. This sentence stunned the chef, who stood speechless for several seconds. Then, it suddenly erupted in thunderous laughter. Ah ha ha ha. You little brat, you're really humorous. Come on, bold. If you can hurt me, it's time for this restaurant to find a new owner. Hearing this, Lin Qian no longer suppressed his instincts and swung his fist forward. However, when his fist landed on the round belly, Lin Qian didn't feel the springy, supple texture he imagined. Instead, it felt like hitting a solid piece of steel, a metallic humming sound even emanating. Ding! Lin Qian was thrown back, his teeth bared as he flung his hand away. Looking up, he saw the chef slowly raise his head, his 6 paws calmly crossed across his chest, staring down at Lin Qian. A powerful aura emanated from him, and Lin Qian felt his heart pounding. His instincts went wild, as if he were about to be attacked by an unimaginable terror. His frantic heart instantly calmed, his instinct for survival prompting him to subconsciously activate his armor-transforming ability, fully armored and ready for battle. Ah ha ha ha. The chef, seeing Lin Qian's expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter again, then subsided. It's surprising that you can maintain such strong self-control during a breakthrough. Hearing this, Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately afterwards, an even greater surge of power surged within him. The chef patted his belly again. Come on, keep going, you're welcome. Lin Qian gritted his teeth and charged forward, launching a chaotic, unpredictable attack. This time, the chef didn't use his hardening ability. Amidst muffled thuds, the massive belly dented and then swelled up again, but the chef remained motionless, even taking the time to instruct Lin Qian on how to apply force. Pay attention to your attack range and focus your force. Upwards, yes, right here. 7 o'clock past, ouch! Feels good? Completely unaware that he was being used as a tickling tool, Lin Qian's movements grew faster and faster, his strength increasing. Gradually, a thick cloud of steam began to emanate from his body. With a humming vibration, a ring of power instantly emerged. Bang! A powerful punch punctured the chef's belly, yet his expression remained unwavering, unresponsive. Buzz! With a second punch, the ring of power activated continuously, sending Lin Qian's hair flying and a frenzied look. Bang! The force was far greater than the previous one, sending the chef's belly reeling. Ah! With a roar, Lin Qian swung his fist again, his dragon skin coat rustling. Buzz! The ring of power emerged, expanding, distorting the air, followed by another buzzing sound. Buzz! With the second ring of power appearing, a violent wind suddenly erupted in the air. Lin Qian felt as if he were in the eye of a storm, single-handedly controlling a terrifying force of destructive power. He regained some of his composure and tried to withdraw, but the chef stopped him. Come! Given his permission, he no longer hesitated and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Boom! The air exploded, a gust of wind howled, and the chef's body stumbled back a fraction, a look of surprise in his eyes. Not bad. You just broken through level 2, and you possess such immense strength. It seems it has something to do with your Titan power. Lin Qian, similarly repelled by the backlash, struggled to regain his balance and raised his head, panting. The next second, the long-awaited system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Strength attribute successfully surpasses the second limit. His mind relaxed, and Lin Qian could no longer hold on. His legs gave way, and he fell to the ground. Congratulations. You become a true leader, gaining initials say among the countless races within the Infinity Building. The chef's voice echoed in his ears, but Lin Qian was powerless to respond. Chapter 481. Don't worry, senior. I definitely bring you a gift next time I come. In the death restaurant, the recovered Lin Qian bid a warm farewell to the chef. Haha, you little brat, you're good at talking. Keep it up, and don't let those gloomy guys learn bad habits. Lin Qian's smile froze, and he could only give an awkward laugh, not daring to respond. Don't worry about coming over from now on. I'm here, and nothing will happen to you. Finally, the chef gave Lin Qian a promise and waved his hand. With a swish, he felt weightless, his vision filled with a blinding white light. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Qian appeared on the dragon throne once again. He closed his eyes, calming himself, then clicked on the control panel to check. Since there was no decimal left before the strength, the value remained unchanged. But in the ability column, the suffix of the Ring of Strength had changed. Ring of Strength, second limit. He continued to move his gaze downward to the evaluation column. Evaluation, brute force, yet unable to unleash the true power of source level abilities, undisputedly the worst among the level 3 supervisors. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. You actually admitted I'm a level 3 supervisor? Although I'm at the bottom, it's a far cry from the purely abusive evaluation I received earlier. But the system keeps reminding me that my pure fire development is too low. It seems I need to take this seriously. The image of the lizard man in seat 10 flashed through his mind, and he immediately opened the chat interface. To his surprise, 5 friend requests popped up as soon as he opened the interface. Lin Qian blinked, bewildered. Why so many? Select the first one and accept it. Soon, a message arrived. Ha ha ha. Hello, brother. The familiar tone of voice made Lin Qian frown. Are you the loudmouth sitting next to me? After a few seconds of silence, the other party responded. Ha ha, that's right. Our shirt and clan's defining characteristic is that loudmouth and voice. Sorry to bother you, brother. Because this guy had ill intentions towards me from the beginning, Lin Qian was a bit hesitant to pay attention to him. What for? The other party responded immediately. Ha ha ha, brother, don't bear a grudge against me. This is the rule of the Infinity Building. The strong prey on the weak. If I had known you had such powerful connections, I wouldn't have dared to offend you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gusha, and I'm one of the 4 leaders of the Shirt and Clan. Seeing this message, Lin Qian was slightly taken aback. For champions? I guess I'm really lucky to have even come across this. Seeing Lin Qian didn't respond, Gusha could only continue sending messages. Brother, let me be frank. One of our Shirt and Tribe's champions is nearing exhaustion of his life essence. I'd like to ask the powerful figure behind you for a life egg, offering a large sum of money. If you can help pass on the message, I reward you handsomely. After reading the message, Lin Qian couldn't help but scratch his brow. Why do I feel like all the champions in the world are about to die? Being treated like a lifeline everywhere I go is so tiring. He wasn't very excited. What kind of heritage can a small race like yours, with only 4 champions, have? We might as well sell any excess inventory to the elves. Lin Qian was starting to pull some strings again. Listen, I usually do business with the elves. You're not qualified. But he was telling the truth. The Star Clan could humble themselves and become a vassal of the human race, and the Demon Clan was powerful enough to cooperate. But Lin Qian really looked down upon the mediocre Stone Tan Clan. Soon, Gusha sent another message. Brother, although our Stone Tan Clan only has 4 top-level warriors, we have countless powerful warriors below us who have broken through to the 1st level. The only regret is that our tribe is so small. Otherwise, we would definitely have a place in the Infinity Building. Lin Qian was getting impatient. Can you please stop talking nonsense? My time is precious. Gusha quickly said an apology. Sorry, brother. As long as you can buy the life egg, you can name your price. Lin Qian replied expressionlessly, then closed the chat box. Wait for the notification. Clicked on the second friend request and accepted it. The other party sent a message almost instantly. Big boss. Thank you for not killing me. It must be the lizard. Lin Qian smiled faintly. He had a fairly good impression of this guy. Of course, he was primarily interested in the sub-dragon race's fire abilities. The lizard wasn't particularly strong, only slightly stronger than the orcs. Judging from Lin Qian's perception, his main attribute was around 700 points, potentially reaching 3 limits. He was considered a powerhouse at the level of Breaking One, but still a bit lacking in comparison to Lin Qian. Not bad, quite trustworthy. I thought I'd hear nothing from you after you left. The lizard replied immediately. Boss, what are you talking about? We sub-dragons have always had a good reputation. You can ask around in the trading city. I'm not just boasting. Oh, sorry. I forgot the boss is still in the protection period and hasn't unlocked the trading city yet. Lin Qian was also too lazy to chat with him and got straight to the point. When will you pay me for your life? If you're overdue, I take it back. That one sentence made the lizard's soul tremble. Boss, don't be impulsive. I'm here anytime, even now, don't worry. I contacted the clan, and you can choose any of the fire crystals in stock. Lin Qian frowned. Let me choose. So generous, aren't you afraid I take them all? The lizard quickly responded. It's okay, I can take them all. But our clan may have a small request. Seeing this message, Lin Qian subconsciously thought of the life egg again, and a headache suddenly overwhelmed him. He was almost the exclusive agent for the life egg. But the lizard's next words surprised him. Our tribe worships fire, and draws strength from it. If it's convenient for you, could you please leave us a spark of pure fire? It would be of great significance to us. The lizard's sincerity reminded Lin Qian of the mysterious worship of the giant's power in Giant City. He had no objection to this. No problem, but the power of pure fire is immense. Ordinary creatures simply can't withstand it. How are you going to leave a spark? Seeing Lin Qian agree, the lizard suddenly became excited. Don't worry, sir. We have a material called Dragon's Roost that can keep the flames burning for a long time. Just your approval. I reported to the tribe immediately, and they definitely reward me. By the way, sir, when are you planning to come over? Lin Qian glanced at the timer and responded. Wait until the next safe exploration time begins. Just kidding. He wouldn't dare venture into the tiger's den alone without his colleagues to protect him. After all, Lin Qian was just a fragile, broken level 2. Chapter 482. Casually removing his dragon skin coat, Lin Qian approached the mannequin, shirtless. His angular muscles, like those of a statue, rose and fell with each breath, tensing. He lowered his waist, gathering strength. Buzz! The air trembled, and the first ring of power appeared. Hey! What weakling is this? Trying to show off in front of me? The mannequin opened its eyes, and glanced at Lin Qian with disdain. Lin Qian ignored the mannequin's taunts, and focused on activating the ring of power. Buzz! Then, a second ring of power appeared. Swish! A surge of air surged, and Lin Qian's long hair danced wildly. The two rings of power pressed against each other, unleashing a terrifying force that strained Lin Qian's arms, causing his bones to creak. Because they had been in such a hurry in the death restaurant, this was the first time Lin Qian had carefully observed this ability, which had surpassed level 2. A smaller ring appeared within the larger ring. Though smaller, it was more solid and smooth, like a crystal ring of exceptional transparency, lacking the ripples of the first ring of power. As the two rings clashed, the smaller ring remained motionless, while the larger outer ring trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Just maintaining this, Lin Qian felt his body strained, and he could only activate his hardening ability to protect his arm. At this moment, Lin Qian felt like he was holding a small mountain with one hand, his strength rapidly draining, unable to sustain it for long. Targeting the dummy's provocative face, Lin Qian delivered a powerful punch. Bang! A deafening explosion. The dummy's body felt like it had been mercilessly run over by a high-speed train, twisting and deforming before collapsing backwards. Boom! A surge of air surged, and Lin Qian's soles scraped against the ground, sending him back several meters. This power. A flicker of horror flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. Although it couldn't match a 100% Titan's power ultimate attack, it could still be used as a basic attack. It was incomparable. And as his power surpassed 2, the power of Titan's power would be greatly enhanced. It was hard to imagine that a basic attack could have such terrifying power. So what would an ultimate attack be like? Amidst his swirling thoughts, the dummy finally staggered back to life. The sunken features slowly recovered, and its eyes finally lost their previous scornful and defiant tone. Give up, savage gorilla. No matter how hard you try, you can't hurt me. Hearing the dummy's words, Lin Qian's lips curled up in a satisfied smile. It seemed this guy's tough talk had its limits. Stretching his shoulders, Lin Qian stepped forward again, ready to test the contraction and concentration of the ring of power. Buzz! Buzz! 2 consecutive tremors echoed, and Lin Qian's hair danced wildly again, as if he had launched a helicopter. Taking a deep breath, he began to shrink the outer ring as before. However, after shrinking by just half a centimeter, the outer ring began to tremble violently, like a wheel losing balance, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. Soon, As Lin Qian watched in horror, the ring of power lost control and collapsed. A massive shockwave erupted, sending him flying over 10 meters, landing with a plop in the hot spring. Oh my god, it exploded. He stood up awkwardly. Wu Sheng, who was standing beside him, picked up a towel with a knife and offered it to him. Lin Qian waved it off, unleashing the pure fire to instantly evaporate the water, and then returned to the dummy. After numerous tests, Lin Qian finally gave up on trying to condense the ring of power. I wonder if adding more points will strengthen the outer ring's stability. If it does, there might still be a chance of success. Glancing at the timer, it was time for the daily paycheck. Lin Qian casually added points to his strength, bringing it to 1100. Thankfully, this trip to the death restaurant went smoothly. If he hadn't successfully broken through to level 2, his salary would have been suspended, and every day of delay would have been a huge loss. To acclimate himself to breaking through level 2, Lin Qian began beating the dummy again. And surprisingly, by accident, he made a new discovery. In addition to charging 2 rings of power, he could now simultaneously activate 2 single rings. Buzz! Buzz! With 2 tremors, rings of power appeared in Lin Qian's left and right hands. Transforming his fists into palms, he launched a double peaks piercing ear attack at the dummy. With a bang, the air exploded, and the dummy's head was deformed by the 2 immense forces. It took a long time for it to recover. Lin Qian wanted to test his limits. He took a horror stance and swung his fists in rapid succession, a ring of power connecting seamlessly, and a humming sound emanating from his ears. Ola, 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 ola. He became increasingly excited as he fought, muttering strange, inexplicable slogans until he had nearly hammered the dummy into the ground, only to withdraw. Huh? Lin Qian's eyes gleamed with excitement, his chest heaving violently. He desperately longed for a worthy opponent to exchange a few moves with him, to satisfy his excitement. He immediately thought of the Star Clan leader, but then shook his head. Forget it. She's so small, I'd beat her to death again. Although Lin Qian wasn't entirely sure of this ally's strength, he could tell from the Star Clan's predicament that it likely wasn't very strong. Let's go to Giant City and find a sparring partner when we have time. Most of the overseers in Skeleton City carry curses and possess strange abilities, making them unsuitable as sparring partners. After familiarizing himself with the power of level 2, Lin Qian once again entered the City of Chaos and began digesting the psychedelic dragon scales. 5 dragon scales were just enough to cover the entire armor, but Lin Qian wanted to strengthen the black act tail. Besides providing full coverage and increasing its hardness, he also planned to enlarge and thicken the sharp edges to allow for armor piercing. If there were any left, the skeleton giant shield could also be strengthened. After giving the Black Army some time, and earning himself a good amount of gold, Lin Qian would eventually claim all the dragon scales from the bald monster. The digestion process was tedious. After an unknown amount of time, a teleportation light flickered everywhere in the City of Chaos, signaling the overseer's time off. Hearing the noise, Lin Qian sheathed his dragon scales and went downstairs, just in time to see the fish monster behind the bar, vigorously shaking a cocktail glass. It was obvious that the fish monster truly loved his job. He didn't even take a second to rest. Hey! Boss Lin. The moment he saw Lin Qian, the fish monster's expression flashed with surprise. Would you like to try my special today? As he spoke, he opened the cocktail glass. With a bang, the lid of the cocktail glass flew off, and the unknown liquid inside erupted like fireworks. Then, an even stranger scene appeared. Several pitch-black tentacles emerged from the glass, slowly crawling up the fish monster's large hand. Noticing something unusual, the fish monster looked down, sighed, and then squeezed the tentacles back into the glass, closing the lid with a nonchalant expression. Lin Qian was stunned, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. This guy really should work at the death restaurant. Chapter 483. The sea surged, the wind howled. The island was barren, and the air was thick with the smell of sulfur. In a corner, a light flickered, and a pitch-black wooden door appeared out of nowhere. It opened, and 2 figures emerged. Boss Lin, please look! This is our Subdragon clan's main territory in the Endless Sea, Subdragon Island. Despite its desolate appearance, the ground beneath is rich in mineral resources. Rumor has it that a giant dragon died on this island, its body transformed into a volcano, resulting in this present scene. The lizard introduced the island below, his tone filled with pride. Lin Qian clasped his hands behind his back and surveyed his surroundings. The island's high temperatures had no effect on him. The golden patterns on his dragon skin coat were automatically visible. Compared to the volcanic island, Lin Qian was more interested in the endless sea that the lizard had mentioned. Is the Endless Sea the great world they mentioned? He asked. That's right. The lizard nodded. Because you're currently in the protection period, the copies you encounter are all created through mutations of the original world. It's like mixing paint. Combining the original world with the magic world creates a magical copy world. Then, merging the original world with some kind of disaster creates a new apocalyptic world. They call the copy worlds generated during this protection period primary worlds. It's said that the larger the tribe, the more primary worlds there are. Our subdragon tribe originally possessed 3 primary worlds, but unfortunately, they were attacked. Ultimately, the Great Elder managed to break 2 of them in a critical moment, deterring the invaders. Only then were we able to hold on to the last one. At this mention, the lizard couldn't help but sigh. However, Lin Qian frowned. Defended the last one? What do you mean? Can primordial worlds be fought over like cities? The lizard showed no impatience at Lin Qian's question, instead answering it enthusiastically. Indeed. Boss Lin, your human race is so large, so there must be many primordial worlds as well. You must be prepared for this. Our great elder once said that the existence of primordial worlds is extremely important, like the roots of a race. After leaving the protection period, powerful beings like you will undoubtedly enter the Grand World Dungeon to fight and vie for the chance to break through to the 2nd level. But what about the ordinary survivors whose strength is far behind? If they enter the Grand World Dungeon, they'd be committing suicide. Then, at this point, the importance of the primordial world becomes apparent. If your race possesses a primordial world, then even if you leave, during the protection period, you can slowly grow in these dungeons. While you can't obtain items to break the 1st level through quests, at least you have the right to become stronger. And there's more than one way to obtain items to break the 1st level. With good development, there are still many opportunities to break the 1st level. But once the initial world is gone, even if you're as weak as a rabbit, as soon as you open the door, the Infinity Building will send you directly to the large world dungeon. A survivor who doesn't even have the strength to break the 1st level is sent to the dangerous large world dungeon. Any random plant or flower could kill them, not to mention the increasing difficulty of the quests, and the random encounters with other survivors. The lizard couldn't help but grin, unsure what was coming to mind. Believe me, no one wants to see their own people begging for mercy, willingly becoming undignified playthings just to survive. It's horrific. Besides, the size and number of the initial worlds are crucial. The larger the number of races, the more initial worlds they need. Otherwise, there won't be enough quests, and those without quests will ultimately be forcibly transported to larger dungeons. Take the orcs, for example. They control 2 initial worlds, but because there are so many races, there simply aren't enough. That's why I often encounter orcs, who haven't yet reached level 1 in dungeon quests. After hearing the lizard's words, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown, lost in thought. By accident, he had actually stumbled upon a piece of important information. While this matter didn't concern him personally, it held the fate of the entire human race in its wake. To put it simply, the initial world is like a novice village, suitable for those who haven't yet reached level 1 to level up. The Great World, on the other hand, is a high-level dungeon, and breaking through the 1st limit is the entry threshold. Without the novice village, novices would be forced to challenge higher-level dungeons, and because of the regional survival trials, even if they choose not to enter the dungeon, they're just waiting for death. It's either death or death, either way. So, what are the conditions for seizing the initial world? Lin Qian's casual question startled the lizard. It keenly caught the unusual implication in the question. If someone else had asked, the lizard might have thought they were playing defense. But Lin Qian was different. His tone was calm, without a hint of nervousness. This made the lizard think that Lin Qian wasn't worried about his own world, but was actually planning to seize the worlds of other races. The lizard hesitated. Don't worry, we're friends. We won't steal yours. Lin Qian glanced at it, seeing right through its inner thoughts. As expected, his guess was correct. The temperature on Yaolong Island was incredibly high, but the lizard felt an inexplicable chill on its back. Bringing this guy here really wasn't like inviting a wolf into the house. Ahem. With a light cough, the lizard finally gave its answer. A very rare black and gold card, a war card. When the cardholder uses this card in the target world, it triggers a large-scale mission. The one who started the war is the attacker, and the original owner of the world is the defender. Boss Lin should have done guarding missions before. Lin Qian nodded. It's similar to that one, just on a much larger scale. It's important to note that after a war card is successfully used, only survivors in the initial world at the time will receive the message. Survivors in the building or other dungeon worlds will not be notified. One of our subdragon race's initial worlds was stolen in a surprise attack. Those beasts spent a considerable amount of time hiding a large number of people in the dungeon and pinpointing the locations of all the subdragon survivors. When they decided to act, they first assassinated our fellow survivors to prevent the information from leaking, and then used the war card. By the time we received the news and rushed over, it was too late to save the situation. Alas! Another sigh. Chapter 484. Hearing this, Lin Qian's brow furrowed again. He immediately thought of the hidden beast men in the martial arts dungeon. Combining what the lizard had mentioned earlier, although the beast men possessed 2 initial worlds, their population was too large to use them. It seems these beasts have always coveted our human initial world. Lin Qian sneered. At first, he hadn't taken it seriously, but now it seemed he really needed to find an opportunity to lead his colleagues to the martial arts dungeon for a thorough cleanup. It's not just the martial arts dungeon. There are probably hidden alien survivors in other dungeons too. Let's just clean them all out and treat it like a relaxing tour for the group. Lin Qian wasn't at all worried about this. Anyone who dared to use the war card against the human initial world would be on the hook. Lin Qian just hoped they could withstand the beating when he arrived with the tour group. But this war card is a good thing. I got to find a way to get one. Lin Qian glanced at the lizard. Do you subdragons have war cards? The lizard tensed again. If it could sweat, it would be sweating profusely. What is this guy trying to do? I'm not sure, but you can ask our elders later. The lizard lowered its head, its attitude becoming even more cautious. Hearing this, Lin Qian immediately reached forward. Lead the way. Roar! At that moment, a roar like a giant beast suddenly rang out from the distant sea. Lin Qian turned his head and saw a gigantic fish leaping out of the water, its jaws wide open, clutching the giant bird in the air. Ah! A new species I never tasted. Lin Qian, intrigued, gestured to the lizard beside him. Wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Even before he finished speaking, his armor transforming ability activated, and the colorful dragon scales reflected a brilliant light. Immediately afterwards, 6 power sheaths simultaneously erupted with blazing white flames. Lin Qian's body soared into the air like a fighter jet. With a whoosh, he sprinted towards the strange fish, trailing a long trail of white light. In midair, the strange fish seemed to notice Lin Qian approaching at high speed. With a sharp shake of its head, it flung the long-dead giant bird into the sea, then turned and bit Lin Qian. Ah! Lin Qian raised his eyebrows, unflinching, and threw himself forward to be bitten. Crack! As expected, the strange fish's teeth bit into the psychedelic dragon scales, but apart from breaking a few large teeth, they didn't even leave a scratch. Goo! It let out a pitiful wail, but Lin Qian's fist pierced its mouth, silencing it abruptly. The power sheath activated at full power, propelling the strange fish upward. Midair, Lin Qian emerged from the fish's mouth, grabbed the gills like a dead dog, and dragged it toward the island. The lizard standing there watched in amazement. 10 seconds later, Lin Qian dragged the still-throbbing strange fish from the sky, slamming it to the ground with a thud. The strange fish, unable to withstand the intense heat on the ground, struggled even more fiercely. Lin Qian manipulated the blood vessels to crush its internal organs, severing the fish's lifeline. The strange fish was about the size of a van, purple-black in color, with a massive head and a terrifyingly large mouth filled with sharp teeth. Its body was covered in thick, shield-like scales, its tail was thick, and its fins were sharp as knives. Do you subdragons like fish? Take some? While carving up the fish, Lin Qian didn't forget to ask the lizard. The lizard's expression was somewhat dazed, and it stared blankly at Lin Qian. Lin. Boss Lin. Lin Qian looked at it in confusion. What's wrong? The lizard swallowed. This is a demon lionfish, known as the killer of the ocean. Even in its juvenile stage, its strength is around 400 points, and its roar has a mentally intimidating effect. You killed it so easily? Lin Qian looked at it calmly. Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to eat it or not? After some casual chatter along the way, Lin Qian learned that the lizard's name was Razor. Besides his natural fire ability, he was also an agile assassin skilled in close combat. Oh! We're here. Our subdragon camp is just ahead. Razor's speech was a bit slurred as he chewed the raw fish. Lin Qian skewered the fish, grilled it over a flame until it was 80% rare, and then sprinkled it with seasoning, serving it as a barbecue. It's worth mentioning that despite its ferocious appearance, the demon lionfish tasted quite good, though a bit dry and lacking in fat. Standing in front of the subdragon camp, Lin Qian's expression was somewhat surprised. Hearing the name camp, Lin Qian had initially imagined it to be rather simple, but he hadn't expected to find a vast city built into a volcanic crater. It was bustling with sub-dragons, more spectacular and bustling than he had imagined. Following Razor, he stood on a large stone slab. He stomped his feet twice, and a red rune suddenly appeared on the stone. Then, like an elevator, it began to slowly move towards the city below. Boss Lin, look, those over there, and those few over there, are all anti-aircraft devices. Because large flying creatures often pass by here, we have to be on guard. Lin Qian had wanted to fly over directly, but Razor stopped him, fearing he might be accidentally injured by the anti-aircraft devices. Since there was plenty of time, Lin Qian wasn't in a hurry. But judging by Razor's attitude towards him, this sub-dragon probably wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. At this, Lin Qian could only sigh with regret. These 50 or so colleagues have been brought in for nothing again. Razor's ears twitched, and he turned back in confusion. Boss Lin, what did you say? Lin Qian shook his head. Nothing. Perhaps because Lin Qian's dragon skin coat was too conspicuous, or perhaps because no foreigners usually approached this place. The sub-dragons in the camp all looked up at Lin Qian, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Hey! Razor, who are you bringing back? Someone shouted at the top of his lungs, and from the tone of their voices, they seemed to know Razor. This is the distinguished guest the elders want to see. Shut up and don't offend Boss Lin. Hearing it was related to the elders, the sub-dragons below suddenly quieted down, only to look at Lin Qian with even greater curiosity. As the sub-dragons gazed upward, Lin Qian and Razor rode the floating stone slabs to the tallest building in the center. From a distance, Lin Qian could hear a clanging sound. Following Razor, the temperature began to rise, until Razor, a sub-dragon, couldn't help but gasp violently. But when he looked back at Lin Qian, he saw he looked calm. What's wrong? Seeing Razor looking at him with a puzzled expression, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel puzzled. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Razor spoke hesitantly. Boss Lin, you don't have any connection to the real dragon race, do you? Chapter 485. Ding! 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 The ground beneath his feet was covered with irregular cracks, through which dark red magma slowly flowed, occasionally emitting streams of hot steam. The sound of heavy hammers echoed again and again, deafening. The further he advanced, the narrower the space became. The heat made Lin Qian's dragon skin coat gleam with gold, exuding a unique aura of dignity. Nevertheless, Razor, standing beside him, was panting heavily, taking a jar of liquid from his storage space and guzzling it from time to time. We come at the wrong time. Elder Bronze Hammer is forging. Ouch, it's too hot. Gudong, gudong. After only a few steps, he couldn't hold on any longer, holding onto the wall and refusing to move forward. Boss Lin, why don't we go out and wait for a while until Elder Bronze Hammer is done? Then, seeing its expression, Lin Qian couldn't help but glare at it with disdain. And yet, you call yourself a sub-dragon? Forget it, I'm in a hurry. I go in and talk to your elders myself. He flung his dragon-hide coat aside, preparing to meet Elder Bronze Hammer on his own. Wait! Boss Lin. Suddenly, Razor reached out and grabbed Lin Qian. Elder Bronze Hammer has a bit of a temper. Let me go in with you. It gritted its teeth, pulled out a walnut-sized red crystal from its storage space, and swallowed it. Immediately, a flash of red light began to circulate around it, eventually merging into its body. Its once tormented expression quickly calmed. Boss Lin, please! Razor calmly led the way, a stark contrast to a moment ago. What did you just eat? Lin Qian was intrigued by the red crystal Razor had eaten. Dragon blood crystal, despite its name, has nothing to do with dragons. Consuming it temporarily increases fire resistance. Razor explained in great detail. Good stuff. I take some away later. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. Okay. I go get it ready. Razor was stunned, a little caught off guard, but after recovering, he immediately nodded in agreement. So generous. That's a bit unusual. Lin Qian rubbed his chin, feeling that the sub-dragon's attitude was a bit too good. If only there were an ambush up ahead. Thinking of this, Lin Qian's hope rekindled, and his pace quickened. Nearing the end of the passage, the knocking suddenly stopped. Lin Qian carefully sensed a powerful presence within, watching him. Lin Qian casually pushed the Razor in front of him aside, and walked out of the passage with an arrogant gait. He wanted to see what this sub-dragon tribe was up to. The moment he stepped out of the passage, his view suddenly opened up. A huge furnace stretched to the top of the building, with magma flowing below. A tall and burly figure stood in front of the furnace, clutching a massive hammer. This Subdragon tribe's bronze hammer elder stood nearly 3 meters tall, his body covered in jet-black scales, his muscles bulging, and he wore steel armor. His gaze held a fiercely aggressive look. This made Lin Qian look back at the skinny Razor. It was hard to believe that the two were from the same tribe. "Are you the bronze hammer elder?" Razor quickly caught up and was about to speak, but Lin Qian spoke first. He could sense the powerful threat emanating from Elder Bronze Hammer. Also at the top of the Paer level, Big Mouth Ancient Saiyan lacked the feeling. The difference between Paer and Paer was enormous. 1,001 was Paer, and 10,000 was also Paer. Lin Qian felt as if he were facing a volcano poised to erupt at any moment. However, his 50 colleagues in the Hound space gave him immense confidence, and he showed no sign of retreat. "Elder Bronze Hammer." Razor saluted hurriedly, as if about to say something, but was interrupted by Bronze Hammer's wave of his hand. "Razor, you may leave. Next, I will speak to this new friend." Bronze Hammer's voice was powerful, befitting its size. "Yes." Although hesitant, Razor accepted the order and withdrew. Before leaving, he glanced at Lin Qian with some concern. Lin Qian strolled around at a leisurely pace, then found a large iron mat and sat down. "Sir, please speak frankly about your intentions." After Razor left, Elder Copper Hammer finally spoke slowly. Lin Qian was stunned. "What do you mean? You're asking even though you know the answer? You're not giving me the agreed-upon gift?" He began to get excited again. "If that's the case, then I have to do what I want." "Humph." Copper Hammer snorted coldly. "I'm not that old and blind. A broken second-level leader went to such great lengths to conceal his identity and come here. Could it really be that he's really just after a few insignificant flame crystals? Razor is a fool. How could a newcomer in his protection period easily kill 4 beast men? I'm a very impatient person, so just speak frankly." The Copper Hammer slowly stepped forward, its aura becoming even more aggressive. It had seen through Lin Qian's true intentions at a glance. Lin Qian, however, was filled with questions. "What nonsense! Who lied to you? You're suffering from paranoia, right? If you want to do something, do it now. If not, give me the promised item. I have things to do." Lin Qian crossed his arms, his face filled with impatience. The Copper Hammer was stunned at the words, and he looked Lin Qian up and down, his gaze lingering on the dragon skin coat for a long moment. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be dragon skin." Lin Qian raised his chin. That's right. This old lizard had some experience indeed. Broken level 2, dragon skin coat. "You said you're a newcomer within the protection period?" The Copper Hammer's voice was filled with anger. With a flash of his body, he suddenly grabbed Lin Qian's neck. "Are you kidding me?" Boom! A tremendous force pinned Lin Qian against the wall, his breath choking. However, under Tong Chui's fierce gaze, a smile of triumph slowly crossed Lin Qian's face. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Wasting time." The next moment, the sound of an old door hinge rang out. Crack! Tong Chui frowned, and before he could react, his vision blurred. The next second, an overwhelming force erupted, slamming him directly into the mountain. Boom! The next second, the ground shook. The Yalong people outside all looked towards the Elder Hall, their faces filled with astonishment. "Oh no! Oh no! Elder Tong Chui won't really attack Boss Lin." Razor, at the door, was whirling around in panic, wanting to go in but afraid. Clatter. Granite fell, smoke and dust flew. The fish monster silhouette gradually became clear. It held down Elder Bronze Hammer with one hand, while the other continued to shake its cocktail shaker. "Boss Lin, are you going to kill him?" The fish monster asked Lin Qian. "No need, brother you. It's just a small misunderstanding. Just help explain it." "Hey! Stop, stop, stop! You don't have to come out. It's too crowded." Seeing the remaining supervisors trying to get out, Lin Qian quickly slammed the old wooden door shut. "Brother you is enough to handle this matter. This isn't a raid on the Subdragon base, so there's no need to mobilize all forces. If negotiations don't work out, it's not too late to raid it later." Although he could explain this misunderstanding himself, Lin Qian didn't bother. "If I had come here without my colleagues, I could patiently explain and resolve the misunderstanding. But I've brought my colleagues with me, and if I still need to explain, wouldn't my colleagues have brought them in vain? Go talk to my colleagues." Chapter 486. Boom! Boom! The continuous roar shook the mountain. This sent the subdragons outside into a state of panic. What the hell is going on? Razor, standing at the door, was stunned. What is Elder Bronze Hammer doing? If this was a conflict, Boss Lin wouldn't have been able to hold out this long. Inside the Elder's Hall, Lin Qian sipped his bubbling hot coffee while watching the battle in the distance with amazement. It had to be said that Elder Bronze Hammer was truly something. He had managed to hold out against the fish monster's attacks for so long. Buzz! Amidst two nearly simultaneous booms, Bronze Hammer activated his dual rings and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The terrifying force shattered one side of the massive furnace, sending the fuel cascading down, raising the temperature of the room again. Whoosh, whoosh! Bronze Hammer's chest heaved violently, his breathing heavy. As the piercing shaking sound behind him resurfaced, its eyes suddenly widened. Missed again! With a swish, the copper hammer was once again sent flying by the immense force, its body embedded in the mountain. Two attributes at level 2, primarily physical strength and secondary strength. Judging by defense, his physical attributes should be over 5,000. While not top tier, he's still considered a veteran level 2 expert, upper middle level. Lin Qian's mind echoed with the fish monster's assessment. Huh? Upper middle level already? He was a bit incredulous. Boss Lin, you're overestimating these level 2 experts. Although the upper limit for level 2 is 10,000 attributes, the difficulty of missions increases significantly after reaching level 2. One can easily die in dungeons. So, after successfully advancing to the second level, most people who break through the second level won't fight as hard in dungeons as they once did. Instead, they slowly collect attribute items to strengthen themselves, while also using their status as a leader to intimidate other tribes and increase their own tribe's influence. However, the types of attribute items are limited. A second-level cultivator, who improves his strength this way, will ultimately be no match for those who achieve it through real combat. Since this guy has reached the second level in 2 categories, and his physical fitness is over 5,000, he's clearly fought hard in dungeons. The price he paid was a significant loss of his life force, and now he's forced to retire. After all, losing a leader means the tribe loses a bit of influence, especially at its level. Losing one could potentially lead to the tribe's destruction. The fish monster, while dealing with Copper Hammer, chatted with Lin Qian without any pressure. Copper Hammer realized the fish monster wasn't serious and gradually calmed down. Senior, just tell me what you need. As long as I, Copper Hammer, can do it, I won't refuse. It stood there, panting and bowing. With a swish, the fish monster suddenly appeared before Tongchui, staring at him with deadly eyes, and the cocktail shaker in his hand stopped shaking. Tongchui instinctively stepped back, adopting a defensive stance. But the next moment, the fish monster slowly handed the cocktail shaker towards him. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. You made Boss Lin very upset. But he said he'd forgive you if you drink one as punishment. Lin Qian, in the distance, couldn't help but roll his eyes. No, who said that? No one dares to drink your crap. If you want a guinea pig, just say so. Lin Qian was also curious about what Elder Tongchui would decide. Tongchui froze for only a second, then reached out and took the cocktail shaker without hesitation. The fish monster was overjoyed and considerately helped him unscrew the lid. Gulp gulp. Then, a large amount of dark foam began to rise from the rim of the glass. Lin Qian even heard a faint muttering, perhaps an illusion. But Tongchui acted as if he didn't notice anything. He tilted his head back and gulped down the contents. Lin Qian was stunned. Holy crap! A warrior! He stood in awe. The tentacles inside creaked as he bit them, and Tongchui swallowed them whole, letting out a long sigh of relief. The fish monster leaned forward and asked expectantly, Is it good? Tongchui smacked his lips. It tastes good. Hearing this, the fish monster excitedly pumped his fist and turned to look at Lin Qian. Boss Lin. See? I did it! Ha ha ha! From now on, this Kiss of the Abyss will be Fish Burger's signature drink, limited to 5 per day. Before he finished speaking, the Iron Will Bronze Hammer Elder behind him trembled and fell straight over. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, black foam still spitting from his mouth, unconscious. Oh my god! Lin Qian was startled and quickly stood up. Brother Fish. You drunk yourself to death. The fish monster was also stunned. He looked down and immediately waved his hand confidently. Don't worry, it's just a little drunk. It's drunk, but it recovers soon. Here's how, Boss Lin, give it a shot of rapid healing potion to sober it up. Lin Qian rolled his eyes and hurried forward to heal Tongchui. Who knows what potent ingredient the fish monster had put in that Kiss of the Abyss? Even Tongchui, with a health rating of over 5,000, couldn't withstand it. Thankfully, after a shot of rapid healing potion, Tongchui finally regained consciousness. It sat up, smacked its head hard, and burped. A pungent odor filled its nostrils. Lin Qian took a few steps back, pinching his nose, and stared at the fish monster in disbelief. Oh my god, what did you put in there? The fish monster looked innocent. Just some common abyss ingredients, flowers, plants, monsters, and the like. After a moment of daze, Tongchui finally recovered. It stood up and looked at Lin Qian and the fish monster. You too, I already paid the price for my offense. I wonder if I could now reveal your identities and purpose. After being beaten up by the fish monster, Copperhammer's tone was noticeably more humble than before. Lin Qian shrugged, somewhat helplessly. I'm truly just a newcomer who hasn't yet left the protection period. I'm here for the crystallization of your sub-dragon race's fire power. Besides, I really can't think of a reason to lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can use the deathmatch card on me. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Copperhammer's brow furrowed, then his eyes widened. Breaking through the second limit during the protection period is unprecedented. And Copperhammer glanced at the fish monster next to him with a hint of fear. These are my secrets, none of your business. I simply want to complete the deal we agreed upon. Lin Qian raised his hand, and a pure fire ignited in his palm. The moment he saw the pure fire, Copperhammer suddenly became excited. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally let go of his hesitation. I couldn't win anyway, and the initiative was no longer in my hands. You too follow me. Chapter 487. This is the crystallization of the sun's ray ability, considered a top-tier fire-damaging ability. The damage is concentrated on a single point, resulting in immense power. Similarly, the cost is also significant. If used alone, or with a low-grade fire seed, it will struggle to unleash its true power. You possess source-level pure fire. If combined with this ability, the power will surely be doubled, adding even more power. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Qian felt that this guy was even more excited than he was when introducing his abilities, as if he were the one possessing the pure fire. He didn't seem distressed at all. This is the crystallization of the Ring of Fire ability, capable of wide area damage. It takes a while to charge up before it's activated. The longer the charge time, the greater the power and range. This one is flame armor, defensive, but generally effective, so I don't recommend it. The flame sword is decently powerful, but consumes a lot of energy to maintain. It's suitable for surprise attacks, not prolonged battles. This is Flame Leap, a rare, top-tier skill that allows for rapid short-range teleportation. However, the target location must have a flame of the same attribute as a medium, so you need to plan ahead beforehand. As for those over there, they're all relatively low-level abilities, like Flame Breath and Flame Entanglement. They're not very valuable, so I won't waste time explaining them one by one. Over here are skill books related to flame abilities, such as Fireball and Flame Martial Arts. There aren't many useful ones, but the effects of the abilities are more noticeable. In the Elder Hall showroom, Lin Qian, following behind Tongchui, was dazzled by the sight, feeling like a poor kid entering a shopping mall. So many precious ability crystals, are you really willing to give them all to me? Lin Qian glanced at Tongchui with some suspicion. Tongchui turned his head, subconsciously glancing at the fish monster not far away, before speaking. I don't like those beating around the bush, so I be honest. Since you spared Razor at the Death Restaurant, you can take any low-level ability crystals you want, but of the high-level ones, I can only let you pick 2 and take them away. But if you're willing to leave us the pure fire as a kindling, you're free to take whatever you see. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. Is the pure fire so precious? Tongchui pondered for a moment, then spoke frankly. To be honest, our sub-dragon tribe possesses a large piece of ultra gold. Weapons and armor crafted from this material are indestructible, making it extremely valuable. Because of its extreme hardness, this material is extremely difficult to forge. Only the pure fire can smelt it. For so long, we have been searching for the pure fire's whereabouts, but have found no clues. Until Razor brought word of an encounter with a terrifying individual in the Death Restaurant. Lin Qian suddenly realized, then burst out laughing. Razor told me that your tribe worships fire and draws power from it. So this is how you gain power. Bronze Hammer explained with a hint of apology. After all, ultra gold is a precious material. If word of it leaked, it would likely lead to serious trouble. I hope you understand. Lin Qian waved his hand, dismissing the matter. It was a pity that this ultra gold couldn't be absorbed by the armor transforming ability. Otherwise, he would be just one step away from becoming invulnerable to swords and spears, and immune to water and fire. Prepare the fuel for the fire. I digest this power first before I go. With that, Lin Qian eagerly took the solar ray power crystal and swallowed it in one gulp. Tongchui was stunned, but didn't stop him. The good thing about showing off one's strength in advance is that one can do whatever they want without considering others' feelings. Even whether or not to honor the agreement is up to Lin Qian's discretion. Thankfully, Boss Lin always values his reputation and never cheats, so he had no intention of defaulting on his debt. As if prepared, Tong Chui pulled a thick, black wooden stake from his storage space and placed it on the ground. While Lin Qian was digesting his power, he casually threw a ball of flame onto the stake. To his surprise, the stake didn't ignite. Huh? Lin Qian became interested and was about to continue setting the fire when the side effects of his digestion power kicked in. After a moment of discomfort, a notification chimed in his head. Ding! Gaining power. Solar rays. Ding! Detecting the source power. Solar rays automatically merge. Pure fire. Flame breath. Solar rays. Opening his eyes, Lin Qian's gaze was filled with eagerness. Tong Chui seemed to sense Lin Qian's intentions, his expression changing. Boss Lin, you can't. Before he finished his words, Lin Qian had already made a move. He thrust out a finger, shouting excitedly. Solar rays. Swish. A pure white ray, the thickness of a finger, shot out, landing on the rock wall. Ziz. There was no expected explosion, only the sizzling sound of rock erupting. As Lin Qian moved his finger, the solar rays carved a crooked crack into the rock wall. Ha ha ha. What a power. Lin Qian laughed arrogantly and began to try to increase the power. Swish. The next moment, the beam suddenly grew to the thickness of a wrist, its power multiplied. Buzz. Boom. Soon, the rock wall couldn't bear the weight, and Lin Qian had sliced through an irregular hole. After it collapsed, he realized that even the massive furnace behind the wall had been affected by the solar beams, punctured by gaps and precariously poised to collapse at any moment. Huh. After retracting the solar beams, Lin Qian felt his energy drain considerably, and turned to look at the copper hammer. What do you mean by extremely drained? The copper hammer averted its gaze with a distressed look, looking at Lin Qian with some confusion. Of course, it's the percentage of the fire. It was getting restless. Boss Lin, why don't you help me ignite this dragon's perch with first? I'm afraid if I keep squandering it like this, your fire will be completely consumed. Lin Qian blinked, stunned for a few seconds. Oh, okay. He thought this guy was worried about the walls and the furnace, but was he worried about the pure fire he consumed? But what he had wasn't fire at all, and there wasn't a percentage behind it. Does this mean that as long as I have enough stamina, I can keep releasing solar rays? The more Lin Qian thought about it, the more excited he became. What kind of gift has Brother Evil Demon given me? With a whoosh, after Lin Qian's prolonged output, the dragon's perch would finally ignited. Ignoring the excited copper hammer, Lin Qian turned around and continued selecting the remaining ability crystals. He finally understood the frustration expressed in the system's evaluation. He had unlimited bullets, but no gun to fire, so he could only throw them at people. Isn't this a pure waste? Chapter 488. Elder Tong Chui, when you refine that piece of ultimate gold into equipment, remember to leave me a set. I can buy it. Haha, don't worry, Boss Lin. I give you a few sets when the time comes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Remember to let me know when the time comes. Can we add each other in contact? On Yalong Island, a group of Yalong people accompanied Lin Qian as he left, the atmosphere harmonious. Although their interaction was brief and even led to some misunderstandings, their style of behavior was very much to Lin Qian's liking. They were a bit like the Evil Ghost clan. They spoke their mind directly and disdained to engage in roundabout ways. Boss Lin, we don't understand or care about human or non-human races. We, the sub-dragons, simply want to establish a deep friendship with you. So, if you need our help in the future, we will definitely not stand idly by. On this matter, I don't even need to consult with the other elders, I can make the final decision directly. After escorting them all the way to Razor's permanent gate, Copper Hammer stopped and solemnly expressed his position to Lin Qian. To this, Lin Qian simply smiled. Don't worry, you won't regret being my friend. He extended his hand and shook Copper Hammer's scaly hand. This trip had yielded far greater rewards than expected. Not only had he gained much-needed fire abilities, but he had also gained a powerful ally. In total, 3 races had already expressed their support. However, the human race was numerous, so if he wanted to protect as many as possible, he needed to develop more allies. Thankfully, Lin Qian had the powerful weapon, the Egg of Life, and with plenty of time, he wasn't worried. Razor followed Copper Hammer silently, his eyes furtively glancing at the nearby fish monster, puzzled the entire way, but daring not to ask. Where on earth did this terrifying-looking monster come from? The fish monster couldn't handle high temperatures, and its large feet were smoking from being pressed against the ground. However, it seemed insensitive, gazing at the turbulent sea from its perch. The endless sea. It's been so long since I last saw it. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow and walked over to the fish monster. What's wrong, brother fish? Are you reminiscing about the past? The fish monster chuckled. What's there to dwell on? The past is the past. Boss Lin, you brought so many of us here. Let's not make a wasted trip. We take over a few deserted islands for you to explore. Lin Qian was stunned. What? Conquering territory? The fish monster nodded. The great world is rich in resources, and many races establish their own territories within dungeons. That means Boss Lin's race hasn't yet left its protected period, so it's unsuitable to make too many enemies. Otherwise, I happen to know of several islands with miraculous landscapes. We could seize them directly. The fish monster spoke, making a grabbing motion. Miraculous landscape? Lin Qian blinked, hearing another unfamiliar term. For example, that dreamy spring water you gave us to drink earlier. You later mentioned which race gave it to you as a gift. The reason they're so generous is because they control the miraculous landscape that produces it, allowing them to harvest it endlessly. But this is a relatively common miraculous landscape. The truly advanced ones are controlled by the ancient races. Lin Qian's eyes lit up as he listened. Just then, Razor slowly approached. Boss Lin, do you need me to open the door? Lin Qian glanced at the time. There were still more than 2 hours left before the safe exploration period ended, which should be plenty of time. Don't worry about me, we just take a stroll. Hearing this, Razor was stunned. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke to persuade him. Boss Lin, the endless sea is fraught with danger. You should. Before he could finish his words, Elder Tongchui stepped forward and dragged him back by the tail, like a dead dog being lifted into the air. Boss Lin, this is our Subdragon Clan's communicator. As long as you're in the endless sea, you can contact us at any time. Tongchui handed over a metal spherical device with a button on it. Pressing it caused the sphere to pop open, and a red light flashed inside. After the other party demonstrated how to use it, Lin Qian reached out and took it, smiling and nodding. Thank you. Both sides said goodbye, and Tongchui led his tribe back. Lin Qian, who remained behind, looked at the fish monster beside him, which had transformed into an ethereal supercar, with a troubled expression. Brother fish, does this really have to happen? Actually, I can fly pretty fast. The fish monster's tone was filled with impatience. Hey, Boss Lin, hurry up and get on board. This place is called the Endless Sea, and there's no exaggeration, it truly is boundless. With your speed, even if you fly for days, you won't reach the next island. Other races generally have a single process for conquering islands. After opening a gate, you're randomly teleported to a specific island. After completing a mission, a permanent gate is installed, and then the tribe is summoned to clear all dangerous elements from the island, preventing the system from issuing another mission. I guess we're the only ones in the entire Endless Sea who have the ability to choose an island. Hurry, hurry, I can't wait. Lin Qian's face was filled with reluctance as he reluctantly climbed onto the fish monster's back, leaning over and taking a deep breath. Brother fish, how about? Swish. The words died abruptly, and the two of them vanished without a trace, leaving only a light breeze. 2 minutes later, somewhere on the outer beach of an island. Swish. The air trembled slightly, and the fish monster's silhouette emerged. Before it could even come to a complete stop, Lin Qian rolled off its back, landing heavily on the ground with a thud. He struggled to push himself up, his face pale as paper, and his whole body trembling. The intense discomfort made him retch, tears streaming down his face. Boss Lin, have some water. The fish monster considerately handed him the cocktail shaker, but this only made Lin Qian vomit even more violently. He shrank back as if avoiding the plague, waving his hands in refusal. Huh? At that moment, the fish monster, as if sensing something, stepped forward, grabbed Lin Qian's arm, and flung him away. Swish. The next moment, from beneath the sand where Lin Qian had been, a dark red spike suddenly shot out, several meters tall and incredibly sharp. Humph. The fish monster grunted, looking down at the ground. It quickly locked onto its target, and with a flash of its body, it vanished from the spot. Bang! With a loud bang, sand flew, and the ground shook violently. A massive, red-armored insect broke through the ground, flying dozens of meters before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Purple blood dripped from the large hole in its head into the sand. A slightly warped stainless steel cocktail shaker quickly moved forward to catch the blood. Boss Lin, are you recovered yet? Hurry up, help me collect some of this thing's blood. I think it'd be amazing when added to my new product. Chapter 489. Cliffs, steep cliffs, and towering, twisted trees. Lin Qian and the fish monster stood on the treetops, surveying the island. What a shame, there's no miraculous sight. The fish monster said, taking a bite of a watermelon-sized green fruit. PSSD. It's not tasty, and seems poisonous. If it were squeezed into juice, maybe it could be added to new products. Boss Lin, can you get me a juicer? The kind with a filter? Okay, I give you whatever you want. Lin Qian waved his hand impatiently, and continued observing the island through his telescope. This island was enormous, twice as large as the volcanic island where the Yalong tribe lived. Don't look, Boss Lin. This island is full of nothing but trees and bugs. If you fancy any, just release them, and we clear it out. It won't take long. If you don't think it's suitable, I take you to find a new one. At this, Lin Qian's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly waved his hands. No, I think this place is fine. Door sister, open the door. Let everyone out for some fresh air. He tapped his chest, and the next moment, with a creak, the wooden door swung open. A large head poked out first. It was Discus from Giant City. Followed by Brother Lizard, Owl, Brother Catfish, and Stitched Monster, old acquaintances from the tour group, jumped out one after another. This time, Lin Qian only brought 2 level 3 supervisors, Fish Monster and Discus, to take charge. He didn't bother the 2 artists from Skeleton City, who had lost their minds to the world. These guys had been cooped up in the Hound space for too long, and once they emerged, they ran around like they were letting loose. Hey! Be careful, this is over 100 meters high. Lin Qian was barely halfway through his sentence when he saw Brother Catfish do a run-up glide, do a 360-degree turn in the air, and leap down with a truly elegant move. Boss Lin, we won't die from the fall, so don't worry about it. The fish monster patted Lin Qian's shoulder, then leaned back, joining in the fun of a bungee jump. Right. Lin Qian, realizing it, couldn't help but rub his brow. Under the tree, 2 massive beetles were grappling with each other with their enormous pincers. Suddenly, they heard a cracking sound and looked up to see a black dot slowly growing larger. Bang! Brother Catfish landed a precise blow on the beetle's head. It bounced back and landed on its back, a truly elegant move. The beetle stumbled, shook its head, and let out a sharp chirp at the catfish. Squeak! Boom! Before it could even open its claws, a massive figure crashed down. With a crack, liquid spurted out, and with a kick of its legs, it fell silent, dead on the spot. Discus slowly stood up, glanced at the lifeless beetle beneath it, and scratched its head. Another beetle suddenly leaped up and attacked Discus. Discus didn't even raise its head, simply smashing down, seemingly without any effort. Bang! A ripple rippled through the air. With a crack, the beetle's head collapsed into its torso, as if struck by a massive hammer. Bang! Puff! Following it, another loud bang erupted, a terrifying shockwave erupted, mercilessly toppling even the nearby catfish. The giant beetle's upright body was instantly crushed and flattened, as if struck by a mountain. A massive palm print, half a meter deep, appeared on the ground. Holy crap! A violent jolt awoke, and Lin Qian, watching the scene from the treetops through binoculars, couldn't help but curse. Brother Discus's abilities are too overbearing. I feel like, in terms of destructive power alone, he's even more formidable than Brother Fish. Over 50 supervisors, like a tiger among a flock of sheep, swept from the center to the periphery. The roar was incessant, and even towering trees hundreds of meters tall toppled. Squeak! A group of gregarious beetles, roughly the size of bison, fled in panic, pursued by several supervisors. They didn't get far before they encountered another group of supervisors, and were crushed to pieces in despair. Hey! You guys! Hold on tight. I'm collecting poison sacs. Mushrooms? What mushrooms? Give me one. The fish monster didn't participate in the battle, but its presence was everywhere. It had snatched a vine from somewhere, and hung Brother Catfish around its waist as a container. Whenever it collected something, it would have Brother Catfish open its maw, a maw that resembled a dimensional portal, and toss it in. It looked like it was enjoying the process. Today was the first time Lin Qian had witnessed the reckless destructive power of his colleagues. In just half an hour, the 2 burrowing supervisors had thoroughly scoured the entire island's soil, leaving it littered with corpses and a shattered mess. With a swish, the fish monster appeared behind Lin Qian. Boss Lin, we checked. All dangers have been eliminated. But to prevent other species from accidentally stumbling upon this place in the future, you better leave some landmarks. Lin Qian frowned. A symbolic mark? Similar to a flag? The fish monster nodded. More or less. Those races with some influence have a similar symbol to represent their identity. After a moment's thought, Lin Qian finally chose to leave his mark on a mountain peak. He cast a solar ray, drawing an irregular circle on the peak. Then, he made a few crooked strokes around the outer edge. Suddenly, a large piece of rock fell away, startling him to stop immediately. Looking down at the black gold order in his hand, Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction. Yeah. More or less. The fish monster glanced at the black gold order, then at the turtle-like pattern on the cliff, then scratched his chin. Boss Lin, I actually think it's a bit. Be careful with your juicer. Lin Qian put away the black gold order, his tone flat. I'm a bit shocked. Your painting skills are truly admirable. They're magnificent and captivating. The fish monster changed the subject and immediately began to flatter Lin Qian without restraint. Puff. Just then, the catfish hanging from its waist suddenly erupted in a puff of purple mist, its eyes bulging like a squishy toy. Ouch! Did something spill? Hold it. Don't spit. The fish monster suddenly tensed up. As he spoke, he gripped the catfish's mouth tightly with his large hands, holding on even as its body inflated like a balloon. Lin Qian stared at the scene in amazement. The catfish's fins flapped wildly until it grew larger than the fish monster itself, finally losing control. Puff! A large amount of purple mist erupted, and the catfish floated in the air like a deflated balloon, finally falling to the ground with a thud. However, after falling, this guy did not show any expression of pain. Instead, he patted his belly excitedly, as if he was still reluctant to leave. Chapter 490. They're coming! Watch out behind you. Oh no! There's one up ahead too. The rain was pouring down, dark clouds were rolling, and the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The sea surged like a giant beast awakening, ready to devour the ship. On the deck, 5 survivors of a different race, their gray-blue skinned, looked nervous, their spears flashing blue as they stared intently at the movements on the sea. Boom! Just then, a loud bang echoed, and the ship rocked violently. It's over. The faces of several people changed. The next second, a series of crashing sounds echoed, and the ship visibly sank. Ah! With a swish, one of the survivors threw his spear into the sea. A trail of blue light trailed by, and the spear sank like a stone into the sea, leaving no trace. Damn it! We actually encountered these horrific monsters. It seems our mission is doomed to fail. Retreat. Otherwise, it'd be too late. The boat sank faster and faster. The 5 alien survivors exchanged glances, making a quick decision. Soon, with 5 flashes of white light, the deck was empty. But the next second, swish, the air trembled, and the fish monster suddenly appeared on the deck. Lin Qian continued to slide down in a panic retching. Looking up, he realized he was actually on an old wooden boat, and it looked like it was about to sink. Brother fish? What's going on? He looked at the fish monster, only to find it staring blankly at the sea. Then, the sea surged, and a terrifying-looking sea monster slowly emerged from the water. A deep groove dimpled the center of its round head, its eyes pitch black, its mouth filled with a sticky substance like tar. Its arms were thick and sharp, its claws sharp, its back finned, and its lower body covered in squid-like black tentacles. Woo! A strange sound echoed, and the previously turbulent sea suddenly calmed, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. Then, a scene that made Lin Qian's scalp tingle appeared. Dozens of identical sea monsters slowly emerged from around the ship, varying in size. The one in front of Brother Yu was the most imposing, about the same size as Brother Yu. Brother Yu? Lin Qian's mind was filled with questions, and he couldn't help but whisper again. He sensed something was amiss. The aura of these monsters was strong, but there was no hostility. After a moment, the fish monster slowly turned its head and looked at Lin Qian. Sorry, Boss Lin, for the delay. Its voice was still as relaxed as usual. I met a former tribe member. That sentence made Lin Qian's eyes widen. Former tribe member? His first thought was Sister Min. All signs indicated that Sister Min and the bird bone mask he encountered in Eternal Night City were once members of Brother Snake's tribe. Even the Giant Knight, the final boss, might have been from the Shadow tribe. Because Lin Qian remembered that when he led the Giant Knight into the corridor, Brother Snake had a brief exchange with it. After the tribe was wiped out, the strongest would be chosen to become the immortal overseer. What about the others? Yes, long time no see. The fish monster's voice suddenly rang in his mind, and Lin Qian knew it was deliberately letting him hear it. However, he could only hear what the fish monster said, not its response, so he could only imagine it. Ha ha ha, why don't you look down and see how you look now? You're much uglier than me. You were uglier than me before, but I didn't expect you to be even uglier now. Just accept your fate. This is destiny. You never be as pretty as me. I never thought that after all these years, the first person of my own kind I meet would be you. Stop flattering yourself. You're far from my nemesis. After killing you, your subordinate immediately took control of your former subordinates. Honestly, that guy was much more difficult to deal with than you. I suspect this guy was the one who instigated that fight. Oh, now you know your sister's death had nothing to do with me. I tried my best to convince you, but I couldn't. Don't worry. I killed him later, too. It was a revenge for you and your sister. Ah. The fish monster sighed. Thinking back, we were truly foolish, fighting to the death just for that worthless throne. Little did we know that the real enemy was secretly watching us, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Revenge? What's the point? Sooner or later, they will follow in our footsteps. It's just a matter of time. In the City of Chaos, it's common to see two overseers, sworn enemies in life, fighting each other, each refusing to give up at first. But how long can this resentment last? A year? 2 years? 10 years? What about 100 years? 1,000 years? Time will eventually erase everything. Why don't we let go of these meaningless grudges and find some happiness? By the way, would you like to try my special drink? What a monkey! Show some respect. This is Boss Lin. Even in the City of Chaos, his status is supreme. Lin Qian was startled. Turning around, he saw the sea monster sizing him up and down, its eyes somewhat. Well, those dark eyes really couldn't reveal any emotion. If you ask me, you should stop wandering around. Tell me what you want to eat or what you want, and I ask Boss Lin for it. What's wrong with monsters? Don't monsters deserve to enjoy life? To be honest, Boss Lin is full of monsters right now, and that's fine. Lin Qian's expression froze. Something in the words didn't make sense to him. He had already suspected this, and this scene only confirmed it. The monsters and bosses in the dungeon might once have been survivors in the building. Oh, stop rambling. Just come with us and find a place to settle down. If I find other tribesmen later, I bring them over too. Maybe we can rebuild our former home. The fish monster's tone grew a little excited at the mention of this. Oh, you mean us? Boss Lin's status is somewhat special. I'm searching for an uninhabited island for him, preferably one with a miraculous landscape. You know? Yes. You lived in the endless sea for who knows how long, so you must be very familiar with the situation here. Just not sure if there's anyone there right now. That's easy. Let's go around each one and see if we can find one that's deserted, then take Boss Lin there. The fish monster turned and looked at Lin Qian. Boss Lin, this guy said he knows 5 deserted islands with miraculous landscapes, but it's been so long since I've seen them, so I'm not sure if anyone has discovered them yet. I'm going to check them out one by one. Would you like to come with me, or? Lin Qian raised his hand without hesitation. I just wait here. The fish monster was silent for 2 seconds. All right then. It turned to look at the sea monster. Have your tribesmen stay and protect Boss Lin. You lead the way. Oh, it won't take that long. A few minutes will be enough. You're bragging. Come on, climb up. I show you real speed. Chapter 491. Swish. The fish monster vanished with its kin, the leader of the sea monsters. Lin Qian was left standing on the sinking ship, facing the gazes of the remaining sea monsters. The situation was somewhat awkward. Lin Qian rubbed his nose and looked around. While he didn't sense any hostility, he still felt a bit overwhelmed. The water surged, and the sea monsters hovered above the surface, their tentacles darting beneath the surface. Their terrifying appearances created an eerie atmosphere. Well, get out of the way. This ship's sinking, and I need to find a new place to stay. Lin Qian tried to communicate with them, both verbally and gesturing, but they simply stared at him, unresponsive, as if their systems had frozen. Lin Qian had no other choice but to unleash his armor-transforming abilities, constructing a power sheath. Then, like a Gundam mecha, he soared into the air, landing and hovering not far away. With a flick of his hand, a flash of white light emanated, and a brand new white cruise ship roared down, plunging into the sea. These were all things he'd gotten from Shao Kahn. His passion for piloting was beyond imagination. I heard he'd been researching mechas lately, but I wondered what he was up to. Besides the cruise ship, Lin Qian's storage also contained a helicopter, a submarine, and a high-tech hovercraft. However, he wasn't very skilled at operating any of these, so they were largely useless. There was nothing he could do. The large storage space was just so capricious. It landed on the deck with a thud, and the cruise ship shook violently. Turning around, he saw the water surging. The sea monsters once again surrounded Lin Qian, continuing their death stare. Before leaving, the fish monster had asked these creatures to protect Lin Qian, a truly conscientious duty. Goo. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Qian was about to enter the cabin to wait for Brother Yu's return when his ears twitched, catching a faint chirping sound. He paused, looking at the sinking wooden boat. With a light leap, the power sheath erupted with another burst of blazing white flames, and he leaped back onto the boat. He ducked into the cabin, the water beneath his feet already reaching his calves. A frightened gaze flickered in the darkness, and a fluttering sound echoed. Lin Qian, with his night vision, immediately spotted the caged creature. It was a skeletal, strange bird. Its gray feathers were sparse, its legs chained, its body trapped within a pitch-black iron cage. It lay huddled in a state of suffocation, only one wing able to protrude. Scanning the cabin, Lin Qian discovered signs of other life. As the boat tilted, a jar on the table fell over, its liquid draining away. However, the bottom of the jar was still warm, indicating that the occupant had recently left. When Brother Yu arrived, the place was deserted. Furthermore, the boat looked so dilapidated that Lin Qian had assumed it had been abandoned for a long time. Goo. Approaching the iron cage, Lin Qian covered his arms with dragon scale armor to protect himself from the strange bird. He then grasped the cage's lock and unleashed the solar ray. Bang! With a firm pry, the red-hot, deformed lock fell into the water with a sizzling sound. The strange bird shrank its head, looking at Lin Qian in confusion, and Lin Qian, at this moment, revealed a gentle side. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person. It's okay, baby. Reaching out to pat the strange bird's head, Lin Qian freed it. A moment later, a bonfire lit on the cruise ship's deck. Lin Qian secured the grill with wire, placed the secret spices Su Mian had gotten from Lu Zhanqing nearby, and brought a bucket of water to a boil. The tethered strange bird fluttered in panic at the sight, its sparsely feathered wings flapping violently, sending sparks flying. TSK? Behave. Or should I break off your wings first? Lin Qian walked over with a bucket, about to bleed and pluck the otherworldly pheasant, when he heard a rustling sound, and the cruise ship tilted instantly. The fish monster appeared, and the sea monster on its back slid off, lying on the ground, staring up at the sky, a dazed expression on his face. Hey! Brother Fish, you're back? How's it going? Lin Qian glanced at the time. There was about an hour left. Only one island with a miraculous landscape remains unoccupied. It's large, the environment is harsh, and there are lightning and thunder everywhere. The creatures on the island are quite powerful, making it quite challenging to clear. The fish monster spoke, glancing at the strange bird next to him, slightly startled. Huh? Where did Boss Lin get this thing? Lin Qian was stunned. Do you recognize it? The fish monster nodded. The bird of misfortune, whose cry is said to bring disaster, is a very rare creature. But this one is probably just a juvenile, barely even feathered. An adult bird of misfortune is quite majestic. Lin Qian blinked. Attract disaster? I think Senior Puppet's name is Disaster Puppet. Could there be a connection to this bird? The fish monster shook his head. Not really. The puppet itself carries disaster, while the bird of misfortune is only rumored to bring disaster. I actually think this bird has some kind of precognitive ability, able to sense impending disasters before they happen. Hearing this, Lin Qian perked up. Oh! So amazing? At the same time, the fish monster noticed the empty barbecue grill not far away. Boss Lin, are you hungry? What do you want? I cook for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's expression suddenly changed. Leveraging his incombustibility, he stepped forward and kicked the bonfire and grill into the sea, sending sparks flying. It's okay. I just felt a little cold, so I started a fire to keep warm. Ignoring the fish monster's suspicious look, Lin Qian stepped forward, untied the Doombird's chains, and gently patted its bald head. It's so ugly. It reminds me of a certain old fox. I won't eat it. I just keep it for fun. He decided to let the bird go. Faced with the three powerful auras from the boat, the Doombird huddled up, its head buried under its wings, and trembled as if it were on ice. What do you say, Boss Lin? Let's go! With a sigh, Lin Qian nodded reluctantly. However, the sea monster leader, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, refused to give in and stood up to run. Ah! The fish monster stomped on the sea monster's tentacle, preventing it from escaping. Why are you panicking? With Boss Lin here, you won't have to suffer along with me. Then, the fish monster looked at Lin Qian. Boss Lin, please open the door and let this creature and its kin in for a while. We release them once we get to the destination. They're quite strong and can help guard the house while you're gone. Lin Qian tapped his chest and called out weakly. Sister door. Quickly, the wooden door swung open. Like a porter loading cargo onto a truck, the fish monster scooped up all the sea monsters from the water with a few whooshes and shoved them all through the door. Then, impatiently, it transformed into a void speedster. Let's go! Boss Lin. Chapter 492. Boom! A golden lightning bolt pierced the sky. Strangely, it didn't fall from the sky, but erupted from below. The island was vast, with lightning and thunder everywhere. In the center stood a cemetery, the site's marvelous sight, the Thunder Pond. Giant creatures were everywhere, covered in lightning, looking formidable. The Bird of Doom, ensnared in a sack beside him, struggled and screamed, seemingly desperately trying to escape. Even Lin Qian could sense the powerful and terrifying auras within the island. There are several level 2 bosses here? Lin Qian was stunned. The fish monster looked nonchalant. Oh well, who cares if they're level 2 or 3? It's just a matter of wasting time. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes widened. What? Brother, you, from your tone, you don't even care about those who broken through 3? Lin Qian knew that level 3 supervisors were powerful, but after all, their panel stats were only at the level of breaking through 1, with a limit of 1,000 points. He'd been surprised that Brother You could suppress Elderbron's hammer, whose constitution stat had exceeded 5,000, and realized he underestimated the fish monster's strength. The fish monster shrugged. You can't die anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Lin Qian opened his mouth, unable to refute. Actually, Boss Lin, if you also possess the immortal state, you definitely understand us. No matter how strong the target, you don't need to dodge their attacks. Just chase them with pure fire, and irrigate them with solar rays. Ignore the cost, because you're always at full health. Strength and spirit types are the easiest targets. Their prized attacks are completely ineffective against you, and they lack self-preservation abilities, so they're usually dealt with quickly. Constance types might take a little longer, but that's all. You can defend against one attack, but what about 100 or 10,000? Agility types are a bit more difficult, but once we lock onto them, we can let them run free. You simply chase them slowly, enjoying the scenery as you go. Eventually, they tire, make a mistake, and that's when they die. And this is all you can do at this stage. Over the long years, your abilities will be developed to their full potential. You won't need to worry about defense or consumption, just pure destructive power. At that point, you realize that attributes are just a string of meaningless numbers. Simply speaking, most level 2 wardens in the City of Chaos have already reached the breaking 1 limit. And these? The biggest difference between a level 2 supervisor and us level 3 supervisors is the quality of our abilities. Most abilities require attributes to support them. Only with sufficiently high attributes can they unleash their full power. The supervisor's attributes are limited to the breaking 1 limit, and naturally, these abilities will stagnate with them. Only when the quality of an ability is high enough can it break free from attribute limitations. Boss Lin, you should understand this. For example, the source level pure fire you possess, regardless of your attributes, its temperature remains unchanged. This is a trans-limit level ability. My speed, the Puppet Man's Disaster Curse, and Shadow's Petrification are all trans-limit level abilities. Even if our attributes are only a fraction, their power remains unaffected. Furthermore, due to our immortality, we are always at our peak. No matter how much effort it once took to activate an ability, we can now disregard it and cast it freely. Although every supervisor is the strongest of their race, there are significant differences between races, and between the strongest and the strongest. The reason why possessing super limit abilities is determined by level 2 and level 3 supervisors is because the Infinity Building evaluates each supervisor. The lower the rating, the smaller the assigned area, and the higher the rating, the larger the assigned area. At level 1, supervisors with poor abilities are only assigned to a small section of a floor, while those with higher ratings are usually assigned to an entire floor. It's said that the worst ones are even assigned to a patrol area with only 100 doors. Think about it, 100 doors, a tiny area. How many opportunities to earn points are there? But I only heard from other supervisors. I never seen anyone actually assigned 100 doors. After all, even if someone were actually assigned 100 doors, they'd probably hide it out of shame. Eh? Boss Lin, why did your face change? The fish monster was talking, and suddenly looked at Lin Qian with confusion. It's okay, keep talking. Lin Qian gritted his teeth, gesturing with a forced smile for it to continue. Many of his questions were answered at that moment. The fish monster, unaware of anything unusual, simply sat down on the ground, gazing at the rumbling thunder pool in the distance, and continuing his story. From the very beginning, the supervisor's level is determined. Even if a supervisor with a low rating reaches level 2 after a long time, they will still be assigned to the smallest patrol area, just like at level 1. At level 2, earning points becomes more difficult. Weak abnormal intruders receive no rewards at all, while powerful ones are too powerful to defeat. When the safe exploration period begins the next day, the supervisor is teleported back to the City of Chaos. Unsuspecting survivors entering the corridors will face a surprise attack. If a survivor happens to leave the dungeon at this moment, and the abnormal intruder enters another dungeon through an open door, that's a relatively good outcome. The subsequent cleanup of the dungeon will be handed over to the level 3 supervisor. If you're unlucky and all the survivors are killed, the entire floor will fall into a dead silence. Without someone opening a door, there can't be an abnormal intruder. Slaying that abnormal intruder is your last reward, until a new batch of survivors arrives, when you have another chance at promotion. Therefore, there are many level 2 supervisors in the building who are more experienced than me. Even if they're given more time, it will be difficult for them to catch up with us. Similarly, after being promoted to level 3 supervisor, some weaker abnormal intruders no longer provide us with points, while powerful abnormal intruders are hard to come by. Furthermore, the sheer number of points required to advance to level 4 makes it difficult for us to break through. In fact, our points often remain stagnant for extended periods. But we've gotten used to it over time, and aren't particularly enthusiastic about advancing to level 4 supervisor. In my opinion, no matter what level we reach, we're nothing more than prisoners unable to escape, deprived of even the right to die. The fish monster turned and gazed out at the distant sea horizon, his voice flat and emotionless. Chapter 493. After listening to the fish monster's words, Lin Qian's understanding of the supervisors deepened. Of course, this was limited to level 3. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of the degree of perversion of his own anomaly. The dual identities of survivor and supervisor allowed him to fix many problems and be self-sufficient. If the system doesn't assign orders, I place them myself. For a moment, his thoughts raced, and many possibilities flashed through his mind. He considered that, although he didn't want to be promoted to level 4 supervisor, he might be able to push Snake Brother and the others to level 4. But then he quickly dismissed the idea. Snake Brother couldn't be used for experiments. Lin Qian had never seen a level 4 supervisor in the City of Chaos. If one mistake was made and Snake Brother disappeared, it would be a huge loss. He glanced at the fish monster. Forget it, it was just an innocent mistake just now. It's not worth it. When there's a chance, let's find someone we're not familiar with to experiment on. The image of the striped snake surfaced in Lin Qian's mind. I wonder if it's willing to give it a try. The fish monster and Lin Qian sat on the rock, their minds drifting away, completely forgetting the purpose of their visit. It wasn't until a loud thunderclap that Lin Qian came back to his senses. A glance at the time startled him, and he quickly stood up. Wow! This conversation took so long. Is there still time? The fish monster stood up and waved his hand casually. Don't worry, there's still time. But before we get started, I have a small request. Boss Lin, release them first, then find a place to set up the permanent gate. Return to the City of Chaos and bring the puppet back. If we work together, even if we break level 3, we'd be on our knees. Lin Qian was stunned. You two have a combo skill? He hadn't expected that. The fish monster gave a sinister smile. Of course. But only you, Boss Lin, can convince it. Ever since our last collaboration, it's refused to cooperate with me again. Lin Qian frowned. Why? The fish monster hesitated, refusing to explain, simply asking Lin Qian to bring the puppet over so he could demonstrate it himself. Intrigued, Lin Qian tapped his chest and asked the doorwoman to open the door. Then, several dark masses were flung out, landing on the ground with a thud, startling Lin Qian. A closer look revealed that it was the terrifying sea monsters. But now, they had been gathered together by someone, several of them tangled together, their tentacles tangled in knots. Even the leader didn't escape this tragic fate, slamming into the sand with a thud, landing squarely at the fish monster's feet. The fish monster was startled. Looking down, He saw his former comrade, now a sea monster, had his face smeared with paint, looking utterly miserable and utterly miserable. After catching sight of him, he let out a howl and burst into tears of grievance. Ouch! What's going on? Puff! The fish monster covered his mouth with his hands, but it was a drop in the bucket. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't. Hey! It's my fault. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to tell them. I really didn't mean to delay you. Boss Lin just had something he wanted to know, so we... Hey! Not really. Not really. Hurry, help untie it. Who tied this knot? It's a dead knot. With a snap, the fish monster exerted force and accidentally yanked two tangled tentacles apart, prompting another groan. Sorry. Until now, Lin Qian had found these sea monsters terrifying, but now, seeing this scene, he suddenly felt a surge of sympathy. Looking at his fellow supervisors, Lin Qian felt like he was dealing with a group of mischievous children, ready to do something earth-shattering if he wasn't careful. Look at you! How could you be so naughty? Hurry, whoever tied this knot, untie it. Lin Qian's words were instantly more powerful than the fish monsters. A few familiar figures emerged from the group, causing Lin Qian to scratch his head. I knew you guys would be involved in this kind of situation. Brother Lizard, Brother Catfish, Owl, and Stitched Monster, practically all members of the tour group. It wasn't until the honest-looking Disco stepped out that Lin Qian was stunned. Disco, I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, could do such a thing. What a surprise. Glancing at Lin Qian sheepishly, Disco scratched the back of his head with his large, blood-stained hand, maintaining his simple, honest image. There aren't any good people among these guys. Too lazy to complain, Lin Qian found a spot on the beach to place the permanent door and returned to the City of Chaos. Huh? I'm working with silly fish? No. In front of the puppet house, the puppet was startled at first upon hearing Lin Qian's words, then shook its head like a rattle, its entire body filled with resistance. Seeing this, Lin Qian became even more curious about the combined skills of the fish monster and the puppet man. Helplessly, he could only follow the fish monster's instructions and describe the importance of this trip. An island with a miraculous landscape. After hearing Lin Qian's description, the puppet man, though less resistant than at first, was still perplexed. Is it urgent? Lin Qian nodded solemnly. Very urgent. Not at all. He simply wanted to see what the combined skills the puppet man was so resistant to looked like, and his curiosity was driving him crazy. All right then. With a sigh, the puppet man placed his paintbrush in the bucket and jumped off the chair. For Boss Lin, I risk it all. The pitch-black permanent door opened, and the puppet man emerged first, followed closely by Lin Qian. The sea monsters were freed, and except for the leader and the fish monster, who stood together, the rest descended to the shallows. Over 50 supervisors disappeared. In the distance, the roars of beasts and the rumble of explosions echoed. It seemed the action had already begun. Seeing the puppet man, the fish monster excitedly stood up, unusually polite. Brother Puppet. Before he could even begin, he was interrupted by a cold snort from the puppet man. Humph. If it weren't for Boss Lin, I would never use this trick on you again. The fish monster chuckled, unable to conceal his anticipation and excitement. Enough of the nonsense, let's begin. The puppet man crossed his arms, removed his hat, and the miniature cape Lin Qian had given him, and placed them on the ground. As Lin Qian stared blankly, the fish monster unsheathed a vine from nowhere. Then, ignoring the puppet man's curse, he picked it up and placed it on his fist. With his other hand, he wrapped the vine around the puppet man's neck and legs, tightening it several times. A puppet man's version of a cursed fist was complete. Soon, the fish monster's arm began to fester, exploding with black pulp, then quickly repairing itself. The puppet's curse began to take effect, yet it grew increasingly agitated. Hey, can you please hurry up? This is so uncomfortable. The puppet arched its back, still keeping its arms folded across its chest, and urged impatiently. Okay, we get it done quickly. There aren't many that break level 2. I've probably already taken care of one discus. Swish. As soon as the words left its mouth, the fish monster vanished from the spot. Lin Qian was left alone, disheveled in the wind. No! Can you still do this? Chapter 494. She. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Clang, clang, clang. In the valley, accompanied by a piercing sound of air jets, numerous spikes shot out, hitting the rock wall and bouncing several times, indiscriminately attacking the narrow area. Puff! A spike shot down at a sharp angle, piercing the thigh of an alien survivor hiding behind a boulder. The electric current carried by the spike caused him to convulse, and smoke billowed from his body. He wore armor engraved with golden totems. A single horn curved upward from his forehead, and his curly hair was dusty and disheveled. He looked disheveled, as if he had been locked in a stalemate with a giant hedgehog for a long time. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the electric spike, blood gushing out. He reached over the wound, pulled out a tube of healing potion, and injected it into his chest. Behind them, a giant hedgehog, the size of a small mountain, swayed and rustled, its body suddenly sprouting a multitude of spikes. Roar! A furious roar echoed through the valley. Having just launched a blanket attack, the giant hedgehog had discovered the man's hiding place, and began charging furiously. The potion took effect, healing his wounds. The alien survivor with a single horn slammed the ground, suddenly rising up, leaping 10 meters high and hovering in midair. He turned, swung his arm, and a gleaming golden bow, an arrow appeared in his hand, unleashing 3 arrows in quick succession. Boom! Boom! The terrifying force toppled the giant hedgehog, exposing its vulnerable abdomen. The one-horned alien's eyes flashed. Good opportunity. He drew his bow again, a full moon, charging a powerful arrow. But just a second before the arrow was about to be released, the giant hedgehog roared, and a blinding yellow lightning erupted from its body. The one-horned alien tensed, feeling the threat of death imminent. Turning, he saw that the spikes piercing the mountain were actually gathering electricity. Without time to dodge, countless currents converged from all directions, slamming into the one-horned man. Crack! An invisible barrier blocked the fatal blow, but the residual force still sent the one-horned man flying, spitting blood from his mouth, and landing heavily on the ground with a thud. I overestimated myself. He rolled to his feet, and injected another potion. These behemoths of Thunder Island truly live up to their reputation. Both their attack and defense power surpass those of ordinary level 2 cultivators. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, his golden armor shattered, and the one-horned man gave a helpless, bitter smile. I seen an impossible hunting mission today. I just give up. With a sigh, the one-horned man, watching the giant hedgehog chasing him from a distance, pulled out a card and prepared to teleport away. But the next moment, swish! The air trembled softly. A massive figure appeared out of nowhere, blocking the giant hedgehog's path. The sudden sight set off alarm bells in the one-horned man, who instinctively activated his extreme speed ability. The hedgehog, startled by the sudden appearance of this terrifying figure, tried to brake, but due to its overwhelming momentum, it couldn't stop for a moment. The figure didn't dodge, merely slowly punching the oncoming hedgehog. The one-horned man's gaze fixed on the strange puppet resting on his fist. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt like the puppet was looking at him. Bang! With a not-so-loud crash, the wooden figurine landed on the giant hedgehog like a seal. Seeing where the punch landed, the one-horned man couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. The hedgehog dodged just in time, blocking the blow with its spikes. But the next moment, a strange scene occurred. From the point where the puppet had touched, a dozen pitch-black footprints began to spread. These footprints drifted aimlessly along the giant hedgehog's spikes, quickly covering its entire body. As if sensing danger, the giant hedgehog curled up and began discharging electricity again. A violent thunder erupted, and the fish monster and the puppet, who were within arm's reach, were not spared. However, those pitch-black footprints seemed to exist in another dimension, completely unaffected by the current. As the one-horned man stared in amazement, the giant figure even reached out and grasped the discharged spikes, its body beginning to tremble violently. This one won't do. Boring. The one-horned man probably couldn't have guessed that the 2 men before him were actually testing the strength of the electric current with their bodies, and even commenting on it. This spike is good material. It can be made into a lightning spear. Handle it carefully, don't damage it too badly. The fish monster withdrew its hand, and its voice returned to normal. Don't worry, level 2 flesh and blood will be valuable to Boss Lin. I know that. As it spoke, the puppet extended its small hand, and snapped its fingers with a not-so-crystallic sound. Puff! Puff, puff, puff. A series of explosions erupted, and the giant hedgehog's body felt like it had been stuffed with a dozen high-explosive bombs, detonating simultaneously. Its body deformed and burst like an inflated balloon, and with a crashing sound, blood and visceral fragments rained down like a torrential rain, splattering the ground in a crimson haze. Such a terrifying scene instantly inhaled the breath of the one-horned man's head. Then, a system notification chimed in his mind. Hunting mission completed. But he felt no joy at all, not even the time to check the mission's reward. Because at that moment, the terrifying, blood-soaked monster stood silently before him, so close. In the blink of an eye, it was closing in, and he hadn't even seen its movements. It was so bizarre, like something out of a horror movie. Gudong. Facing those pupilless, lifeless eyes, the one-horned man couldn't help but swallow. Without the slightest thought of resistance, he had only one thought. Escape. He pinched the card in his hand, about to teleport away, but the next moment, a system notification sent him reeling. What do you mean I'm locked in? Block card? No. I can't even use the storage space. That's not something a block card can do. What the hell just happened to me? The one-horned man's eyes widened, his face ashen, his arms drooping limply, a look of resigned despair. Meanwhile, the puppet man and the fish monster were discussing how to deal with the one-horned man. Kill him? He's not an anomalous intruder. Killing him is pointless. Break his limbs and hand him over to Boss Lin. Let him see what he does with him. That's fine. Boss Lin has survivor status. Killing him will allow us to merge the storage space. Let's do it. After the discussion, the fish monster grabbed the one-horned man with its other hand and vanished with a swish. Chapter 495. Guh! Guh! Gugga. On the beach, Lin Qian was grilling a demon lionfish when the bird of doom beside him suddenly began to scream excitedly. Annoyed by what he heard, he pulled a roll of duct tape from his storage space and quickly wrapped it around the bird of doom's beak. Then, cursing, he returned to his grilling. But just as he sat down, he heard a familiar rumbling sound in the air, and the fish monster appeared. It's over so quickly. Before Lin Qian could even look up, he saw a bloody figure being thrown towards him, slamming heavily onto the sand with a thud. Oh my god! He was so startled that he almost jumped up. What the hell is this? The fish monster stood calmly by the fire, its body just blocking the path of several skewers of demon lionfish that had already been sprinkled with seasoning. The survivor we encountered on the island appears to have a spirit attribute of level 2 and possesses a Horcrux, but I already dealt with it. It poses no threat. Boss Lin, please do as you please. I get back to my work. After saying this, the fish monster vanished without even giving Lin Qian a chance to ask. Lin Qian stared in astonishment at the creature, its limbs twisted and twisted in irregular patterns. This is actually a level 2 leader? If you hadn't told me, I have thought it was a stray dog on the side of the road. What's that thing on its head? A broken horn? Little did he know that just a minute ago, the horn had been intact and erect. Why are you blinking? Say what you want to say. Oh! Its jaw is broken too. Lin Qian pulled out a rapid healing potion and injected the broken horn with it. He naturally understood Brother Yu's intention in handing this thing over to him. A cooperative relationship would be best, but if he didn't know better, he'd just kill him. But was this the way to give a sweet date after a slap? Using the Tathagata palm? Thank you. After regaining his mobility, Duanju immediately bowed in thanks. His voice trembled, clearly still shaken. It was terrifying. That monster was straight out of a nightmare. Okay, it's okay. Take it easy. Lin Qian waved his hand casually and sat back down in front of the fire. But when he looked up, he was stunned. Where's my skewers? He stood up in anger, cursing. That damn fish. It's getting outrageous. Watching Lin Qian, cursing as he pulled out new pieces of demon lion fish from his storage space and began carving them up, Guanju shrank back, not daring to breathe. He wasn't stupid, he could see the connection between the fish monster and the man before him. Since they deliberately spared my life, there must be a reason. Senior? Guanju bowed again respectfully, his tone humble yet sincere. Whatever you need, please tell me. I do my best to fulfill it. As he spoke, reminders of his target's death kept popping up in his mind, making him even more apprehensive, his heart in his throat. Those were all level 2 bosses, and due to years of living in the harsh environment of Thunder Island, their attack and defense far surpassed those of ordinary level 2 bosses. Yet, they were being killed so easily, like leeks being slaughtered, with the interval between deaths only seconds apart. It was hard to imagine what level of being he had encountered. Glancing at the humble Brokingio beside him, Lin Qian couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. So clever? He assumed that as a leader of the second-level breakthrough, this guy would have to act like a powerful figure, but he hadn't expected him to assess the situation so quickly and express his opinion without hesitation. Sure enough, those who successfully break through the second limit aren't fools. Lin Qian couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Since that was the case, he decided to get straight to the point. My race is very weak, and is still in its protective period. Facing future challenges, I'm worried I won't be able to handle it alone, so I'm trying to make some allies ahead of time. What's your name? How strong is your race? How big is it? He didn't sound condescending, simply asking calmly, as if addressing an ordinary friend. The horned young man was stunned for a few seconds, then, recovering his composure, quickly placed one hand on his chest in greeting. My name is Supervisor. A series of gibberish drifted by, and Lin Qian blinked, a look of confusion on his face. Are you chanting a spell? The broken horn lowered his head, a look of apology on his face. I'm sorry, senior. Our Wuju clan's name is indeed a bit complicated. You can call me Suli. Lin Qian rubbed his chin, staring at Suli's broken horn again and again. The Wuju clan? That sounds weak, he muttered to himself. But Suli's next words stunned him. Broken second-level champions, including me, there are a total of 27 of our Wuju clan members. Lin Qian's hands trembled slightly, but his expression remained calm. Wow, I didn't expect them to be so wealthy, even more so than the Evil Ghost clan. Well, not bad. He coughed lightly, masking his shock. Seeing Lin Qian express his approval, Suli suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Thank you, senior, for your recognition. It's our clan's honor to serve you. Lin Qian was stunned. What's going on? I haven't even laid out the terms of cooperation yet, and this guy is already rushing to serve. Is he just spouting nonsense to save his life? A hint of suspicion flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. The Star Clan and the Demon Clan had established a relationship with the Egg of Life, while the Subdragon Clan needed the pure fire to smelt the ultimate gold. What about this guy? I hope that when the human race leaves its protective period, your Black-Horned clan can stand by our side and shoulder some of the pressure. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Suli immediately saluted. As long as you have a request, senior, our Black-Horned clan will do its utmost. Lin Qian frowned at him. Are you just going to agree to this without consulting your clan members? A confident smile played across Suli's blood-dried lips. Don't worry, senior. I just need to tell them that the new owner of Thunder Island is willing to establish a cooperative relationship with the Wuju tribe. Not only will know one object, but this will even further enhance my status within the tribe. Lin Qian was slightly stunned. So this island is called Thunder Island? Looking around, lightning and thunder were everywhere. The name was indeed very descriptive. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Suli was a little confused. You don't know Thunder Island? Lin Qian flipped the skewers and shook his head. I don't know. I just happened to be passing by and took a break to clean up. With a loud bang, another golden lightning bolt pierced the sky. Suli was stunned for a long time, opening his mouth, speechless. Thunder Island happened to be passing by, took a break to clean up. He was familiar with each of these words, but put together, they felt so unfamiliar. Chapter 496. Senior, you may not know that among the Level 2 breakthrough leaders, Thunder Island is quite famous. Many Level 2 breakthrough leaders were teleported here after the gate opened, only to abandon their missions and flee in disgrace. If it's a survival mission, even if you're being chased and running for your life, there's a good chance of completing it. But Thunder Island only issues hunting missions, making them incredibly difficult to complete. I remember a long time ago, a clan summoned all 20 of their leaders to sweep Thunder Island, and even invited 10 Level 2 breakthrough leaders to reinforce them. However, they ultimately suffered a crushing defeat, and even lost a Level 2 breakthrough leader, which caused quite a stir. Hearing Suri's words, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown. Wait a minute. 30 Level 2 breakthrough leaders not only failed, but one also died? That's ridiculous. In his range of perception, there were less than 10 Level 2 breakthrough leaders on this island. How could they possibly withstand the attacks of 30 of the same level? This is absolutely true. Death at Level 2 isn't something anyone would make light of, especially since the one who died was their own leader. Since then, Thunder Island has become a forbidden zone. Many who arrive here immediately abandon their missions and leave. Because besides these Level 2 creatures on the periphery, within the central thunder pool of Thunder Island lies a terrifying monster. That monster is called the Thunder Beast. It has giant horns on its head, 4 hooves, a tail as sharp as a knife, and is as fast as lightning. Crucially, its thunder has a paralyzing effect. If you're constantly attacked and killed, you won't even have a chance to escape. The deceased Level 2 Broken Beast died because of this. However, even though this Thunder Beast possessed the combat power of a peak Level 2 Broken Beast, it was still insufficient to withstand the siege of 30 of its peers. Its most terrifying ability is its ability to recover from injuries and physical strength by bathing in thunder. It might be easier to deal with elsewhere, but within the thunder pool, it is invincible. To kill it, one must either possess a powerful lethality that prevents it from recovering, or remove it from Thunder Island. Only a level 3 broken beast can accomplish this. But a level 3 broken beast cannot be teleported to Thunder Island, and those ancient races wouldn't go to such great lengths to do so. So this island has continued to exist, nurturing one level 2 broken beast after another. Lin Qian caught the key word. Nurture? Suri nodded. That's right. The thunder pool has the effect of tempering one's physique, and those who bathe in it for a long time will also gain lightning abilities of the same attribute. When the 30 level 2 cultivators landed on the island, all 11 level 2 bosses, except for the thunder beast, were slain. However, due to time constraints, they did not attack the remaining beasts. The level 2 cultivators currently on the island have all evolved from level 1 cultivators. If given more time, they will breed even more powerful level 2 beasts. Suri said, bowing again. Therefore, I dare to ask you for permission to enter the thunder pool on behalf of my people. Of course, we are willing to pay the price and purchase tickets. Lin Qian understood. It turns out that this thunder pool is actually a treasured place for cultivation. I really found a great bargain. No problem, I'm always generous to my friends. Lin Qian smiled faintly, and casually handed Suli the burnt skewers of demon lion fish. He'd been listening to the story for so long. Suli took them as if they were treasures, and quickly took a bite. The corners of his mouth were stained with charcoal black, but his expression was one of amazement, a look he couldn't tell if real or fake. Lin Qian held 2 skewers in each hand, and was about to take a bite, when his vision suddenly went black. The fish monster, its head covered in blood, stood before him, staring intently at the demon lion fish in Lin Qian's hands. The puppet pulled away the vines, jumped off the fish monster's fist, and stretched his dry waist. Boss Lin, my joints are in the bloodstream. Could you please rinse them with water? The puppet pleaded with Lin Qian, its butt sticking out. Lin Qian rolled his eyes, handed the skewers to the fish monster, and then took out a water gun from his storage space to clean the two. He glanced at the time. Less than 10 minutes had passed. His efficiency was truly remarkable. Did you kill them all? Lin Qian asked casually. Yeah, we did. There were only 8 in total. The last one was slammed into the ground by the discus. The fish monster shoved the skewer into his stomach, chewing up the skewer along with it. This guy said there's a thunder beast in the thunder pond that can heal itself infinitely. Have you seen it? Lin Qian was curious about the thunder beast's abilities. Infinite healing? I don't know. The fish monster and the puppet man exchanged bewilderment. But the thunder pond is a nice place. It's so tingling and numb, quite comfortable. There was a strange sheep in there. It tried to escape, but it was too slow, so I easily blasted it. The puppet wasn't happy to hear that. That's the effect of my curse, isn't it? The fish monster waved its hand. Almost. Puppet, it's been such a pleasure working with you. I hope in the future. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the puppet. I better not bother with you in the future. If it weren't for Boss Lin, I wouldn't bother with you. Lin Qian was touched. Senior puppet, I give you a world-class painting kit someday. Hearing this, the puppet was instantly excited. Boss Lin. Are you serious? I'm just worried about using up too much paint lately. I was hoping to ask you for it sometime. It clicked its fingers. Lin Qian smiled and nodded. Don't worry, senior puppet, I definitely satisfy you. The puppet patted his chest generously. Then I can't be stingy. It's decided. I create the next 10 paintings based on Boss Lin, and give them to you as a gift. Lin Qian's face froze. But seeing the puppet's excitement, he couldn't bear to disappoint him, so he gritted his teeth. All right. I'm looking forward to it now. Hearing this, the puppet became even happier, even spinning in circles on the beach. Seeing this, the fish monster waved his hand with a grand gesture. I decided too. I give my new product to Lin. Lin Qian refused without hesitation. I won't eat it. If you make the thing, and put it together with shit, and I have to choose one, I'd rather eat shit. After all, no one would be so bored as to poison shit. There was a loud thunderclap in the sky, and the coconut the fish monster had picked from nowhere fell to the ground. Ha ha! The puppet laughed mercilessly, doubled over with laughter. Lin Qian was laughing too. Suri, standing nearby, didn't understand what was going on, but seeing Lin Qian's laughter, he laughed too. Hee hee. Hee hee. The laughter abruptly stopped. Bang! The fish monster continued to swing its fist, while Suri vanished from its spot, leaving behind 2 footprints on the beach, proof of its presence. Boss Lin, why isn't this guy dead yet? Just looking at him makes me sick. Chapter 497. Boss Lin, these spikes can store lightning energy and are quite hard. Find a craftsman to craft them into spears, javelins, or crossbows. Both are excellent choices. The threat eliminated, the puppet returned to the City of Chaos to continue painting. The fish monster, reluctant to leave, followed Lin Qian around, acting as a guide and explaining the sights. Suri followed behind him timidly, barely daring to breathe, fearing another blow would send him plummeting into the sea. He had finally figured out that these terrifying creatures were only polite to the man before them, and were completely hostile to other creatures. Ah! From a distant cliff, a winged level 2 overseer leaped down, swung the intestines of some creature in his hand, and slammed into the ground like a crashed plane. He stood up and, as if nothing had happened, continued to pretend to be a helicopter as he flew away. Elsewhere, a slightly smaller overseer hollowed out a beast's head and placed his own head inside. Losing sight and losing his balance, he staggered around like a drunk, his body drenched in blood, looking terrifying. Be careful. Don't mess with those level 2 corpses. Boss Lin needs them. The fish monster warned the overseers, who were enjoying themselves, before happily helping Lin Qian collect the bodies. The puppet man's curse was too overpowering. The deaths of these level 2 bosses were horrific. Without the fish monster's introduction, Lin Qian wouldn't even have recognized the original form of the bloody masses. Putting the flesh and blood into his storage space, Lin Qian wasn't in a rush to absorb them. Currently, his strength had only reached level 2, and his constitution had reached its maximum, so he wouldn't benefit from them. He planned to use them later, once his constitution had reached level 2, to maximize the benefits. Having reached level 2 ahead of schedule, and possessing the strength to transcend stages, Lin Qian no longer felt the same sense of crisis as before, nor was he anxious to improve his strength. Of course, this was a mindset that could only be maintained while earning a daily salary of 100 points as a supervisor. Arriving at the mountaintop thunder pool, Lin Qian couldn't help but marvel at the vast expanse of golden lightning below, as if it were solidified. It truly is like surging pool water, so magical. Before he finished speaking, the fish monster next to him had already slid down the slope. The lightning, like it had caught prey, madly rushed towards the fish monster, instantly engulfing it. Come on! Boss Lin! Come down and feel it! Its voice trembled, but its expression showed pure enjoyment. Lin Qian nodded, leaped, and also entered the thunder pool. Then, with a crackling sound, Lin Qian felt an unbearable tingling sensation all over his body, and his long hair stood on end. His muscles tensed and flexed uncontrollably, as golden electricity surged through his body, yet it didn't cause much damage. After a while, Lin Qian gradually adjusted to the sensation. He closed his eyes, and calmly sensed the changes within him. Su Li, come down and feel it together, he called, eyes closed. Su Li was stunned, somewhat flattered. He glanced cautiously at the fish monster, and seeing it didn't react, he slowly slid down the edge. Ugh! However, his physical condition was clearly far inferior to Lin Qian's. Upon entering the thunder pool, he was electrocuted into a mask of pain. He finally scrambled out, his curly hair turning into a dandelion, looking quite comical. Huh? After relieving himself for a moment, he gritted his teeth and jumped down again. This time, he persevered, seemingly unwilling to miss this rare opportunity. Lin Qian was highly adaptable, and after a while, the stimulation of the electric current diminished considerably. It felt a bit like soaking in a hot spring, quite pleasant indeed. Just then, he suddenly felt the Lin Yuan long sword at his waist move, and then, Wu Sheng unexpectedly emerged from it. Huh? He was startled, thinking Wu Sheng couldn't stand the shock. He was about to leave the thunder pool with the Lin Yuan long sword, but Wu Sheng grabbed it. He said the lightning here can temper the soul, and he wants to stay a while longer. Since Wu Sheng couldn't communicate in his transformed state, the fish monster once again acted as an interpreter. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes widened. What? This thunder pool can also temper the soul? Then I have to try. Not far away, Su Li was gritting his teeth, enduring the agony of the lightning when he suddenly heard a trembling sound. He instinctively opened his eyes, his face filled with horror. A surge of black energy surged ahead, and a 10-meter-tall, ferocious beast gradually took shape. Its right arm and half its head shone with golden light, its ferocity tinged with an inexplicable sacredness, an unforgettable sight. But in a moment, the beast vanished in a flash of smoke. Lin Qian grimaced in pain, his brow furrowed. No! This thunder is too damaging to the beast's soul. formed from the condensation of evil spirits. It can't withstand it. But then, he closed his eyes, and materialized a golden arm of the beast's soul. The golden arm was entangled in the equally golden lightning, causing Lin Qian's soul to throb, but it wasn't seriously damaged. On the contrary, he could feel his golden arm slowly absorbing the lightning. Just as Wu Sheng had said, the lightning truly had the effect of tempering the soul. Alas, it's a pity there's only one golden arm. With a sigh, Lin Qian's desire for incense reached an unprecedented level. After soaking in the thunder pool for a while, Lin Qian felt very satisfied and was ready to let the black-clad soldiers enjoy the conditions of the thunder pool as soon as possible. Back on shore, as work was about to begin, the fish monster first released Suri's lock, then vanished with a swish, disappearing somewhere to gather materials. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, feel free to do what you want. I'm leaving soon. If you need anything later, just contact us privately. Lin Qian waved casually at Suri and headed back to the Infinity Building. Boss Lin, please wait a moment. Suri quickly stopped Lin Qian upon seeing this. Legion Smith is a thing of the past, now it's Boss Lin's world. Lin Qian stopped, looking at him in confusion. Suli gritted his teeth and suddenly waved his hand, causing several items to materialize from thin air. Boss Lin, while your friend killed the level 2 creature on the island, my hunting mission was also completed. I know I owed you a debt of gratitude, so I can't just accept things that don't belong to me. These are all the items rewarded from the hunting mission. In addition, I received an additional 257 attribute points. I'm willing to pay an equivalent amount of resources as compensation for these attributes. What do you think, Boss Lin? Chapter 498. Huh? Lin Qian raised his eyebrows, looking at Suli in surprise. He had no idea about hunting missions. In other words, if Suli hadn't mentioned it, he could have kept all the spoils for himself. There was no need to hand them over and then owe him a favor for attribute points. Now Lin Qian truly had a new regard for Suli. He said nothing, but stepped forward to examine the loot on the ground. There were armor, weapons, attribute items, and even 20 rapid healing potions. After all, it was a level 2 hunting mission, so the rewards were naturally generous. The attribute reward alone was 257 points. Only Lin Qian could remain indifferent to such a figure. He first picked up the most conspicuous giant mace and checked its attributes. Thunderbolt Hammer, a heavy weapon imbued with terrifying lightning power, each strike unleashes a lightning attack. Lin Qian, a heavy weapon, wielded it a few times before bringing it down heavily. Boom! Ziz! After a brief, earth-shaking tremor, a powerful electrical current erupted from the hammer. While its power was somewhat weak, it wasn't an act of skill, but rather an additional damage. A prolonged battle would undoubtedly overwhelm the enemy. Excellent stuff. Lin Qian nodded in satisfaction and picked up another metal staff. Lightning Wand. After charging, it can cast a lightning spell. The specific effect and charging speed are affected by the natural environment, 3/3. Waste? Lin Qian piqued his interest. This was the first time he had seen such an item. He swung the staff, unleashing a lightning spell. Amidst a humming sound, an invisible pulling force emerged. Lin Qian raised his staff high and swung it down with all his might at the boulder in front of him. Boom! A golden bolt as thick as a bucket descended from the sky, shattering the boulder into pieces and turning it into dust. The sheer force of the movement startled even Lin Qian. Holy crap! So powerful? He was stunned. As expected of a level 2 reward, it was truly exceptional. Next, he examined the remaining armor and weapons. They all had some connection to lightning, likely due to the boss's attributes. However, Lin Qian possessed the armor-transforming ability and the abyss-reaching long sword, so ordinary weapons and armor held little appeal to him. He only kept the lightning staff, leaving the rest for the captains of the Black Army to divide among themselves. Finally, Lin Qian set his sights on the golden heart in the center. Although the heart had stopped beating, it still flickered faintly with golden arcs of electricity, clearly no simple object. Reaching out to touch it, the item's information popped up. Thunder Beast Heart, after successful transplant, gains the trait Thunder Harness Body. The description was concise, and Lin Qian wasn't surprised. He had seen similar things before, so he had anticipated this. However, he wouldn't take such a risk as a heart transplant, nor was there any need to do it. He'd save it for the Black Army. Putting everything on the ground, Lin Qian looked at Suli, who had been waiting quietly beside him. He raised his hand and patted him firmly on the shoulder. Young man, you have a bright future. Find a place on the island to place a permanent door. If you want to bathe in the Thunder Pool in the future, you can do it. Lin Qian's casual remark effectively granted Suli permanent free admission to Thunder Island. Of course, it was just for him. If other members of the Blackhorn tribe came, they would still have to pay a fee. The Thunder Pool was there anyway, and he couldn't take it away. Unlike the Dream Spring of the Evil Ghost tribe, Lin Qian felt safe and secure. Suli's eyes widened, unable to conceal his excitement. Thank you, Boss Lin. He bowed again. Okay. Anything else? I'm leaving now. Lin Qian waved his hand quickly, glancing at the time. The safe exploration period had ended, the supervisors had begun their shift, and his sense of security had plummeted. He didn't want to linger in the endless sea for long. Boss Lin, there's one more thing. Lin Qian paused, speechless. Can you finish? Suli continued, apologetic. Your island has just been captured and is completely desolate. If news of this spreads, Thunder Island's reputation will surely attract many visitors. It would be a shame to keep this magnificent, undamaged and untouchable wonder privately. The best way to maximize profits is to display it publicly and earn admission. As it happens, our Wuju tribe possesses a highly professional design and construction team, and we also have a stockpile of lightning protection materials. If possible, I would like to undertake the construction of Thunder Island on behalf of the Wuju tribe. Lin Qian blinked, feeling a little dazed. He had never expected to encounter a self-promoting contractor in a dungeon. After some thought, he realized he really didn't have the time to manage Thunder Island, so outsourcing would be a good option. What's the price? But he still had to ask the price beforehand. Completely free. Consider it a welcome gift from our Wuju tribe to you, Boss Lin. Lin Qian had expected Suri to offer free access to the Lei Qi for the Wuju tribe, and he was even prepared to agree. Instead, he got a free offer. He was surprised again. It must be said that powerful tribes are confident and generous. Okay, then, I leave it to you. Smiling and patting Suri on the shoulder, Lin Qian said nothing more. He wasn't a businessman, he wouldn't haggle over profits. He would treat others the same way they treated him. But things like this take time to prove themselves, they can't be confirmed by mere words. He wasn't worried about Suri taking advantage of the situation and leading the Wuju tribe to occupy Laming Island. In fact, he wasn't worried about anyone attacking Laming Island, not just the Wuju tribe. At most, he'd just have to take Brother Yu and the others to clean up the mess. Anyway, Lin Qian wasn't planning on letting humans settle here for now, so whoever had an idea was welcome. Thank you, Boss Lin, for your trust. Leaving the construction of Thunder Island in Suli's care, Lin Qian returned to the beach. Just as he was about to open the door to his room, something struck him, and he turned to look at the Bird of Doom, its beak taped shut. He took 2 steps forward, untied its restraints, and tossed a large piece of demon lionfish meat to it before leaving without worry. This dead bird was too noisy, he couldn't possibly keep it in his room. As for whether it might fly away, Lin Qian wasn't worried. It had no feathers, so it couldn't fly far. The endless ocean was terrifyingly vast, with islands spanning vast distances. Even a fish would have to run for ages, let alone a bird. But even if it did escape, he wouldn't care. It was just a pet he picked up, no need to dwell on it. Lin Qian had no shortage of pets. And the pets in the City of Chaos were much smarter and cuter than this bird. I just like to tear things down. Of course, most of the time, I'm tearing things down in other people's houses. Chapter 499. Are you sure you made up your mind? In room 998, Lin Qian frowned as he looked at Su Mian lying on the operating table. He didn't really want Su Mian to risk a Thunder Beast heart transplant, but he was determined to take the gamble. Don't worry, Brother Qian. We have so many healing tools. Even if the transplant fails, we can still create a heart for me. Under Qin Liang's guidance, Su Mian lay in the recess, his vital signs displayed on the instrument. A group of people gathered in the room, many of them worried. Brother Qian, please trust my skills. I won't let anything happen to this guy. Qin Liang assured Lin Qian. Don't worry, Brother Qian. These are the most advanced medical facilities in the technological world. Heart transplants are not uncommon there. Some people even give up their healthy hearts for high-strength artificial ones. Jiang Jinshan, standing across from him, offered comfort. I'm not worried about the surgery failing. I'm worried you can't handle this crappy second-level tool. Lin Qian sighed helplessly. Brother Qian, my physical attributes have already surpassed the first limit. I believe I can handle it. Su Mian gave Lin Qian a confident smile and gave him a thumbs up. Finally, with Lin Qian's worried nod, the operation began. Indicators are normal. Begin the transplant. The original heart will be removed and placed on a life support system to maintain its activity in case of an emergency. Oh! This heart is actually automatically clinging to blood vessels. Oh no! Get out of the way! The equipment is damaged by the electrical current. This power. It's terrifying. His body can't take it. Remove it immediately. No! You can't get close. No need to cut. Inject him with the rapid healing potion, continuously. Ouch, get out of the way, I do it. Brother Qian. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Lin Qian activated his armor transforming ability and braved the raging lightning, injecting Su Mian with the potion left and right. He poured the rapid healing potion in as if it were free, saving the dying Su Mian. He convulsed violently, his body surging with electricity, and a burning smell spread. The wound on his chest healed again and again, only to be torn apart again by the current. Sister Min. Without a choice, Lin Qian called for help. The next moment, the wooden door creaked open. With a clanging sound, iron chains quickly wrapped around the unconscious Su Mian, mummy-like, suppressing the raging lightning energy. Lin Qian continued to inject Su Mian with the potion through the gaps in the chains. After consuming a full 45 injections of rapid healing potion, Sister Min's chain slowly retracted, slamming the wooden door shut. Su Mian's body collapsed to the ground, blackened, as if charred. Su Mian. Seeing Lin Qian breathe a sigh of relief, Qin Liang was the first to rush forward and check on Su Mian's condition. The instrument blared a shrill alarm. His heart rate was too high. Then, with a flash of electricity, Qin Liang instinctively withdrew his hand. Cough, cough, cough. Su Mian coughed violently, then suddenly stood up, supporting himself with his hands, showing no sign of weakness. He glanced around in confusion. What happened? He looked down at himself. Oh! Success? I gained a new trait, the lightning harness body. Ha ha ha! Brother Qian. He jumped up excitedly and ran towards Lin Qian, like a student sharing good news. But what greeted him was Lin Qian's calm gaze. Su Mian slowed down his pace. He felt a chill run down his spine under the gaze. Qian, Brother Qian? He knew Lin Qian too well. For him to act like this, he must have been truly furious. Next time, don't take risks when you're unsure. After leaving a few words, Lin Qian pushed the door open and left. There was nothing to blame, after all, it was ultimately his approval that led to this happening. He spoke to Su Mian, but also to Lin Qian himself. When everything goes too smoothly, one can subconsciously let down their guard and feel omnipotent. Thankfully, the outcome was good. But Lin Qian didn't want to experience anything like this again. Today was the time for the evil ghost tribe to deliver their goods. The difference was that this time, Lin Qian didn't wait until the safe exploration period began. He arrived at Devil Island alone, awaiting the arrival of the goods. Inside the church, Zane sipped his drink while praising the demon lion fish. I love the taste. He looked much better than before, apparently digesting it smoothly. That's a boundless ocean called the Endless Sea. Not only are there all sorts of bizarre sea monsters, but there are also countless islands, each with a unique environment. Lin Qianwei described the Endless Sea's scenery vividly, leaving Zane mesmerized. I really want to go there and see it, Zane said longingly. Alas, it's a pity you can't leave here otherwise. Before he could finish his words, Zane interrupted him. Well, actually, I can leave now. Lin Qian was stunned. Huh? Zane smiled and nodded. I mastered my abilities perfectly. If I was just a part of Demon Town before, now Demon Town has become a part of me. Lin Qian didn't understand Zane's words, only knowing that he could finally move freely. But before that, he still needed to confirm Zane's strength. After all, the Endless Sea wasn't an ordinary dungeon, danger lurked within. And it just so happened that a ready-made guinea pig was about to arrive. Zane, you come and take action later. I see how good you are. Zane simply smiled and nodded. He understood Lin Qian's meaning. Soon, at the appointed time, Lin Qian arrived at the beach and took out a summoning card to summon Black Dog. After Black Dog appeared, he, as usual, called his younger brother, Black Bear, over as well, and the two brothers then joined forces to recruit others. A few flashes of teleportation light flashed, and another 10 unfortunates were ready. Perhaps because so many people had died recently, this group was obviously much more cautious, immediately forming a formation. But when they turned around, they found their target standing between the two brothers, Black Bear and Black Dog, even raising his hand and greeting them with a smile. Hello. Needless to say, some instantly guessed the whole story. It's you? They stared at Black Dog in disbelief. You evil ghosts are actually helping them. Among the 10, a lion beastman stepped forward with gritted teeth. Black Dog glanced around and quietly took 2 steps back. Boss Lin, why don't I see your friends this time? Clearly, he was worried that the 3 of him wouldn't be able to handle the 10 before him. They're busy. But don't worry, I have many friends. Chapter 500. Ah! Don't come over here. Please! Let me go! Puff! The previously vicious and violent lion now humbly knelt, begging for mercy. One of its arms was severed, blood gushing out, its eyes filled with terror, as if it had seen a demon seeking its life. Before it, Zane stood quietly, a wrinkled brown paper bag covering his head, his hands clasped together, and waved casually. Swish! The next moment, the lion was horrified to discover that its body had been split diagonally in 2. Even the building behind it was cleaved apart. Boom! A loud noise echoed as the building collapsed. The lion simply fell silently, one paw trembling as it scraped at the dirt. It looked up, its eyes filled with despair. Holy crap, brother! Have you reached this point now? Lin Qian's voice rang out as a pool of shadows surged in the corner. With a casual blast of solar energy, he shattered the lion's head and pocketed the reward. Lin Qian stared at Zane in disbelief, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. That's actually the power of that axe. It only works within my domain. The brown paper bag on Zane's head crumbled to ash, revealing a gentle face, as if the person who had just casually chopped open a building had nothing to do with him. But now I can freely cast my domain around myself and forcibly pull anyone in. As long as I'm within my domain, I'm invincible. Lin Qian was stunned. He had hoped to assess Zane's combat prowess through actual combat, but found that there was no way to do that. This guy completely defies the normal combat system. But it makes sense, since Zane's abilities are related to demons. In the same world, another ability related to demons is Pure Fire, a source-level ability. Lin Qian guessed that Zane's abilities were likely source-level as well. After all, that chaotic aura had already made the bald monster offer a hefty 20 gold coins. 20 might seem a bit low now, but at the time, it truly shocked Lin Qian. It turned out that he was right not to sell it. Otherwise, there would be no role for Wusheng. Where's my sword? Thinking of Wusheng, Lin Qian instinctively touched his waist, only to find it empty. Oh yes, he's still in the thunder pool. Slapping his head, Lin Qian immediately remembered. I've been so busy lately. I've been so busy. Sigh. With a sigh, Lin Qian stored the lion's flesh and blood in his storage space, keeping it as a backup. His current stockpile of flesh and blood is plentiful, all high grade, enough for him to withstand a protracted battle lasting about 2 weeks. Boss Lin. In the distance, Black Dog approached, somewhat embarrassed. There have been rumors in the trading city lately, saying a monster has appeared among the protected races. It's even more exaggerated than what you told me. I wonder if it's... He eyed Lin Qian cautiously. Lin Qian understood his meaning, and shook his head slightly. No, what I told the Star Tribe was essentially the same as yours. It must be that some rumor spread after I joined the Death Restaurant. Black Dog was stunned. Death Restaurant? Well, no wonder. He had a look of sudden realization. Just say what you want to say. Lin Qian noticed his hesitation and frowned impatiently. Well, because of these rumors, it's becoming more difficult for us to gather hunting teams. Plus, so many level 1 cultivators have died, some people are already suspecting we're setting a trap. I believe the Star Clan has been affected too. Lest Lin Qian think he was lying, Black Dog quickly brought the Star Clan into the mix. Novi had indeed told him about this, and Lin Qian was aware of it. But even knowing the reason, he still feigned confusion as he looked at Black Dog. So what are you trying to say? Hearing Lin Qian's guarded tone, Black Dog visibly tensed. Well, the remaining heads might be slower to come. If possible, could I not bring in my belongings? After saying this, he carefully observed Lin Qian's expression and quickly added. Of course, if that doesn't work. Unexpectedly, Lin Qian suddenly smiled. Of course. Black Dog was stunned. Yeah. Lin Qian patted Black Dog's shoulder. We're friends, after all. Black Dog was touched. Thank you, Boss Lin. The two of them immediately began discussing the supply list. Lin Qian, still focusing on attack-type items, also requested thousands more Dream Spring water. Although the Black Army was already saturated, the human race was numerous. Lin Qian's goal was to bring as many people as possible, asking for nothing in return, simply to ensure the better survival of the human race in the Infinity Building. I go back and prepare now. The transaction will be completed in an hour at most. After agreeing on the terms, Black Dog was eager to leave, but Lin Qian held him back. The next moment, a life egg was thrown. Black Dog was startled, reaching out to take it, nearly stumbling from the impact. Boss Lin. This? He was somewhat at a loss. Take it. Let your mother inspect it. Lin Qian waved his hand with a grand gesture, a nouveau riche demeanor. Speaking of which, the Star Tribe had already taken several of his life eggs, while the Evil Ghost Tribe hadn't even claimed a single one. The comparison was truly unfair. After all, he had already tested their character, and appropriately extending some trust beyond what was expected would strengthen the bond between the two sides. Of course, if the Evil Ghost Tribe didn't appreciate the favor, Lin Qian had a plan. By then, he could drink freely from the Dream Spring, no need to buy anything. Thank you. Black Dog's voice trembled with excitement, eagerly teleporting away with his brother, Black Bear. Lin Qian sighed, as he watched the two men from behind. He felt a mixture of emotions. He hoped the Demon Tribe would keep their promise, yet also half expected them to break it. Turning around, Lin Qian threw his arm around Zane's neck. Come on, I take you on a tour of the Infinity Building. Zane was frail, practically being dragged along by Lin Qian. The scenery behind him quickly shrank, merging with Zane's body, leaving only a desolate landscape. Zane completely materialized the church, free from the confines of the demon town. Lin Qian gazed at the exquisitely ornate church, groping around in amazement. Holy crap! You can now create a building out of thin air? Zane chewed an apple slowly. Of course I can, but it take a while. Right. Zane suddenly seemed to remember something and rummaged in his pocket. Then he pulled out two items. Seeing the two familiar objects, Lin Qian was stunned. Chapter 501. Holy crap! You really made it? This was the umpteenth time Lin Qian had cursed in surprise today. He stepped forward, took the two items from Zane's hand, and examined them carefully. One was a spirit fire seedling, the other was a demon hunter bullet. Neither item had a specific item description. But now that Lin Qian possessed pure fire, he could clearly sense the homologous energy within the spirit fire seedling. The bullet is a little easier, but this little ball is definitely difficult to construct. The energy within it is not easy to imitate, Zane said, pulling out a handful of dim spirit fire seedlings from his pocket, even mixing in two oval-shaped ones. How many times have you tried? Lin Qian was touched. He had casually mentioned something before, something he had forgotten, but he hadn't expected Zane to remember it, and put so much effort into it. After all, I don't usually have much to do, so I'm pretty free, Zane said with a shy smile. Lin Qian knew, however, that since he only had one friend, and he hadn't been around much lately, he must be bored. He wasn't good at expressing himself, so he could only pat Zane on the shoulder. Let's go! The two of them passed through the permanent door of the confessional, and arrived at Lin Qian's room. As soon as they entered, Zane couldn't help but look around. It was obvious that he was trying hard to control his curiosity. It was like a child who had never traveled far from home entering the home of a relative in the big city for the first time. Lin Qian pulled Zane aside and explained the room's amenities. Look at this, the beast bed. If you lie down in it, this thing will bite you. But no one likes it except that catfish. Catfish, do you remember? Zane was also impressed by Brother Catfish. They're all at work now, or you could bring them over to play with you. Zane's face was immediately torn upon hearing this. After much hesitation, he couldn't help but speak. Let's not do it. Your things here look so beautiful. It would be a shame if they damaged them, and I can't repair them. It was obvious that those supervisors hadn't left a good impression on Zane. Lin Qian laughed dumbly. It's okay. Everything here is indestructible. Look! As he spoke, Lin Qian casually punched the dummy. Bang! The dummy recoiled, rebounding, its eyes glaring. Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Zane was stunned, staring at the dummy with wide eyes. And you? You're as skinny as a stick, what are you looking at? Look again, and I gouge your eyes out. The mannequin's tone was irritable, with a hint of threat. Ouch, a change of style today, Lin Qian said with a smile, introducing it to Zane. This is one of my more popular toys. You can attack it with all your might, and no matter what, it will stubbornly fight back. Zane's eyes lit up, and he folded his hands, clearly eager to give it a try. Seeing this, Lin Qian quickly stepped back. He had witnessed the man's destructive power, which was truly earth-shattering. No, you stupid-looking guy, why don't you get out of here? What are you staring at your father for? The mannequin continued to talk. Zane was stunned for a moment, then smiled shyly. A sudden sense of foreboding came over Lin Qian, and he quietly retreated a distance. Ha ha ha. Are you angry? It seems your father has lectured you a lot. The dummy's voice abruptly stopped. A distorted space expanded, enveloping the dummy. The ground was like a pile of splattered, smeared paint. The dummy's movements seemed frozen, its face still fixed on that threatening expression. Ashes flickered, and a brown paper bag appeared above Zane's head. He slowly raised his hand, raised 2 fingers, and struck down with a sharp blow. Buzz! The space trembled. A barely perceptible mark appeared from the top of the dummy's head to the spring base below. Swish! The paint field quickly retracted, and the brown paper bag dissipated into ash. Zane turned and smiled at Lin Qian. Is that so? Lin Qian blinked and waited for a long time, but the dummy didn't make a sound. Confused, he stepped forward and patted the dummy, but still nothing happened. Huh? He stared at Zane in disbelief. You crashed his computer? Zane suddenly felt a little uneasy. I did. But before he could even begin to apologize, Lin Qian stood with his hands on his hips, laughing up at the sky. Ha ha ha. That's so satisfying. I've been fed up with that jerk for a long time. Ha ha. It's you, Zane. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. I'm sorry, sir. I apologize for my previous offense. You are truly a strong man. I pay you my highest respects. The dummy looked at Lin Qian sincerely, bowing with a spring-loaded bow. When he stood up again, the marks on his body had disappeared. It's okay. Zane's smile remained bashful. But Lin Qian was stunned. He glanced at Zane, then at the dummy. What are you looking at your father for? You stinky fish. But the dummy's expression suddenly changed when it faced Lin Qian. I forbid you to speak about my friend like that. Zane immediately stepped forward to protest. I'm sorry, sir. I'm ashamed of this. Lin Qian held Zane down and tried to lean closer again. Get away, you stinky bug. Your stench is making me sick. The dummy's expression changed again. Ouch. Lin Qian wasn't angry, he even ignored the dummy's insults. He simply found it fascinating. He hadn't expected the dummy to have a hidden setting. As long as the attack reached a certain limit, an Easter egg would be triggered. He swung his dragon skin coat, eager to try. Zane also stepped back politely. Then, Lin Qian raised one hand. Solar ray. Buzz. A white beam, as thick as an arm, struck the dummy, blasting it directly to the ground. Lin Qian's feet uncontrollably retreated, and he could only wrap blood threads around the surrounding equipment to secure it. After welding for a full minute, even the air grew hot, and Lin Qian finally stopped. Huff, huff. He bent down, panting. This was the first time Lin Qian had used the solar ray output at full power. Although the pure fire was inexhaustible, his energy was drained far too quickly. He felt like a gun barrel, consumable, with hundreds of forces flowing and converging within him. To use a somewhat unreasonable analogy, it's like farting. Imagine farting continuously for a minute, and then having to control the flow of air. It's exhausting. The dummy bounced up, steam rising from its body. It's hot. It's hot. Are you trying to burn your father to death? The noisy voice echoed, still unruly. Chapter 502. While it was a little disappointing that I didn't land an Easter egg on the dummy, the power of the solar ray was still recognized. Judging from the evaluation, it was even higher than the 2 rings of power. Besides that, Lin Qian still hadn't tried his ultimate attack, but using such a costly skill on the dummy would be a waste. Lin Qian wasn't bored to that extent. Later, Zane had clearly let loose, trying out each facility and experiencing it. After Lin Qian had played with him for a while, he suddenly received a message from Black Dog, saying that the items were ready and could be delivered at any time. Lin Qian smiled with relief, took out the summoning card, and entered Black Dog's number. A flash of light appeared, and Black Dog appeared. He looked very excited, presumably because his mother had verified the life egg and perhaps even used it. Thank you, Boss Lin. Black Dog thanked Lin Qian again, then immediately pulled out a dozen large, golden boxes from his storage space and neatly arranged them in the open space. This is double the supplies, representing our mother's gratitude and the demonic tribe's sincerity. Lin Qian was stunned. That doesn't make sense. Why have I heard that the Infinity Building is full of dangers, with interspecies deception and no trust at all? How come everyone I, Lin, have met is so trustworthy and appreciative? Could it be that I'm just lucky? The only people I met are good? He rubbed his chin, remembering the demonic tribe's willingness to annihilate the Star Tribe in order to gain first refusal on the life egg. Good people, they probably don't count, at least not the demonic tribe. But what is certain is that these guys are smart. There was absolutely no reason for Lin Qian to exploit the situation. Alright. A regretful sigh. Guess I have to wait until I'm out of the protection period before I find a target. He deliberately muttered this out loud, letting Black Dog hear it clearly. A chill ran down his back, and he stood straight. Sure enough, this boss Lin has been an extremely dangerous person from the very beginning. Mother was right to tell me to be extra cautious. Just as Lin Qian was checking the supplies, a gentle voice suddenly rang out from behind Black Dog. Your name is Black Dog? Black Dog turned around and met Zane's shy gaze. With a gulp, Black Dog swallowed. Just now, this seemingly harmless fellow had treated the 10 level 1 survivors he had brought with him like dogs, causing a building to collapse with a single wave of his hand. The horrific scene made him shudder. Hello, my name is Zane, and I'm a friend of your boss Lin. Facing the pale, slender hand that Zane extended, Black Dog could only nervously shake it. Hello. Zane smiled faintly. Nice to meet you. If I get the chance, I'd love to visit your tribe, see the scenery, and visit your mother. Black Dog's smile was forced. It would be my honor. I definitely. Though he said this, he had another thought in his mind. I would never bring such a terrifying being to my mother alone, unless Boss Lin was with me. In Black Dog's eyes, Lin Qian was like a parent. Even those terrifying monsters would obediently put down their corpses and bones and dejectedly run off to play. So, every time a delivery was made, Black Dog would subconsciously stay by Lin Qian's side. In that terrifying situation, only Lin Qian could give him a sense of security. Even his younger brother, Black Bear, who had been incredibly strong since childhood, was like this, so you can imagine how terrifying those guys were. Boss Lin, regarding the transaction for the next life egg. Seeing Lin Qian put the goods away, Black Dog immediately and eagerly requested the next transaction. Okay. Don't worry, the demonic tribe will always be my top priority. But before that, I have something else to show you. Black Dog was stunned. Something else? What? Perhaps influenced by Zane, Lin Qian also smiled shyly. Thunder Island, have you heard of it? Black Dog frowned. Thunder Island? Then realization dawned on him. I remember it. It seems to be an island in the endless sea. I heard my mother mention it. Lin Qian was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Black Dog, a level 1 crackling, to actually know about Thunder Island. I heard my mother mention it. Apparently, his mother is the leader of the level 2 cracklings of the Evil Ghost clan. He had the answer in his heart. Yes, similar to the Dream Spring controlled by your Evil Ghost clan, there's also a miraculous site on Thunder Island, a thunder pool that can temper the body. I was just about to take Zane there for a tour, and since you're here, come join us. Seeing Lin Qian about to leave, Black Dog finally couldn't help but speak. Wait! Boss Lin. I remember my mother said that island is very dangerous, with over a dozen level 2 cracklings. Facing Lin Qian's smiling face, Black Dog's voice trailed off. Could it be? Lin Qian smiled and nodded. Yes. Black Dog swallowed again. No problem? No. He shook his head obediently. Then let's go. Lin Qian took the lead, opening the permanent gate. A gust of wind blew in their faces, and the harsh environment of Thunder Island made them frown. Soon, the three of them appeared on the beach. They first took in the seascape, vaguely catching sight of a group of tentacle monsters feasting on a giant fish, blood spreading across a vast area. The leader, sensing Lin Qian's presence, turned and waved. Eating, haha. Lin Qian greeted him with a polite smile, as if he were an old neighbor. Turning around, he was stunned. Thunder Island was now covered in tall buildings, layer upon layer, decorated as magnificently as an imperial city, even with glass-covered gardens. Wow! So beautiful! Zane exclaimed. Wow! So spectacular! Black Dog couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wow! So fast! Lin Qian was equally surprised. But judging by the sounds, it didn't seem completely finished yet. There was some hammering and banging going on inside. Someone was installing something. Walking along the beach, he stepped onto the patterned stone steps. Just as he was about to take a step, he felt a movement beneath his feet, and his body automatically floated upward. Holy crap! It's an elevator! Lin Qian was shocked. Up a distance, he saw an opening ahead. A short figure was hammering on the stone slabs with a carving knife. Who is it? I'm already in a hurry, and you're causing me trouble. The dwarf glanced at Lin Qian, who had ascended the magic elevator, and burst into a barrage of curses. It was clear that work didn't bring him joy. Oh sorry, we didn't know. Seeing this, Lin Qian quickly stepped onto the nearby platform. Black Dog and Zane followed suit. Perhaps seeing Lin Qian's good attitude, the dwarf's temper softened a bit. He casually asked, still busy with his work. New face, which part are you in charge of? Lin Qian rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and gave an honest answer. I'm in charge of cleaning. Chapter 503. In charge of cleaning? The dwarf was stunned. Why are the cleaning crew here so early? Shouldn't they wait until the work is finished? If you come early, you won't be able to help, and you'd just be in the way. I'm warning you, this time the higher-ups are incredibly important. If you delay, you could be in big trouble. Just imagine, even cleaning up this infamous Thunder Island. His voice suddenly paused, and his movements ceased. He turned and looked at Lin Qian again. You said you were in charge of what? Lin Qian imitated Zane, a shy smile on his face. Yes, you guessed right. Bang! The hammer fell. The dwarf's mouth dropped open, as if struck by lightning. Then he rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground with a thud. Hey! Hey! In a daze, the dwarf felt someone pat his face. The force grew stronger and stronger, becoming unbearable. Stop it! I was wrong. I was so wrong. Whoa! Looking at the dwarf crying inexplicably, Lin Qian was speechless. He looked at Zane and Black Dog and spread his hands. They were also confused. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Whoa! I'm sorry, I'm so tired. I was worried I wouldn't be able to complete the assigned task, so I rushed. I didn't know who you were, and I said disrespectful things to you. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Please, sir, please be magnanimous and don't bother with a small fry like me. Lin Qian reached out to hold the dwarf's shoulder, stopping him from kowtowing. Master, you're overreacting. I didn't say anything. He was genuinely confused. Could it be that he looked so intimidating that he frightened people? No way. Lin Qian stroked his knife-like chin, then suddenly with a hiss, pulled his hand away, and frowned, pretending to be hurt by his own handsomeness as he observed him closely. Hearing Lin Qian's words, the dwarf craftsman looked up with a dirty look on his face. You really don't mind me? Lin Qian was speechless. You didn't say anything. What's there to be upset about? As for an apology, it's me who stepped on unfinished equipment without knowing the situation, affecting your work. I should be the one apologizing. Lin Qian shrugged, but even so, he wasn't prepared to actually apologize. He wasn't running for president, so there was no need to create such a falsely approachable persona. His politeness was simply a curiosity about the dwarf's construction methods. Upon hearing this, the dwarf panicked and prepared to kneel again, but Lin Qian was quick to stop him. Okay, can we chat normally? Stop kneeling all the time. He didn't care about his appearance, and sat down on a stone slab. Zane sat beside him with interest, while Black Dog gazed curiously at the other buildings on the island. Master, you continue. I watched from the side for a while. The dwarf nodded timidly, and picked up the hammer, but nervousness prevented him from starting. To ease the tension, Lin Qian took the initiative to talk to the dwarf. Master, what do you do for a living? It was obvious nonsense, but because of the unequal status between them, the dwarf didn't dare question it and answered honestly, head down. Your Excellency, I'm a pattern craftsman. I'm responsible for the construction and maintenance of magical facilities. The dwarf said as he brought down his hammer. Pattern craftsman? Lin Qian suddenly thought of the solar weapons in Evernight City. It seemed as if Lu Zhanqing had mentioned patterns back then. He pulled out a set of solar armor from his storage space. Array patterns, aren't they the ones on this armor? The dwarf glanced up and nodded. Yes. But these are high-level patterns, and I'm just a lowly pattern craftsman, only able to engrave them on ordinary building materials. His tone was humble. So, in addition to the system's output, the Infinity Building also has high-level craftsmen capable of crafting special effect equipment. Lin Qian pondered. Indeed? A voice echoed from a distance. Lin Qian turned and saw it was Suli. Today, he wore a black brocade robe with gold patterns, and a pointed hat like an ice cream cone, a look of opulence yet a touch of strangeness. Boss Lin, if you need anything, the Wujio tribe has top-notch array craftsmen ready to serve you. Suri smiled as he stepped forward, greeting Lin Qian and nodding to Zane and Black Dog. Who are these two friends? He asked politely. Lin Qian noticed that the horn that Brother Yu had broken had been repaired. It seemed the Wujio tribe still valued their horns. Oh, these two are my friends, Zane and Black Dog. Lin Qian stood up, casually patted his butt, and introduced them to Suri. Hello. Zane still smiled shyly, his manner very reserved. Nice to meet you. Suri saluted Zane, then looked at the somewhat nervous Black Dog. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a friend of the demon tribe. Black Dog clearly recognized Suri's identity, and quickly took 2 steps forward, swallowing silently. Hello. Suri waved his hand quickly. If you're Boss Lin's friend, then you're my friend. Please don't be so polite. While the others were exchanging pleasantries, the dwarf craftsman was diligently carving the seal. Fearing the noise might disturb them, he didn't dare to use too much force, instead tapping gently. Lin Qian, finding it oddly amusing, asked casually, Where did you hire these workers? They're quite dedicated. Suri glanced at the dwarf craftsman and replied with a smile. Oh, they're a subordinate race of the Blackhorn tribe, I think they're called. He pondered, then glanced at the dwarf with a sidelong glance. My lord, they're called the stonemasons. The dwarf quickly replied. Oh, the stonemasons. Suri slapped his head. Sorry, there's so much to do, my brain just doesn't work. He nodded gently at the dwarf, his expression unremarkable. A subordinate race? Lin Qian immediately thought of the Star Tribe. Some small races without a leader or a starting world, unwilling to die in dungeons, have no choice but to seek support from a larger power. They generally have a low status, and due to their lack of ability, they can only do the dirty work that others are unwilling to do in exchange for survival supplies and special items. The Evil Ghost Tribe also has many subordinate races. While we provide protection, we also provide them with powerful weapons and equipment before the regional trials to ensure their survival. Black Dog explained to Lin Qian in a low voice. Lin Qian nodded, subconsciously glancing at the dwarf buried in his work. This kind of subordination was more like a master-servant relationship, vastly different from the superior subordinate relationship between him and the Star Tribe. From Black Dog's words, it was clear that small, self-protective races like these were not uncommon in the Infinity Tower. The harshness of survival had always existed. It was just that he was now standing too high up, making it difficult to see. Chapter 504. Boss Lin, look here. On the outskirts of Thunder Island, Suri was enthusiastically explaining the various areas to Lin Qian. The terrain here is relatively flat. We designated it as a trading area. Once Thunder Island officially opens, the rent from the shops here will continue to fill your wallet. But before that, we need to prove its safety to the outside world. A massive wonder like Thunder Island can't be protected solely by the Wujio tribe's reputation, and after all, you, Boss Lin, haven't left the protection period yet. Even if a serious incident occurs, if we can handle it, it will have an irreversible impact on this place's reputation. If we can obtain the protection of an ancient race, that would be the most reassuring sign. Oh, but don't worry, Boss Lin. We in the Wujio tribe have connections, and can purchase 2 years of protection. Hearing about purchasing protection, Lin Qian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Do you still need to buy this? Suri smiled and nodded. Yes, but not everyone has the opportunity to purchase it. It just so happens that one of our clan's leaders once had the good fortune to fight alongside a master of the Buck Zerg in a dungeon, and they developed a deep friendship, which led to this relationship. There was a hint of pride in his tone as he mentioned this. Buck Zerg? This was the first time Lin Qian had heard a 4-character race name. Indeed, they control the Death Restaurant, making them a foremost force even among the ancient races. Suri continued patiently explaining. When he heard the Death Restaurant, Lin Qian suddenly understood. Oh! So the chef's race is called the Buck Zerg. Thinking back to the chef's bizarre, caterpillar-like form, the name seemed quite fitting. Boss Lin has also been in the Death Restaurant. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Suli couldn't help but be a little surprised. Sorry, Boss Lin, I'm not questioning your ability. It's just that the drop rate for Death Restaurant tickets is extremely low. I know you're still in the protection period, and your time in the building is limited. I'm just amazed at your luck. Fearing Lin Qian might misunderstand, Suli hurriedly explained. Lin Qian wasn't so sensitive, he was actually quite interested in this rite of sanctuary. Besides the Buck Zerg, do the other races represented by the Leopard House also have the ability to sanctuary? He asked Suli. Of course. The races that can control the Leopard House are among the best of the best. Any one of them can intimidate anyone. Suri nodded. That's fine. Lin Qian shoved his hands in his pockets. Don't worry about that. I have some connections with the elves. I see if I can get them to offer me some protection. If not, I contact you. Suri was stunned upon hearing this. Elf? He was a little shocked, then his expression became inexplicably confused. Boss Lin. Elves are usually quite shrewd. Even if you have connections, the price you pay might be a bit higher than usual. Lin Qian smiled. It seemed the elves' reputation as profiteers had spread long before. But he didn't care. After all, he had the life egg in his hand, clinging firmly to the initiative. Although Suri said the Wujue tribe was willing to buy him 2 years of protection for free, Lin Qian was unwilling to take advantage of this. Everything has a price, though some aren't always obvious. Seeing Lin Qian remain silent, Suri tactfully stopped pushing and continued to show Lin Qian other areas. This is the shelter I designed specifically for your pet. The group arrived at a gorgeous birdhouse. Lin Qian looked up and saw the bald bird of misfortune lying comfortably on a soft cushion, its round belly exposed. It seemed to be living a perfectly comfortable life. Lin Qian pulled an apple from his storage compartment, aimed it at the bird's head, and flung it. Get up and go back to sleep. With a thud, the apple shattered into several pieces, waking the bird of misfortune and looking up in panic. Seeing it was Lin Qian, it shook its head helplessly, preparing to lie down again. But at that moment, its movement suddenly froze, its gaze fixed on Zane. Goo! Goo! Without warning, it began flapping its wings and screeching, a shrill sound, even accidentally falling out of the nest. Stop! 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 Stop yelling! Lin Qian frowned at the noise. Don't worry, this is my friend. He won't hurt you. He thought the doomed bird had sensed Zane's danger, and was reacting violently. Zane bent down and leaned forward to comfort him. Unexpectedly, the doomed bird's reaction was even more violent, tumbling backwards. Lin Qian, speechless, pulled a roll of tape from his storage space, and was about to step forward when alarm bells suddenly went off. He turned around and saw a flash of teleporting white light on the roof of a newly built house in the distance. A strange figure appeared out of nowhere. It was a short, dark figure, about 1.4 meters tall, with a bright red flower bud on its head, the size of a fist. Its body was woven from a layer of dark vines, slightly bloated. Its face was covered with bark-like texture, and its pointed chin and monkey-like features resembled a chimpanzee. In its hand, it held a twisted, dark wooden staff, taller than it was. It stood quietly on the rooftop, motionless, letting the flower sway from side to side in the frenzied winds of Thunder Island. But Lin Qian sensed an unprecedented sense of danger. Without hesitation, he activated his armor-transforming ability, instantly entering combat readiness. What's wrong? Zane looked confused, but the oil paint field beneath his feet immediately expanded. Whoosh! Puff! A swift sound of piercing the air struck, and Zane's expression froze. Looking down, he saw his heart pierced by a pitch-black vine, the blood barely oozing out. Zane! Standing by, Lin Qian's eyes widened, and he cried out in disbelief. It had been a long time since he'd lost his composure like this. Turning his head, he saw the black vine bursting from the ground behind Zane, yet he hadn't noticed it at all. Without hesitation, Lin Qian unleashed his solar ray, slicing the vine apart. Yet, even after being burned and severed, the remaining black vine still possessed vitality. With a rustling sound, it grew wildly within Zane's flesh, as if taking root in the soil. It's okay, Lin Qian. Just as Lin Qian was utterly anxious, Zane's calm voice echoed in his ears. Lin Qian was startled and looked at Zane. His expression remained calm. He simply reached out, grasped the black vine, and gently pulled. With a swish, the vine was pulled out. The large hole in Zane's chest was rapidly healing. The black vine thrashed like a venomous snake, but Zane simply pinched it. With a snap, the vine exploded like a balloon, leaving no trace. Chapter 505. On the rooftop, the wooden monkey slowly opened its hollow eyes and looked at Zane. Hollow isn't an adjective, it's simply empty beneath its eyelids, devoid of any eyeballs. Senior? By this point, Lin Qian had already realized what had happened. I'm a colleague from Skeleton City. The Shadow Snake, the Puppet Man, and even the Fish Monster from Giant City are all my good friends. I forced him here, forgetting about the anomalous invasion. My fault? Please do me a favor, and I take him away immediately. I definitely reward you handsomely later. A familiar appearance, a direct and immediate approach. Needless to say, this person must be a supervisor from the City of Chaos, most likely a level 3. Lin Qian was only thinking about taking Zane out for some fresh air, completely forgetting that his entry into other instances also counted as an anomalous intruder. It was indeed his fault. The wooden monkey glanced sideways at Lin Qian. Swoosh! 2 consecutive sounds of piercing the air pierced through Zane's chest as 2 black vines crossed and pierced Zane's chest. The answer was obvious. Lin Qian's face was useless. The oil paint field rapidly expanded, now covering all nearby buildings. Zane's expression remained calm, ignoring the two black vines piercing his chest and slowly stepping forward. As if they were not even on the same level, Zane emerged from the black vines unscathed. He looked up at the wooden monkey above. A brown paper bag emerged from the ashes, and he gently swung his fingers. Boom! A diagonal slash struck the wooden monkey directly, splitting the building beneath it in two and collapsing with a loud bang. A clear cut appeared on the wooden monkey's body, but it quickly healed, as if it had never appeared. Zane's brow furrowed beneath the paper bag, equally aware of the other party's strength. Zane! Stop fighting. It's useless. However, Lin Qian knew the truth. The warden was immortal, and no attack would work against it. Let's go! He grabbed Zane, intending to take him back to the beach and through the permanent gate to exit the dungeon. But the next moment, the sound of earth breaking could be heard continuously. Countless black vines rapidly grew, quickly interweaving into a vast web. Swish, swish, swish. Several arrows shot out, all hitting the newly landed wooden monkey, but completely ineffective against it. Boss Lin. I help you. Suri, holding the Horcrux's golden bow, had unknowingly changed into a set of gold-patterned armor. The black dog beside him had also finished preparing and was about to charge. Help you. You two get out of here. Lin Qian roared unceremoniously. These two weaklings were nothing but a nuisance, providing absolutely no help. The black dog froze, then was dragged away by Suri's collar. In just 2 seconds, a vast mass of black vines wove an airtight prison, trapping Lin Qian and Zane within and preventing the spread of the oil paint field. Senior, is this really necessary? Lin Qian, unaffected by the darkness, frowned at the wooden monkey. The wooden monkey completely ignored Lin Qian, seemingly only interested in Zane. Without making any movement, a swarm of black vines was towards Zane, strangling him. Then, a circular burst of blazing white flames erupted, igniting the entire black vine. The ring of flames spread, and the black vine cage instantly collapsed. Zane, don't resist. Go inside and hide for a while. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and a pitch-black chain emerged from within, entangling Zane. Then you. The chain stretched, but Zane remained motionless. Trust me. Lin Qian smiled confidently. Zane nodded, then quickly retracted his oil paint domain, surrendering his resistance and being stored by Sister Min in the storage space. Slamming the wooden door shut, Lin Qian also refused Sister Min's request to come out and help. Then, he looked at the wooden monkey and shrugged. What are you going to do now? The wooden monkey stared at Lin Qian motionless. Lin Qian breathed a sigh of relief. If you're alright, I'm leaving. Whoosh. Bang. Without warning, the black vine burst forth from the ground, striking Lin Qian's back and sending him flying. In midair, Lin Qian commanded his power sheath to blast flames into the sky, refusing to engage the wooden monkey. However, the wooden monkey refused to give in. With a swipe of its staff, a vast mass of pitch-black vines sprouted from Lin Qian's back, entwining him and sending him plummeting. Some tiny vines weaved through the cracks in his armor and burrowed into Lin Qian's flesh, sending an indescribable feeling of detachment. It wasn't blood. Lin Qian possessed a strange blood ability and was extremely sensitive to blood loss. More like life force, but it only took a moment for Lin Qian to react. Enveloped in flames. With a whoosh, pure fire instantly engulfed the black vines on his body, preserving them to prevent any further parasitic attacks like the seed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of black vines swept towards Lin Qian, forcing him to cast his ring of fire once more. But before the first wave could completely consume him, a second wave struck Lin Qian from another direction, slamming him into the ground. Boom! Standing up, Lin Qian immediately used his flame clone to escape. However, the wooden monkey's eyes seemed to see through everything, completely ignoring the clone, and the black vines headed straight for Lin Qian's true form. That's right, it has no eyes. Just before being whipped away, Lin Qian realized what was happening. The black vine cage enveloped him again. Lin Qian once again used Ring of Fire to destroy it, then soared into the sky. But looking up, Lin Qian discovered that dozens of black vines, each reaching 100 meters in length, had suddenly appeared around him. These vines were waiting for him to escape, then they would swat him down like a fly. Flame leap. The black vines that struck him would also be ignited by the pure fire. Lin Qian performed a flame leap mid-fall, and in a flash, he was back in the air. But what greeted him were even more black vines. This was when the biggest difference between Lin Qian and a true supervisor became apparent. He didn't have a zero-cost, no cooldown skill. Flame leap could only be used at intervals. Okay. You're quite the game. Climbing up again, Lin Qian gritted his teeth. A level 3 supervisor was indeed a level 3 supervisor. His pure fire clearly had the effect of restraining the black vines, yet he was still firmly suppressed. He might have been a little dissatisfied before, but now, Lin Qian truly accepted the system's assessment. He was truly weak in front of a true level 3 supervisor. Leaving by normal means was impossible. Thankfully, Lin Qian, as a supervisor himself, couldn't be targeted. He pulled out a summoning card and entered his safety line number. In less than a second, a summoning request popped up. Just wait! Lin Qian pointed at the wooden monkey fiercely, leaving a harsh word, then vanished in a streak of light. Only the wooden monkey stood there silently, surveying the devastation. With a wave of his hand, all the black vines vanished, and he himself vanished in a streak of white light. Mission failed. Chapter 506. Dang, dang, dang. Snake Palace, Piano Room. Brother Snake was frantically hammering away at the piano keys with his eyes closed. Many keys had already stopped rebounding, severely damaged. A chaotic noise, like solid matter, spread out in circles. The percussion instruments in the corner were affected, shaking and making noises. Suddenly, it paused and opened its eyes. Bang! The next second, the piano room door was kicked open. Brother Snake would have made anyone else regret being born. But this man could act so recklessly. Snake! Brother! The drawn-out sound echoed through the Snake Palace, as if filled with endless grievances and sorrow. Lin Qian jogged, deliberately tripping over his left foot and stumbling to the ground. He glided to Brother Snake's side, with unerring precision, his posture delicate. Looking up, eye drops slid down his cheek, blurring the dark blue outline by the watercolor pen. I almost never saw you again. Woo, woo, woo. After saying that, Lin Qian hugged Snake Brother's thigh and sobbed uncontrollably, his snot smearing all over Snake Brother's dragonskin coat. Snake Brother blinked, his hands frozen in the air, a look of bewilderment on his face. He turned to look at Sister Min, who had opened the door behind Lin Qian and walked out. The two communicated in shadow language. Soon, he understood the whole story, his eyes narrowing dangerously. He reached out and gently patted Lin Qian's head, then slowly stood up. Huh? Lin Qian looked up in confusion. What do you mean? I just finished gathering my emotions, and hadn't had time to say what I was talking about. A glance at Sister Min behind him brought him to his senses. Hey! Brother Snake, don't be so impatient. Seeing that Snake had already begun shadow walking, Lin Qian quickly reached out and grabbed him. That guy's a bit tough. Let me get a few friends along. Before he could finish his words, Snake vanished into the darkness with a rustling sound. Ah! Snake! Lin Qian's hand froze in midair, a look of helplessness on his face. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come looking for him first. Ah! I can't help it. After all, Snake loves me the most. Carelessly wiping the bruises he made on his face, Lin Qian straightened his back, suddenly a transformed person, his expression brimming with pride. Don't worry, there's more. He gave a malicious smile, his figure quickly disappearing into the shadows. In the puppet house, a puppet figure was contemplating an unidentified object on a canvas, paint dripping from its brush. Then, as if sensing something, it raised its head and looked at Lin Qian, who had emerged from the shadows. Boss! Lin? Using his old trick, Lin Qian accidentally tripped again, bumping into the puppet's drawing board, causing paint to splatter everywhere. Ahem. Lin Qian's face paled, and he coughed weakly. Sorry, Senior Puppet, I'm feeling so weak right now. He recounted the events with exaggerated detail, emphasizing the scene where the black vine seemed to have extracted something from him. What? Before he could finish his words, the puppet jumped down in shock. That damned monkey dared to attack you, Boss Lin. The voice in his head was so sharp it gave Lin Qian a headache. It was the first time he heard that soul sound could actually have an offensive effect. Its ability can absorb the target's life essence. Boss Lin, how are you feeling now? Oh right. Don't we have those stone eggs from Giant City? Use them to replenish them. You don't have our immortality, so the loss of your life essence shouldn't be underestimated. Hearing the puppet man's words, Lin Qian was also shocked. I hadn't expected the black vine to have such a terrifying effect. Directly extracting life essence, wouldn't that mean deducting the target's maximum health? These level 3 supervisors are truly ruthless. Seeing Lin Qian's expression change slightly, the puppet man became even more panicked. Boss Lin. Are you okay, Boss Lin? A cool feeling erupted in his mind, and the puppet man's voice was immediately blocked by the stone heart. Senior Puppet, I'm fine, Don't get so excited. Lin Qian subconsciously scratched his ears, his mind buzzing. By the way, how should this life egg be used? Speaking of which, although he had given away quite a few life eggs, Lin Qian had never used one himself. The main reason was that he had only recently entered the building, so his life essence was still plentiful. However, since it had been depleted, he might as well replenish it. That's easy. Just break the outer layer and absorb the life essence inside. I help you. The puppet spoke, moving to help Lin Qian open the life egg. No rush. Lin Qian quickly refused. Brother Snake has already gone to find it. I'm worried Brother Snake might be at risk. You should go help him. The puppet froze at these words. After a long pause, it stretched out its small hand and scratched the back of its bald head. No, who are you worried about being at risk? Its voice was filled with confusion and bewilderment, as if it had heard a language it couldn't understand. But after only a few seconds of hesitation, the puppet's delayed rage erupted. That damn monkey. Wait! It sprinted furiously, but its small size kept it incredibly slow. The puppet realized this, and simply headed straight for the center of the park, the gate to the abyss. Friends. A loud blast from the loudspeaker halted the busy supervisors and drew their attention. That monkey in the nest dared to attack Boss Lin. He nearly lost his life. Tell me, do you agree? The puppet's voice echoed throughout Skeleton City. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. 1 second, 2 cents. Ah! Suddenly, someone threw the abyss plant in their hands to the ground, roaring fiercely. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and in its wake, the entire park was in a frenzy. Ouch, garlic bird, not that bad, cough cough cough. Just then, a pale Lin Qian limped out, his frail body dragging itself out, coughing violently as he spoke. The supervisors, seeing Lin Qian beaten to such a state, instantly grew even more furious. With a roar, a massive figure, seemingly out of nowhere, smashed through the wall and rushed out. Everyone! Follow me! The puppet waved its tiny hand and leaped onto the back of a flying supervisor. Skeleton City erupted in excitement as the army marched off. Ouch! Look at you! Not that bad. Cold sweat streamed down Lin Qian's forehead. This time, he wasn't pretending. He hadn't expected his influence to be so strong. With a simple wave of the puppet's hand, he had most of Skeleton City's supervisors following him. That's a bit much. Looking at the vast procession, Lin Qian rubbed his nose guiltily. How about we stop calling him a fish monster? No, we can't treat him differently. If you're going to make some noise, make it big. Chapter 507. Bang! Boom! The stone bar counter shattered with a loud bang. What? The fish monster's mouth yawned, the stainless steel cocktail shaker in its hand warped by the crush. Lin Qian, his head bandaged, waved his hands weakly. It's okay, I'll be fine after some rest. It's just... But before Lin Qian could even stir up trouble, the fish monster raised his hands. Tear down the nest. With a bang, the dozen or so burly men in the fish burg rose without hesitation, turned around, and rushed out. Lin Qian was left standing alone, disheveled in the wind. There's no need to prepare lines. The old men in Giant City have a bad temper. No! Wait! Lin Qian suddenly realized something was wrong. Tear down the nest? Get back here! The City of Chaos. The nest? A mass of black vines dangled from the massive broken logs, forming rope ladders that led to tree holes. At the top, dense clusters of mushrooms and vast buried bushes abounded. Compared to Skeleton City and Giant City, the conditions here were noticeably richer. Amidst a buzzing sound, a giant insect flew over the broken log, cut off a mushroom, and carefully chewed and swallowed it. The overseers at the wood nest either lived in the outer tree holes, or settled anywhere in the hollows. Inside, many glowing plants grew, though the air was a bit stuffy. And within the plantation at the top, a single hut woven from black vines stood quietly, signaling its extraordinary status. Flutter, tumble. An ugly gray parrot fluttered its wings and landed on the black vine hut, squawking a few times. Monkey, monkey, I'm hungry. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air, and the parrot was whisked away by the suddenly growing black vine. However, as a fellow guardian, the parrot was unharmed and soon returned. Stingy! Stingy! Suddenly, its voice ceased. A shadow spread across the ground, and Snake, draped in a magnificent dragon skin coat, slowly rose. Silence reigned. It's a snake! It's a snake! The parrot cried out in terror, and quickly flew away. Soon, the wall of the doorless hut rippled, a gap appearing. Wood Monkey slowly emerged, staff in hand, and stood before Snake. It looked up at the long unseen Snake with a hint of confusion, unsure of its purpose. Then, Snake's large, withered hand grasped the flower bud atop Wood Monkey's head. With a snap, the bud broke. The Wood Monkey froze, then erupted in fury. As the broken flower bud above its head healed, the wooden monkey suddenly opened its hollow eyes. Simultaneously, dozens of black vines swarmed towards Snake Brother, strangling him. However, Snake Brother remained motionless, only the hem of his dragon skin coat trembling slightly. Swish! As its pupils flared, an invisible wave rapidly spread out, petrifying all the black vines that hadn't yet fallen. The wooden monkey, clearly aware of Snake Brother's abilities, retreated to avoid them, but Snake Brother caught up with him in an instant. Buzz! A ring of power emerged, and a dry hand pressed down on the wooden monkey's head. Bang! Wood chips flew, and the wooden monkey's head was forcibly pressed into the broken log, like a garlic being forcibly planted. Bang! Turning, its tail flicked, and with a muffled thud, the wooden monkey shattered the log and spun out, crashing into the berry bush. The commotion above the broken log attracted the attention of the nest's supervisors. Many climbed up the black vines, perplexedly watching the two sides engage in combat, their faces filled with questions. What's going on? Why is the shadow snake in the nest? With a fluttering sound, the parrot landed on the back of a giant spider. It shook its head, its previously sharp voice suddenly becoming low and hoarse. Shadow snake, you come to our nest to cause trouble and damage our precious berry plants. Do you really think we're afraid of you? The parrot seemed to have become the spider's vocal organ, its expression darkening. Snake Brother slowly turned, his head held high. The next moment, a strange noise echoed from behind him. The wood monkey swung its staff down at Snake Brother. Boom! Snake Brother's body exploded like a ball of ink, then suddenly took shape. One hand grasped the wood monkey's neck, its orange eyes filled with coldness. Enough! The spider's voice was filled with anger. Snake suddenly turned around, and an invisible wave spread. Swish! Crack! The giant spider, which had just raised its front legs, was instantly petrified, along with several nearby hunters, and the parrot on its back. However, the hunters, being immortal, would not be deterred by such a thing. Instead, they were enraged by Snake's attack. Squeak! With a buzzing sound, the flying insect hunters launched a surprise attack on Snake, only to be petrified midair and plummet to the ground. Snake then turned his head to the side, where the air rippled, revealing an invisible hunter also petrified and controlled. If Lin Qian were here, he would have recognized the unfortunate creature petrified as the old bug brother. Most of the nest's guardians were magical creatures with powerful firepower. After their bombardment, a rip appeared in Snake's dragon skin coat. This had truly touched Snake's sore spot. He began to counterattack with his wooden monkey, petrifying all the plants above the nest. Seeing this, the nest's guardians went berserk, their firepower intensifying. Swish! Boom! Just then, the nest shook, sending numerous smaller guardians careening backward. Discus sat on the fish monster, like an adult in a rocking car, his legs curled up stiffly. Seeing Snake being attacked, Discus charged forward and unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang! 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 3 explosions erupted, sending wood chips flying. Not only were the guardians attacking Snake sent flying, but even Snake, the target of his rescue, was not spared and was sent flying backward. Damn it! You're done. It's the most cunning. The fish monster gloated at Discus, and slowly stood up. Discus scratched the back of his head, a bewildered look on his face. Alright, get to work. Start here. Tear it down. At the fish monster's command, Discus swung his fist down without hesitation. With the same explosive force of the third stage, a single punch cracked the broken log, which had stood for who knows how many years. The overseers of the nest were staring at this scene in amazement, when they suddenly heard the roar of galloping horses in the distance. Turning their heads, they saw a puppet leading a charge towards the nest, a sea of overseers behind them, their eyes blazing with anger. For Boss Lin. Hit them. Chapter 508. Boom! Boom! Roar! With a crackling sound, the wooden nest shattered into pieces. The giants of Giant City contributed more than half of the force, especially Discus, a true demolition expert, capable of shattering a vast expanse of wood with a few punches. Ah! Don't worry. Why are you demolishing someone else's house? Hey! Stop! I said stop. I'm not angry anymore. I really am not. Is anyone listening? A desperate voice was ruthlessly drowned out in the chaos. The shadows spread, and Lin Qian emerged from within in a panic. He patted the footprints on his back and spat out the hair of some unknown creature. 2 translators were engaged in a fierce battle in the center, and no one could understand what he was saying. He tried to squeeze in and nearly got accidentally injured. Forget it, forget it. They're immortal, so beat them up. It's just a wooden nest. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. If it doesn't work, I just give them a new one. Lin Qian hadn't expected this to escalate so drastically. At first, he just wanted the 3 puppeteers, Snake Brother, Fish Monster, and Wood Monkey, to teach the Wood Monkey a lesson, but it had escalated into the situation he was facing. Ah. A sigh. Since that's the case, I can only watch the fun. Lin Qian pulled a beach chair from his storage space, set it down, and leisurely reclined on it. Perfect, try absorbing a life egg. Taking out a life egg, Lin Qian tapped it. It didn't feel hollow. Following the puppeteer's instructions, he activated his steel teeth, crackling through the stone shell. 1 bite, 2 bites. About 5 centimeters deep, a gaping hole opened, and a rich green energy emanated from it. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. This thing was familiar to him. A similar green energy remained after the resuscitation properties were triggered. He leaned forward and took a deep sip. Smacking his lips, alas, it had no taste. The life essence penetrated Lin Qian's body, a little dissipating. Soon, a familiar sensation came over him, and his beard and hair began to grow wildly again. Lin Qian ignored it, devouring 1 life egg and opening another. He had plenty of this stuff anyway, so he could have more. He didn't know how much life essence the black vine had absorbed from him, but he just ate until he was full. 3, 4, 17, 18, 29, 30. Only when he felt that his pile of hair seemed to be imbued with a rich breath of life did Lin Qian stop. That should be about it. Puff. Early after he finished speaking, a rich green aura emanated from behind Lin Qian. Lin Qian was stunned. Ever since he gained his unusual digestion, he rarely farted. Gosh, I missed it. He closed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Puff. A flood of green energy filled the air, and Lin Qian's brows relaxed as he let out a long, heroic fart of life. Burp. A full burp, also leaking life essence. Too much. It wasn't until then that Lin Qian realized he probably absorbed a bit too much. His body couldn't handle it. But it didn't matter, his wastefulness was never a sin. He casually pulled out a knife, shaved his beard, and grew his hair back to its original length, carefully storing his hair in his storage space. With a loud rumble, the wooden nest was completely reduced to rubble. The supervisors triumphantly returned, carrying the half-petrified wooden monkey. The fish monster grabbed it, and vanished with a swish. Half a minute later, when the fish monster reappeared, the wooden monkey's head had drooped. At this moment, it produced a deformed cocktail shaker. Come on! Pry its mouth open for me. This is a special drink I made just for it. Discus stepped forward to help pry its mouth open. The wooden monkey tried to counterattack with black vines, but all the vines collapsed and exploded like firecrackers. Humph! The puppet, hands on his hips, sat on Discus's head and tossed his head in disdain. Go on. Keep going. I want to see which is more black vines, yours or my soul. The wooden monkey's resistance was futile, and his mouth was forcibly pried open. Come on. Drink it. A liquid like pitch poured into the wooden monkey's mouth, and a pungent, acidic smoke immediately emerged. The wooden monkey tried to spit it out, but the discus held its head firmly, preventing it from opening its mouth. Soon, as the wooden monkey struggled in agony, smoke began to rise from its body, a violent reaction that seemed to be on the verge of spontaneous combustion. Just then, Snake Brother suddenly emerged from the crowd. Nearly all the guardians of the wooden nest had been petrified by him. Everyone wisely stepped aside, not daring to provoke this evil spirit. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect we worked so well together. The fish monster looked at Snake Brother and laughed heartily. Huh? What did you say? Oh, bring it to your piano room. Okay. I get it. Hearing Snake Brother's words, the fish monster immediately showed a gloating expression. He patted the wooden monkey's face and chuckled. Don't worry, you know what true cruelty is. The voice abruptly stopped. Snake Brother slowly turned around and glanced at the fish monster. Art. The fish monster quickly corrected himself. She. Snake Brother huffed and then disappeared into the shadows. That was terrifying. Seeing Snake Brother leave, the fish monster breathed a sigh of relief. He then called out to the others, and disappeared with the wooden monkey. Boss Lin? Just then, the puppet suddenly spotted Lin Qian, who was looking in the distance. He quickly jumped off the discus and ran over. You're here too. Lin Qian, staring at him, rubbed his hands uncomfortably. Didn't we go too far? I just wanted you to teach that wooden monkey a lesson. Why tear down the entire nest? Hearing this, the puppet couldn't help but laugh. Boss Lin, you don't understand this, do you? I tried to invite them to visit Skeleton City before, but the overseers here, with their various magical and planting abilities, and the wood nest providing ample shelter, have always considered wood nest the most luxurious city in the City of Chaos. They don't quite believe Skeleton City can surpass wood nest, and they're reluctant to prove it. We demolished their home. It has nothing to do with you, Boss Lin. Although it's not your fault, the kind-hearted Boss Lin is willing to rebuild their home, even better than the original one. Isn't that something worth being thankful for? As for the hatred you're worried about, that's even more unnecessary. A long life can even allow us to let go of the hatred of genocide. A mere shelter is nothing to worry about. In fact, including those unfortunate petrified souls in Muqiao, we all enjoy these sudden conflicts. It allows us to briefly realize that we're not just cogs in a machine, we're free. Lin Qian frowned, then nodded, half comprehending. Oh. So, Senior Puppet, you attacked everyone indiscriminately back then just to experience this freedom? Puppet stiffened, a look of embarrassment on his face. Ahem, let's get back quickly. We missed Shadow Snake's concert. Chapter 509. Snake Palace, Piano Room, Pitch Black. The wooden monkey was placed beside the piano like a statue, and forced to stand beside it, a tube inserted into its nostril, a dark, viscous liquid slowly flowing in. A burning mist rose continuously, and the half of the wooden monkey's face that wasn't petrified twisted and struggled, but to no avail. Just then, Brother Snake gracefully took his seat. Looking down, the rips in his dragon skin coat only made him feel even worse. Raising his hand, he pressed the keys. Thump, thump! Invisible waves spread out, and the wooden monkey's hollow eyes suddenly widened, a look of disbelief written all over his face. Then, his struggles intensified. Crack! A cracking sound rang out, and cracks appeared on the petrified part. Noticing the sound, Brother Snake immediately stopped playing and turned back to cast another petrification curse on the wooden monkey, completing the reinforcement. Having finally found an audience, he must capitalize on it. He played with utter abandon, the invisible vibrations carrying a terrifying curse, washing over the wooden monkey's soul again and again. After the song ended, Brother Snake raised his hands and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the wooden monkey again, the struggle on his face had vanished, leaving only confusion and numbness. With a puff of air, Brother Snake didn't even need to pause, continuing with the second song. The third song. Outside the Snake Palace, Lin Qian was growing restless. No! The fish monster beside him immediately restrained him. It's too early, Boss Lin. We need to teach that monkey a lesson. The puppet echoed. That's right, Boss Lin. Wait until it can't bear the torture any longer, then intervene and save it. However, Lin Qian twisted his body. Get out of the way. I heard Snake's piano keys are badly damaged, so I went to get a new one. Who said we were saving it? Using Shadow Walk, he arrived at the piano room. Snake sensed Lin Qian and immediately stopped playing. Hey, Snake. Lin Qian's figure emerged, rubbing his hands as he stepped forward, glancing at the wooden monkey sculpture sizzling beside the piano. Besides the erosion of Snake's music, there was also the internal torture of the fish monster's special drink. I get you a new piano. At this, Snake's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up and stepped back, seeming a bit impatient. 2 seconds later, a gleaming new piano was replaced. Snake sat down, fondly caressing the keys, pressing them gently. Wait! Snake! Start after I'm gone. Lin Qian was about to lash out at the wooden monkey, but seeing this, he panicked and hurried out. What's going on in there? How's my special drink working? As soon as Lin Qian appeared, the fish monster hurried forward to inquire. Very impressive. Lin Qian gave Brother Fish a thumbs up. To be honest, he was a little tempted. If he smeared some of this on his Lin Yuan long sword during a fight, it would be just as effective as applying poison. But Wu Sheng probably wouldn't agree. Taking advantage of a break in Brother Snake's performance, Lin Qian once again began absorbing the remaining psychedelic dragon scales. The fish monster, the puppet man, and the discus were playing landlord nearby. A pair of aces. The puppet played. Pop! For threes slammed down, a bomb. Ha ha! Beautiful. That's it. The fish monster nearby was incredibly excited, as it was the landlord. But as the discus's flurry of moves ended, its smile slowly faded. No! What luck you got! Come again! The puppet was outraged. Winning or losing doesn't make any difference. It's boring. When playing games, there should be some stakes. The fish monster was stunned. What stakes? The puppet chuckled. Starting from the next round, whoever loses will go in and listen for 2 minutes. The landlord's stake will double. It pointed toward the Snake Palace's piano room. The fish monster hesitated. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth. All right. The second round began quickly. Unexpectedly, the honest Discus snatched the landlord's spot. Then, with a flurry of attacks, he completely defeated both of them. The puppet and the fish monster clutched their hands full of cards, stunned. No! That's not right. How come you're always so lucky? The fish monster questioned, reaching out to check Discus's cards again, finding nothing wrong. You're truly a disaster, puppet. It's pure bad luck with you. Then it turned its attention to the puppet man. Hey, how did you lose last time? I actually think you influenced me. The puppet man put his hands on his hips, indignant. But just then, the sound of a door opening interrupted their argument. Discus stood at the doorway, opening the Serpent Palace gate as if to welcome a guest, and gestured inside. Do you think it's possible it's been playing dumb the whole time? Seeing this, the fish monster suddenly sensed something was amiss. You're from Giant City, asking me? Reluctantly, the two entered the Snake Palace and headed upstairs for the piano room. Secretly opening the piano room door, they didn't dare disturb Brother Snake, who was immersed in music, and simply found a corner to sit down. The wooden monkey beside the piano glanced at the two people at the door, a look of confusion on its face. It couldn't understand why anyone would seek such unhappiness. After 2 agonizing minutes, the fish monster vanished with a rustling sound. Only the wooden puppet, unable to pass through walls, struggled to open the door and squeeze through the gap, as if escaping. Come again! However, once back at the card table, the two perked up again, shouting and clamoring to resume the battle. Lin Qian watched the excitement from the side, absorbing dragon scales, finding it quite amusing. Suddenly, he remembered the social system in the storage space that Qin Liang and Jiang Jinshan had tailored for the City of Chaos. It seemed to include virtual currency, just the right thing for these guys to stake their cards on. If this hadn't happened, I don't know when I remember it. Lin Qian sighed and stepped forward to interrupt the card game. 3 of you, I just happen to have a new product. Can you help me test it? The high-tech bracelet automatically adjusts to the size of your wrist, but for behemoths, like the fish monster and the discus, it can only be worn as a ring. As Lin Qian demonstrated, the 3 of them simultaneously waved their bracelets, and a screen of light appeared out of thin air. This is your ID. Others can add you as a friend using this. The wealth value next to your ID is like currency. Each person starts with only 10 points. I'm planning to open a market near the stone tablet where you can exchange wealth points for items. Whether it's food, drinking water, paint, cocktail mixes, or anything else. Hearing this, the puppet man and the fish monster became visibly excited. Also, your work for me won't be in vain. I reward you with wealth points, just like this. Lin Qian said, flicking his hand, and a message popped up on 3 screens simultaneously. Ding! The highest authority transfers money, wealth value plus 100. Chapter 510. 2 against 2. No! Exploding again? The points have been transferred. Another time. I refuse to accept. Another time. Lin Qian was leisurely absorbing dragon scales when he suddenly saw the fish monster and the puppet man rushing towards him. What? What don't you understand? He thought they were questioning the bracelet, but the next moment, they suddenly became awkward. Boss Lin, we lost all our wealth points. Can you give us some more? Lin Qian was stunned. Lost all? What's your bet? The fish monster answered truthfully. 10 points a hand. Lin Qian opened his mouth, realizing he hadn't explained the purchasing power of wealth points to them. Thinking for a moment, he tried his best to explain using a conversion method the two could understand. Senior puppet, remember that world-class painting kit I gave you? The puppet man was stunned, then nodded. Of course I remember. Lin Qian smiled, holding up 5 fingers. 5 wealth points. The puppet man froze. Brother fish, I just gave you a juicer. 2 wealth points. The fish monster was also dumbfounded. They both turned around and looked at the innocent-looking disc. Hee hee. Disc scratched the back of his head and smiled innocently. There was no other choice, so Lin Qian transferred another 100 wealth points to the 3 of them simultaneously. But judging by the situation, it would all go into Disc's account sooner or later. I never knew this Disc was such a gambling god. You can't judge a person by their appearance. With a sigh, Lin Qian lowered his head and continued to absorb the dragon scales. After the fish monster and the puppet man each lost another 50 points, they promptly withdrew and took the initiative to promote the bracelet. As for placing the signal source, the fish monster took only half a minute to complete the task. Soon, a long line formed in the park, with a group of regulators eagerly waiting to receive their tech bracelets. The emergence of wealth could make the regulators' lives more meaningful. Develop hobbies, renovate their homes, gamble, and have fun. Lin Qian would sooner or later transform this place into a true paradise, free from the lifeless stagnation of the past. He wanted to bring the entire city of chaos to life, so that the regulators could also experience happiness. And I, Lin, will become the supreme being in the city of chaos. Ha ha ha. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh as he imagined the future. When they emerged from the city of chaos, they still had half an hour left for safe exploration. He had thought he could communicate with the wooden monkey and smooth things over with the regulators in the wooden nest, but he learned that Snake Brother only had the ability to petrify, but no way to unpetrify. Helpless, he could only come back tomorrow. Inside the room, Zane was absorbed in his game, seemingly oblivious to Lin Qian's presence. Burp! With a life-belching burp, Lin Qian walked over to Zane and handed him the life egg he had previously gnawed open. Here, try it, and see how it tastes. The wooden monkey's first attack must have hit Zane. Otherwise, it wouldn't have needed to personally grab the black vine and crush it, simply evading it with a formless form like it did later. Thus, Lin Qian suspected that a significant amount of Zane's life essence had been drained as well. Zane paused the game and reached out to take the life egg. Without even asking what it was, he began to absorb it. Soon, after absorbing one life egg, Zane opened his eyes, his beard and hair beginning to grow rapidly. As he handed over the second coin, Lin Qian contacted the logistics department and had a professional hairstylist dispatched. 10 minutes later, Lin Qian's hair was back to its neat, short style, and he nodded in satisfaction at himself in the mirror. Feel free to relax here. I have some things to do. After leaving a pile of gaming equipment and delicious food with the nerdy Zane, Lin Qian pushed the door open and entered the hallway. Ding-ling-ling. The familiar sound of a bell echoed, and Lin Qian once again visited a strange shop. This time, he didn't walk straight to the counter to sit down. Instead, he stopped at the door and looked up at the bell hanging behind it. This bell looks a bit like the one the chef has in his hand. Just as he was wondering, the familiar sound of Stardust transmission rang out. Bald Monster. No, it wasn't Bald Monster anymore. Lin Qian stared at the now furry bald boss in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Holy crap! The bald boss looked like a scaled-down fur ball. While his fur wasn't as bright, it was still very eye-catching. It's hard to imagine the word cute actually being used to describe such a cunning and treacherous businessman. Lin Qian even felt the urge to touch him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Well, little one, you're surprised, aren't you? The bald monster seemed quite pleased with his current appearance, his arms folded across his chest, a look of smug pride on his face. The importance of appearance was immediately apparent. If the bald monster had acted like this before, the scene would have been incredibly disgusting, and Lin Qian would have wanted to kick him away. He even had to say, ugly thing. Who told you to act cute? But now, it felt perfectly natural. Lin Qian sat cheerfully at the counter, reaching out to touch the bald monster's face. Snap! The bald monster mercilessly opened its palm. What are you doing? It squinted at Lin Qian. Stingy. Lin Qian withdrew his palm, shoved it into his pocket, and got straight to the point. I conquered an island in the endless sea. It boasts a vast, indestructible wonderland. I heard it needs the protection of an ancient race. Could you help me out? His tone was casual, and his attitude was unceremonious, without the slightest hint of asking for favors. You can talk to Kaboo directly about this matter. Since it's your territory, he'd definitely bring his tribe's merchants to personally station there and support you. The bald monster toyed with a crystal ball, seemingly admiring himself within. Kaboo? That little fur ball? The bald monster nodded. Yes. Lin Qian simply opened the panel, found the shortest number, and sent the message. Unfortunately, it's offline, and there's no telling when it reply. Lin Qian wasn't in a rush though. There was still a lot of construction to be done on Thunder Island. How many life eggs do you have? Suddenly, the bald monster looked at Lin Qian, puzzled. Lin Qian was stunned, then thought for a moment. Less than 10? Burp. Before he could finish his words, a light burp hushed the entire room. Gaze upon the rich life energy emanating from before him, the bald monster's eyes widened. Wait! What did you do? Such a precious thing. How could you waste it like that? As he spoke, the bald monster leaped onto the counter and frantically began absorbing the life energy that hadn't yet dissipated from the air. Lin Qian was startled and took 2 steps back. Seeing the bald monster's actions, he was stunned. Wow! That's just a life burp. If this guy saw a more extravagant life fart, wouldn't he go crazy? The image of the bald monster chasing after him, greedily sucking his farts, flashed through Lin Qian's mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. No, we can't stay here any longer. Retreat. Chapter 511. Boss Lin, it was my fault earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Inside the snake palace, the tortured wooden monkey formally apologized to Lin Qian. The parrot, possessing unique translation abilities, stood on its shoulder, acting as its beak. Half of its body had been petrified. Had Lin Qian not intervened, today would have been another difficult day for it. Of course, Lin Qian didn't sympathize with the creature. It was simply because the puppet mentioned that the living armor in his hound space seemed connected to the wooden monkey. Although curious, such matters were best left unasked after a more established relationship. Your wooden nest was destroyed, and rebuilding is pointless now. If you don't mind, I'm willing to provide you with basic housing. Supplies and other supplies will be the same as those provided to residents of Skeleton City, and the conditions will definitely be better than before. Lin Qian extended his olive branch. The wooden monkey didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the several level 3 supervisors surrounding him, and finally nodded in agreement. There was no room for refusal, and it sounded like a good deal. The parrot said, "You built the plantations above the nest?" Lin Qian pressed on. "I have the ability to accelerate plant growth, but if they grow too fast, there won't be any seeds." Lin Qian's eyes lit up, and he pulled out a handful of colorful seeds from his storage space. "Can you accelerate these seeds, which are rewards from the system?" The wooden monkey nodded. "Yes." Lin Qian's face lit up with excitement. "If you're willing to help me ripen these seeds, I pay you wealth points based on the value of the fruit." The wooden monkey frowned, and the parrot opened its mouth. "Wealth points?" The fish monster nearby stretched out its finger, shaking the bracelet on it, its tone tinged with envy. Simply put, it's a currency that can be exchanged for anything. After that, it looked at Lin Qian. "Boss Lin, I'm actually quite good at farming too." Lin Qian rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I don't believe you. This guy must have lost all his points to discus again, and he's looking to earn some money to continue playing cards. It's said that Giant City has become the Las Vegas of Chaos City, with card tables even set up inside Fishburg. Even many supervisors from Skeleton City heard the news and rushed over to compete with these big guys." Lin Qian opened the wealth leaderboard and was stunned. The first place discus now had over 2,000 wealth points, while the second place puppet had less than 300 points, a huge lead. Just then, Brother Snake suddenly leaned over, seeming quite interested in the bracelet. "Hey, Brother Snake, how could I have forgotten you? It's just that you've been busy these past few days, so I didn't dare disturb you," Lin Qian said, as he retrieved a black scale bracelet specially crafted for Brother Snake from his storage space. The moment the bracelet activated, the wealth rankings instantly shifted. A string of numbers appeared after Brother Snake's number 001. 10,000. Seeing this, the fish monster and the others were stunned. "Boss Lin, how could you do this?" A sharp voice echoed in his mind, making Lin Qian's eyelids twitch. "Don't get excited. This is actually a little treat I prepared for everyone. Brother Snake isn't interested in other supplies, so there's nothing to spend money on. Brother Fish, aren't you looking to make money? Brother Snake can pay you to be his audience. As for the price per song, it's up to him." Hearing Lin Qian's words, Brother Snake's eyes lit up. The fish monster's face suddenly turned fearful. "Forget it. I won't suffer any price." With that, it turned and was about to leave. Then, it heard Brother Snake's offer. "Mr. Duo? 100? With a swish, the fish monster vanished from its spot. "Let's get started. I'm starving for art right now." Then, the fish monster's voice rang from the direction of the piano room. Brother Snake, looking very satisfied, adjusted his repaired dragon skin coat and walked slowly towards the room. The puppet hesitated, but followed. "Count me in." The wooden monkey was stunned. Such horrible music, and yet someone volunteered to listen to it. Black Vine surged, lifting its half-petrified body and swiftly fleeing. It truly didn't want to stay in this shabby place even a second longer. Lin Qian also quickly fled the Snake Palace, fearing the impact of the death rock. Inside the paradise, a scene of prosperity arose. Supervisors brought supplies from the abyss and delivered them to the recycling center managed by Brother Catfish, exchanging them for equivalent wealth points. It was said that they had accumulated quite a few items with properties similar to the Eye of the Abyss during this period, but Lin Qian absolutely refused to touch them again. If it hadn't been for the Death Restaurant chef's rescue last time, he might have been in serious trouble. The Abyss is a more dangerous dungeon than the Endless Sea. Even fish monsters can't advance at full speed there, often encountering obstacles. Lin Qian, relying on the Abyss's defense, had previously attempted to enter, but was stopped by the fish monster and puppet. They felt that Lin Qian wasn't suited to enter the Abyss at this stage. The dangers were too numerous, not to mention that the owner of the Eye of the Abyss had long been targeting him. The puppet and the fish monster didn't know much about the owner of the Eye of the Abyss, only saying that many terrifying beings existed at the bottom of the abyss. Based on this alone, the Death Restaurant's chef was still far superior to the level 3 supervisor. He clearly knew the owner of the Eye of the Abyss. Guess I should ask about this next time I enter the Death Restaurant, Lin Qian muttered to himself. Swish. Just then, a familiar sound of breaking air was heard, and the fish monster appeared out of thin air beside him, panting heavily. The Shadow Snake's music is getting increasingly terrifying. Its voice was filled with fear. I don't want to hear it again. Wait until I win back everything I lost, hee hee. Where's the discus? It searched everywhere. It's in the pavilion over there, waiting for you too. Lin Qian kindly pointed the fish monster in the direction. Okay, you're quite brave. The fish monster eagerly walked over, while Discus scratched the back of his head naively. Soon, the puppet also took a seat. The familiar card game began again. After all, they were all renowned level 3 supervisors, and the supervisors in the park immediately gathered around curiously. The wooden monkey had been planning to leave Skeleton City, but upon seeing this, he also came over curiously. What is this? The parrot on his shoulder asked curiously. Poker? There are many ways to play. This one is landlord. Lin Qian explained the rules of the game to the puppet. Damn! The fish monster threw a handful of playing cards to the ground and stood up angrily. Stay put, both of you. Wait! With that, it gritted its teeth, turned toward the Snake Palace, took a deep breath, and vanished with a swish. Ah! Seeing this, Lin Qian couldn't help but sigh. Gambling is so harmful. But Brother Snake must be very happy to have gained a loyal listener. Chapter 512. Name, Lin Qian, Level 3 Supervisor 2030/10,000, Strength, 1873. Agility, 1000. Const, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Rating, despite possessing powerful source-level abilities, he's unable to unleash their full potential, making him undeniably at the bottom of the Level 3 Supervisors. At the bottom again? Good. Lin Qian angrily closed his profile, but he wasn't unconvinced. Ever since his battle with the wood monkey, he clearly realized the gap between himself and the veteran level 3 supervisors. Even with the advantage of attribute restraint, he still couldn't match the opponent. Of course, if Lin Qian also possessed the passive ability of immortality and no cooldown, things would be different. Pure fire raged relentlessly, each punch delivering a powerful blow. In terms of destructive power alone, he could rival the discus. Although I possess a host of branching skills, my source power still can't unleash its full potential. It seems I need more advanced fire abilities. The countdown screen opened. 3rd Regional Survival Trial, 23 days. There's still plenty of time. Opening the door, I entered Thunder Island. What came into view was the second ring of water extending outward into the shallows. Even the fish monsters kin had underwater palaces to live in. This group of monsters was notorious, and even Suri had heard of them. With them guarding Thunder Island, ordinary sea beasts wouldn't dare approach. The only thing they needed to be wary of were the flying beasts. For this reason, Suri had originally planned to deploy anti-aircraft guns on the island, but Lin Qian declined. He had already found a better option. Because of the previous commotion, the island's artisans were already quite familiar with Lin Qian. They knew he was approachable, and occasionally someone would greet him warmly, though most would remain timid, not daring to look him in the eye. He pulled out a summoning card, entered the number, and used it. A flash of white light, and the familiar fur ball appeared out of thin air. Hello, Lin. This guy was wearing a straw hat and woven leaf clothing today, looking like he was on vacation. Long time no see, Kaboo. Lin Qian also waved to the little guy. Compared to the bald monster, Lin Qian wasn't as wary of this one. After all, it was with it that he had traded the power of the Titan during the 100 Districts War. Oh! You know my name? Kaboo tilted his head, a look of surprise on his face. The bald monster told me. Lin Qian spoke bluntly. Bald? How could you be so disrespectful to your senior? Kabu glared at Lin Qian angrily. That can't be helped. I don't know its name either. How about you tell me? But after a few seconds of hesitation, Kabu scratched his head awkwardly. Senior, I don't actually know your name either. Lin Qian was stunned. What? Even you don't know? Kabu looked at Lin Qian in confusion. Do I really need to know? We juniors just need to follow our senior's instructions. Lin Qian nodded thoughtfully. But you're truly surprising. When we first met, you were just a weakling with a level of 0.1. Now you conquered an island with a large, miraculous landscape in the endless sea. It's incredible. The senior also said you have a promising future, and asked me to make friends with you. Under normal circumstances, a minor matter like garrisoning wouldn't require my personal presence. Kabu circled Lin Qian, tugging at his dragon skin coat with his small hands, his eyes shining. This dress is beautifully made. Can I have one too? Lin Qian smiled faintly. No problem, but I need to take your measurements. Kabu waved his hand upon hearing this. With a swish, a white light flashed, and a statue identical to himself appeared. No need to bother. Just make it according to the statue's measurements. Lin Qian's eyes widened. What kind of ability is this? Kabu crossed his arms and raised his head. It's not an ability, it's magic. Want to learn? Lin Qian nodded. Okay, consider it your reward for making the dress for me. Kabu casually tossed over a crystal ball, a blue light flickering inside. It's just a little trick, worthless. Once your spirit breaks through level 2, you can learn the advanced magic of our elves. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Does that include that elusive teleportation magic? Kabu shook his head. That's our racial innate talent, you can't learn it. But if our elves are ever wiped out, you might be able to obtain the crystallization of this ability from a quest reward. It spoke so calmly that Lin Qian was taken aback. What's wrong? You seem surprised. Lin Qian pondered for a moment. I thought only weaker races worried about genocide. I didn't expect that even you, the ancient races with the authority of the Leopard Room. Kabu shrugged. In the Infinity Building, no one can guarantee their survival. The store you're familiar with was previously controlled by someone from another race. Since this strange store is now in the hands of our elves, it could be taken over by others in the same way. But fortunately, thanks to your appearance and the Egg of Life, this might be delayed. So, in a sense, you've done us elves a great favor. Oh! Oops. Senior, I told you not to tell you this. As he spoke, Kabu suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, staring at Lin Qian with guilt-ridden eyes. Lin Qian was stunned. Why? Kabu hesitated. The senior said you're a profiteer who's adept at taking advantage of others. If you knew the importance of the Egg of Life, you'd definitely raise the price. Lin Qian was furious. Really? What does it think I am? Just because of its distrust, raise the price. You must. This breaks my heart. Kabu panicked. Don't. If senior knew, I'd definitely get scolded. We elves are very poor. Please don't raise the price. Lin Qian grinned. It's okay. If you elves can't afford it, I can sell it to the Buck Zerg. Kabu was truly panicked. Huh? That's not right. Lin Qian laughed carelessly. What's wrong? Did I not answer according to the formula the bald monster taught you, and you're at a loss? The bald monster was trying to figure out exactly how many life eggs he had in stock, so he could change his bid. But Lin Qian was no pushover. Signifying that his clients now included more than just the elves would immediately make him panic. After all, everyone loves life eggs. Apart from the group of regulators in the City of Chaos, who would think that they have lived too long. Chapter 513. Lord Chucky, we are truly flattered that you could be here in person. Thunder Island, Commercial District. A group of Blackhorn leaders respectfully surrounded a portly man. However, compared to the chef of the Death Restaurant, this fellow appeared considerably slimmer. It lacked the numerous layers of yellow crystals, its mouth was small and toothless, and its eyes were squeezed into slits by the fat on its face. It looked rather foolish, but this did not diminish the dangerous aura it exuded. It's alright, I was just stopping by to see what this place was like. Yes, that Thunder Pond is a rare and miraculous sight. Most importantly, it requires no waiting time for its formation, and there's virtually no wear and tear. This place could be developed vigorously. The Buck Zerg known as Chucky glanced around, his body twisting beneath his black robe, his steps struggling. If the Buck Zerg had so much confidence in any other island controlled by the Wujiao, they would surely be ecstatic. However, this Thunder Island wasn't theirs at all. They simply lucked out by obtaining the cooperation status. Of course, they had mentioned this matter from the outset, but judging by the reaction of the lord before them, it seemed as if he hadn't noticed at all. This presented a difficult situation. The other party was not only of noble status, but also powerful. How could they explain the situation without offending them? The Wujiao leaders exchanged glances, then glanced at Suri and the group. "Ah? Me?" Suri couldn't help but break into a cold sweat at the glances he received. There was no other choice but to bite the bullet and move forward. Excuse me, sir, please give me half a minute to explain." But he was interrupted mid-sentence by Chucky. "Wait!" Everyone was stunned. "Did you hear any sound?" Chucky frowned and looked around. "What sound?" The leaders of the Wujiu tribe also looked around in confusion. The next second, a massive magical arrow plummeted from the sky. Buzz! Boom! Chucky's voluptuous body was blown away, collapsing the surrounding buildings with it. "What? A sneak attack! Be on guard! Protect Master Chucky!" The Wujiu leaders' expressions changed drastically, and they all prepared for battle. If Chucky were killed here, their Wujiu tribe would face annihilation. "Kaboo! You impolite bastard!" With an angry roar, crimson flames erupted like a torrent. However, with a puff, the stardust dispersed, and Furry Kaboo was already standing on Chucky's head. Lin Qian, however, was unable to dodge, and was drenched in the liquid crimson flames. The flames dripped like magma, and white smoke rose from the ground. Lin Qian stood speechless, his dragon skin coat etched with golden patterns. It was because he possessed the incombustibility trait. Anyone else would have been mortally wounded. He was absolutely certain that Kaboo had done this on purpose. "Boss Lin. See? This guy doesn't even care about you. He just started fighting." Kaboo stood on Chucky's head, hands on his hips, laughing, his rabbit teeth bared, a look of triumph at having succeeded in his scheme. Seeing Lin Qian in the distance, Chucky was stunned. "Boss Lin, the unburnable trait. You're the one the fourth ancestor mentioned." He shook off the khaki from his head and shuffled forward, his chubby body shaking. "Fourth ancestor?" Lin Qian took one look at Chucky's instantly recognizable appearance, and suddenly realized. "Oh! You mean senior chef?" Chucky nodded quickly. Yes. When I heard they said the one controlling Thunder Island was a powerful being who hadn't yet left his protective state, I immediately remembered what the fourth ancestor had said." Chucky stepped forward, extending his 3 right hands. "The fourth ancestor said you're a friend of our Buck Zerg, and between friends." Boom! Before he could finish his words, he was blown away again. The massive body twisted in the air like a noodle, finally landing with a splash into the sea. "Boss Lin, don't believe it. The Buck Zerg are the most treacherous, greedy, and cunning creatures in the Infinity Building." Kaboo was furious. He grabbed Lin Qian's dragon skin coat and explained repeatedly. He then turned and glared at the leaders of the Blackhorn tribe. "Tell me, Boss Lin, if I'm telling the truth?" The threat in his words was unmistakable, and his palms were even beginning to form fireballs. The Blackhorn tribe leaders were silent and sweating. Neither speaking nor not speaking was right. Suri could only cast a pleading gaze at Lin Qian. "Kaboo! You bastard!" Another roar, but this time no red flames erupted. Chachi's voluptuous body lit up with mysterious patterns of light. The air twisted. 6 claws held 6 gradually growing balls of light, poised for release, each carrying a terrifying aura. Come on, smash it!" Kaboo didn't flinch, even challenging him. Lin Qian couldn't stand it any longer and hurriedly stopped him. Stop! If you want to fight, go to the sea, not destroy the house here." The Wujiu leaders nearly dropped their eyes at Lin Qian's impatient tone. Then, the dripping wet Chucky actually held back his attack, only snorting in dissatisfaction. Suli. Who is this friend of yours?" Someone quietly approached Suli and whispered. I don't know now." Suli's eyes were blank, his expression numb. Although Lin Qian had previously claimed to have some connection with the elves, who could have imagined their connection was so strong? Usually, the so-called asylum was merely a flag representing the elves, but Lin Qian had brought an elven leader directly to the island. You call that a connection? What's even more incredible is that Lord Chucky, who they considered so high and mighty, was surprisingly polite to Lin Qian. How could someone who hadn't even left his protective period be connected to these ancient races? They were completely baffled. However, Lin Qian didn't notice the shock of the Wujiu leaders. Instead, he felt a headache over the tit-for-tat exchange between the two young masters. At least that's how it appeared on the surface. "I know why you're here, needless to say. Let's put it this way, to be fair. I need some equipment now, preferably armor. Lin Qian said as he pulled a life egg from his storage space and weighed it. Based on the quality and quantity, the highest bidder wins. How's that? He glanced at the two of them. Ha ha ha. Chucky suddenly burst into laughter, his chubby body trembling. Boss Lin, you found the right person for this. Our Buck Zerg's greatest skill is casting. Kaboo, just admit defeat. Chapter 514. Boss Lin. You can't do this. Kaboo glared at Lin Qian with wide eyes. However, Lin Qian waved his hand with a casual air and, with a swish, pulled out another life egg. This one is priced as a magic item. Again, quantity and quality matter. The highest bidder wins. Shaking the two life eggs, Lin Qian returned them to his storage space. From now on, I decided to open a daily store on Thunder Island. Each life egg will have corresponding material requirements, and then it will be auctioned off to the highest bidder. But I have to make it clear, if the life eggs here are robbed, stolen, or disappear for no apparent reason, I will close this store and cancel the public sale. If you want to buy it again, it won't be so easy. Lin Qian's face flashed with a smile that Kaboo was very familiar with. In a trance, it seemed to see the shadow of its predecessor. Boss Lin. Don't worry about that. I send my tribesmen to personally guard the daily shop. Compared to Kaboo, Chucky, meeting Lin Qian for the first time, was less preoccupied and spoke directly. Go, 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 you're everywhere, Boss Lin. We also station people on Thunder Island to absolutely guarantee its safety. The two men refused to give in, nearly coming to blows again. Thankfully, Lin Qian's words stopped the fight. A friendly reminder, I won't be online all the time. If you're interested in these two life eggs, you better go back and prepare your supplies. The two men immediately tensed. Boss Lin, since you be coming here so often, I better find a place to place a permanent door for easier access. After Kaboo finished speaking, Chucky, in a rare move, didn't object, but instead echoed him. Of course, no problem. However, this place was built with the help of our friends from the Wuju tribe. We need to ask them where would be a good location. As the three of them simultaneously turned their gazes upon the Wuju tribe, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon them. You two, please feel free to do as you please. We have no objections. Suri was quickly pushed forward to voice his opinion. Boss Lin, where are you planning to open your daily shop? The two of them didn't rush to choose, but instead turned to Lin Qian. This one's the place, not bad. Lin Qian casually pointed to a small shop. Then I'd be on the left. On my right. The two of them each chose a neighboring shop, and Kaboo instantly teleported away. Chucky, on the other hand, added Lin Qian as his friend before wiggling his chubby body away. On the recently completed street, only Lin Qian and the Wuju tribe, who stared at each other in bewilderment, remained. Suri, these are all your people, right? Why don't you introduce them to me? Lin Qian's words startled everyone awake, and Suri, regaining his composure, hurried forward to introduce them one by one. Boss Lin, this is our Wuju tribe's chief elder, Zabrukasa. This is the second elder, Nutrush. This is Fatalamaki. Suri was working hard, rattling off the introductions. Lin Qian didn't catch a single name, so he could only offer an awkward but polite smile and shake hands with each one. Hello, nice name, ha ha, nice name. Entering the thunder pool and finding Wu Xing sitting cross-legged in the center, Lin Qian suddenly noticed that his previously pitch-black soul had gained a shimmering golden glow, the power of thunder. Seeing he wasn't aware of his approach, Lin Qian didn't bother him. After a while, he heard Kaboo's voice. It had brought not only a collection of magic items, but also a considerable amount of magical equipment, seemingly intent on keeping both. But the next moment, Chucky arrived in a rage. Compared to the magical equipment of the elves, the equipment forged by the Buck Zerg was cruder and lacked elaborate array patterns. The dark heavy armor was riddled with cracks, and irregular red energy flowed through it, giving it an unusual appearance. With a casual blow, a powerful recoil erupted, directly knocking Lin Qian's hand away. Similarly, Chucky had also brought a miscellaneous collection of magic items, making it clear that both of them were intent on keeping the items for themselves. Compared to the numerous destructive magic items offered by the Buck Zerg, the elves offered a more comprehensive range of items, including magic crystals that could summon massive fireballs when crushed, and the same stardust teleportation item Lu Zhanqing had used. After inspecting each of them, Lin Qian accepted the items with satisfaction, then handed the two life eggs to each of them. With these items, the Black Army's chances of survival were significantly increased. Although the number of unusual intruders had decreased significantly recently due to rumors circulating in the trading city, It was always better to be more cautious. Glancing at the time, the supervisor was about to leave work. He had arranged for Snake Brother, the fish monster, to serve as his sparring partner, and then he said his goodbyes to the two of them. You two, I have things to do. Whatever you want. With that, Lin Qian activated his armor transforming ability, and flew rapidly toward the beach through his power sheath. Huh? Leaving now? Kabu was stunned. Humph, what else do you want? Chapchi beside him said unkindly. You want a beating again, you idiot. Kabu clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing. That's exactly what I was thinking. But let's not destroy the island's facilities. How about we fight at sea? Humph. Are you afraid of me? Come on. The two of them hit it off immediately. A moment later, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the distant sea with a rumble, sending waves several meters high crashing towards the island. The Wujiu tribe members watching the battle from the rooftop couldn't help but shudder. Is this the combat power of a top-tier, level 2 expert? As expected of an ancient race. Boss Lin, my words may sound harsh, but please don't take them personally. You're even considered level 2? Outside Skeleton City, on the makeshift arena, the fish monster looked across at Lin Qian, and couldn't help scratching his head. You're a living being, you can move. How come you become a statue the moment you unleash a skill? Are you just standing there and dealing damage? You need to move, run, or you become a target. Lin Qian frowned slightly, but wasn't angry, he was simply thinking. The fish monster's combat experience was more than rich. They could spot Lin Qian's major weakness at a glance. Boss Lin, you're probably unable to control the immense recoil of the solar rays, and you're afraid you miss your target while moving? The puppet figure nearby analyzed. Then don't fight the recoil, go with it, like a fish following the current. Come on! The supervisor training class officially began. Chapter 515. Bang! Boom! A punch imbued with 2 rings of power landed, sending the fish monster flying dozens of meters. However, before it even hit the ground, it landed with a rustling sound as it returned to its original position. No, that won't work. Boss Lin, you're simply improving too quickly without sufficient accumulation, which is why you seem so superficial. If I'm not mistaken, you must have very few skills. After deactivating his armor, Lin Qian sat down to rest, taking out a piece of broken level beast meat from his storage space to quickly replenish his stamina. Indeed. The fish monster sat nearby, also chewing on a piece of raw meat. Don't just focus on your abilities. Your spiritual attributes are sufficient. It wouldn't hurt to add more skills. After resting, Lin Qian transformed into armor again. Boss Lin, can you make these power sheets larger and more numerous? The fish monster hammered around Lin Qian's armor. Yes. Lin Qian nodded. Then change it. Speed is power, Boss Lin. You need to change your fighting style. Your attributes are not weak, so you shouldn't continue with your old, clumsy habits. And with the source level power of pure fire as a supplement, it's like sitting on a mountain of gold but not knowing how to mine it. Today, Lin Qian is no longer Boss Lin, but a true apprentice. One advantage he has is a clear understanding of his role, and he never contradicts the advice of professionals. Elbows, calves, chest, fists, even forehead, all covered with these power sheaths. Your armor is too heavy. If a frontal attack strikes, using the power sheaths to propel you back will be much faster than dodging yourself. And that big tail of yours. Max it out up and down, left and right. The thrust from pure fire will always be greater than your own swing. The biggest benefit of the agility attribute, besides perception, is flexibility. I guarantee, Boss Lin, that of your current total stat of around 5,000, at least 2,000 are unused. Add. Max it out. Trust me. Speed is power. Front, back, and tail, plus sharp spikes. Don't limit yourself to your limbs, turn your entire body into a weapon. Under the guidance of the fish monster, Lin Qian's originally handsome armor model gradually transformed into a hideous, spike-covered monster. And because the armor had grown in size, 10 dragon scales could no longer fully cover it. That's right. With a powerful power source, and increased size and weight, even if you don't use any abilities, just charging at full speed will be terrifying. The fish monster seemed to be treating Lin Qian like a large assembly toy, seemingly even more excited than Lin Qian himself. Come on, do as I say, power up to the limit and charge. At a distance, the fish monster patted its chest and spread its legs, bracing itself for defense. Lin Qian took a deep breath, controlling dozens of power sheaths, large and small, as pure fire erupted. Boom! A powerful blast of air erupted, and Lin Qian's figure vanished in a hazy blur. Bang! Crashing headfirst into the fish monster's arms, on the verge of losing control, Lin Qian unhesitatingly activated extreme speed mode. Everything in front of him slowed down, allowing him to gain more precise control over his body. He surged upward, spun around, and landed firmly on the ground. The fish monster also swished back to its original position. Beautiful. The power of your collision was already incredible. If it were farther away, combined with the power of the giant and the double rings, it would almost be considered a true level 2 power. It must be said that source level abilities are truly overwhelming. Come on, this time, an all-out collision. The fish monster patted its chest again, and began the second test. This time, Lin Qian used all his strength, knocking the fish monster directly out of its situ. For the third test, Lin Qian used the long-forgotten breaking army skill, increasing its power even further. Flying, diving, turning, and high-speed maneuvers were merely basics for the fish monster. But there was a problem. Some things seemed simple to it, but Lin Qian found them incredibly difficult to accomplish. It was like a genius coaching a student who couldn't understand anything. Thankfully, while Lin Qian wasn't incredibly intelligent, he was definitely not stupid. Some techniques, while difficult to master, could be mastered with diligent practice. Soon, the assault course came to an end. Discus took the stage, and the serious combat course began. It must be said, this guy looks silly on a daily basis, but as an opponent, just standing there is enough to make one feel intimidated. It's not just his size, which is a whole circle larger than the fish monster, but also his terrifying muscles, which are like twisted steel bars. Catching his breath, opening his eyes, and charging at full speed. Bang! With a surge of air, Lin Qian disappeared in an instant, and the two rings, carrying the power of a giant, smashed into Discus' chest. However, bang! With a crisp sound, the spikes on Lin Qian's gauntlet snapped and flew away. But Discus's feet remained rooted, unmoving. Hardened? Lin Qian asked in confusion. It's not hardening, it's an ability of this guy. Besides increasing his defense, his own weight also reaches a terrifying level. The fish monster explained, and Discus nodded with a smile. Wait, are we fighting? Why are you just standing there and not fighting back? Lin Qian frowned. Boss Lin, you should familiarize yourself with this new fighting style, and then... Before the fish monster could finish his words, Lin Qian interrupted him. No need. I'm a combat talent who thrives in danger. Lin Qian waved his hand, confidently adopting a fighting stance. Come on! Don't let me down! Bang! As soon as he finished his words, Discus's massive hand swung towards him with a whistling sound. His eyes blurred as an overwhelming force surged, sending Lin Qian flying dozens of meters. And yet, Discus was only using his own strength, not his triple-charged ability. A fishy, sweet taste welled up in his mouth, and Lin Qian was sent flying backward in shock. What terrifying power! But this wasn't enough to leave him defenseless. The power sheath roared, and Lin Qian swooped back. Thrust forward with his hands, he spurred flames, using the force to nimbly dodge Discus's second swing. Lin Qian engaged Discus like a mecha warrior, adapting to the support of hundreds of power sheaths. The puppeteer recorded the action, while Snake Brother silently watched with his hands folded, his gaze following Lin Qian's movements. Coach Yu was diligently directing from the side. Yeah, right. Agile. Elegant. Smash its butt. Chapter 516. Whoosh. Bang. Bang bang. The heat roared, and Lin Qian was like a light show, his power sheaths flickering and fading as he spun rapidly around Snake Brother. However, all his attacks were easily met by Snake Brother. Sometimes, before Lin Qian could even strike, Snake Brother's tail had already reacted, accurately blocking his path. Unbalanced, he fell to the ground in a tumble, his arms spread wide, his face dejected. I'm done. I'm tired. The blow was too great. Except for the puppet, the other three acted as if they were playing with children. Especially Snake Brother, who even put his hands in his pockets and used his tail to toy with Lin Qian. Don't lose heart, Boss Lin. After all, we old guys have lived for so long, and possess countless abilities, both large and small, each developed to its fullest potential. You're so young, we naturally can't compare. Your abilities are of a very high quality. With diligent practice, you definitely unleash your true strength. The puppet stepped forward to comfort Lin Qian. Snake Brother, however, sank directly into the shadows, and returned to playing the piano. The Shadow Snake said you're too weak. Don't send it over next time. The fish monster's apt translation dealt a heavy blow to Lin Qian's newly soothed mood. A little? However, the fish monster, oblivious, continued to attack. Damn it! Come on! Lin Qian, unconvinced, rolled over and stood up. The fish monster chuckled and entered the ring ahead of the discus. Boss Lin, just cheer up. I just have a new idea. If you could punch your target and then ignite pure fire within them, wouldn't that be fantastic? The puppet left the arena and shrugged at discus. Anyway, I didn't hear what Shadow Snake said just now. This silly fish has truly forgotten the pain. If that petty snake knew it was spreading rumors behind his back, it would definitely be a stone statue for a while. But since it can inspire Boss Lin's fighting spirit, I better not say anything. Discus scratched his head, looking naive. The puppet was furious at its demise. Stop pretending. You're the most cunning. You want all the wealth in Giant City by yourself. 2 days in the outside world felt incredibly long in the City of Chaos. Lin Qian purchased all 15 remaining psychedelic dragon scales from the bald monster and began relentless combat training. When he was tired, he rested by absorbing flesh and blood while digesting the dragon scales. Once he recovered, he followed the training methods provided by the fish monster. Hard work pays off. After this period of training, Lin Qian not only completely covered his entire armor with psychedelic dragon scales, but also finally earned the fish monster's initial approval for his combat prowess. Training is over. Now it's time to clear the dungeon of hidden dangers. Lin Qian had already assigned Qin Liang to conduct advanced reconnaissance. While there were undoubtedly some unusual intruders hiding deeper and difficult to uncover immediately, if they could eliminate most of them, even the few remaining would be insignificant. A new day of safe exploration began. A large number of white lights flashed across the City of Chaos, signaling the end of the Supervisor's shift. Since the wood nest had been destroyed, Lin Qian had established a new gathering place for the wood nest supervisors right next to Skeleton City. Although it was just a basic patchwork house, requiring a corresponding amount of wealth to upgrade, it still excited these inexperienced individuals for a long time. In addition, Lin Qian provided unique accommodations for the wood nest's 2 level 3 supervisors, the wood monkey and the spider. The wood monkey loved to plant, so Lin Qian built it a multi-story plantation with a temperature-controlled system, automatic watering, and a dozen or so boxes of miscellaneous seeds. The spider loved to sleep upside down, rising higher and higher. Lin Qian had Jiang Jinshan build an aerial nest. Initially, the spider refused, but he ultimately fell in love with it. The wood nest became a neighbor of Skeleton City, and the 2 groups of supervisors became remarkably harmonious. Seeing this, the fish monster also wanted to move the giant city there, and Lin Qian agreed without hesitation. With the ample storage space, moving was a breeze. Of course, the main reason was that the people in Giant City were incredibly poor. Their so-called homes were actually just a jumble of random things they had built up. Later, when they discovered that Fishburg had more rooms, they simply abandoned their small houses and stayed put, leaving Fishburg like a refugee camp. Discus had accumulated 3,000 wealth points, granting him the right to request a custom-built building from Lin Qian, and he was about to become the second homeowner in Giant City. It was precisely because Wood Nest and Giant City had both moved to the vicinity of Skeleton City that the raid-clearing crew this time was larger than Lin Qian had imagined. Looking at the dark mass before him, Lin Qian couldn't help but sweat. How many supervisors are there? 800? Or 1,000? These guys can't tear down the martial arts world, can they? Never mind. Better to have it torn down by the supervisors than by outsiders. Let's do it. Brothers. Let's go! Pushing open the permanent door, Lin Qian led the way into his room. The supervisors behind him were already impatient. After all, except for the tour group members, most supervisors had never left the City of Chaos during their break, and they were all very excited. There were only a few level 3 supervisors, and most of them spent their days facing the dreary, dark corridors. Because of this, even the dark and terrifying abyss would fascinate them, and it had even become a tourist attraction for the people of the City of Chaos. Even on the other side, a martial arts dungeon, a suburban residence. Don't put the flowers here, put them outside. Brother Qian said he might have a lot of friends this time, so they'd be out of the way. Qin Liang, who had arrived early, set up the scene, not only rolling out the expensive red carpet, but also placing a large amount of food in the courtyard for the guests. Ala even wore a formal suit for the first time in a while, with a flower tied at his collar. That's not right. I remember this thing was supposed to be placed on the chest. The cyborg beside him frowned at Ala, chin in hand, and offered a suggestion. Huh? Really? Ala was startled, and just as he was about to make some changes, a permanent door suddenly appeared behind him. The door opened, and Lin Qian strode out. Brother Qian. Qin Liang led the way in greeting. Lin Qian nodded, walked behind the door, and gestured to the others. Get out of the way! The others were stunned. Huh? Before they could even ask their questions, their eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding before them. Oh my god! Get away! Chapter 517. Boom! With a loud bang, the courtyard wall collapsed. Before the nearby residents could panic, they saw a group of hideous monsters roaring out, seemingly ready to devour anyone. Quiet! Quiet! Everyone be quiet! The puppet man waved a small guide flag to control the situation, but the supervisors were so excited that no one paid any attention to him. In a fit of rage, he launched a direct soul attack, which finally calmed the supervisors. Follow the instructions here to find the target, and try to avoid harming innocent people. It pointed at the tech bracelet on its wrist. This thing is truly a magical tool for communicating with the supervisors. Now, under the puppet man's guidance, some clever supervisors have begun to try typing. This cleanup operation relies on this thing to locate the target. Qin Liang had already sent people to establish a signal source for the tech bracelet in this world and synchronize the location of the detected abnormal intruder. In addition, Lin Qian established a hunting point ranking system. Killing unusual intruders not only earned wealth points, but also offered prizes of varying tiers based on the final ranking. This was one of the reasons for the warden's excitement. There was no other way. Lin Qian was already a level 3 warden, and weak unusual intruders were worth nothing to him. Furthermore, the beast tribe's infiltration was too extensive. If not quickly eradicated, they would become desperate and wreak havoc without restraint, making it difficult to deal with. However, Lin Qian had already made an agreement with the fish monster. It would seek out the powerful beast tribe and bring them to Lin Qian for his destruction. For this, Lin Qian will pay it a large sum of wealth points. The fish monster agreed readily, as if afraid Lin Qian would go back on his word. Seeing this, Lin Qian truly regretted not having Jiang Jinshan develop this technological bracelet system sooner. With this gadget, his colleagues were working with renewed enthusiasm. Soon, after the puppeteer had given his final instructions, the supervisor set out. The fish monster, with its high-speed movement, led the way, and its speed was so great that it was impossible to reach its shadow. All sorts of terrifying monsters swarmed the streets, but the Qinzhou Town Demon Bureau remained unmoved. After the commotion subsided, the civilians discovered that there were no casualties at all, leaving them bewildered. To control these creatures, Lin Qian implemented a penalty mechanism that deducted wealth points for killing innocent people. The effect was remarkable. Thousands of miles away, in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace, the young emperor nestled in the arms of his beautiful concubine, savoring the fruit she fed him mouth to mouth. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound, and the air trembled. A massive black shadow blocked out the sunlight. The fish monster's massive hand grasped the concubine's neck, and no matter how she struggled, it was useless. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught sight of a grape that had fallen onto the dragon robe. He casually picked it up and tossed it into his mouth. The emperor's face paled, his lips trembling violently. He looked up at the fish monster, his body frozen, not daring to move. Only when the fish monster vanished did he let out a trembling cry of shock, as if the air had been drained. Monster! Monster! Puff! Ding! Kill the unusual intruder, and receive a reward. Free attribute points *13. Lin Qian casually swung his sword, blood splattering across the brocade robe, and the concubine revealed her true form as a fox. Looking back, the fish monster had vanished. As he lowered his head to store the corpse, a second one was already in place. Lin Qian was stunned. Today, he had finally witnessed the terrifying efficiency of a fish monster driven by profit. On an overseas fairy island, a group of human survivors were locked in a fierce battle. A dozen beastmen armed with strange weapons surrounded them, and the bodies of civilians were scattered all around them. Hee, I didn't expect some idiots would come knocking on our door. Really? Puff! Before he could finish his words, his head exploded. On the back of a large black-feathered bird, a puppet figure urged anxiously. Hurry! Fly faster! I'm about to drop to 4th place. You bastards! How could it be so fast? The survivors on the island, who had just been in despair, could only look up at the puppet figure flying away in the sky, bewildered. Similar things were happening everywhere. In just a few hours, the entire dungeon world was nearly overturned. The natives were in a panic, but Silver Mask seized the opportunity to spread his faith, claiming that only the Great Thousand Father's blessing could protect his people from monster attacks. Not to mention, the effect was remarkable. If it weren't for the need to leave some tasks for the human race, Lin Qian would have even considered clearing every dungeon with the supervisors. While the supervisors were busy, Lin Qian was also swiftly harvesting attribute points. Although these guys weren't very powerful, their numbers were huge. After a few hours, he had accumulated 400 free attribute points. Only when all the suspicious targets identified by Qin Liang's hive drones were eliminated did the game enter its most exciting phase. Find an undiscovered, hidden orc, and the reward will be doubled. Any innocent casualties will result in the usual point deduction. This is where the peculiar abilities of the supervisors come into play. Through the live broadcast from the hive robot, Lin Qian witnessed the diverse and bizarre abilities of his colleagues. Some relied on hearing to locate targets with unusual physical characteristics in the crowd, killing them and revealing them to be orcs disguised as vendors. Some supervisors possessed a clairvoyant ability, easily seeing through disguises. Even stranger still was the ability to divine, able to lock onto targets with a few casual throws of a stick. This filled Lin Qian with admiration. These are truly rare talents. The safe exploration period was drawing to a close, and the cleanup mission was proceeding smoothly. Supervisors who had lost sight of their targets began to let loose, playing and joking with one another. Somewhere, a flood was raging, and a catfish made a dazzling appearance. With a single suck of its large mouth, the water level dropped rapidly, earning it the locals' worship as a river deity. Catfish, experiencing this kind of star-studded treatment for the first time, was incredibly excited. Even though his belly looked ready to burst, he still guzzled it with a show of strength, guzzling it down until it was as bloated as a giant, refusing to spit out even a drop, a truly comical sight. Due to its lack of mobility and detection abilities, its discus performance lagged significantly behind in this operation. However, as the new gambling god of Chaos City, it remained unfazed. It found a mine, smashed it with a few punches, and snacked on the ore inside, waiting for the event to end. Snake Brother appeared in the brothel, captivated by the music played by the singing girl inside. He stood on the eaves, listening with his eyes closed, as if gathering inspiration for a new piece. Deep in the mountains and ancient forests, a fish monster appeared beneath a beehive. Ignoring the bee's stings, it collected the honey in a jar and quickly disappeared. Lin Qian looked at the hive robot's surveillance footage with a kind smile. What a heartwarming scene, isn't it? He turned to Qin Liang and asked. Qin Liang's expression froze as he glanced at the hideous, terrifying creatures on the screen. He couldn't reconcile them with warmth. But Brother Qian is right. Chapter 518. Name, Lin Qian, Level 3 Supervisor 2030/10,000, Strength, 2392. Agility, 1000. Constitution, 1000. Spirit, 1000. Sitting on the dragon throne, Lin Qian bet all of his 519 free attributes, including today's salary, on strength. Of course, with his other 3 attributes now capped, he had no choice. After a brief period of discomfort, Lin Qian stood up. Harvesting another wave of incense power, the ferocious beast's golden body finally covered its entire head and spread to most of its chest. But Lin Qian still felt this progress was too slow. It was a pity that there were only a few initial worlds, and the shadow world was practically devoid of living beings, so resources were limited. Lin Qian suddenly had the idea of robbing other races' initial worlds. If only 10 or 8 more initial worlds came to provide me with incense power, hee. But it was just a thought. Arriving at Thunder Island, Lin Qian was surprised to find the sky was surprisingly clear today. The dark clouds had vanished, leaving only the sky above the Thunder Pond as usual. What's going on? Flying up to midair and looking down, Lin Qian noticed a new appearance on the island, with numerous square blue wooden stakes, intricately carved with inscriptions, and a faint shimmer. Descending to the trading area, Kabu Chachi, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately came forward to greet him. Boss Lin, what would you like today? Chachi's 6 hands rubbed against his chest, seeming impatient. Boss Lin, have you noticed the weather totems on the island? Those are all my creations. Kabu was schemingly trying to claim credit. Lin Qian smiled, took out a life egg, placed it on the display, and laid out his offer. Today we need healing items. As usual, the highest bidder wins. The Black Army has been experiencing heavy losses recently, and they're running low on healing items. Hearing this, Kabu's eyes lit up, and without even a chance to greet him, he vanished with a puff. Chucky shook his head dejectedly, predicting that his chances of winning today were slim. There was no way around it. The elves were too wealthy. Isn't this clearly favoring Kabu? Chucky muttered to himself. Could it be because of those weather totems? That cunning bastard, Kaboo, actually tried to curry favor with Boss Lin this way. No! I can't let myself be outdone. But, where do I start? Oh right. I heard Boss Lin's weapons are being refined in the minefield, and our race happens to be the best at forging and strengthening them. It's happily decided. Lin Qian was completely unaware that, due to a misunderstanding, the price war in the daily store had shifted from the open to the covert. And this unhealthy trend will only intensify. In response, he could only say, let the wind of corruption blow even harder. After collecting a large number of high-level healing items, Lin Qian returned to the Infinity Building, called Su Mian, and handed the supplies to him. Surprisingly, this batch of healing items did not contain the system-produced rapid healing potions, but instead contained a pile of green crystals gleaming with magical luster. This healing crystal is made by the elven craftsmen themselves. There is no item introduction, and the method of use is very simple. It will be triggered by crushing it. The healing effect is slightly inferior to the rapid healing potion, but the quantity is large and sufficient for the Black Army to squander. It's Brother Qian who really cares about us. Su Mian, clad in the lava-black armor of the Buck Zerg and carrying the cursed butcher knife, flickered faintly in his eyes, the lightning energy he had yet to fully harness. His aura shifted dramatically. Before, it would have been difficult to tell who was better between Su Mian and Old Wu. But after taking the risk of transplanting the Thunder Beast's heart, possessing the ability to cross stages, he became the undisputed leader, second only to Lin Qian. And like a snowball, Su Mian's strength had increased significantly, and his speed in clearing dungeons had also increased significantly. I heard he even been leading other teams through speedruns recently, taking over Lin Qian's burden. Good for you, now you're taking my things without even saying thank you. Lin Qian glanced at Su Mian, a half smile. Saying thank you to Brother Qian actually feels a bit illogical. After all, you're like a kind father to me. There's a song you sing well. Ahem. Always asking for things from you. Su Mian's expression suddenly hardened. He looked at Lin Qian affectionately, one hand on his chest, the other open, and began to show off his imperfect singing voice. Get lost. Lin Qian, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, kicked Su Mian in the butt. Su Mian staggered, but refused to give up his respect. Oh time, please slow down. Only when he saw Lin Qian pull out a pistol, and pointed at him did he shrink back and shut up. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Brother Qian. The template for the shopping mall over at Jiangjinshan is complete. It's in my storage space. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow in surprise. So fast? Su Mian chuckled. With more experience, you gain experience. I heard they designed a new machine specifically for this, and it only get faster. After handing the mall template to Lin Qian, Su Mian bowed and took his leave. Passing by Zane's game room, Lin Qian opened the door and peeked inside. He saw Zane's eyes glued to the game screen, completely absorbed in it, oblivious to his return. Okay, kid, you never played before, so go ahead and have some fun. He doesn't have to work, and it won't even damage his eyesight, so why would you stop him from playing? After dropping off a pile of delicious food provided by the Black Horns for Zane, Lin Qian opened the door and returned to the City of Chaos. Using Shadow Walk, he reached the hexagonal steel. Thinking of the massive project about to begin, Lin Qian couldn't help but sigh. I'm truly destined for hard work. He took out the mall templates and arranged them in 4 groups. Since the supervisors were all at work, Lin Qian had to work alone. With the hexagonal stone tablet as the center, 4-story buildings of equal size were erected in 4 directions. The 4 buildings were connected by skybridges, but securing them would require the help of the giants of Giant City, so Lin Qian put them aside for now. The power system and other components had already been pre-installed, they only needed to be turned on. To accommodate the giants of Giant City, the mall structure was designed to be very spacious. After several hours of work, the power was finally connected. Lin Qian's figure appeared on the big screen, and the perennial darkness of Chaos City was illuminated by a dazzling array of lights, reminiscent of a cyber night scene. I just wonder if the striped snake will be affected. The house, near the stone tablet, was a quiet room Lin Qian had built specifically for the striped snake. Never mind. If it doesn't work, just ask it to move. As the leader of Chaos City, I've spoken. It shouldn't dare disobey me. Lin Qian put his hands on his hips and laughed carefreely. Chapter 519. Ding! Gain Supervisor Points * 432. Name, Lin Qian, Level 3 Supervisor 2462/10,000, with the long-awaited system notification sound. Lin Qian, who was concentrating on absorbing dragon scales, immediately perked up. He had already purchased all 35 psychedelic dragon scales from the bald monster, having absorbed 17 so far. Not only was his armor fully covered, but even his black backtail had been strengthened, significantly increasing his defense. However, at this stage, apart from training against supervisors, Lin Qian rarely found a target he could unleash his full power on. All of this was in preparation for the end of his protection period. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Qian didn't even need to get up. He simply called up the Smart Bracelets release interface and sent a group message announcing the mall's completion to all supervisors in the City of Chaos who had won. Of course, text messages wouldn't work, so he sent a picture. After completing this, Lin Qian quietly waited. Swish. The air trembled slightly. Lin Qian didn't even need to look up. He knew the fish monster had arrived. Wow! Boss Lin. I didn't expect the exchange mall to be built so quickly. Through the glass, the fish monster's hollow, dead eyes seemed to glow as he gazed at the dazzling array of goods on the shelves. Can I go in now? Lin Qian nodded. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another swish, and the fish monster appeared in the kitchen area on the 3rd floor of Building B. Although many shelves were still unstocked, the sound was enough to shock his colleagues. Soon after, a large number of supervisors arrived from the direction of Skeleton City. Though they didn't speak the same language, they could express their wishes through the projection board on their wristbands. Some guy's painting skills are truly indescribable. What do you want? Water? Go over there, 1st floor. What are those? 2 balls? The sports toys are over there, 4th floor. I really don't understand this. Find it yourself. Oh! Senior Puppet, the painting supplies are also in the tool area, on the 3rd floor of Building B. Ask for Brother Fish. No. Brother Snake, what are you doing here? Is your piano broken again? Just let me know, I get you a new one. Lin Qian bustled around like a village clerk, enthusiastically welcoming his colleagues into the building to shop. After helping Brother Snake get a new piano, Lin Qian happened to run into Discus, who had just returned from a mission. Discus. The room you reserved is ready for installation. Pick a place. He quickly stopped Discus and greeted him. The tech bracelet was indeed a powerful communication tool. Discus quickly understood Lin Qian's meaning and scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Half an hour later, Lin Qian stared speechlessly at Discus's new home. The dazzling neon lights and the large flat. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could clearly see the variously sized gambling and card tables. Although they were all projects from the Snake Palace game room, they had been scaled up countless times. Brother Discus, are you planning to open a casino in Chaos City? Lin Qian was somewhat amused. Ha ha ha. Discus maintained his innocent expression, clearly delighted with his new home. If nothing unexpected happened, besides Brother Snake, Discus would likely consistently hold the 2nd spot on the wealth list, his title as Chaos City's gambling god unshakable. Lin Qian suspected that Discus might possess some ability that could be used at the poker table. Otherwise, with Chaos City overflowing with talent, how could anyone possibly defeat him? Of course, if he could think of it, then so could others, but no one cared, they were content to have fun. The Discus Casino was located on the stretch of road between the Four Corners Mall and Skeleton City, ensuring a guaranteed flow of customers. Lin Qian had only stood there for a moment, when he saw a few unlucky souls curiously sneaking in. Discus immediately approached them warmly, communicating via his wristband. It was obvious that someone would leave their wealth points behind today, and leave with nothing. When they returned to the Four Corners Mall, the supervisors had already begun browsing. All merchandise was locked, and only wealth points could be paid for removal. Of course, with the supervisor's strength, they wouldn't be able to stop anyone from forcibly taking anything. However, out of respect for Lin Qian, no one broke the rules. The fact that the City of Chaos had escaped its former stagnant atmosphere was something all the supervisors cherished. And Lin Qian had Jiang Jinshan develop this system, including the construction of these 4 massive malls, not solely to serve these colleagues. The market offers a wide variety of tools and materials, not just those from the original human world, but also forging and magic materials purchased by Lin Qian using his life egg from both Chachikab and Chachikab. Although these individual silly antics often leave people amused and shriveled, Lin Qian never forgets that each of them was once the strongest of their tribe. Each of them is a talent, perhaps one possesses some lost blacksmithing skill, tailoring technique, or magical craftsmanship. These are all rare professions. If only a few could be unearthed, all the effort would be worth it. This was Lin Qian's primary purpose for establishing this exchange system in mall. Although there weren't many regulators in the City of Chaos, Lin Qian could only converse with a few acquaintances due to language barriers, and the majority of regulators were simply ignored. Now, the raw materials were listed at rock-bottom prices and could be easily exchanged. As long as you had the skills, Lin Qian would reward you with a generous processing fee. To this end, Lin Qian planned to set up a dedicated recycling station with professionals responsible for valuation and payment collection, but he hadn't found a suitable candidate for the time being. Who should I contact? Snake Brother definitely wouldn't do it. He normally doesn't like to talk to people, let alone something like this. Let's see if Senior Puppet is willing. Flutter. Just as he was contemplating this, a fluttering sound of wings was heard, and the parrot from the wooden nest, which possessed the ability to translate, landed in front of Lin Qian. Boss Lin. Boss Lin. Something's happening. Its translation abilities might seem unremarkable, but they were the most eerie of all to Lin Qian. Because this thing, unlike the puppets and the fish monsters, spoke Chinese directly with its throat. And not only could Lin Qian understand it, but everyone around him could as well. What's going on? Lin Qian asked, frowning. Newcomers. Newcomers. The parrot chirped, flapping its wings. Newcomers? Lin Qian was stunned at first, then immediately understood what the parrot meant. Newcomers to the City of Chaos meant another race had been annihilated, and a new overseer had arrived. Where are they? Take me to see them. Lin Qian was immediately intrigued. This was his first time since becoming an overseer. Chapter 520. The hexagonal steel in the City of Chaos seems to be the spawn point for the Supervisor. Lin Qian had also been near the steel when he first entered, and so did this newcomer. Quack! Quack! In front of the striped serpent's house, a strange bird, the size of an ostrich but with a duck's head, looked around frantically, flapping its legs and making desperate, noisy cries. The puppet man and the fish monster sat nearby, one savoring a Big Mac from the mall, while the other unwrapped a pair of woolen gloves and wore them as clothing. Puppet, you really should try this. It's delicious. The fish monster bought half a sack of burgers and, without even throwing away the wrappers, tossed them one by one into his mouth like candy. Stop it! You know I can't eat, and you're just trying to piss me off, right? The puppet man glared at the fish monster, his body unsteady due to the strain of the woolen gloves. Contrary to Lin Qian's expectations, the people here didn't seem too concerned about the new arrival. Ah! Boss Lin. The fish monster waved enthusiastically upon seeing Lin Qian. Is this guy the newcomer? Lin Qian frowned at the duck-headed ostrich. Judging from its appearance, its abilities probably weren't that great. And that was indeed the case. This guy has been yelling non-stop since the beginning, completely impossible to communicate with. The puppet shrugged. Based on our experience, those who can't quickly accept reality are generally insignificant minor races. After all, even the leaders of small tribes are at least battle-hardened, and will force themselves to calm down when faced with something they can't understand. Just like my first day here, it was peaceful. The fish monster nodded in agreement. Yes, I was calm then, but then the entire City of Chaos was thrown into chaos. TSK? The puppet gave it a warning look, his face filled with displeasure. The reason I asked the parrot to call you, Boss Lin, is because you're not just a supervisor, you're also a survivor. The truth behind this guy's genocide, and the information he knows, might be helpful to you. Some of the information we old folks know is long past its expiration date. Even some of our former enemies joined the ranks of supervisors soon after. I don't even bother to argue. In the end, it was all because of my own inability to help. Lin Qian gave the puppet a complicated look. He wondered how much time had passed before he could say such a thing so casually. Hatred is worthless. What are you yelling about? It's so noisy. Bang! The fish monster on the other side, annoyed by the duck-headed ostrich's noise, swung a punch. With a snap, the duck-headed ostrich's neck snapped, and it let out a mournful cry, but it quickly healed. It gaped, visibly stunned. Surprised, you gained immortality, right? Don't worry, you resent it after a while. The fish monster grabbed the creature by the neck and demanded bluntly. What race? How were they destroyed? Are there any treasures hidden in the outer world? Don't waste your time. Just tell me what I ask. Looking at the fish monster's interrogative methods, Lin Qian felt a pang of pity. Senior Puppet, is this workplace bullying? The puppet figure crossed his arms, looking like he was watching a show. Cherish it. This guy hasn't gotten used to his immortality yet, and is still afraid of getting hurt. Once he gets used to it, he'd be like a dead pig fearing boiling water. Only creatures like the shadow snake can intimidate him. Lin Qian smiled awkwardly. Senior Puppet, you're being modest. I think your paintings are no less impressive. The fish monster finished his questions quickly, and tossed the duck-headed ostrich aside, his face filled with disappointment. It's over. There's no valuable information. This guy is from a subordinate race. Before, he was only at the breaking one level, serving tea and water. Then he accidentally overheard the main clan's secret. Fearing he'd be implicated, he tried to take his people away. But when he was discovered, he was killed. Oh, how foolish. The fish monster shook his head. I'm more curious about what secrets it overheard. Lin Qian casually pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at the duck-headed ostrich weeping in the distance. Oh, they said they were plotting an ambush to kill some important figure, someone who seemed to be a prophet of the Crystal Tribe. I can't remember their name. The fish monster spoke calmly. Crystal Tribe? Lin Qian frowned, completely unimpressed. Does Senior Puppet know anything about them? Puppet shook his head. That's probably just a fight between middle-level races. Not much to talk about. Lin Qian concluded. But at that moment, the parrot, who had been silently watching the excitement nearby, suddenly spoke. Crystal Tribe. Crystal Tribe? I know the Crystal Tribe. While they aren't considered an ancient race, they are incredibly powerful and control Room 555. Lin Qian was stunned. Room 555? Isn't that the infinite boxing tournament? The gentle, feminine voice from the previous competition flashed through his mind. Is that the Crystal Clan? Lin Qian had assumed it was a system-generated NPC, but he hadn't expected it to be one of the same races within the building. Oh! The controller of Room 555 has changed. The fish monster and the puppet man were briefly surprised, but weren't particularly interested. But Lin Qian pondered. Brother fish. Wait until it calms down, and then you can ask for details. Lin Qian had already established friendly relations with the demons, the Buck-Zerg, and the elves, so he didn't mind adding another. As the saying goes, one more friend, one more path. The martial arts world isn't about fighting and killing, it's about the ways of the world. He was also planning to take his colleagues on another infinite boxing tournament, trying to break through the 1000th level. It was just the right time to go. Okay. The fish monster clapped its hands, unconcerned with Lin Qian's actions, simply obeying. The puppet man, however, gave Lin Qian a concerned look. Boss Lin, it said earnestly. While the Egg of Life is a valuable asset in trade, it will also attract unnecessary attention. Your current strength isn't enough to protect yourself, so be careful. After all, we can't be with you all the time. Lin Qian smiled faintly. Don't worry, I know what's going on. He had always been behind the scenes supporting the Black Army members, acting as their backbone and shouldered all the pressure. Only in the City of Chaos could one find this feeling of being cared for by an elder. Snake Brother was like the stern head of the family, his authority unchallenged. The puppet man was more like a sensible, kind elder who would gently persuade you, but only to the point. As for the fish monster, he was more like a heartless elder. If you dared to listen to him, he would definitely lead you into trouble. Chapter 521. I discussed this with the monkey, and I think it might be possible to modify and strengthen the Black Vine puppet in your hound space. Hearing this, Lin Qian perked up. Did it agree? Lin Qian had already learned from the puppeteer that the living armor was related to the monkey's former race. However, the monkey was usually quite solitary, somewhat like Snake Brother, preferring to tinker with things on his own. Lin Qian had originally planned to bring this up with the monkey once they'd gotten to know each other better, but he hadn't expected the puppeteer to think ahead of him. Haha, that guy loves the plantation you gave him, Boss Lin, but he just doesn't show it. The puppet smiled. That's great. Lin Qian quickly stood up. Shall we set off now? The puppeteer nodded. Okay. The fish monster stayed behind, gathering information from the newcomer. Lin Qian and the puppet man headed toward the new nest, and the ace translator, the parrot, followed, flapping his wings. This creature seemed quite curious about Lin Qian, observing him from all angles. What are you looking at? Lin Qian frowned at the stare and asked impatiently. Boss Lin, how do you manage to keep so many different energies coexisting harmoniously within your body? The parrot's tone was filled with confusion. You can see the energy within me? Lin Qian was stunned and looked at the parrot. Yes, I have clairvoyance. The parrot, tired of flying, landed on Lin Qian's shoulder. The next second, a strange connection was established, as if an antenna had been inserted into his soul. Clairvoyance? As Lin Qian pondered this, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice emanated from the parrot's mouth. This was Lin Qian's first experience with the parrot's translation abilities. It was both novel and fascinating. Not only that, I have many other strange abilities, like this one. The parrot returned to its original voice and flapped its wings. With a swish, a red light spread, rapidly spreading throughout Lin Qian's body. Lin Qian felt a surge of blood rushing to his chest, his muscles perking up as if awakened, and he felt an urge to smash things around. And more. The parrot raised its head and let out a sharp cry. Another white light descended, and Lin Qian felt his body lighten, his steps stumbling for a moment. Then, a green light emanated from the parrot, continuously channeling into Lin Qian's body. This is healing, this is shielding, this is restoring energy. The parrot recounted its abilities one by one, its tone filled with resignation. Because my abilities are all auxiliary, without any combat power, I'm still only a level 1 overseer. However, thanks to my daily salary, I already upgraded all 4 attributes to 100. However, my hopes for promotion are slim. I'm only responsible for 100 doors, and there haven't been any unusual incidents in a while. A while ago, a survivor passed by at night. I chased and bit him for a long time, but couldn't do any harm. The parrot hung its head, feeling downcast. But Lin Qian's heart was pounding wildly. He swallowed, moistening his dry throat. Brother Parrot, your support skill should have no cooldown, and can be used continuously, right? The parrot looked up. Of course. Lin Qian's eyes lit up. Including healing and restoring skills? The parrot nodded. Yes. Holy crap. Lin Qian couldn't help but curse. Doesn't that mean that if I take you out to fight, it's like carrying a fountain on my back? Continuous health and mana regeneration. That's insane just thinking about it. His fellow supervisors always give Lin Qian unexpected surprises. I decided that I'd definitely bring this guy with me on future expeditions. He's a top-notch support. Lin Qian smiled and pulled an apple from his storage space, handing it to the parrot. He was determined to build a good relationship with it from now on, so that it would willingly support him. While chatting, Lin Qian and his companions arrived at the wooden nest area next to Skeleton City. The houses were neatly arranged, leaving ample room for renovations. However, since the exchange mall had just opened, most of the wood nest supervisors were away, making the place seem a bit deserted. Looking up at the giant spider swinging in the air, Lin Qian was genuinely afraid it would fall and hit him, so he instinctively circled the edge, closer to the wood monkey plantation. From a distance, Lin Qian could see the wood monkeys busying about in the planting areas. There was no need for an elevator. They could simply walk on the black vines to get around freely. The first 3 floors were already covered in a dazzling array of colorful fruits. Lin Qian approached with amazement and reached out to pick one at random. Warming fruit has a cold-repelling effect and a spicy flavor. The red fruit is shaped somewhat like a strawberry, but without the black spots on the surface and with a green tip. He casually fed the parrot on his shoulder. It chewed twice and then shook its head frantically. Ah! That's hot. Hee hee. Seeing the parrot's foolishness, Lin Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the wooden monkey, noticing their arrival, slowly descended on the black vines. Hello, brother monkey. Lin Qian waved politely. The wooden monkey simply nodded slightly, then looked at the puppet. The thing I mentioned before. The puppet pointed at Lin Qian. Boss Lin, take out that puppet and show it. Lin Qian nodded and tapped his chest. Soon, the old wooden door swung open, and the doorwoman, using an iron chain, swung out the painted living armor, as if throwing away a piece of trash with disgust. Seeing the colorful living armor that had somehow transformed, Lin Qian immediately cast a speechless look at the puppet. Sometimes, I really can't tell whether my colleagues are mature or immature. Huh? What are you looking at me for? It's not me, Boss Lin. The puppet cried out in indignation. In all of Chaos City, you're the only one with so much paint. If not you, who else? Lin Qian looked incredulous, but didn't bother to argue. Looking at the wooden monkey, he saw it, also curiously examining the living armor. He pulled out the ring that controlled the living armor, but before any communication could be established, the tentacle-like black vines within the armor began to wriggle and slowly rise. Dong dong. Looking at Lin Qian, the armor extended its hand, clenched its fist, and knocked its chest twice in a respectful salute. The wooden monkey stepped forward, took the ring, and a flash of light flashed. It was unknown what command it issued, but soon, with a rustling sound, the armor on the black vine puppet quickly fell away, revealing its true form. The wooden monkey stretched out his hand, and the black vine automatically untangled itself, revealing a shriveled, fruit-like ball inside its body, with a faint green light flickering. Chapter 522. I found this on a wrecked ship in the Land of Chaos. I was under some kind of mental attack at the time. A voice shouted, Kill them all, kill them all. Lin Qian recounted the events of finding the living armor, and then couldn't help but ask. But doesn't Monkey Brother know about these things? He had assumed that the voice was from the Wood Monkey before he died. Boss Lin, the strongest of every race doesn't necessarily survive to the end. In fact, the decline of a race often begins with the fall of its strongest, the puppet explained. At the same time, the Wood Monkey waved, and the parrot immediately landed on its shoulder. This tree guardian is nearing death. I believe that ship carries the last spark of our race's civilization. Unfortunately, our escape failed. The Wood Monkey's voice was hoarse, and had a sense of age. The voice you heard is the final words left by the last of my tribe. It picked up the ring, reached out, and traced the lines on it. With a light tap, a flash of white light flashed. The next moment, the ring trembled violently, and a shrill, desperate voice echoed deep within everyone's mind. Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill them all! The Crystal Clan. This bunch of hypocritical, sinister villains. They're responsible for everything. They set up this scheme and harmed Lord Tree. Revenge. We must take revenge. Even if I fall into the abyss, I will climb out step by step and kill all these beasts. Perhaps Lin Qian's mental strength was now strong enough to easily withstand the emotional fluctuations of his soul, but the stone heart effect didn't trigger, and he heard the final words left within the ring in full. Crystal Tribe? Lin Qian was stunned again, having heard the name again so soon. Lord Tree Lord. Could it be? He realized something, and looked at the wooden monkey. Yes, it was me. The wooden monkey nodded slightly, and the parrot on his shoulder responded affirmatively. There was no emotion in its tone, as if it didn't care at all. Then, Lin Qian hesitated. Back then, our tree people and the Crystal Tribe fought side by side for a long time. We were a large race, while the Crystal Tribe, though smaller, possessed exceptional capabilities. We also gained a reputation and a voice within the Infinity Building. Later, the Crystal Tribe betrayed us without warning, and I and several of the Tree People's leaders were ambushed and murdered. As if sensing Lin Qian's interest, the wooden monkey recounted the events in simple terms. But Lin Qian could clearly sense the blood and fire hidden behind every word. So, back then, the Crystal Clan hadn't yet taken control of the Leopard House? After Lin Qian's words, the wooden monkey fell silent for a long moment. Haha, I didn't expect they actually come this far. After a long pause, it chuckled softly. Let's not dwell on the past. Let's figure out how to transform this tree guardian into your personal bodyguard. With a bang, he casually crushed the ring controlling the tree guardian. The wooden monkey gently tapped the wooden staff on the tree guardian's withered core. A stream of green energy poured in, and the previously dim core quickly brightened. Is this the source of life? Lin Qian's eyes flickered. That's right. Like that giant in Giant City, our race's demise was caused by this life essence. However, we don't possess a vast reservoir of life essence ourselves, but rather possess the innate ability to absorb the life essence of others. Thus, when our own life essence is fully absorbed, we use the excess to create tree guards like the ones you see before you. Thanks to this innate ability, the tree people at that time became a nightmare for many races. We waged wars, seized resources, and controlled nearly 40 primordial worlds and countless subordinate races. That was during the time of the Great War between the ancient races. Chaos reigned within the Infinity Tower. I even began to plot to side with a particular race in order to gain control of the Leopard House. Unexpectedly, everything I possessed became someone else's. The wooden monkey opened up for a rare moment, reminiscing about those past experiences. A great war between the ancient races. The puppet figure beside him perked up. What great war? The wooden monkey glanced at the puppet figure. You entered the City of Chaos much earlier than I did, so it's normal you didn't know. At that time, the demonic tribe and the elves, once sworn enemies, unexpectedly chose to collaborate. They also brought in ancient races with them, including the Buck Zerg, the Iron Fawn, and the Whiteback, to wage war against the forces led by the demonic Eye tribe. Both the Great World and the Primal World were engulfed in flames, and the scene was terrifying. Lin Qian handed over a chair, and Muho sat down. The demonic Eye tribe? The ancient race that controls the Death Restaurant? The puppet figure was also listening intently, sitting cross-legged on the ground and curiously questioning. Indeed? The wooden monkey nodded. TSK, 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 the scene must have been spectacular. Lin Qian was stunned listening to this. The Demon Eye clan controls the Death Restaurant? Isn't it the Buck Zerg? The scene of himself being contaminated by the Eye of the Abyss in the Death Restaurant flashed back to his mind. The Demon Eye clan. The Eye of the Abyss. Then he thought of the conversation between the chef and the owner of the Eye of the Abyss. It all clicked. It all clicked at once. But there remained a question. Since the Buck-Zerg had become the new owners of the Death Restaurant, it proved that the Demon Eye clan had been defeated. If they had been defeated, genocide would have been inevitable. But if that were the case, then the strongest Demon Eye clan member would surely exist in the City of Chaos. This ancient race, capable of controlling the Leopard House, must possess exceptionally powerful abilities, at least those of a level 3 supervisor. However, he now knew almost all of the level 3 overseers, and none seemed to be associated with the Demon Eye race. Could it be that he had become a mysterious level 4 overseer? Lin Qian rubbed his chin, speculating secretly. No way, insufficient information, no inference. Also, what about the Demon Clan and the Elves, two former sworn enemies? The sheer volume of information made Lin Qian's head spin. He had forgotten his purpose for coming here, completely absorbed by what the wooden monkey was telling him. I can understand other races taking action, but I didn't expect even the usually aloof Demon Clan would be mobilized. What exactly did the Demon Eye clan do? The puppet man was equally puzzled. I don't know. The wooden monkey shook his head. Although we had some say at the time, we were still far behind these truly ancient races, and we had no chance to learn the inside story. But since they were able to provoke the Demon Clan to take action, it means the Demon Eye clan must have done something truly significant. Chapter 523. The Demon Clan. Don't care about worldly affairs? Lin Qian was quite surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected the Demon Clan to be so mysterious in the eyes of other races. It fits his character perfectly. He also understood the Death Restaurant chef's care for him. While the life egg certainly accounted for the bulk of the reward, the Buck-Zerg's past battles with the Demon Clan were certainly also a factor. After all, he was a member of the Demon Clan, so he had to give them some respect. However, judging by Wood Monkey's description, Lin Qian could understand the Buck-Zerg's control of the Death Restaurant. After all, they were an ancient race, and their strength was evident. But the Crystal Clan wasn't much different from Wood Monkey's Tree Clan at the time, and even had a significant disadvantage in terms of population size. How did they ultimately manage to control the Infinite Boxing Championship? This puzzled Lin Qian. What did they gain by backstabbing the Tree Clan? Life essence, a vast amount of life essence. In a sense, the Tree Clan's abilities were far greater than those of the Crustacean Clan. The Crustaceans can only produce their own vast life essence, while the Treemen can steal the life essence of other races without limit. Furthermore, the Treemen are vast, far beyond the reach of the Crustaceans, and possess ample self-defense capabilities. It could be argued that if the Treemen were given more time to develop, they might truly become a top race. Ah! Lin Qian sighed, and shook his head gently. The Infinity Building was utterly treacherous. One wrong move could lead to a complete loss. Swish! With a familiar tremor in the air, the massive form of the fish monster appeared. I finished my questions. It casually tossed the duck-headed ostrich aside. The Whitebacks are planning to assassinate the Crystal Clan's prophet, apparently aiming to start a war, and seize control of the Infinite Boxing Championship. Hearing this, Lin Qian was startled again. In the Wooden Monkey's description, the Whitebacks and Iron Fang seemed to be ancient races, on the same level as the Buck-Zerg. This was a struggle between established races. Lin Qian had originally considered intervening and cultivating friendly relations with the Crystal Clan, but now he had given up the idea. Forget it. The human race hasn't yet left its protected period, so it's best not to get involved in this mess. Of course, he still had to give the Infinite Boxing Championship a try with his colleagues. Lin Qian was curious about the rewards for the 1000th level. The duck-headed ostrich trembled with fear, not daring to look up. How are you going to strengthen this thing? The fish monster's appearance brought the conversation back on track. Even with my nourishment, this tree guardian will need some time to grow before it can absorb the life essence. The wooden monkey spoke, waving his hand and summoning his black vines, which enveloped the tree guardian's core and continuously fed it with life essence. Lin Qian had originally considered offering his life egg to help, but seeing that wasn't necessary, he remained silent. I can try to bestow it with a few curses, so that it can help Boss Lin suppress his opponents in battle. The puppet stood up and said, not bad. A decent set of armor would be even better. The fish monster picked up the tree guardian's original armor and gently twisted it, revealing a noticeable change in shape. The most crucial thing is that this tree guardian lacks a strong fighting spirit and can't bring out much combat effectiveness. Hearing the wooden monkey's words, Lin Qian frowned and pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey! I have a friend. He remembered Wu Sheng, still soaking in the thunder pool. Senior Puppet, You know him too. At Lin Qian's words, the puppet figure quickly realized and reached out to tap. Are you talking about the soul in the sword that possesses the soul-devouring curse? I think it's feasible. The wooden monkey nodded. If so, then the tree guardian's weakness will be gone. Then wait patiently while I nourish this severely malnourished tree guardian back to health. By the way, Boss Lin. The wooden monkey, in a rare move, initiated a conversation with Lin Qian. The seeds you gave me have ripened, and the fruits can be harvested. If possible, bring me some more seeds next time. There are so many plots of land left unused, it would be a waste. It was clear that it truly enjoyed planting. Okay, brother monkey, I definitely bring you enough next time. Lin Qian had been getting impatient for a while, and now, with the wooden monkey's permission, he plunged into the plantation and began picking freely. He had planted a golden fruit in his room, which could restore his spiritual power. It took a full 30 days to bear fruit, and it was delicious, sweet and soft. Lin Qian accidentally devoured all 7 fruits in one gulp. He had been feeling unsatisfied, but now, looking out across the vast field, it would take him a while just to pick them. The fish monster also took interest, standing at the edge, picked a warming fruit, and put it in his mouth to chew. Hey! Why is it so spicy? Soon, its large face wrinkled. While complaining, it picked a dozen fruits and stuffed them into the leather pocket at its waist. You can add some new ones for them to try. Lin Qian was speechless. No, brother fish, I noticed. You never drink anything you mix yourself, right? You're just trying to trick others. The fish monster's face darkened. Boss Lin, you misunderstood me. I'm serving the public with a selfless heart. Lin Qian rolled his eyes. Come on, I thought there was something wrong with your taste buds, but every time I see you eating delicious food, you're doing it on purpose. You're wrong, Boss Lin. Come on, Zane, eat some fruit. After leaving the City of Chaos and returning to their room, Lin Qian's first choice was to feed Zane. Okay, please put it aside. Thank you. Zane's eyes were fixed on the screen, completely immersed in the game. Not bad, quite polite. They didn't tell me to get out. Lin Qian chuckled and left the room. He reached the dummy and casually punched it, knocking it backward. Then, he immediately walked away without looking back, not even listening to the dummy's response. He was incredibly cool. He opened the door and entered the corridor. Since his fellow supervisors were only allowed to hang out with him during safe exploration time, Lin Qian hadn't been out during the lights-on hours for a long time. As soon as he left the room, he saw someone he knew. The captain of Team 3 had red hair, 2 sinister-looking horns on his head, bloodshot eyes, and a whole size larger than before. He wore heavy lava armor purchased from the Buckzerg. He looked like a villain, and even Lin Qian was startled. Holy crap! Who are you? The captain of Team 3 was also startled. Hey! Brother Qian. Long time no see. Wow! I missed you so much. As soon as he saw Lin Qian, the captain of Team 3's devilish demeanor vanished, transforming into a naive fool. Chapter 524. Hello, Brother Qian. Brother Qian. Because Lin Qian had been shuttling back and forth between Thunder Island and Chaos City for a while, he overlooked the changes in his men. Using the advanced equipment and items he exchanged for life eggs, Lin Qian had significantly increased the Black Army's already advanced strength, effectively entering a period of rapid growth. This had caused some of the men to undergo a dramatic transformation, becoming unrecognizable to Lin Qian. For example, the guy before him. Hello, Brother Qian. A man in a white suit and black tie, with a twisted smile on his face, bowed to Lin Qian with his hands on his chest. Lin Qian nearly kicked him. Who is this? Pointing at the smiling man before him, Lin Qian turned back to ask the captain of Team 3, a bewildered look on his face. Brother Qian. You don't recognize me. I'm Ah Lu. The smiling man, anxious, quickly identified himself. Ah Lu. How did you get into this mess? Lin Qian was even more shocked. Don't mention it, Brother Qian. This is the grimace mask I bought in room 777 for 20 gold coins. I've been wearing it for too long, and can't take it off anymore. Although Ah Lu was complaining, his voice was filled with an uncanny sense of laughter. Grimace mask? Lin Qian was stunned. He had some impression of this item. It seemed to be made from the cursed head he had sold to the bald monster. He hadn't expected Ah Lu to buy it. Okay, it's pretty good. At least it has an area of effect attack. Lin Qian patted Ah Lu's shoulder, momentarily unsure how to comfort him. It's okay, Brother Qian. The captain made me a mask of my old face. As Ah Lu spoke, he pulled a mask from his storage space and attached it to his face. Besides the stiffness around the lips, there wasn't a single flaw to be found. Or perhaps it was the Black Army, filled with talented individuals. Lin Qian couldn't comment on this matter, he could only admire their skill. As they chatted, they happened to see Su Mian enter the corridor. Brother Qian. He spotted Lin Qian from a distance and immediately followed him. I changed the style this time. I wonder if it worked. He nervously handed Lin Qian a tablet with a magnificent palace background on it. Lin Qian had come here just for this thing. I'm not sure either. Let's find a spacious room to put it in. With a sigh, Lin Qian returned the tablet to Su Mian. Soon, the group found a cleaned-out treasure chest room and placed the complete golden palace on the open ground. Approaching the palace entrance, Lin Qian tapped his chest with a sense of trepidation. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Sister Min. With a creak, the wooden door swung open. Sister Min stepped out, pushed open the palace gate, and glanced around. Although it was unclear where Sister Min's eyes were, she clearly had vision. Finally, she shook her head and returned to the Hound space. No again? Lin Qian scratched his head, truly confused about what kind of abode Sister Min preferred. Guess I need to learn shadow language. With a sigh, he put the palace back into storage, ready to give as a gift to any colleague in the City of Chaos later. It wouldn't be a waste. Sister Min was incredibly picky, and designing her abode had Jiang Jinchan's designers agonizing over it. Come up with a few more plans, and I bring her back later to choose. Patting Su Mian's shoulder, Lin Qian pushed open the door and left the treasure chest room. The dungeons within their protection period no longer held much appeal to him. Even if they exceeded their targets, the rewards per round were only 30 or 40 free attribute points. Better leave them to the Black Army. At their current efficiency, they'd probably clear the entire 4,126th floor before the third regional trial began. But fortunately, we still have Lu Zhanqing and the others, so we can use summon cards to level up together. More friends, more paths. This is when it really shines. And now, Lin Qian was ready to challenge the cross-stage dungeons this way. Lin Qian, I'm all clear here. I'm ready to start anytime. He opened the chat interface and sent a message. In barely a second, a reply popped up from the other end. Okay, Boss Lin, I opened the door right away. Then, his profile picture turned black, followed by a summon message. He clicked accept, and a sense of weightlessness washed over him. Boss Lin. Before he even opened his eyes, Lin Qian heard Razor's cautiously hushed voice. Opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Razor's dark red lizard head. What are you doing? Lin Qian frowned. Although both were at the first level, Razor's strength was significantly greater than Mia's. Furthermore, with the small population of the Star Tribe, Mia was already a key figure in the tribe, so her time was more precious. As for Razor, although he was considered upper middle class within the Arlong tribe, he acted more like a street urchin, doing nothing and causing trouble everywhere. This is the difference between an ordinary family and a wealthy second generation. Boss Lin, did you forget to put on your cloak of stealth? Razor warned anxiously. This mission has preparation space, and it's likely a multiplayer mission. Lin Qian reached out and pushed Razor's face aside, speaking calmly. Under normal circumstances, I might have concealed my identity. But this is different. As he spoke, he tapped his chest. The next moment, a miniature wooden door opened, and seconds later, the parrot's head poked out. As if annoyed by its chatter, the doorkeeper simply pushed it out and slammed the door shut. Flutter. The parrot flapped its wings in panic, finally stabilizing itself and landing on Lin Qian's shoulder. Where is this? It looked around curiously, its eyes gleaming. I don't know. This is my first time participating in a dungeon mission outside the protection period. Lin Qian looked at the stunned Razor. What do you mean by preparation space? He asked, observing his surroundings. It was a vast, empty space. The four gray, broken walls were covered with incomplete relief carvings. The craftsmanship wasn't exquisite, even crude. Underfoot lay the uneven ground, and a massive door tilted, clearly collapsed and useless. The most striking feature was its size, unimaginably large. The fish on the relief alone was a full circle larger than Lin Qian, and the collapsed door stretched as far as the eye could see. It's a space you can't leave before the mission officially launches. It's usually prepared to wait for other survivors to join. You encounter similar spaces in many missions. Razor spoke as he reached out and pressed against the crack in the massive door. Sure enough, an invisible wall of air blocked his hand. Chapter 525. Lin Qian also reached out and tried, but was similarly blocked. But don't worry, Boss Lin. Preparation usually only takes a short while, and we'd probably be there soon. Before he finished his words, a streak of white light descended from the side. The man, still pushing the door open with one hand, was slightly taken aback when he first saw Razor. One from the Sub-Dragon tribe, and another. He looked at Lin Qian. What race are you? I don't remember. He held a proud posture, clad in golden armor, exuding a rebellious aura. Various amulets hung from his waist, making him clearly another wealthy second generation. In addition, the single horn on his forehead was particularly eye-catching, even outlined with golden patterns. Ha! Lin Qian laughed. To actually run into a survivor from the Black Horn tribe here, what a coincidence. At the sight of the iconic horn, Razor's expression changed slightly, and he nodded and greeted him. Hello. However, the Wujio survivor didn't even glance at him, instead examining Lin Qian with intense interest. I can sense a hidden danger within you, an extremely dangerous one. A slight smile played at the corner of his mouth. Interesting, really interesting. It seems like I haven't seen someone who makes me feel this dangerous in ages. Tell me your name, friend. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Qian, as if bestowing upon her a great honor. Lin Qian scratched his brow, his expression indescribable. You Wuji people, are you always like this when you're out in public? His doubts were genuine, but the other person's expression changed. What do you mean by that? The Black Horn survivor withdrew his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. He said you looked like a fool? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. It was the parrot on Lin Qian's shoulder. Lin Qian's face froze, and he glanced at the parrot speechlessly. No, did I ask you to translate? Although he did think so in his heart, saying it out loud was a bit rude. Hearing this, not only the Black Horn survivor, but even Razor's expression changed. Boss Lin, the Black Horn is quite powerful. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the Black Horn survivor. That Sub-Dragon guy, I advise you to stay away from him. A flash of golden light flashed, and the Black Horn survivor drew his sword with a cold expression, pointing it at Lin Qian. Kid. A sneer played at the corner of his mouth. You paid for your rudeness. A heavy price. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp gust of wind whistled, and the figure vanished instantly. With a dull thud, he flew back even faster, slamming into the wall with a thud, his golden sword breaking in two. Lin Qian stood still, the hem of his dragon skin coat fluttering gently, unmoved, his expression impassive. Ha ha! You idiot! The parrot laughed heartily, its shrill voice filled with mockery. Shut up now! Lin Qian grabbed the parrot's mouth. If he had known it was so prone to troublemaking, he shouldn't have let it out so soon. Alright, stop pretending to be dead. I didn't use any force. Glancing at the Black Horn survivor, Lin Qian's tone was filled with resignation. I, a mere level 2 survivor, couldn't possibly bully an ignorant child, especially one from my friend's family. The Black Horn survivor struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with horror. That kick had shattered both of his protective gear, and it was just a casual blow. Sorry, I was rude. The moment he regained his footing, he immediately apologized to Lin Qian. It must be said that survivors who have made it this far are rarely foolish. Reputation is far less important than life. Just then, 3 more white lights descended. 2 tall, slender, purple-black women of a different race entered the dungeon together. They wore silver armor and had green eyes, and the moment they saw the crowd, they retreated and took precautions. The other was a burly figure with a sinister face, his thorny white hair reaching his heels. Bare-chested, he stood 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, and a blood-stained, serrated broadsword slung at his waist. His mere presence gave him an air of ferocity. His eyes, seemingly intent on preying on anyone, scanned the other 5 before finally settling on Lin Qian. What race are you? Why do you look so unfamiliar? The same catchphrase as the Black Horn survivors. Lin Qian frowned and was about to speak when Razor, standing beside him, quickly stopped him. Boss Lin. This is someone from the Whiteback tribe. You absolutely must not provoke them. Lin Qian was stunned. Whiteback tribe. The ancient race that planned to assassinate the Crystal Tribe prophet? Since they once fought alongside the demonic elves and the Buck-Zerg, their power must be considerable. He looked the other person up and down. His aura was stronger than anyone else's except himself, probably at the level of breaking the first limit. No wonder Razor was so worried about his own nonsense. Even the Black Horn survivor, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, lowered his head and tried to minimize his presence, clearly fearing him. Hee hee. Lin Qian suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. The white-back survivor frowned and looked at Lin Qian. What are you laughing at? Lin Qian shook his head. I'm just sighing. No matter what stage, the rules remain the same. The strong have the final say. Among the human race, any ordinary survivor who encountered the black armored army would be timid and unaware of any trouble. You haven't answered my question yet. The white-back survivor continued to stare at Lin Qian, his eyes impassive. Lin Qian smiled at him, saying nothing. He simply raised his hand, and with two humming sounds, 2 rings of power emerged. The moment the power of the level 2 breakthrough was revealed, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Lin? Boss Lin? You're level 2 breakthrough? Razor's reaction was the most intense, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. The Blackhorn survivor nearby was also filled with horror, having completely undone their expectations of provoking a leader-level being. Any more questions? Lin Qian sheathed his ring of power, and looked at the white-back survivor. No more. The white-back survivor's reaction was the smallest, but his eyes were filled with surprise and confusion, as if he was curious why Lin Qian was participating in a level 1 breakthrough dungeon. Nonsense! If he had the strength, Lin Qian would have also wanted to participate in a level 2 breakthrough dungeon, but his current strength attribute was only a little over 2,000 points, and he didn't have the energy to clear a level 2 breakthrough dungeon. Besides, his goal was a level 2 breakthrough item, and he had to exceed the required number of tasks to have a chance of receiving one. At this stage, only level 1 breakthrough dungeons were suitable for him. Chapter 526. Ding! Entering the survival dungeon, Giant Ruins. Giant Ruins. The once glorious giants have long since vanished into the river of time, leaving only a few ruined buildings as testament to that civilization's existence. For unknown reasons, some unwilling souls have been awakened, wandering their former territories, determined to crush those blind invaders. Return condition: survive for 7 days. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in the minds of the 6 people, startling them all as they began to check the mission description. Giant? Razor exclaimed in surprise. Why a giant? This shouldn't appear in a level 1 dungeon. It glanced at Lin Qian, suspecting that his presence had altered the mission's difficulty. However, normally, summoning a target wouldn't affect the difficulty of the mission. The level 2 leader of their Subdragon clan would often employ the same method to train promising younger members of their clan. Such instances were not uncommon. However, this behavior was risky, and if one's own strength exceeded the dungeon's strength by a significant margin, they might be classified as an anomalous invader. If Razor had known that Lin Qian was only at level 2, he certainly wouldn't have so easily summoned him. What he didn't know was that Lin Qian wasn't afraid of this at all. Even if a level 3 supervisor actually arrived with a mission, they'd most likely address him as Boss Lin. Boom! With a resounding bang, the white-back survivor smashed the collapsed door with a single punch, then leaped out, stepping onto the boulder in front of the doorway. Lin Qian had assumed he was going to observe the situation, but he left without even a backward glance, seemingly having no intention of cooperating with them. Of course, it's also possible they were wary of Lin Qian and unsure. But Lin Qian didn't mind. He was here to clear the map, not to engage in group battles. Stretching his shoulders, Lin Qian activated his armor ability, his appearance gradually becoming more ferocious and sinister. Hide in a corner, and wait for the end of mission notification. Glancing back at Razor, he casually instructed. A blazing white flame erupted from the power sheath. With a burst of air, Lin Qian soared into the air, disappearing from sight. Hey! Lin! Razor's hand froze in midair. He glanced at the remaining 3, a little embarrassed. Ahem. That? Brother from the Subdragon tribe. The Blackhorn survivor hesitated for a moment, then quietly stepped forward, politely greeting Razor and beginning to flirt. The remaining 2 purple-skinned women exchanged bewildered glances, remaining within the group. This kind of cooperative mission would be difficult to survive alone. Running so fast. Reaching a high altitude, Lin Qian looked around and noticed that the white-back survivor had vanished. It wasn't that he had any intention of doing anything, he was simply curious. Judging from his actions, it didn't seem like he was here for a mission. Never mind, I start killing. I didn't know if this was a large world dungeon, but the giant ruins was so vast it stretched as far as the eye could see, completely unlike the scale of the previous dungeons. A spirit? Not far away, a massive, dark red spirit slowly wandered around. Lin Qian quickly approached, a look of surprise on his face. He expected to encounter a physical monster like a giant zombie, but he didn't expect it to be merely a spirit revived. Professional match. Lin Qian smiled and descended from the sky. The spirit was only about 7 or 8 meters tall. When Lin Qian's ferocious beast soul's golden fist landed, it finally reacted, slowly turning around, and then took the blow head-on. Bang! A strong wind howled, and the air exploded. The spirit returned, controlling its main body to land steadily. Then, it emerged again, its golden, ferocious beast head opening its maw and tearing into the giant spirit. The giant spirit fought back, pounding the ferocious beast soul's back with its fists, but it was useless. Lin Qian's spirit was as hard as a blessed 5-nut mooncake, and he didn't even feel the impact. Using brutal means, he tore the giant spirit apart. With a bang, a red light dissipated, and a roar of unwillingness echoed in the air, gradually fading away. Returning to its main body, the parrot discerningly began to restore Lin Qian's mental energy. However, Lin Qian's own energy consumption was not great, and it was restored to full strength almost instantly. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Lin Qian sighed, his face filled with regret. Of course there's no reward. This is a spirit summoned by another survivor. Just then, the parrot on his shoulder suddenly spoke. Huh? Lin Qian was stunned. This spirit was summoned by another survivor? The parrot nodded. It must have relied on some high-level item. Triggering a mission of this scale is beyond the ability of a single person. Lin Qian frowned, lost in thought. The original mission to defend Qingzhou City stemmed from the Beast Tribe's plan to use the lives of the people of Qingzhou City for a daring experiment. When he received the mission, the plan hadn't even begun. He had previously found this quite bizarre. This was a man-made disaster caused by the survivors, not something that was certain to happen. How could the system have foreseen it? Could it be that the system could foresee the future? But if that were the case, what about those hidden anomalous intruders? Lin Qian had once had a rather bold hypothesis. That is, perhaps every dungeon world harbors a hidden eye, watching and observing. Your plans and actions would be heard, seen, and responded to. Black Dog had mentioned that he had been able to remain undetected in the tech dungeon for so long because he kept a low profile and didn't cause significant damage. If he were to go mad and start hacking people around the streets, he would surely be discovered immediately. However, Lin Qian had a different view. It wasn't that he hadn't been discovered, he simply hadn't broken any rules, which was why he had been able to remain unscathed. If it weren't for these anomalous intruders wreaking havoc in the dungeon, there wouldn't be so many quests to complete. So, some actions were implicitly permitted. For example, the old orc disqualified dog, who had experimented on children in the cave, had Lin Qian not discovered him, his efforts alone could have caused numerous serious incidents. It seems that only when certain limits are exceeded will supervisors be dispatched to clear anomalies. From this point of view, the system seems to encourage conflict among survivors. Now that we know these giant spirits were artificially summoned, it would seem foolish to continue killing them one by one. Additionally, the disappearance of the whitebacks also concerned Lin Qian. It can't be such a coincidence. For some reason, Lin Qian suddenly had a bad feeling. Is the survivor who summoned these giant spirits still in the dungeon? Can you track them down? Lin Qian asked the parrot. Of course. The parrot seemed to have been waiting for Lin Qian's question for a long time, and couldn't help but raise its head and proudly responded. Except for combat, I'm proficient in everything else. Chapter 527. Giant Ruins, Central Tower. From the crumbling tower's summit, a faint wave of light spread across the ruins. It was an irregular crystal the size of a watermelon, shimmering white and swirling with energy. A mysterious figure stood before the crystal suspended in midair, lifting its empty chest as if flipping through something. A white robe draped to the ground, headless, with only a glowing crystal suspended above its flared collar. Suddenly, its movements paused, its hand withdrawn, and it glanced to the side. With a thud, a heavy object fell to the ground. A burly, ferocious-looking whiteback slowly raised his head. In its hand, a pitch-black card slowly dissipated. Banned card. Following closely, 3 more drops were heard. For in total, the last of which was the whiteback survivor who had entered through the open door. 3 at level 2, 1 at peak level 1, plus a banned card. It was obvious what they were going to do. However, the Crystal Clan prophet remained unfazed. He simply hunched his empty chest and turned to face the 4. I see. Its voice was ethereal yet gentle, a magnetic male voice. The giant's demise is actually related to you. I'm curious. Once the undisputed strongest race, the giants not only didn't exploit weaker races, but instead worked to maintain peaceful coexistence among all races within the Infinity Tower. As a subordinate race of the giants, you must have received considerable care and benefits. Why did you choose to betray them? The voice echoed again and again, not a question, but pure curiosity. Heh. The ferocious-looking whiteback in the lead scoffed disdainfully, his eyes fixed on the crystalline prophet. Betrayal? The word you say is ridiculous. How did the tree people fall apart? Do you want me to recall it for you? When it comes to betrayal, you're no less. Its voice was filled with suppressed anger, a crimson glow gradually forming in its eyes, and crimson arcs of electricity flickered from time to time. Yes, we, the Crystal Tribe, were once traitors. We never deny that. Treachery is not uncommon in the Infinity Tower. But every betrayal has its own underlying reasons. During that time, the tree people's power expanded so rapidly that their ambitions were no longer simply to survive, as they had at the beginning. Their goal had gradually shifted from survival to conquest. They began to enjoy war and slaughter. We tried to persuade them, but to no avail. In fact, I think we helped the Infinity Tower overcome a plague. If the tree people had truly risen to power, the Infinity Tower would have been plunged into a long period of darkness. Because of their terrifying racial talent, they wouldn't have declined over time like other races. If you were in the shoes of a long-lived tyrant, you had two options: assassinate him or pray for his transformation. Which would you choose? The Crystal Tribe prophet's tone remained calm, as if he wasn't worried about what was about to happen. Ha ha ha. Today I finally seen just how hypocritical and sanctimonious you Crystal Tribe are. Oh, I forgot one thing, thick-skinned. Our betrayal is treason, but if it were you, it would be justice? Don't kid yourself. If you hadn't built your fortune on the heritage of the Tree Men, how could you, the Crystal Tribe, have the chance to control the Infinite Boxing Championship? That position originally belonged to us, the Whitebacks. None of the demons or elves are good. The Buck Zerg and the Iron Fangs have profited, and they're too lazy to bother with us. Humph. Just wait, you guys. Sooner or later, we settle this score. Today, it starts with you. After so much chatter, its patience has worn thin. It's time to get down to business. Wait a moment. At that moment, the Crystal Tribe prophet suddenly raised his empty chest and spoke in a halting voice. Your last words are far too long. The ferocious-looking whiteback looked impatient. As you know, we Crystal Tribe members aren't adept at direct combat. And I anticipated the current situation. So, I found a helper. Come out, my friend. It called out loudly, its ethereal voice echoing over and over again. The four whitebacks frowned, searching nervously. In the corner, Lin Qian, who was stealthily eating melons, was suddenly startled. Boss Lin, who is it calling? The parrot asked softly. No. Lin Qian was also puzzled. Could there be someone else hiding here? It wasn't until the damned prophet turned to look at him that his heart skipped a beat. Not good. But before Lin Qian could react, a wave of red energy roared towards him. Boom! In its heavily armored state, it had no time to dodge, and was sent flying backwards. Ouch! Removing its invisibility, Lin Qian awkwardly stood up. Hey, hey! Hold on. Hold on. Listen to my explanation, I was just passing by. But seeing Lin Qian completely unharmed, the whiteback, who had attacked, narrowed his eyes. Humph, I thought it was a stalling lie, but I didn't expect you to have help. Then I finish you off first. With a thud, he stomped his foot forward, and crimson lightning erupted. The power of the giant? Seeing the familiar crimson lightning, Lin Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. Before, he had been too far away to see clearly, so he had only suspected it. Now he was certain. Swish! The leading whiteback figure flashed, appearing instantly before Lin Qian. Buzz! 2 rings of power surged, their power attributes significantly greater than Lin Qian's. Die! Lin Qian was speechless. No! I'm just here to watch. The power sheath erupted with pure fire, and Lin Qian dodged the attack by flying close to the ground. However, a second sound of air breaking could be heard from behind him. He quickly turned and leaped into the air, only to find that the leader from the beginning flashed again, appearing upside down on the ceiling. Falling, slamming down. Boom! Lin Qian couldn't avoid the impact, and a massive force struck from behind, sending him plummeting downwards. Granite flew, smoke and dust filled the air. The 4 whitebacks surrounded Lin Qian, their faces grimly grinning. Then, a sudden burst of crimson mist enveloped them all. You don't want to hear my explanation, huh? Then I beat you. Chapter 528. Swish! The power sheaths exploded at full power, a sharp crackling in the air. The upgraded black-eyed tail quickly formed, propelled by the massive power sheaths, and swung out with immense force. Bang! In the bloody mist, blazing white flames flickered. A whiteback tribesman was struck by the black-eyed tail, and sent flying backwards as if struck by a high-speed train. Ha! Brother, you is right. Speed is power. Lin Qian's eyes lit up as he spun to the ground, his gaze growing increasingly excited. His special training had been successful, finally putting it to good use. Whoosh! A gust of wind roared, and a blood-red chainsaw swept across. Lin Qian activated the power sheaths on his chest, quickly retreating, easily dodging the attack. But the next moment, another blood-red arrow lashed out from the side. These guys were experienced in combat, seemingly able to anticipate Lin Qian's next move. Boom! Lin Qian was sent flying backward, feeling dizzy. However, as the parrot on his shoulder activated its ability, his health returned to full strength. Climbing rapidly, he dodged the second arrow. The blood mist seemed to have no effect on their vision. Swish! The air trembled, and the familiar sound of teleportation echoed behind them. Buzz! Buzz! The two rings activated, sending a powerful wind whistling behind them. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. He could dodge, but he deliberately chose not to. Come on! Fight! Turning around, Lin Qian activated his two rings as well. Buzz! Buzz! Without dodging, he threw a punch. Boom! The air exploded, and the airflow swept through. The collision between the two created a vacuum within the blood mist. Instantly, they separated, and both men flew backward. Lin Qian hadn't used the giant's power, and since his attributes were already inferior to the opponent's, he took significantly greater damage, even cracks appearing on his armor. However, under the parrot's healing light, his injuries healed rapidly. Tumbling, he dodged the third blood arrow and landed safely. Since the blood mist couldn't affect their vision, he retracted it. Soon, as the blood mist completely returned to Lin Qian's body, the situation on the field became clearer. The one Lin Qian had whipped away with his black-back tail was the white-back survivor he had encountered initially. He had recovered from his injuries and climbed up. The one who teleported was the leader of the four-man team, a ferocious figure, who now looked at Lin Qian with surprise. In the distance, a man wielding a blood-red bow and arrow was gathering power, surrounded by crimson lightning. The last man wielding a chainsaw sized Lin Qian up with a stern expression. Nice skills. But why get involved in this mess? The ferocious-looking captain slowly approached Lin Qian, his massive figure imposing an intimidating presence. Lin Qian spread his hands. I didn't mean to get involved. I just wanted to join in the fun and eavesdrop on some gossip. If you want to kill it, just do it. It's none of my business. I won't stop you. He pointed at the prophet, his anger unconcealed. If it weren't for this guy, how could he have been discovered even if he was hiding so well? You've broken my heart, my friend. The prophet's tone remained calm, as if what was happening before him had nothing to do with him. Shut up. Who's your friend? Lin Qian glared at him. Okay, fine. To his surprise, the prophet actually shut up. I seen him before in the preparation room. He must have come here the same way I did. At this moment, the whiteback who had broken through the first level spoke, revealing Lin Qian's origins. Lin Qian immediately looked at the captain before him. Look! I'm really just passing by. I'm not kidding. Well, you guys go about your business. I be leaving first. Swoosh! Before Lin Qian could move, a bloody arrow shot towards him. Lin Qian dodged to the side, a look of helplessness on his face. Look at you guys. What's the point of this? The captain before him slowly let out a sinister smile. I believe there's no connection between you two. It's a shame you heard something you shouldn't have. But don't worry. When you die, the others in this dungeon will be buried with you. You're not alone on the road to the underworld. As soon as these words were spoken, the other three whitebacks also revealed a creepy, sinister grin, a grin that seemed to be a characteristic of their race. Alas! What bad luck. A sigh. No room for negotiation. Lin Qian still tried to make a final struggle. No room for negotiation. You must die with it today. With those words, the captain vanished from the scene once again, and in perfect unison, he and his three companions attacked Lin Qian. Oh, all right then. I was thinking of letting you go. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Lock. A cold glint flashed in Lin Qian's eyes, and without hesitation, he activated the level 3 Supervisor's lock authority. You've been locked. The four whitebacks received the system notification simultaneously and froze. Lin Qian seized this opportunity, bursting with momentum and charging towards the farthest archer. Buzz! The ring of power activated, and with the help of the breaking army skill, his speed transformed into might. Not good. By the time the other side reacted, Lin Qian was already within reach. Swish! The captain teleported to support, but was still a step too late. Bang! The attack from above was unstoppable. The archer activated his skill shield, partially offsetting the force. But that wasn't the end. Buzz! A golden light flashed, and a massive beast's head extended from behind Lin Qian. Boom! The two fists collided, and the once enormous Whiteback tribe member suddenly looked much smaller under the beast's spirit. Crack! The shield shattered, and the archer spat out blood. Buzz! Lin Qian delivered another punch, simultaneously unleashing a solar ray. Swish! The archer was sent tumbling back, enveloped in pure fire, and let out a miserable wail. Meanwhile, Lin Qian was also attacked by the other three. He received a double ring wound to the back of his head, a chainsaw slash to his lower back, and a blow to his ribs. Crack! Even the psychedelic dragon scales couldn't withstand the full force of a level 2 breaker, and cracks appeared. However, the psychedelic dragon scales were primarily for their special effects, not their defense. Furthermore, their lack of thickness meant that they struggled to offset most of the damage. The immense force knocked Lin Qian off balance, but the parrot had already activated its healing ability, instantly replenishing his health bar almost as soon as it had dropped. Swish! The power sheath roared. After using the thrust to stabilize his body, Lin Qian took the lead in unleashing a ring of fire. With a whoosh, the three men's vision was filled with white light. However, Lin Qian reached out and grabbed the weakest level 1 breaker Whiteback and delivered a punch to his abdomen. Buzz! Puff! Although only a single ring, the sudden attack still allowed the sharp blade on the gauntlet to penetrate the opponent's defense, and the fist smoothly drove into the opponent's body. Then, the knowledge learned in Brother Yu's class was applied, unleashing pure fire within the opponent, destroying them from the inside out. Explode! Chapter 529. Boom! As the pure fire erupted within his body, the terrified expression on the Whiteback survivor's face distorted. Puff! Swish! Sunlight rays streamed through its forehead. There was no trace of blood, and even a faint smell of burning was present. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Lin Qian cast his bloodline to envelop the corpse, swiftly devouring it. Otherwise, this precious flesh and blood would quickly be consumed by the pure fire. Ding! Killed the survivor, merging their storage space. Lin Qian hadn't heard this beep in a long time, and it even felt a little unfamiliar. After all, most of the ones he killed before were abnormal intruders, rewarded as supervisors. Only one sound, indicating the archer survived. But Lin Qian had no time to react, as the remaining two men's attacks were already coming down again. After enduring another fierce battle, Lin Qian repeated his old tactics and captured the chainsaw-wielding Whiteback. He lifted the opponent up at high speed, swung him upward with force, and then unleashed a solar ray, dealing damage while sending him soaring higher and higher. Lin Qian, using the recoil to rapidly descend, landed with a thud. Pure fire. Who the hell are you? The captain's tone finally gained a hint of panic, but Lin Qian no longer had the energy to explain. It was too late to negotiate now. The power sheath erupted, accelerating forward, its massive blackback tail sweeping out. With a swish, the captain vanished, once again employing that uncanny teleportation technique to dodge the attack. However, Lin Qian pursued relentlessly, relying on the parrot's unlimited regeneration, not caring about the energy consumption. Ghost Eye. A red glow surged like a tide, and the captain's evasive movement froze instantly. Bang! A fist carrying two rings descended, sending the captain flying backwards. At that moment, the chainsaw man in midair crashed down. Lin Qian spun around, summoning the beast's spirit, and slammed his fists down with all his might. Boom! Finally, the already dilapidated building could no longer withstand the intense fighting and began to crumble. Lin Qian paid no attention, simply venting his fury. Ola, 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 ola. The main body's fist and the beast's spirit's massive fist clashed and fell, blood threads entangling the opponent, preventing them from breaking free. The torrential onslaught completely suffocated the opponent, leaving them with no opportunity to fight back. However, thanks to its comprehensive protection from the hardening ability, it only looked miserable, but in reality, it hadn't suffered much damage. The continuous blows were even less damaging than the burning damage from the sun's rays just now. This was Lin Qian's first time battling a true level 2 leader, and his first time being surrounded by 3 level 2s. Although 2 of them were early level 2s with similar attributes to his own, and their other 3 attributes were significantly inferior, only the captain's primary attribute was slightly higher, and he lacked any high-level abilities. Even so, Lin Qian could still sense the formidable nature of level 2s. The archer must have been level 2 agility, always able to anticipate his movements. Fortunately, he took advantage of the opportunity created by the lock to launch a sneak attack and severely injure him. Otherwise, this guy's constant harassment would have been truly unbearable. The Chainsaw Man had a physical limit breakthrough, and his hardening ability could cover his entire body. However, under the combined physical and mental damage of the beast's spirit, he was already somewhat delirious. In a battle of this level, to decide the outcome as quickly as in a low-tier match, one must possess overwhelming power. Although Lin Qian possessed pure fire, his attack power was significantly higher than theirs. It was still not enough to achieve such a crushing level. The system's assessment was correct. His abilities were still underdeveloped. As for his ultimate attack, Lin Qian planned to save it for last. Using this finishing move too early could easily backfire and consume a significant amount of energy. There was no other choice but to fight on. Coincidentally, Lin Qian had brought his fountain water parrot with him today, and he was least afraid of losing. Boom! Boom! For the next few moments, Lin Qian and the three whitebacks fought like a demolition crew, fighting their way from the central tower to the perimeter and back again. During this time, the three opponents repeatedly attempted to cease fire, but Lin Qian simply ignored them. I said no, you insisted, and now we're fighting. You're not going to do it again. No way. Once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back. After all, the other party is backed by a powerful ancient race. This matter must not be leaked. Only the dead can keep secrets. Seeing that Lin Qian had no intention of communicating, the three of them regretted their decision. There was no other way. Continuing would surely lead to exhaustion. They tried to escape, but it was in vain. Lin Qian was too fast, catching up in the blink of an eye. If they had fled separately, they would have died even faster. In a situation where defeat was inevitable, the archer with the lowest defense was the first to be caught by Lin Qian. A punch came down from the sky, directly destroying his head. With all its power items depleted, it had no power to resist and died on the spot. Ding! Survivor killed, target storage space merged. A system notification sounded, and Lin Qian's expression suddenly became excited. The first one. The captain witnessed his comrade's sacrifice firsthand, his eyes bloodshot. Roar! It roared, its white fur bristling as it unleashed some kind of frenzy power, charging recklessly at Lin Qian. Lin Qian favored this kind of wound-for-wound tactic, risking widespread shattering of its dragon scales, attacking without defense. Soon, the opponent was awakened. Their rage subsided, and they tried to flee, but Lin Qian grabbed them with his beastly spirit. Time was running out, the fountain parrot was about to go to work, so a quick victory was necessary. Sorry, I'm pressed for time. Lin Qian gave the battered captain a shy smile, then pulled out an hourglass from his storage compartment. Limit. Crimson lightning surged like a serpent, erupting suddenly, as if to devour everything in the world. Giant power. To preserve his full power, Lin Qian had refrained from using it since the start of the battle. This was his first time using it, and the captain's jaw dropped. How did you? One strike. Lin Qian didn't have time for idle chatter, he simply launched a punch. Boom! Rumble! The violent, blood-red lightning pierced the field of vision, wiping out every blade of grass in its path. Buildings collapsed, and even the earth was swept up in vast swaths. Crack! Puff! Muscles collapsed, bones shattered. Lin Qian, unable to hold himself up, collapsed to his knees with a thud. Behind him came the sounds of frantic running and the clatter of a chainsaw. This was a flaw Lin Qian had deliberately exposed to the second person. Humph! With a scornful sneer, Lin Qian twisted the hourglass. Rewind. Chapter 530. Puff! The chainsaw crashed to the ground, blood gushing out. A blanket of blood swept over, severing its last remaining path. Chi! Amid the acrid steam, flesh and blood melted, transforming into nutrients that absorbed into Lin Qian's body. Without the restraint of others, dispatching this last man was a piece of cake for Lin Qian. What kind of physique is broken to level 2, or your entire body is hardened? Even if you're made of iron, the pure fire can melt it. Ding! Kill the survivor, merging the target storage space. A system notification sounded. Putting the fallen weapons, armor, and bones into storage, Lin Qian slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the severely damaged central tower. He hadn't forgotten the culprit who had caused all this trouble. Come, settle accounts. With a swish, the power sheath erupted in flames, and Lin Qian soared into the air at breakneck speed. Boom! The stone slab cracked as it landed heavily. The prophet before him remained standing, unmoved. You're back, my friend. It held out its empty sleeves, a gesture of welcome. But Lin Qian didn't want to hear any of its nonsense. He charged forward, hurling a punch. OS! Boom! Crack! The invisible barrier shattered, and the prophet's body flew backward. Its body was light, like cotton. But Lin Qian wasn't going to let it go so easily. His power sheath accelerated, and he flashed again, this time reaching for the crystal above the flared collar. He guessed this might be the crystal clan's weakness, or perhaps their true form. Unexpectedly, the prophet didn't seem to have the slightest intention of resisting, allowing Lin Qian's hand to grasp the crystal and hold him hostage. You're angry, and I understand. But I had no other choice back then. To survive, I had to rely on your strength. Its voice was calm, not at all an excuse for its actions, but rather a description of the situation from an outsider's perspective. Lin Qian didn't listen at all, swinging his fist and striking. Buzz! Bang! If you choose to kill me, your interests will be minimized. The Whitebacks will try every possible way to shift everything onto you, portraying themselves as victims. And you, the human race, have only just begun to provoke an ancient race. Your future will be difficult. Even if your personal abilities are exceptional, you can't withstand all the pressure alone. Bang! It said its own thing, while Lin Qian pounded Lin Qian's. Remarkably, this crystal was quite hard. Even the double rings could withstand 2 blasts without a scratch. Besides, to delay exposure, you must eliminate the other survivors who enter here. That's very troublesome. If you leave me behind, things will develop in a different direction. First, I obtained important information. This information is enough to cause the Whitebacks serious trouble and make them traitors, despised by everyone. Being trapped in this quagmire, they naturally have no time to care about you. Your traces in this matter will be erased. Also, you saved me. This alone is enough to earn the friendship of our Crystal Clan. I will give you a generous reward in return. Bang! The third punch. While our Crystal Clan may not be an ancient race, we are a powerful clan that controls the Leopard House and have some background. The prophet's speech quickened noticeably, as if he were a bit panicked. I saw you using the power of the giants. As it happens, I've been collecting historical information about the giants lately, and can provide you with their lost combat techniques. Besides, your pure fire is underdeveloped because you lack a top-tier flame output capability as a branch. We have corresponding items in our Crystal Clan arsenal. I work for the evil demon. Seeing that Lin Qian still had no intention of stopping despite his flattery, the prophet's voice finally wavered, revealing his trump card. As expected, upon hearing this, Lin Qian froze and stopped his punches. It's not just me. Our entire Crystal Clan is considered a subordinate of the Demonic Clan. It's precisely because of the Demonic Clan's support that we're able to control the Infinite Boxing Championship. Because our racial talent is analysis and deduction, finding loopholes. The Infinite Tower isn't alive, as rumored. It's more like a rigid machine, executing its tasks according to a pre-programmed program. If one loophole is exploited, it can cause errors in many other processes. For a long time, the Demonic Clan has been trying to find loopholes in the Infinite Tower, and our talent is exactly what they need. Thus, our Crystal Clan became a subordinate race of the Demonic Clan. As if sensing that Lin Qian's murderous intent had waned, the prophet's voice returned to a steady tone. You are the one chosen by the Demonic Clan. We should be considered to be on the same side. So, it's not wrong for me to call you a friend. The prophet opened his empty sleeves and spread his hands. Did you recognize me from the start? Lin Qian narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. That's not the case. I simply saw the psychedelic dragon scales on your body, the pure fire within you, and some other miscellaneous energies. Through combat analysis, I calculated that you had a high chance of winning. Please believe me, my motivation was definitely not to have you die with me. That would be meaningless. As for your identity, I know the Supervisor has the ability to block survivor storage spaces, so it was easy to deduce. Well, I come this far, you should probably let me go. Seeing that Lin Qian still had no intention of letting go, the prophet's tone grew uneasy again. Lin Qian pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to spare this guy's life for now. Apart from anything else, he still had to give Brother Evil his respect. But the rules couldn't be broken, he still had to pay for his life. I spare your life, but what are you planning to do in return? Lin Qian grabbed the prophet and asked coldly. Well, I should have already told you what I could offer as a reward. If you're not satisfied, stop talking nonsense. That was the reward for saving your life. What we're discussing now is the price of sparing your life. These are two different things. Don't confuse them. At these words, even the calculating crystalline prophet was stunned, his brain frozen for a full 5 seconds before he recovered. The bald monster was a good teacher. Lin Qian had learned the essence of profiteering from it, and he seemed to be surpassing his master. The prophet had no choice but to let Lin Qian make his own offer. Then he witnessed firsthand what it meant to ask for too much. I don't want much. Give me 10 or 8 broken level items. I go back and raise a few leaders to rob other races later. Oh, by the way, you should have war cards, right? Give me 2 stacks. And resurrection items. If you have any, give me some too. Chapter 531. Ha, my friend, may our friendship last forever. After negotiating the price, Lin Qian's attitude suddenly took a 180-degree turn, and he looked at the prophet as if he were looking at a nouveau riche who had been taken advantage of. In contrast, the prophet suddenly became silent, mired in deep self-doubt. Of course, they didn't have any broken-level second-level items. Of course, Lin Qian was just saying it casually to intimidate the other party. However, the Crystal Tribe did have other supplies. After all, they were the top race that controlled the Leopard House. Compared to other ancient races, the Crystal Tribe was considered newcomers, but this newcomer was also from the same era as the Wood Monkey. Lin Qian didn't know exactly how long the Wood Monkey had been in the City of Chaos, but as a level 3 overseer, he must have endured a long time. Each race has a different focus. For example, the elves excel at unpredictable magic and the creation of various magical items, while the Buck Zerg specialize in destruction and forging. The Crystal Tribe's development direction was unique, focusing on soul technology. This was the first time Lin Qian had heard the term. Soul technology? Yes. The prophet clasped his hands together, a gesture common to the Crystal Tribe. Show it? Lin Qian gestured toward it. Yes, but you need to remove the lock first. I need to use my storage space. The prophet requested. Lin Qian nodded and casually removed the lock. Since it was instantaneous, he wasn't worried about the other party escaping suddenly. With a flick of his sleeve, the prophet revealed a 2-meter-tall azure battle armor. The heavy armor was covered in mysterious inscriptions. He grasped the hilt of his sword with both hands, its tip pointing downward. Then, he produced a cyan ring with several sharp protrusions, looking rather worn. The prophet placed the ring behind his head, where it hovered and glowed, a bit like the merit wheels behind the heads of immortals in film and television. His demeanor suddenly changed. The cyan armor began to activate. He took a step, brandishing his sword, and a gust of wind whistled. However, Lin Qian saw through everything. Isn't this just a tree guard imitating the tree people? He feigned surprise, asking knowingly. Is this a unique technology of your Crystal Clan? Yes, the prophet admitted without hesitation. Okay, how shameless. Lin Qian sneered inwardly, but gave a thumbs up on the surface. Cool. This guy is truly honest and reserved. He's completely untrustworthy. Of course, it's possible that all races that have spent time in the Infinity Building are like this. Under the pressure of survival, integrity has long become a luxury. The cyan armor looks intimidating, but its combat effectiveness is average. At least in Lin Qian's opinion, it's only at level 1. This is just one type. As for other offensive technologies, I'm not proficient in operating them. Although these combat puppets are mediocre individually, they can be quite useful in large numbers. The prophet said this as he summoned 5 more identical combat puppets. Lin Qian subconsciously took a step back, ready to attack at any moment. Seeing Lin Qian's reaction, the prophet quickly put away all the puppets, fearing any misunderstanding. Don't worry. These combat puppets won't do much for a powerhouse with a level 2 spirit. Lin Qian nodded. It's okay. I don't mind. The prophet was stunned again. What do you mean? Lin Qian looked at it. Give me 1,000 or 800. I take them back for the kids to play with. The prophet was silent for a long time. Didn't we just agree on the price? Lin Qian smiled slightly. Didn't you see this thing just now? I changed it. Because Lin Qian had the initiative, the prophet was forced into another price war. The final price was set at 100 combat puppets, and that was as an additional gift. At the same time, Lin Qian also learned about the prophet's strength. Although his spirit had broken through the 2nd level, he had no combat ability. He followed a very unique path, excelling only at observation, analysis, and prediction. He was an intelligence-oriented talent. The prophet had 100 combat puppets in his storage space. After taking them out and handing them over to Lin Qian, it also produced a dozen control rings. These are all the control rings I have. If there aren't enough, I have to wait until the next ransom payment to give them to you. The word ransom was precise, fitting Lin Qian's extortionist style. But there was no way around it. This guy in front of me didn't care about your background. If you displeased him, you'd be dead. If there's nothing else, I go back and prepare. Knowing that staying here would only increase the price, the prophet tried to escape. Wait! Lin Qian suddenly grabbed him. You summoned the giant spirit from these ruins, didn't you? The prophet was stunned, then suddenly laughed. Haha, you're flattering me. I don't have such great abilities. It's just that the system has assigned me a task to awaken the dormant undead here. I only have this privilege temporarily. After I leave, these giant souls will return to their normal state and seek out targets to attack. Lin Qian frowned. A task assigned to you by the system? The prophet nodded. Indeed. That's one of the benefits of controlling the leopard room. The Infinity Building will issue us additional missions and grant us special privileges during these missions. Lin Qian suddenly remembered his first encounter with Furry Kabu. He was acting as a mysterious merchant in the 100 Districts War Dungeon. It was obvious from his appearance that he had been there for a long time and was eager to leave, so he made a deal with Lin Qian to destroy the dungeon. From this perspective, the race controlling the leopard room is like passing the civil service exam, able to work for the Infinity Building. No wonder so many races covet this position. But Lin Qian was lucky. He was a special recruit, already a civil servant, and not only was his rank high, but he also had more freedom. Can you disperse these giant souls, so I can finish this mission quickly? Lin Qian frowned, looking down. He felt as if the number of giant souls within the ruins had increased. Sorry, I can't do that. The prophet shook his head. But I can manipulate them to gather together, making it easier for you to clean them up. Then, it offered a second solution. Although it was a bit troublesome, there was no other way, so Lin Qian could only nod in agreement. Then let's get started. I'm in a hurry. He stretched his shoulders and began to warm up. Soon, as a soul wave spread, the spirits throughout the giant ruins were summoned and began to converge on the central tower. What's going on again? Somewhere in a corner, Razor and his group, hiding, looked around in fear. The noise Lin Qian had made during the battle had frightened them so much that they dared not even breathe, fearing they would disturb some sleeping monster. Chapter 532. Ula, Ola, Ola. Boom. Boom. This was Lin Qian's most tiring dungeon. Faced with the endless stream of giant souls, Lin Qian could only use the ferocious beast souls to clear them. The parrot had returned to work, and the fountain was offline. Fortunately, he had gathered a lot of restorative golden fruit from the wood monkey plantation, allowing Lin Qian to avoid rest and continue his attack. Punching, biting, Lin Qian used every possible means. During this time, Razor's team came over, ready to help, but was stopped by Lin Qian. He was after the broken level 2 item, so the higher the contribution point the better. A previous dungeon run by Lin Qian and the Black Army, he had completed a 100% contribution point mission, which had a particularly generous reward. When Lin Qian spoke, the other 4 naturally dared not resist, and could only stand by silently, listening to the earth-shaking sound. It seems like this is the first time I don't have to do anything, just wait to receive my reward. The Blackhorn survivor rubbed his palms, feeling a little uneasy. Yeah, even with a tribe elder leading the team, it was more of a safety net. This is the first time I experienced the feeling of winning without doing anything. Razor shared a similar sentiment. The remaining 2 purple-black alien women exchanged a glance, not daring to speak, appearing somewhat cautious. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, as the last giant soul dissipated, a system notification sounded. Ding! Eliminate the source of danger, and the survival mission ends early. You can return at any time. Receive kill rewards. Giant Potion *1. Violent Giant Blood *1. Soul Blade Ability Crystal *1. Ding! Exceed mission targets, reward upgrade. Receive rewards. Free attribute points *200. Ascension Seed *1. Giant Guardian Amulet *1. Giant Battle Armor *1. Raging Roar Ability Crystal *1. Rapid Healing Potion *20. Permanent Gate *3. Personal Contribution 100%. Contribution Rewards. Strange Gold Coins *200. War Card *1. Deathmatch Card *2. Chaos Maze Treasure Map *1. A flurry of information flashed by, leaving Lin Qian dazzled. After retrieving the beast's soul, Lin Qian sat down on the ground and began to examine his loot, appearing somewhat impatient. The first item he pulled out was the one he thought was most likely a level 2 item. Seed of Ascension, Agility. When he saw the name, Lin Qian immediately closed his eyes, his heart racing. Huh? He let out a long breath and continued reading. After consuming and digesting it, he broke through the first limit of his agility attribute. The digestion requirement is 1,000 agility points. Ha ha ha. Lin Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had indeed achieved it. This proved that the infinity building allowed for completing tasks across stages, but no one before him had ever achieved this. No one can stop me, no one. Lin Qian's heart surged, but this place wasn't suitable for a breakthrough. He returned the Seed of Ascension to his storage space, waiting to use it later. He continued to check the remaining rewards, still ranking them according to his interest. War card. Use this card on a non-owning world to initiate a war mission. Successfully capture it, and claim ownership of the world. Great stuff. Lin Qian laughed carelessly. Soul Blade Ability Crystal. After digesting it, you gain the ability. Soul Blade. Seeing this, Lin Qian calmly took out an identification card and selected the ability crystal in his hand. With a swish, the specific information about the ability appeared. Digestion requirement, 101 points of spirit attribute. Soul Blade. Separate a portion of your soul, refine it, and condense it into a weapon. Lin Qian raised a brow. Is there such a thing? It's an ability, not a breakthrough method. This meant Lin Qian could use it. It just so happened that his soul was incredibly large and could be split at will. Great. No more bashing around like a brute. He was already eager to try out this new ability. Wait a minute. Just as Lin Qian was contemplating what kind of soul blade he should forge, a thought suddenly struck him. The split soul blade should also be part of my soul. If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to forge it into a golden body through soul refining? Oh my god! That would be a blast! The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, eager to test it right now. Hold on, we talk about it when we get back. After all, this wasn't familiar territory, so he couldn't let his guard down. After calming down, Lin Qian continued to examine his harvest. Before inspecting the second ability crystal, he attached an identification card. After all, Lin Qian's family was wealthy, so he couldn't afford to miss out on this little extra. Raging Roar ability crystal. After ingestion and digestion, gain the ability. Raging Roar. Digestion requirement, 500 strength. Raging Roar. Unleashes a devastating sonic wave for a ranged attack. Not bad, but I'm not sure how powerful it is. The digestion requirement is quite high, so it should be quite good. Put it away, and move on to the next item. Giant Guardian Amulet. After triggering the item skill, summon a giant guardian spirit to aid the bearer in battle. After the battle, it returns to the amulet to slowly repair damage. If the giant guardian spirit dies, the amulet loses its effect. Despite being called an amulet, it's about the size of a shield. Lin Qian immediately activated the item skill. Buzz! The next moment, the giant guardian amulet began to hum and vibrate, and a blue spirit quickly emerged from it, gradually growing larger. It was a giant spirit, approximately 7 meters tall, without weapons, only a massive shield. Lin Qian reached out to touch it, and was surprised to find that the giant guardian spirit was similar to the golden-bodied ferocious beast spirit. Though it was a spirit, it possessed physical properties, capable of withstanding physical attacks. He activated a ring and struck with a punch. The giant guardian stumbled slightly, then shifted his stance and tried harder to hold onto the shield. It had average strength, little intelligence, and could only defend, not attack. It truly lived up to the item's name. It sounds a bit impressive, but it's trash. Lin Qian shook his head in disappointment. While this item wasn't particularly useful for Lin Qian's level of combat, it was a significant aid for the Black Army members, who had broken through to the first level. Let the child play with it. Throwing it into the children's toys section of the storage space, Lin Qian took out the next item to examine. Boom! A massive suit of armor, several meters tall, was flung outward. Lin Qian quickly stepped back 2 steps to make room, narrowly avoiding being struck. Wow, it really is a giant's armor. Only a giant could wear it. Play with it? Chapter 533. Blood of the Berserker Giant. After ingestion, the body enters a state of extreme berserk, greatly increasing strength. The duration depends on physical attributes, and after the state ends, the user will be near death. The horn-shaped container contained boiling liquid. Lin Qian had previously received one as a reward in the 100 Districts War, so with this one in hand, he now has 2. If I'm near death, the fountain parrot should be able to save me. By the way, if I help the parrot break its limit, can its healing effect be enhanced? Placing the blood of the berserker giant in his hand with another in his storage space, Lin Qian took out the last reward item to examine. Giant Spirit Potion. After ingestion, the soul body will become gigantic, greatly increasing its strength. After the effect expires, the user will enter a state of mental weakness, the duration of which is affected by the strength of the soul body. Oh! Giant soul body? Lin Qian thought about his 10-meter-tall ferocious beast soul. If this were to grow to a gigantic size, it would be like Godzilla. Excellent stuff. After inspecting the spoils, Lin Qian gathered himself and stood up. With a leap, he landed directly in front of Razor, and the others with a loud bang. Lin. Boss Lin. After seeing Lin Qian, Razor was noticeably more uneasy than before. The noise caused by his ultimate attack nearly frightened him to death. Only now did he realize how wise his initial act of cowardice in the death restaurant had been. Brother, if you had told me you had these skills earlier, I would have knocked you down right there and then. Is it embarrassing? Not at all. Senior. The survivors of the Black Horn tribe no longer dared to act arrogantly. Their servility seemed to overflow, and the fawning smile on their faces was comparable to Su Mian's in the past. I still like your rebellious side from before. Try to recover. Lin Qian looked at him with a half-smile and casually teased. The Black Horn survivor's smile froze, a bit bewildered. Not teasing him any further, Lin Qian looked at the two remaining dark-skinned sisters. What race are you two from? Both were startled by Lin Qian's sudden call, and their responses trembled. To answer, Senior, we are the Night Spirits. As the two finished introducing themselves, Razor leaned over and added quietly. A small race, with only 2 leaders. Lin Qian nodded, looking around at the 4 people in the circle. If you don't want to cause trouble for your own race, then don't mention anything that happened today when you return. It's best to forget it. This was well-intentioned advice. The struggle between ancient races was not something these little Karami could get involved in. Even the Wuju clan, considered a powerful force among them, was nowhere near that level. Lin Qian, on the other hand, had nothing to fear. The human race was in a protected period, and he had a handful of hidden cards, so he wasn't panicking at all. Alright, if nothing else, we go. Bye. He waved his hand. In a hurry to return for his promotion, he didn't bother to waste another word, and simply chose to return. A flash of white light, and Lin Qian disappeared, leaving the 4 of them staring at each other in bewilderment. Is that it? We didn't do anything, and we took the quest reward for nothing. According to the rules, shouldn't we hand it in? The Wuju clan survivor blinked, bewildered. Humph, who do you think Boss Lin is? What does he need from you? As soon as Lin Qian left, Razor immediately pricked up his arse and glanced disdainfully at the Black Horn survivor. It had completely forgotten that it had initially advised Lin Qian not to provoke him. Brother Razor, don't rush to leave. The seniors have already cleared this place, so there's no danger. Why don't we have a drink here and talk about life and our ideals? To be honest, when I first saw you, I felt like we were old friends. The Black Horn survivor began to approach him and try to get closer. Humph, you want to ask me about Boss Lin, right? Razor saw through his intentions. Sorry, no comment. With that, it immediately returned, vanishing in a flash of white light. Great. What's wrong with the Black Horn? Don't they have to appease me too? Back in the room, Razor couldn't help but punch and kick the air, his excitement overflowing. Speaking of which, should we report this to Elder Tongchui? Forget it. Since Boss Lin has warned me, let's just keep it to ourselves. Alas, this mission was way too easy. I wonder if Boss Lin will take me out again. No, we have to be sensible when someone takes care of us. Let's go to the trading area and see if we can give Boss Lin a gift. Meanwhile, across the room, Lin Qian was flying around like a balloon with a hole in it. Because he was so impatient, he swallowed the Ascension Seed before he could release his armor-transforming ability. A few seconds later, the drug took effect, and Lin Qian's eyes rolled back as he lost control of his body. Plop! Ouch! With a muffled thud, Lin Qian's figure slammed heavily to the ground, his power sheath automatically emitting flames, sending him soaring close to the ground. The noise startled Zane, the nerdy gamer in the room. Opening the door, he saw Lin Qian spiraling upwards. Huh? Zane rubbed his eyes, thinking he'd seen it wrong. A closer look revealed a change in his expression. Lin Qian, what's wrong with you? 10 minutes later, Lin Qian lay breathless on the ground, his armor-transforming ability finally deactivated. If Zane hadn't restrained him, who knows how much more he would have suffered. How careless. As the saying goes, excessive joy begets sorrow. Although he wasn't seriously injured, Lin Qian, A man who values appearances felt somewhat humiliated by Zane's witnessing such a disastrous scene. Thankfully, Zane didn't say anything. Seeing that Lin Qian was alright, he returned to his room and resumed his game. This guy, not satisfied with just one machine, used his powers to create 2 more. 3 game consoles running simultaneously. No one knows how he managed it. Huh? Letting out a long sigh, Lin Qian nimbly rolled to his feet. With just a simple movement, Lin Qian sensed a dramatic change. My flexibility has increased significantly. And beyond that, there was that perceptive sense of danger. Closing his eyes, Lin Qian could clearly sense an extremely powerful aura within the room, twisting and chaotic, flowing like a whirlpool, yet remarkably stable and utterly harmless, as the other party bore no hostility towards him. That was Zane's aura. Of course, the most crucial element was the ability to break through the second limit. Extreme speed, second limit, with a thought, the ability was activated. Chapter 534. Swish! In the room, a flash of white light flashed. The power sheath was at full power, so fast that it blurred. Lin Qian's figure flashed back and forth, yet he was able to precisely dodge the room's equipment. In the past, Lin Qian would have been completely unable to control such a rapid speed, but now it was effortless. After the experiment, Lin Qian, panting, released his armored state and absorbed the flesh and blood of the second-level broken state to replenish his stamina. The consumption was quite high, but the improvement is indeed noticeable. If the first-level speed ability is like bullet time, then the second-level speed ability is infinitely closer to stopping time. Besides the increased effect, there is another key difference between the two. The first-level speed ability is more like a limited-time amplification skill. Once activated, it lasts until the effect ends. To activate it again, you have to wait for the cooldown to end. Although the cooldown is not long, the battle in the second-level broken state is ever-changing, and the slightest mistake can lead to complete failure. The second-level extreme speed ability can be activated and deactivated at will, with no cooldown, allowing for greater flexibility. For example, when Lin Qian is at top speed, he only needs to activate it just before hitting an obstacle or turning a corner to effortlessly adjust and steer, achieving top-tier agility. Frankly, aside from strength and spirit, the remaining 2 abilities are more supportive. Lin Qian possesses pure fire, which, when combined with the power sheath, allows him to fly at super speed, perfectly maximizing his extreme speed. After all, extreme speed merely activates your consciousness, not truly stopping time, and is still subject to the limitations of your physical abilities. For example, the Whiteback Tribe archer, whose agility had broken through level 2, was caught by Lin Qian when he charged. Even though he activated his ability, and could see Lin Qian's movements, he couldn't dodge and could only hopelessly wait for the attack to land. Ability level is more important than attributes. He always heard his fellow supervisor say this, but this time, Lin Qian experienced it firsthand. The Ring of Strength adds an active attack skill, but other than that, it provides only normal attribute bonuses. While agility and constitution aren't as powerful as their limit break abilities, one grants crucial danger perception, while the other directly increases life points. Each has its own unique advantages. After testing his limit break ability, Lin Qian finally sat down on the familiar dragon throne and began to level up. The rewards for breaking through the first-level dungeon were indeed generous. 200 free attribute points, plus the 100-point salary he had just received, for a total of 300 points remaining. Opening the dashboard, Lin Qian hesitated for a moment, looking at his agility, which had also broken through level 2, before finally making a decisive move and going all in. Attribute dashboard updated. Name, Lin Qian, Level 3 Supervisor 2462/10,000, Strength, 2723. Agility, 1000.1. Const, 1000. Spirit, 1000. In addition to the free attribute points, Lin Qian also gained an additional 31 points of strength from absorbing the 3 level 2 flesh and blood. While it feels a bit small, it's better than nothing. Sigh, if only the limit-breaking item I got this time had a constitution attribute. That way, I could gain benefits from both attributes simultaneously. With a sigh, he still deliberately avoided reading the reviews and closed the panel. Then, Lin Qian took out 2 ability crystals, Soul Blade and Raging Roar. He first picked up the Soul Blade he was most interested in and began absorbing it. Soon, with a dizzy feeling in his mind, a system notification chimed. Ding! Gained ability. Soul Blade. Putting 2 golden fruits into his mouth, Lin Qian immediately activated this new ability. With a hum, A pair of giant golden claws extended, and the beast's soul automatically activated. Hiss. Then, Lin Qian felt a sharp, tearing pain, as if a saw were cutting through his soul. At the same time, black evil energy surged from the beast's soul's waist, slowly being drawn away by an invisible force. Maybe due to the stone heart's properties, his soul was too hard, but the whole process was both painful and slow. Lin Qian frowned, thinking that a short pain was better than a long one, and tried to control the soul blade to speed up the cutting. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. The pain of his soul being sawed off made Lin Qian sweat profusely, but the so-called soul blade remained only a dark, rudimentary mass. Lin Qian primarily desired a majestic soul-severing broadsword, so he had to carve out a larger portion. If he only wanted a small dagger, he could condense it now. For the sake of his soul-severing broadsword, Lin Qian could only endure the pain and continue cutting. It was more like grinding than cutting. 1 hour. 3 hours. Finally, the divided soul reached Lin Qian's desired size. Simultaneously, the beast's soul's height decreased to approximately 9 meters. It was easy to imagine how ruthless Lin Qian's attack had been. Excited, Lin Qian began to manipulate the soul blade to condense and shape it. Another half-hour passed. Lin Qian stared at the ferocious, murderous sword before him, frowning in thought. The blade was twisted, the edge looking as if gnawed by a dog, like a defective product forged by a blacksmith's apprentice. Not bad. Lin Qian wouldn't admit his technique was flawed. There were no flaws, it was all design. Controlling the beast's soul, he grasped the sword and swung it twice. 2 trails of murderous energy appeared in the air, looking particularly intimidating. Cool. If only it had special effects like a Horcrux. Lin Qian thought greedily. But fortunately, I can forge a golden sword with incense, focusing on hardness. Lin Qian was very pleased with this ability. At least in the future, when using the beast's soul against an enemy, he wouldn't have to resort to fists and teeth like a primitive man. And thanks to the dual reinforcement of his stone heart and golden body, even an ordinary soul blade could become a divine weapon. Retracting both the soul-severing blade and the beast's soul, Lin Qian let out a long sigh. This is too difficult. Casually picking up the second ability crystal, he continued absorbing it. Not long after, a system notification sounded. Ding! Ability acquired. Raging roar. Followed by another notification. Ding! Fusion-capable features detected. Raging roar. Do you want to fuse? Lin Qian was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized it was due to the giant's power. After confirming the fusion, several crimson lightning bolts suddenly appeared on Lin Qian's body. An inexplicable rage surged within him. Lin Qian clenched his fists, veins in his neck bulged, and he roared uncontrollably. Roar! Crimson lightning erupted, sweeping in all directions with destructive force. Chapter 535. Boom! Crack! Creaky! Oh my god! My dragon throne! Lin Qian was horrified and quickly activated his health line, forcibly pulling the overturned dragon throne back. As for the sofa, bed, and coffee table that had also been overturned, there was no time to save them. This was only a fraction of its power. It hadn't been fully unleashed. Such a terrifying area attack. Lin Qian admitted that he had underestimated this ability. As expected, it required 500 points of strength to digest. With the added power of the giant, its destructive power was even greater. Huh? What happened? That's a loud noise. Zane pushed the door open and poked his head out, his face full of confusion. It's okay, go have some fun. Lin Qian waved his hand. Okay. Zane was obedient, retreating back into his room and closing the door. After digesting the new ability, the next step was to check the spoils. It wasn't a mission reward, but a storage space fused from killing the 4 whitebacks. Lin Qian hadn't experienced this part in a long time. It was a time-consuming task, so Lin Qian simply opened the door and entered the City of Chaos, placing the hourglass in Brother Snake's piano room to accelerate its cooling. Outside the skeleton city, he found an open space and waved his hand. A huge pile of things poured out, everything. There was even a 6 or 7 meter tall white stone sculpture of the captain with a ferocious face. Damn, so narcissistic. Lin Qian, speechless, jumped into the pile of supplies and began to search. The weapons and armor looked of good quality. After all, he was a level 2 leader and an ancient race, so his family background was naturally strong. Lin Qian found over 1,000 doses of rapid healing potions alone. Imagine how formidable these guys would be if they hadn't locked their storage space. He sorted and stored the useful supplies, leaving the useless, mundane items behind for the supervisor to pick up after work. Is this giant leather? Untying the ropes, Lin Qian unfolded a thick layer of leather and discovered numerous inscriptions. Having worn giant leather jackets before, Lin Qian was very familiar with the texture and recognized it immediately. Summoning the beast's spirit, he unfolded the entire giant leather, hung it on the narcissistic statue of the whiteback leader, and read it from beginning to end. Then, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Skill learned. Soul summoning. Sure enough, Lin Qian's brows relaxed, and he quickly opened the panel to check the new skill. Soul summoning, a special communication technique originating from giant priests. It separates a portion of the soul and integrates it into an object. Utilizing this special connection between the soul and the spirit, it can achieve the ability to ignore obstacles and communicate. After reading it twice, Lin Qian's brows were still furrowed. What does that mean? He was a little confused. Descend the will and communicate? It's just like using soul fragments to make a phone. What's the use of this thing? I just don't know how far this ignoring obstacles can go. If it could ignore world barriers, that would be amazing. In the Infinity Building, the biggest headache was cross-world communication. If this thing existed, information could be transmitted instantly. After some thought, Lin Qian decided to give it a try. After all, he had already sliced through his own soul when he first forged the soul blade, so he was already used to it. Of course, since it was just an experiment, Lin Qian certainly couldn't kill himself. Merge into an object. Merge into what object? Looking around, Lin Qian caught sight of the massive statue and paused. Could this guy just use this thing as a carrier? Putting his own soul fragment inside his own statue, it seemed like a perfect fit. Lin Qian thought the idea was a good one and decided to try it out. Using local materials, he chipped a fist-sized piece of raw material off the statue. He then pulled out a knife and an electric drill and began carving his own image. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Qian placed the finished sculpture before him. Crack! The statue, unstable at its center, fell over. Pick it up again, Lin Qian frowned as he examined his masterpiece. No mistakes, it was all by design. He consoled himself, his brows gradually softening. Then came the familiar process of splitting the soul, but since this wasn't a soul blade, Lin Qian only split it a tiny bit. Activating his skill, he manipulated the dark soul fragments into the sculpture. After a moment, a strange sense of connection came over him. Lin Qian raised a brow, attempting to establish communication. The world spun, as if teleporting. Then, Lin Qian opened his eyes and saw. Looking at himself, who had suddenly grown much taller, Lin Qian was stunned. Looking down, he realized he had become the little figure he had just carved. Oh! So that's what it means. Then I understand. It tried to take a step, finding that, although a little clumsy, and with one leg longer than the other, it was still able to move. So, the whiteback captain built such a large statue, intending it to be used in battle. Turning his head to look at the enormous statue, which stretched as far as the eye could see, Lin Qian pondered. Too bad, I sealed its storage space, so I never get a chance to use it. Hee. Lin Qian let out a heartless laugh, which, combined with the statue's ugly, deformed face, made it even more repulsive. Returning consciousness, Lin Qian originally wanted to return the statue to its storage space, but thinking that he would need to test its effectiveness through the door later, he left it there, continuing to examine other items. In addition to the healing potion, Lin Qian also found many red crystal spheres in the captain's supplies, stored in a special box. They looked very valuable. Reaching out to touch them, a message popped up. Wrath Crystal quickly restores 53% of giant strength. Lin Qian was stunned and picked up the second one. Wrath Crystal quickly restores 100% of giant strength. Holy crap! Giant strength actually has a battery? He was overjoyed and quickly counted the orbs in the box. 17 in total, 15 fully charged. Wow! This whiteback tribe seems to have a very thorough understanding of giant strength. The Crystal Tribe prophet said that the whiteback tribe was once a vassal of the giants, but later betrayed them, likely gaining access to a significant amount of giants' resources. 3 level 2 leaders, each possessing giant strength. Fortunately, they don't have a skill like ultimate attack, otherwise Lin Qian was suddenly stunned. No! The rage ability that combined ultimate attack wasn't particularly rare, he had seen several people use it. Since the whiteback tribe was so familiar with giant strength, it was impossible for them not to know about this powerful skill. However, the side effects of this ability are too devastating, costing one life for another. It's only because I possess the ability to resurrect that I dare to use it. If anyone else were to use it, it wouldn't be a sure kill move, but a suicidal one. Thinking of this, Lin Qian couldn't help but tug at his belt, puffing out his chest with pride. It seems that only I, Lin, can wield this powerful force. As expected of me,